Chapter 12:12. After transferring everything into his space ring, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged under the boulder to adjust his breathing. After cultivating in the canyon for more than a month and fighting a fierce battle just now, although he hadn't consumed much of his strength, Yang Kai still wanted to maintain his peak condition to avoid any unexpected situations. After half an hour, Yang Kai had fully recovered. Just as he was about to leave the pit under the boulder, a gray figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure was small and agile, and although it wasn't as terrifying as Lu Yan's flying fire, it was still extraordinary. The moment Yang Kai discovered this figure, he swept it with his divine sense, and after confirming what it was, he couldn't help showing a surprised expression. This was actually a kind of monster beast that looked a bit like a fox. Its eyes were extremely sharp and gave off a sly aura. Its body was surrounded by a wind attribute energy aura, and it moved like the wind, dashing off into the distance in the blink of an eye. What caught Yang Kai's attention, though, was that this monster beast was holding a fruit in its mouth. This fruit was bright red and seemed to contain an extremely hot aura. Golden sun fruit. Kai Yang raised his eyebrows and immediately stood up. He then quickly chased after the fox-like little beast. The golden sun fruit was an origin-grade high-rank spirit fruit and a top-grade herb for refining origin-grade pills. Since Yang Kai was preparing to refine some pills for Wu Yi and the others to increase their cultivation, now that he had encountered such a spirit fruit, he naturally wouldn't let it go. On top of that, the monster beast's strength wasn't high, only 6th order. It only seemed to be fast, so Yang Kai believed he could easily catch up with it with his own ability. Snatching a spirit fruit from a monster beast's mouth was a bit unreasonable, but what Yang Kai cared about was that since a golden sun fruit had appeared, there must be a golden sun fruit tree growing nearby. If he could catch the monster beast, perhaps he could use it to lead him to this fruit tree. If it could be transplanted to Dragon Cave Mountain, it would be perfect. Yang Kai believed that with the vitality contained in his golden blood, transplanting the golden sun fruit tree would not be a problem. This was the heat zone on the 3rd layer of the Lu Yen Sandland. All the spirit grasses and spirit medicines had a long history and were much more valuable than those sold in the market outside. Yang Kai's speed was not slow. The moment he sensed that the little beast had passed by, he immediately chased after it. However, he still somewhat underestimated the little beast's ability. By the time he chased after it, it was already 3 miles away. Frowning, Yang Kai used his wind and thunder wings, slowly closing the distance between him and the little beast. Half an hour later, just as Yang Kai was about to catch up with the little beast, he suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting not far in front of him. Bursts of violent energy fluctuations came from that direction. It seemed that the fight was in full swing. Kai Yang also didn't have any intention of looking for trouble. He originally wanted to avoid the location of the fight, but the little beast's direction of movement was actually heading straight towards the source of the fighting sounds. Having chased it for so long, Yang Kai was naturally unwilling to give up halfway and simply continued his pursuit. But a moment later, Yang Kai showed a stunned look because he saw with his own eyes that the little beast he had been chasing all this time suddenly turn into a stream of light and drill into the chest of one of the women when it arrived in front of the 2 people fighting. This little beast was actually raised by someone else. Yang Kai's expression became extremely ugly. If he had known this would happen, he would never have made such a blunder. Since this little monster beast was raised by someone else, it must have been released by its owner to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. It must have been accidentally discovered by Yang Kai on its way back and chased all the way here. This could easily cause misunderstandings, and it might even lead to a fight. However, this little beast really did have some skill. It was actually able to find a golden sun fruit for its owner, and from the way it acted, it was clear it had done this kind of thing many times before. The one fighting the little beast's owner was a man wearing golden robes. When Yang Kai saw this robe, he couldn't help feeling a sense of disgust. Yang Kai didn't know how many cultivators from Heaven Battling Union had entered this place. No matter where he went, he would encounter them. 2 had died while collecting emerald silk grass, and 4 had died in the canyon. Yang Kai had only just walked out of the canyon, yet here he was, running into another one. The scene of the little beast digging into the woman's chest with a spirit fruit in its mouth was naturally seen by the heaven-battling Union disciple, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "Golden sun fruit?" As he spoke, greed flashed in his eyes and his attacks became more and more ruthless. After Yang Kai's arrival, the woman seemed to have become somewhat hesitant to attack him. From time to time, she would divert her attention to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. This caused her, who had instinctively fought evenly with her opponent, to fall into a disadvantageous position. She was constantly being attacked by her opponent's halberd-like artifact, putting her in a perilous situation. The heaven-battling Union disciple, on the other hand, didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. While attacking with all his strength, he taunted the young woman, "You ugly woman! You don't even allow others to say you're ugly? Ha ha ha! Since you're ugly, then you should obediently stay in your boudoir and not show your face in public. It's your fault for running out and disgusting others. My mouth is on my body so I can say whatever I want. Bite me." Sure enough, under the man's poisonous tongue, the woman's tender body trembled and a cold murderous intent flashed across her eyes. Although she constantly pushed her Saint Chi to resist and wanted to tear her opponent's mouth apart, in her anger, she couldn't even display 80% of her peak strength, causing her already bad situation to become even more precarious. Only then did Yang Kai notice this woman's face, and at first glance, he couldn't help feeling distressed. Although the heaven-battling Union cultivator's words were extremely vicious, it was undeniable that this woman was not good-looking. Using the word "not good" to describe her was Yang Kai's kindness. Her face was simply unbearable to look at. She clearly had an exquisite, full and perfect figure, but her pretty face was full of bumps and hollows, and some of the spots even had yellow pustules, exuding an unpleasant smell. Not only that, but the skin on her face was also dark yellow, looking like she was malnourished. This formed a sharp contrast with her white arms and pink neck. If someone with poor psychological endurance saw her face, they would probably be scared out of their wits. If she didn't have these shortcomings, her appearance wouldn't be bad. After all, her facial features were delicate and neat. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He didn't know if this woman was born with this appearance or if it was due to some other reason, but her appearance was obviously her reverse scale. The heaven-battling Union cultivator kept talking about her appearance, successfully stimulating her nerves. Otherwise, with her ability, she would have been able to kill this heaven-battling Union cultivator. The weapon she used was a kind of white thread-like artifact that was extremely sharp and quite mysterious. As she waved it, white light flashed wildly within a radius of a few dozen meters, and the sound of something being cut constantly rang out, barely managing to maintain an undefeatable situation. Originally, Yang Kai didn't want to meddle in the battle between these two. Although he didn't like the heaven-battling Union cultivator, as long as the other party didn't provoke him, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Those who had provoked him were all dead. Moreover, since the little beast that could only search for spirit fruits was raised by this woman, Yang Kai didn't intend to have any ideas about it. However, contrary to his wishes, the heaven-battling Union cultivator seemed to have lost his mind, and while fighting with the woman, he casually called out to Yang Kai, "Boy, tell me, isn't this woman's appearance unreasonably ugly? If you do, this uncle will reward you with something good." Obviously, he wanted to use Yang Kai to stimulate the woman in front of him more deeply. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, staring at the heaven-battling Union cultivator with a funny expression. That woman, whether intentionally or unintentionally, also glanced over towards him. Yang Kai seemed to see a trace of worry in her eyes, and her red lips became pale as she bit down hard on them. Why was she so concerned about her appearance? She was obviously afraid of hearing Yang Kai agree with the heaven-battling Union cultivator's words, which was why she was so nervous. Yang Kai didn't know what this woman was thinking, but he felt that even if she was extremely ugly, there was no need to care so much, right? However, Yang Kai didn't say anything, allowing the woman to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The white artifact in her hand danced more and more fiercely, binding her opponent's halberd in an instant. The heaven-battling Union cultivator was startled and quickly tried to withdraw his artifact, but was unable to do so. No matter how hard he tried, He couldn't break free from the white silk and was even about to be taken away by his opponent. His face changing drastically, he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi and stabilized the situation. The two sides of the battle reached a stalemate in an instant, both of them stopping in place and desperately pouring their Saint Chi into their artifacts, using them as mediums to continue fighting. "Boy, are you mute? This uncle is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering?" The heaven-battling Union cultivator was caught off guard by the woman and couldn't help becoming angry out of shame as he shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai still looked at him with a strange grin, but after a moment of hesitation, he actually took the initiative to walk towards the two deadlocked cultivators. Both the woman and the heaven-battling Union cultivator showed a stunned expression as they stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was approaching them, not understanding what this little First-Order Saint King wanted to do. But soon, the heaven-battling Union cultivator thought of an idea and quickly shouted at Yang Kai, "Boy, whether you're mute or not, hurry up and kill this woman for me. Kill her and I'll give you enough benefits." As soon as this statement came out, the woman's expression changed drastically. She was currently in a stalemate with her opponent, but once an outsider intervened, this stalemate would definitely be broken. Although she wasn't afraid of the attack of Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King, if he attacked her, the heaven-battling Union cultivator would take the opportunity to get rid of her white silk artifact, and the advantage she had worked so hard to regain would be gone in an instant. So, she was really nervous. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be moved and just slowly shook his head, allowing her to relax, and a look of gratitude appeared in her eyes. Chapter 12-13. Seeing Yang Kai actually reject him, the heaven-battling Union cultivator's face became cold as he sneered, "Good, good, good. A mute and an ugly woman. The two of you are a match made in heaven. Do you want this young master to play matchmaker for you?" The woman's dark yellow face blushed slightly as her originally calm mood became angry again. She seemed to be unable to bear hearing the word ugly woman. As long as she heard it, her mood would change drastically. "There's no need to play matchmaker. I'm a married man. There's no need for this friend to meddle in my business." Yang Kai suddenly sneered. The heaven-battling Union cultivator was stunned for a moment before laughing. "So you're not a mute? Then just pretend I didn't say anything. Boy, get out of here obediently. There's nothing for you to do here." He also saw that Yang Kai seemed to be harboring some malicious intent, so although he wasn't afraid of him, he still gave him a warning. But Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as his Saint Chi surged, and a long sword of black flames slowly condensed in his hand. Seeing this, the heaven-battling Union cultivator's face couldn't help but sink as he gloomily asked, "What's wrong? You want to attack me? Think clearly. If you dare attack, you'll die. Whether I die or not is none of your excellency's concern. But you're dead. This friend's mouth stinks. I can't stand it, so I'll use your life for now," Yang Kai said as he lightly slashed forward with the demonic flame sword in his hand. Profound heavenly sword waves shot out from the tip of the demonic flame sword, each of them containing earth-shattering power. In an instant, a dozen or so sword waves blocked all the escape routes of the heaven-battling Union cultivator. As soon as Yang Kai attacked, the heaven-battling Union cultivator's face changed greatly. How could he not feel the power of this attack from Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King? Not bothering to continue entangling with the woman, he took the initiative to withdraw the Saint Chi he had poured into his halberd artifact and at the same time, condensing a shield in front of him. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the sword rays slashed at the shield. In just 2 hits, the shield was smashed into pieces. The remaining sword rays did not lose their momentum and swarmed forward. The heaven-battling Union cultivator screamed in shock and was about to dodge, but the white silk in the woman's hand flickered and bound him in place. This white silk was made of some unknown material and was incredibly sharp. After binding the cultivator, the woman pushed her Saint Chi and the white silk suddenly tightened. The cultivator's body flashed with light as his protective artifact armor erupted with defensive power, but it still couldn't stop the cutting of the white silk. With a series of piercing sounds, a dozen bloody lines appeared on the heaven-battling Union cultivator. "No!" The man only had time to scream in horror before his body was cut into a dozen pieces by the white silk. Before his corpse fell to the ground, Yang Kai's black sword light swept through it and incinerated it. A third-order Saint King Realm elite disciple of Heaven Battling Union, under the joint attack of Yang Kai and the young woman, didn't even last a breath before his soul was scattered. Yang Kai wasn't surprised by this result because even in a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could kill this man. Not to mention he was simply creating an opportunity for the young woman. However, the power of this woman's white silk exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to send out so many sword waves. The woman also seemed to be very surprised by the means Yang Kai displayed. After easily killing the Heaven Battling Union cultivator, she couldn't help glancing over at him, her eyes seemingly able to speak. Yang Kai then noticed that this woman not only had an excellent figure, but her eyes were also extremely intelligent, containing an indescribable spirituality. If she covered up her face and only exposed her eyes, she would definitely be able to drive any man crazy. But her appearance, it's a pity. Yang Kai thought so in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. Thank you. After killing her opponent, the woman exhaled heavily, her full breasts puffing out exaggeratedly before falling down in a breathtaking arc, gently nodding to Yang Kai. She reluctantly squeezed out a smile and thanked him. Although her smile was sincere, when paired with her appearance, it wasn't flattering at all. However, her voice was extremely gentle, sweet, and pleasant to the ear. It's nothing, I just didn't like him, Yang Kai replied lightly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened this time. Also, I killed him, it has nothing to do with you. If Heaven Battling Union really wants to investigate this matter, you won't have anything to do with it. The woman took all the blame on herself, making Yang Kai have a good impression of her, feeling that his actions hadn't been in vain. Saying so, the woman took off the ring on the arm of the Heaven Battling Union cultivator that had fallen to the ground after his death, and threw it directly to Yang Kai without even looking at what was inside. This is for you. Yang Kai didn't refuse her, casually catching it and stuffing it into his sleeve. The woman thought for a moment before blushing slightly, turning around and reaching into her sleeve, taking out a red fruit and tossing it to Yang Kai. You should be chasing this, right? Yang Kai caught it and smiled awkwardly. I didn't know it was your pet. The fruit in his hand was warm. He didn't know if it was because the woman had been holding it close to her bosom, or if it was because of the fruit itself, but Kai Yang could smell a faint fragrance coming from it, making him feel relaxed and happy. I understand. The woman nodded gently. Although my spirit fox can't be used to fight, it can naturally find some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, so it's normal for you to chase after it. Saying so, the woman frowned and suddenly remembered that her spirit fox was extremely fast, so it was possible for the cultivator to catch up to it outside. But inside this place, no one could fly, so how did Yang Kai chase after it? Her spirit fox should have gotten rid of him long ago. However, she didn't ask too much. Since this person was able to chase after her spirit fox, he must have his own methods, and asking too much would only make him feel annoyed. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she was a naturally intelligent woman. So she knew that there were some things that could be said, and some that were better left unsaid. Spirit fox. Yang Kai raised his brow. This was the first time he had heard of this monster beast. But there were some monster beasts that could find spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and this spirit fox was probably one of them. This type of monster beast was extremely precious and would generally be raised by some sect to find treasures. And it grew up with me. When the woman mentioned the spirit fox, a smile bloomed on her face, one that was much more natural than the forced smile she had put on just now. Reaching out, she stroked the head of the little beast that had poked its head out of her arms and was staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, she asked, "Do you want to come with me to find the golden sun fruit tree?" Since the spirit fox found a golden sun fruit, it means there is a fruit tree, and there must be more than one fruit on that tree. When the time comes, how about we split it 50-50? She seemed to be very unwilling to accept other people's favors. Yang Kai had just helped her, so she had given the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's ring and the golden sun fruit to Yang Kai, but she still felt that it wasn't enough, so she made this proposal. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. He had originally wanted to find the Golden Sun fruit tree, but he didn't have any clues. Now that this woman had taken the initiative to bring it up, it was naturally for the best, so he quickly nodded. Good. He could also see that this woman wasn't a bad person, so he readily agreed. Otherwise, with her third-order Saint King cultivation, how could she possibly propose to split the fruit equally with him? After reaching an agreement, the woman released the spirit fox and whispered a few words into its ear. The spirit fox then followed the original path and quickly returned, Yang Kai and the woman following behind it. When Yang Kai chased after the spirit fox, it took about half an hour, but when the spirit fox led them to the place where the Golden Sun fruit tree grew, it took more than an hour because the woman's speed wasn't very fast. There was indeed a Golden Sun fruit tree growing nearby, and its location was quite well hidden. In a small mountain valley surrounded by mountains, on a piece of land near the bottom of a cliff, this 10-meter-tall Golden Sun fruit tree was thriving, and no matter how hot it was, it remained motionless. In such a location, only a monster beast like the spirit fox, which specialized in searching for spirit grasses and spirit medicines, would be able to discover it. Even if a cultivator passed by this place, if they didn't investigate it thoroughly, they would miss it. Yang Kai and the woman had been very quiet along the way, neither of them asking about the other's name or origin, because both of them knew that after this cooperation, they would part ways, so there was no need to ask too much. At this moment, the two of them were standing below the Golden Sun fruit tree, staring at the huge fruits hanging from its branches in shock. Roughly counting, there were at least 30 fruits on the tree, each of them an attractive red color, and on the ground there were even some that had long since ripened and fallen to the ground. There were at least a dozen. It was unknown how many years this Golden Sun fruit tree had been growing here, and how many fruits had been wasted. After staring for a while, the woman turned to Yang Kai and said, "I'll let the spirit fox pick them all first before we distribute them." Good. Yang Kai naturally had no objections. Following the woman's order, the fox-like little beast quickly climbed up the Golden Sun fruit tree, its body constantly moving as the Golden Sun fruits on the tree fell one by one. The woman's face lit up with joy as she grabbed the falling fruits one by one. When there were no more fruits on the tree, she picked up the fruits that had fallen to the ground and divided them into 2 portions before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "There are 44 in total, so we'll each take 22. Yang Kai gently nodded and put his share into his space ring. After dividing the fruits, the woman said, "In any case, I still have to thank you this time. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you." "No need, those Golden Sun fruits are more than enough." Yang Kai shook his head and said. Kai Yang smiled and shook his head. He had only casually helped out, but the other party was so grateful, making Kai Yang feel a little embarrassed. The woman thought about it for a moment and didn't insist, instead saying, "Since that's the case, I'll go first." "Good. I'll take this fruit tree out and leave." Yang Kai didn't conceal his intentions. This fruit tree had existed for countless years, so if he transplanted it back to Dragon Cave Mountain, perhaps it would blossom and bear fruit again. There were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines on Dragon Cave Mountain, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring this fruit tree back as a decoration. Chapter 12:14. Moreover, the divine tree was still sleeping in his black book space, so perhaps the aura of the divine tree could nourish this Golden Sun fruit tree. Of course, even if it failed, Yang Kai wouldn't lose anything. "What do you want this fruit tree for?" The woman who was about to leave paused and turned a strange look towards Yang Kai. This kind of spirit tree has very strict requirements for the environment it grows in. If you take it away from here, it may die. Also, a space ring isn't suitable for storing such things. After saying a few words, she suddenly realized that she shouldn't have meddled in other people's business and smiled awkwardly before asking, "Do you want me to help?" "No need. I appreciate your kindness, but I can handle this kind of thing myself." Yang Kai smiled faintly before stretching out his finger, condensing a sharp blade of energy at his fingertip before stabbing it into the ground and walking a large circle around the Golden Sun fruit tree. The soil around the fruit tree wasn't very solid, so Yang Kai easily cut it open. In order not to damage the roots of this Golden Sun fruit tree, Yang Kai was very careful, constantly using his divine sense to cover the area around it while controlling his Saint Chi to avoid damaging the roots. After walking a circle around the Golden Sun fruit tree, Yang Kai released his divine sense and transformed it into a giant net that enveloped the entire Golden Sun fruit tree. The next moment, with a flash of light, the 10-meter-tall Golden Sun fruit tree disappeared. It had been taken into the black book space by Yang Kai and placed next to the divine tree, leaving only a huge pit in its place. A strange light flashed across the woman's eyes. Although with her cultivation, she could also take such a spirit tree into her space ring, Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, being able to do so without any trace of exhaustion was somewhat surprising. After all, collecting such a huge thing, and a living one at that, would put some strain on one's divine sense. After collecting the Golden Sun fruit tree, Yang Kai smiled faintly at the woman and was about to bid farewell to her. However, just as he was about to part ways though, his brow suddenly furrowed as he swiped his finger across his ring and took out a communication artifact. Just now, when Yang Kai's divine sense inadvertently swept through his space ring, he suddenly noticed some information fluctuations coming from this compass, which immediately caught his attention. This communication compass was given to him by Wei Guchang. Not long after he entered the 3rd floor of the Lu Yen Desert, Yang Kai found the corpses of 2 Shadow Moon Hall disciples. At that time, he tried to contact Wei Guchang, but there was no reply. He didn't know how that guy and Dong Shenner were doing. Now that more than a month had passed, there was suddenly a sound coming from the compass, which surprised him. Before Yang Kai could check the information in the compass, the woman standing at the side suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said, "Are you a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall?" Yang Kai looked up at her with a confused expression and asked, "Why do you say that?" Although he had a close relationship with the people of Shadow Moon Hall, he wasn't really a member of Shadow Moon Hall. Now that he had just taken out a communication artifact, how could this woman have such suspicions? The woman smiled slightly and pointed to the compass in Yang Kai's hand and said, "The artifact in your hand was refined by Grandmaster Gulin of Shadow Moon Hall and has his unique mark on it. I also have an artifact refined by Grandmaster Gulin, so I know more about this. Isn't the person who owns this communication artifact a member of Shadow Moon Hall? Moreover, only the core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall can have this kind of communication artifact." For some reason, after suspecting that Yang Kai was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, the woman's attitude towards him seemed to have improved. Before, there was still a sense of estrangement, but when she spoke these words, it was extremely natural. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before looking in the direction she was pointing, and sure enough, he found a triangular symbol on the side of this communication artifact. Grandmaster Gulin, Yang Kai had heard of him before. It was said that he was the only origin-grade low-rank artifact refiner in Shadow Moon Hall and one of the few Grandmasters on Shadowed Star. It seemed that this triangular symbol should be the symbol of Grandmaster Gulin. This kind of thing was very normal. Generally, famous artifact refiners would have their own unique symbol. After refining an artifact, they would put this symbol on it. This way, not only would the value of the artifact increase, but it would also give the owner of the artifact a lot of face. This kind of thing could not be done by an alchemist. No alchemist would be so bored as to put their own mark on the pills they refined. As for pills, they could be swallowed in a single gulp. Could it be that they wanted to show it to others before eating it? This woman's observation skills were quite sharp. Yang Kai really hadn't noticed this symbol before. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "This should have been refined by Grandmaster Gulin, but I'm not a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. This thing was given to me by Wei Guchang." "Brother Wei gave it to you?" The woman covered her mouth in surprise. How could she not know how proud Wei Guchang was? Even if he was a core disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. Besides Dong Shenner, no one else could enter his eyes. Yet Wei Guchang had actually given Yang Kai a communication artifact. What did this mean? "You know Brother Wei?" This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect that this woman he met by chance would have some kind of relationship with Wei Guchang. "And I know him. I'm very familiar with Shenner." The woman smiled sweetly, but suddenly, as if thinking of something, Her face changed slightly as she hurriedly said, "Did Brother Wei send a message? Quickly take a look." The people who would be able to transmit messages here, besides the few most core disciples of the Shadow Moon Palace, could not be anyone else. It was highly possible that Wei Guchang had sent the message himself, and for him to transmit the message to others, it was highly possible that he had fallen into some kind of dangerous situation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had always been inseparable. If Wei Guchang was in danger, then Dong Xianer would definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of this, the woman burned with anxiety and hurriedly urged Yang Kai. The woman's nervous appearance surprised Yang Kai. He didn't know where this woman came from, but she was actually very familiar with Dong Xianer. Looking at her nervous appearance, it seemed that her relationship with Dong Xianer wasn't shallow. Not hesitating any longer, Yang Kai quickly poured his divine sense into the communication artifact and began investigating, while the woman's beautiful eyes stared nervously at Yang Kai. A moment later, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked up at her and said, "It was Brother Wei who sent a message, but it seems that Brother Wei and the others have encountered some trouble." "What happened?" the woman asked anxiously. "They seem to have fallen into an ancient spirit array and can't come out for the time being. Only I can receive their messages, but I haven't received any response. It's very strange." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "An ancient spirit array?" The woman's face paled. "Is Sister Xianer all right?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. "Only Brother Wei sent a message. No one else sent a message." Hearing this, the woman's expression eased up a little. It was unknown whether she was comforting herself or something else, but she muttered, "Then little Sister Xianer should be with Senior Brother Wei, so only Senior Brother Wei sent a message. Do you know their location?" Yang Kai shook his head again. "I haven't heard from Brother Wei yet, but let's wait. If he really wants to ask for help, he will definitely report his location. Since I can receive his message, he shouldn't be too far from here. If he was too far away, he wouldn't be able to receive his divine sense message." "Good." The woman gently nodded. Although she understood that what Yang Kai said was reasonable, her two soft and delicate hands still clenched into fists as she stared at the communication artifact in Yang Kai's hand with some unease. Yang Kai was now completely certain that the relationship between this woman and Dong Xianer was not shallow. Otherwise, she would not be so nervous. Just as Yang Kai was sizing her up, the woman's pair of beautiful eyes also happened to meet his, and seemingly realizing that she had lost her composure, she couldn't help smiling awkwardly. "I've got it!" Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed. Sure enough, as he had expected, Wei Guchang had reported his location. After carefully sensing for a moment, Yang Kai looked up at the woman and asked, "Brother Wei's current location is a huge piece of silver star, or a huge piece of silver star, or silver star, or?" The woman's face lit up with joy. "I know where it is. I came across it once before. Lead the way." Yang Kai was also a decisive person and immediately put away the communication artifact before motioning to the woman. The woman nodded and quickly used her movement skill to rush off to the side, Yang Kai following closely behind. Along the way, they didn't encounter any dangers, nor did they meet a single person. About half a day later, a huge piece of or over 1,000 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. It stood alone on the fiery red ground like a small mountain, as if it had been abandoned since ancient times, giving off a desolate and bleak feeling. When he saw this huge piece of or, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow. When he heard that there was Silver Star or here before, he had considered whether or not to take it away. Silver Star or was a very good artifact refining material. When refining an artifact, a small amount of it could be mixed in would make the artifact extremely sturdy, preventing it from being damaged in battle. As such, its value was very high. A small pinch of silver star or could easily be sold for tens of thousands of Saint crystals, and it was also a precious material that had no market. But at this moment, upon seeing such a huge piece of silver star or, Yang Kai immediately gave up. This kind of thing couldn't be taken into the black book space. If it were any other or, Yang Kai might have been tempted to take a piece of it, but since it was Silver Star or, he decided against it. This thing itself was extremely sturdy and had to be melted with Saint Qi in order to extract the silver star ore, which was not something that could be done in a day or two. If only he had brought the stone mongoose with him, it would have been much easier, but unfortunately before they set off, the stone mongoose had been left behind by Yang Inflammation, so there was no point in thinking about it now. Yang Kai stared at the huge piece of silver star, or with some reluctance before calmly withdrawing his gaze. That's the one. The woman who was leading the way pointed in front of her and called out. Yang Kai nodded. It's 100 kilometers to the west. Saying so, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass, determined the direction, and led the way. Chapter 12:15. Worried about Dong Xian'er's safety, the woman had been using almost all of her strength along the way. At first, she was worried that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to keep up, so she deliberately slowed down a lot, but after seeing Yang Kai's relaxed appearance, she gradually increased her speed. But Yang Kai still followed closely behind her. Now, however, he was actually in front of her. This made her secretly surprised, thinking that it was no wonder this person was able to chase after the spirit fox in Lu Yan's desert. His current speed probably hadn't reached his limit, and he was simply waiting for her to arrive, which was why he was taking such a leisurely pace. After pondering for a moment, the woman suddenly called out, "Junior brother?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her suspiciously, not knowing why she called out to him. The other party's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than his, so calling him junior brother was understandable. If you can go a little faster, don't worry about me. Just go as fast as you can. I can keep up. A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, only now realizing that the other party hadn't used her full strength. It seemed that any cultivator who could enter the 3rd layer had some kind of hidden trump card. Not saying anything, after gently nodding, Yang Kai directly increased his speed to the limit, his body turning into a blur as he sped forward. Yang Kai didn't use his wind and thunder wings because he was certain that once he used them, even if this woman had some kind of trump card, he would be able to leave her far behind. A strong Saint Qi fluctuation came from behind him, and Yang Kai didn't know what method the woman used, but he could feel that her speed had increased significantly in an instant, closely following him. However, after her speed increased, her breathing stopped in an instant, as if she was holding her breath in her chest. 100 kilometers to the west of the Silver Star Ore, there was a huge lava lake. The lake water was completely made up of molten lava, and the extremely high temperature caused the scenery in the area to distort. The lava in the lake was dark red and thick, and there were huge bubbles constantly churning from within, bursting with popping sounds. Every bubble that burst contained some black mist-like energy, as well as a terrifying fire poison and corrosive power. The entire lava lake was filled with this doomsday-like scene, making anyone who saw it shudder. At the center of the lava lake, there was a turtle shell floating on the surface of the lava lake. This turtle shell had a radius of 30 feet, and its original earthy yellow color seemed to have turned incomparably red due to the roasting of the lava. It was emitting a scalding aura, and there were countless tiny spider-like cracks on the turtle shell. Through these cracks, the scorching aura of the lava lake penetrated deeper, wantonly attacking a group of young men and women who were struggling to stand on the turtle shell. This group of people were the core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er were among them. In addition to the 2 of them, there were 2 other men and 1 woman, a total of 5 people. The turtle shell wasn't too big, just enough for the 5 of them to stand on. At this moment, all 5 of them were on the verge of collapse, their faces extremely pale, and their Saint Qi fluctuations were almost non-existent. Wei Guchang's situation was the best among the 5, but he had long since lost his previous high spirits. His face was filled with bitterness and annoyance, and only when he looked at Dong Xian'er would a trace of tenderness and reluctance flash across his eyes. Every time he saw his beloved woman in the same boat as him, Wei Guchang's body would inexplicably surge with strength, making his situation better. If it weren't for this obsession in his heart, he wouldn't have been able to hold on long ago. Once he collapsed, the 5 people of Shadow Moon Hall would definitely be wiped out. Dong Xian'er was still gentle and quiet. Since she fell into this barrier, She hadn't said much, only occasionally cheering her fellow disciples on and encouraging them to hold on a little longer. But who would have thought that this white-robed woman who always smiled gently at others, as if she would be satisfied as long as she could be with Wei Guchang even if the sky fell down, was now a lamp that had run out of oil. Everything was just an act she put on. She had the same idea as Wei Guchang, that was, she couldn't let the other three see her weakness and discouragement. Once either of them was discouraged, the situation would only get worse. Except for Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, the situation of the other three was extremely bad. The two male disciples' faces were ashen, and their eyes were dim, as if they were covered by dark clouds, unable to see the slightest bit of light. They were constantly muttering to themselves, and under the threat of death, they had already lost their minds and were in a complete mess. The other tall woman in a red dress was also unable to bear the burden. The tears on her cheeks were clearly visible, and she seemed to have cried herself dry. She only knew how to mechanically pour the newly restored Saint Qi into the turtle shell, barely maintaining its defense. But whether it was Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, or the other three disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, they all knew that as long as no one came to rescue them in a day or two, they would definitely die. They had been trapped here for too long, and everyone's Saint Qi had been exhausted. In this damned place, they couldn't use their secret arts to restore themselves, and could only rely on Saint Crystals and pills. It was simply impossible to make ends meet. It was better when they had pills, but after all of them were exhausted a few days ago, no matter how much energy they absorbed from Saint Crystals, they still couldn't make up for their losses. The artifact armor on everyone's body was dim, and they no longer had any extra Saint Qi to maintain the operation of their artifact armor. If they were just trapped in the lava lake, it wouldn't be difficult for the 5 core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall to find a way to reach the shore. But what made them helpless was that no matter how they urged the turtle shell under their feet, it wouldn't budge. It was as if there was a magical force in the lava lake that firmly bound the 5 of them in place. To make matters worse, some kind of barrier had been set up in the lava lake, and from time to time, lava would gather and attack them from all directions. This caused the 5 of them to be constantly in danger. Fortunately, Wei Guchang was always able to erupt with a bit of his strength at the most critical moments, so the 5 of them didn't suffer any losses. However, Wei Guchang himself was riddled with scars. His body was covered in dark red burns, and the fire poison had gathered in these wounds to form a black aura. Wei Guchang didn't have any extra strength to expel this poison, and could only allow it to gradually erode his vitality and strength. Gradually, a trace of black aura climbed onto Wei Guchang's pale face, making him look like his situation was very bad. "Brother!" Seeing this scene, Dong Xianer's heart trembled and she almost cried, "I'm sorry." Wei Guchang grinned and said with full strength, "There's nothing to be sorry about between you and me. Don't treat me like an outsider in the future. But if I didn't want to come here to explore, we wouldn't have fallen into this barrier." Dong Xianer's beautiful eyes dimmed. It was precisely because she found this place a little strange that she wanted to explore it. Who would have thought that as soon as she stepped into this place, the ground would crack inch by inch. The originally innumerable cracks in the ground suddenly sank, and large amounts of hot lava emerged, trapping the 5 of them in the center. Unable to fly, the 5 of them could only rely on this piece of turtle shell that they had just found to barely keep their lives. But if they wanted to leave this place, it was impossible. It was unknown whether this piece of turtle shell was left behind by a 10th-order monster beast after its death, but it was abnormally strong. Even after being baked in the lava lake for more than a month, it still didn't shatter, and only had many small cracks. But now, this turtle shell didn't look too good, as if it would shatter at any time. "Don't say that. Where there's profit, there's danger. The 5 of us agreed to come here to explore. It has nothing to do with you," Wei Guchang said calmly. "If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have found that good thing. Once we leave this place, we'll divide that thing equally. I'm sure everyone's strength will increase by a lot. Can we still leave this place?" The tall woman in the red dress looked at Wei Guchang with her beautiful eyes, and a few drops of tears suddenly seeped out of her big eyes. She said sadly, Brother Gu and junior sister Lu died when we just entered the third layer. Could it be that their resentful spirits are taking revenge on us for not saving them at that time? Hearing this woman's words, the expressions of the other two male disciples changed greatly, as if they were recalling the situation more than a month ago. Their originally pale faces instantly lost all color. Wei Guchang looked at her coldly and said in a low voice, "Junior brother Gu and junior sister Lu were killed by the fire spirit beast. It's not that we didn't want to save them, we just couldn't do anything. When the heavens come, there's no way to avoid it. What happened to us has nothing to do with them, so don't think too much." The death of the two junior brother and junior sister had left a huge psychological shadow in the hearts of the others. This was because before entering Lu Yen Sandyland, all of them were full of confidence. They were all core disciples with good qualifications and strength, and all of them felt that Lu Yen Sandyland wasn't that great. They felt that with their own abilities they could definitely obtain enough benefits in Lu Yen Sandyland, and then soar to the sky and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat when they were moving around the first and second layer. It was incomparably easy, and they didn't encounter any danger. But when they entered the third layer, they lost two people. In the past, they lived together, cultivated together, and even talked and laughed with their fellow disciples who died tragically under their own eyes. No one would feel good in their heart. Although Wei Guchang was very disgusted by this kind of negative thinking, he could understand the feelings of his fellow disciples, so he didn't reprimand them. If he hadn't been wandering in the outside world all this time, and had been like these fellow disciples, cultivating behind closed doors in the sect all day long, his mental endurance wouldn't be so strong. Sure enough, only plants that had been exposed to wind and rain would grow strong and healthy. These so-called core elite disciples, when they were in the sect, their performance was remarkable. Every one of them was favored by the heavens, and were worshipped by countless junior brothers and junior sisters. Usually they were very fierce in sparring, but when they came out, all kinds of problems were immediately exposed. If there was a chance to go back, he should talk to his master and elder Qin. If the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall continued like this, they would definitely be destroyed in the hands of the next generation. Wei Guchang secretly made up his mind. Chapter 12:16. Brother, you sent a message to junior brother Yang. Did he reply? Dong Xianer suddenly looked at Wei Guchang and asked. No. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly. Could it be that junior brother Yang? Dong Xianer hesitated, a trace of worry appearing on her face. Do you think he'll fall here? Wei Guchang chuckled and then shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. With his means and ability, as long as he isn't as unlucky as us, encountering such a strange barrier, he definitely won't fall. Then why hasn't he replied yet? Dong Xianer's beautiful eyes dimmed, subconsciously thinking that Yang Kai should have encountered something, so he hadn't replied to them. Wei Guchang didn't know how to answer for a while, pondering for a moment before sighing. Maybe Brother Yang didn't check his communication artifact. Before coming in, I felt that he wanted to act alone. Although I gave him a communication artifact, if he didn't check it, how could he know that we were trapped here and couldn't leave? But now, he's the only person I can ask for help, and with his ability, he will definitely be able to enter the third layer. I hope our luck is good. Brother Wei, the lava barrier has erupted again. One of the two male disciples suddenly shouted nervously. The remaining 4 people paled and turned their heads to look, discovering that the lava lake, which had been calm just a moment ago, now seemed to be boiling. More bubbles were rising from below, and some of them were close by, bursting with fire poison and corrosive force that quickly spread towards the 5 people. Wei Guchang let out a cold snort and waved his hand. A crimson thunderfire flickered and blocked the fire poison and corrosive force outside of his body. But after moving, Wei Guchang's body shook slightly. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid of the fire poison and corrosive force, but now that he was an arrow at the end of its flight, using any means would put a huge burden on him. He's here. The male disciple cried out in a trembling voice. The dark red lava in the lava lake surged and turned into pillars of fire, rushing towards the center from all directions. This kind of situation had happened countless times in the past month. Every time, the 5 of them had to work together to block the explosion of the restriction. However, it seemed to be a little different this time. Why are there so many? When the tall woman saw the number of restrictions erupting, her beautiful face changed, and she was almost dumbfounded. This time, the number of attacks from the restrictions seemed to be much more than before. Previously, they were already having a hard time dealing with it. Wei Guchang was even more injured. Now that everyone was no longer at their peak, how could they withstand this wave of killing power? It's over. The tall female disciple and the other two male disciples all had ashen faces as they stared blankly at the oncoming lava pillar. They didn't even have the intention to resist. Instead, they looked like they were resigned to their fate. Don't panic, Wei Guchang shouted in a low voice as he and Dong Shen'er poured all of their remaining strength into the tortoise shell, activating its protection. On the scorched red tortoise shell, a blue light curtain suddenly lit up. This light curtain contained a very rich water attribute aura and enveloped the five of them. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the pillars of lava shot out and all of them crashed into the light barrier. The blue light barrier swayed and was on the verge of collapse after just the first wave of attacks. By the time the second wave of attacks arrived, the light curtain had completely collapsed. Wei Guchang's heart went cold, knowing that they were really doomed this time. If his three junior brother and junior sister hadn't resigned themselves to death, they might have been able to hold on for a few more breaths, but they hadn't done anything. With just him and Shen-er, the protection of the tortoise shell couldn't support them. Forget it. Being able to die under this strange barrier was not a disgrace to his wisdom. But Wei Guchang turned his head to look at Dong Shen'er and happened to meet her gaze. As their eyes met, the two of them smiled faintly, not needing to say anything. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk a couple of unusual sounds were emitted. It seemed that there was some kind of energy shooting over from a great distance away. Immediately, many shields that appeared to be agglomerated from black flames suddenly appeared around the tortoise shell. They appeared one after another in a densely packed manner, directly covering the space around the five of them. The lava pillars continued to attack, but they were all blocked by the shields. One shield after another was shattered, but even more shields were formed, completely protecting the space around the tortoise shell. Immediately after, numerous pitch-black sword rays shot over from the distance, sweeping away many of the lava pillars that were charging over. Having narrowly escaped death, the five people on the tortoise shell all revealed looks of pleasant surprise as they turned their heads to look at the source of the sword chi. Brother Yang. Wei Guchang couldn't help laughing when he saw that the person who had saved him at the critical moment was actually Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing on the shore of the lava lake, holding a jet-black demon's sword in his hand, like an ancient demon god who had descended, constantly slashing out black sword chi. Catch! Yang Kai took out his purple shield from his space ring while reducing the pressure on Wei Guchang and the others, throwing it over with all his strength. The shield was his artifact and only he could display its full power, but it was incomparably sturdy, refined from the hard shell of a ninth-order monster beast, so it had a certain degree of defensive ability. It was fine to give it to Wei Guchang for a while. The purple shield turned into a streak of purple light and smoothly fell into Wei Guchang's hands. After catching the shield, Wei Guchang immediately used it to block the most concentrated lava pillars. At the same time, he shouted at Yang Kai from afar, "Brother Yang, I can't thank you enough. After this calamity, I'll have a good talk with you. And there's also this. Take it." Yang Kai nodded and threw over a jade bottle. This time, Dong Shen'er reached out and caught it. She opened the bottle cap and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "It's a snow pill!" The three junior brother and junior sister of Shadow Moon Hall were overjoyed when they heard this and hurriedly said, "Senior sister Dong, quickly give me one." The five of them had already consumed all their pills, so the arrival of the snow pill could be said to be a timely help. Taking one would greatly reduce the pressure on them. Dong Shen'er nodded and poured out the snow pill one by one, giving one to each of them. Then, she stuffed one into Wei Guchang's mouth and finally took it herself. As soon as the ice and snow pills entered their stomachs, an icy cold aura suddenly gushed out from their bodies, dispersing the unbearable heat and fire poison. The three of them were all in high spirits, as if they had suddenly recovered some of their strength. They were no longer willing to wait for death, so they all used their own methods to block the lava pillars that had shattered the grand heavenly shield. On the shore of the lava lake, Yang Kai used the profound heavenly sword to help Wei Guchang and the others disperse the pressure. From time to time, he would use his Saint Qi to condense the grand heavenly shield for them from a distance. As for the ugly woman who came with him, she only took a deep breath when she reached the shore. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique she had used, but on the way here, she hadn't even breathed. But she had followed closely behind Yang Kai and only began to recover after arriving here. Seeing that the situation was critical, she silently threw out a handkerchief-like artifact that transformed into a pink cloud that constantly fluttered around Wei Guchang and the others. All the lava pillars that were enveloped by this pink cloud disappeared. Huh, a pink handkerchief? Dong Xian'er recognized this artifact at a glance and glanced towards the shore thoughtfully. After seeing the figure of the ugly woman, she was pleasantly surprised. Why is elder sister Dai Yuan with brother Yang? As far as she knew, Dai Yuan had always been a lone wolf because of her appearance. Even if she was from the same sect, she would not travel with them. Yang Kai also seemed to be a person who preferred to travel alone, so for these two to be together was really strange. Maybe we just happened to meet on the way here. Wei Guchang grinned meaningfully and said, but in any case, this calamity should be over. Later, we'll have brother Yang find a way to get us out. Good, elder sister Dai Yuan's snow silk should be fine. It shouldn't be afraid of the lava here. Dong Xian'er was also in high spirits, and when the remaining 3 Shadow Moon Hall disciples heard what they said, their faces lit up with smiles, no longer showing any signs of sadness or despair. The lethality of the eruption of the lava lake's barrier wasn't too great, but its ability to trap people was something Wei Guchang and the others couldn't do. With the help of Yang Kai and the woman named Dai Yuan, Wei Guchang's group of 5 managed to block the eruption of the barrier without suffering any injuries. After everything calmed down, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of escaping from death was not something they could experience often. Wei Guchang and the others sat on the tortoise shell and adjusted their breathing. After a while, he stood up and shouted to Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, don't rush into this lava lake. Even my origin-grade artifact can't withstand the heat of this lava and will be destroyed in an instant. How do we get you out?" Yang Kai had already investigated this lava lake while they were recovering. The lava here was extraordinary, and even with his strength, he didn't dare to enter it easily. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Wei Guchang spoke up. "Just ask little sister Dai Yuan to help." Wei Guchang smiled at the woman beside Yang Kai. "So her name is Dai Yuan." Yang Kai also didn't know this woman's name until this moment. Hearing this, Dai Yuan bit her lower lip lightly and said to Wei Guchang, "I don't know if the snow silk can withstand this lava. If it's destroyed, we'll have to think of another way." This way understands. "If the snow silk is destroyed, I will definitely compensate little sister Dai Yuan." Wei Guchang gently nodded. "Who cares about your compensation? I just want to save little sister Xian'er." Dai Yuan snorted, seemingly disliking Wei Guchang, causing the other party to smile awkwardly. Although she said so, she quickly took out the white silk thread Yang Kai had seen before. Yang Kai had seen her use this thing when she was fighting with the Heaven Battling Union disciple. At the time, he hadn't known what it was refined from, but now he understood. It was actually snow silk. Chapter 12:17. Snow silkworms were extremely rare and could only survive in extremely cold places. What's more, snow silkworms didn't produce silk as they would only mature after 200 to 300 years. Once every 10 years, they would produce a tiny bit of silk each time. If one wanted to refine such an artifact, it would take at least several hundred years of accumulation. This woman named Dai Yuan actually possessed an artifact refined from snow silkworm silk, which made Yang Kai look at her in a new light. Being able to be familiar with Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er and possessing such a precious artifact, it seemed her status wasn't low. Just as Yang Kai was guessing about her origins, Dai Yuan had already arrived at the edge of the lava lake, her brow furrowed as she stared at it. constantly probing it with her divine sense. After a long time, she took out her snow silkworm silk artifact with a dignified expression. With a flick of her finger, a thin, almost imperceptible snow-white silk thread shot out from her fingertip and flew a dozen meters or so. However, this distance was far from enough. The turtle shell where Wei Guchang and the others were standing was at least 300 meters away from the shore, so the snow silkworm silk was only able to fly halfway before it fell into the lava lake. As soon as it fell into the lava lake, the ice attribute contained in the silk violently conflicted with the heat of the lava, causing a cloud of white steam to rise up, making it almost impossible to see anything. Dai Yuan's expression became more and more dignified as she held onto the end of the snow silkworm silk with one hand and madly poured her Saint Chi into it to resist the heat of the lava, while simultaneously controlling her snow silkworm silk to extend towards Wei Guchang and the others. Everyone was nervously paying attention to her movements, the 5 people on the turtle shell especially worried. Although the snow silkworm silk was an ice attribute artifact, whether it could resist the heat of the lava was still unknown. After all, Wei Guchang and the others had more than 1 or 2 of their artifacts destroyed here. Almost every one of them had 1 or 2 artifacts destroyed by the lava, many of which were origin-grade artifacts. If even a treasure like the snow silk couldn't pass through the lava, then they could only wait for death. Amidst the boiling water, Dai Yuan bit her red lips and formed a series of seals with her hands, causing the cold chi inside the snow silk to suddenly rise sharply, suppressing the scorching heat of the lava. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp sound rang out. Visible to the naked eye, a small frozen path suddenly appeared on the surface of the lava lake. The path was only a finger wide, but it was spreading towards Wei Guchang and the others at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was overjoyed. They could clearly see that this frozen path was created by the ice energy of the snow silk, which had frozen the lava. The fine silk was hidden in the frozen path. In the blink of an eye, the frozen path had extended about 30 meters forward. However, at this moment, the speed at which it was extending suddenly decreased. Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to Dai Yuan's movements, also noticed that an abnormal flush had appeared on her face. Obviously, she was not able to hold on any longer. Sure enough, the speed at which the frozen path was extending forward became slower and slower, and when it was only a few dozen meters away from the turtle shell, it was unable to advance any further. On the contrary, the frozen path showed signs of rapidly melting. This scene made the faces of the 5 people who had been standing on the turtle shell waiting for rescue turn gloomy. Wei Guchang and Dong Shen'er were slightly better off and their expressions quickly returned to normal. But the other 3 Shadow Moon Hall disciples once again fell into despair. They had thought that they could be easily rescued, so they had great confidence in Dai Yuan, but now that they saw that Dai Yuan didn't seem to be able to do it, their hearts immediately sank. Separated by a distance of more than 300 meters, Dai Yuan and Dong Shen'er stared at each other. Dong Shen'er's eyes filled with worry. She wasn't worried about her own safety, but rather that Dai Yuan would do something that would greatly damage Yuan Qi. Sure enough, Dai Yuan grit her teeth, and a look of determination flashed across her face as she bit down on the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto her snow silk. The pure white snow silk immediately turned a deep red and an ice-cold aura burst forth from it, spreading all the way to the end of the path. The ice path that was originally showing signs of melting was once again frozen solid, and the snow silk that had stopped moving finally began to move forward, once again sealing the magma along its path. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he paid close attention to Dai Yuan's movements. After she spat out a mouthful of blood essence, Yang Kai also moved. He could see that even if Dai Yuan sacrificed her blood essence to control the snow silk, she wouldn't necessarily be able to deliver it to Wei Guchang and the others. Moreover, even if she delivered it, with the current state of Wei Guchang and the others, they wouldn't be able to hold on to the snow silk and save themselves. This snow silk was extremely sharp and cold, not something that Wei Guchang could resist in his current state. As such, he had to make a trip over. Taking advantage of the frozen path created by the snow silk, Yang Kai was confident that he could run over smoothly. The frozen path quickly spread towards the turtle shell, and Yang Kai's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning as he quickly ran over. Seeing this scene, Wei Guchang's eyes couldn't help showing a trace of emotion. With his shrewdness, how could he not understand what Yang Kai was trying to do? Without wasting any time, Wei Guchang quickly reminded, "Brother Yang, don't underestimate this snow silk artifact. Even if junior sister Dai Yuan doesn't target you, the cold and sharp nature of it won't be easy to resist." "I know," Yang Kai responded faintly as he ran to the end of the frozen path. At this moment, the frozen path was only about 5 meters away from the turtle shell, and although it was still extending forward, its speed had once again decreased. Yang Kai didn't wait for Dai Yuan to control this artifact, and instead condensed a layer of demonic flame around his hand before grabbing towards the end of the frozen path. With a kacha sound, Yang Kai dug a hole in the frozen path, and when Yang Kai withdrew his hand, he was holding a red snow silk. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even Dai Yuan was stunned by Yang Kai's crazy actions. Her beautiful eyes filled with amazement and disbelief. For an ordinary cultivator, let alone holding the snow silk, even approaching it would cause their body to stiffen from the cold. But Yang Kai was really holding it in his hand at this moment. Not only was he not frozen, even his hand wasn't cut off, only drops of golden blood dripping from the gaps between his fingers. However, Dai Yuan wasn't an ordinary person, so after being stunned for a moment, she immediately reacted and cooperated with Yang Kai to extend her snow silk. Just now, in the lava, it had been very difficult for her to extend her snow silk because of the heat of the lava, but now that the snow silk was in Yang Kai's hand, she could naturally use her divine technique with ease. The snow silk immediately extended endlessly. Yang Kai held one end of the snow silk in one hand while using his other hand to form a grand heavenly shield in the lava. Leaping out of the frozen path, Yang Kai stepped onto his grand heavenly shield and immediately took another step forward. As soon as his foot landed, a second grand heavenly shield appeared and supported him. But as soon as he stepped forward, the grand heavenly shield shattered. The situation was extremely tense, and the 5 Shadow Moon Hall disciples were all sweating nervously for Yang Kai, fearing that he would miss a step and fall into the lava lake. Only 5 meters away from the turtle shell, Yang Kai only needed to take a dozen or so steps to reach it. Wei Guchang and the others had already moved aside to allow Yang Kai to land. After reaching the turtle shell, Yang Kai just nodded lightly to Wei Guchang before using the snow silk in his hand to tie up the turtle shell. After confirming that it was secure enough, he turned to Wei Guchang and said, "I should be able to take 2 people back. Who wants to go back with me?" Wei Guchang didn't even think about it and simply pointed to the tall woman and the other young-looking male disciple and said, "Take them back." Dong Xianer also nodded, agreeing with Wei Guchang's opinion. Yang Kai nodded, grabbed one in each hand, then stood on the turtle shell and motioned to Dai Yuan, who was standing on the shore. Dai Yuan's face became solemn as she pushed her Saint Chi, causing the snow silkworm silk to immediately spring up and allow Yang Kai to step on it and return. Condensing the grand heavenly shield to act as a foothold was only a temporary measure. The temperature of the lava was too high, so even the grand heavenly shield could only be used for a moment. If one was not careful, they would fall into the lava lake. Yang Kai had taken a huge risk by rushing over just now, so now that he was returning, he would rather be cut by the snow silk than try again. The male disciple who was being held under Yang Kai's armpit turned pale, and his eyes bulged as he stared straight at the lava lake below, completely motionless. On the other hand, the tall female disciple, for some unknown reason, was hugging Yang Kai tightly, her tender body almost sticking to Yang Kai's body. Her full breasts were incredibly supple, and her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, as if she would rather die than face this terrifying lava. Men and women had completely different reactions when faced with danger. In an instant, Yang Kai returned to the shore and put down the 2 Shadow Moon Hall disciples. Both of them were gasping for breath, the female disciple patting her towering chest, a look of joy on her face as she rejoiced at having survived a disaster. After Yang Kai returned, Dai Yuan tried to drag the turtle shell but found that it was as if it had grown out of the lava lake and wouldn't budge. No matter how hard she pushed her Saint Chi, she couldn't drag it back. Helplessly, she could only turn to Yang Kai and stare at Yang Kai's bloody feet with a pleading look on her face. Now, among everyone present, she needed to control the snow silk and straighten it to form a simple passage. Wei Guchang and the others were like arrows at the end of their flight, so it was impossible for them to come ashore on their own. The only one who could save them was Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai had clearly suffered some injuries this time, so Dai Yuan didn't know if Yang Kai would cut off his feet if he tried again. This woman had obviously underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Although the sharpness of the snow silk had surprised Yang Kai because even his body had been injured by it, it was impossible for it to seriously injure him. Whether it was the wounds on his palms or feet, they had all been healed by now. The restorative ability of his golden blood had always been so powerful that even the cold energy contained in the snow silk had been dispelled by Yang Kai, not affecting him in the slightest. Chapter 12:18. What made Dai Yuan feel relieved though was that before she could even ask, Yang Kai had already taken the initiative to return, allowing her to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this person's friendship with Wei Guchang was quite good. Otherwise, why would he take such a risk to save them? After a brief struggle, Dai Yuan finally managed to bring the remaining 3 people ashore. Strangely enough, when there was no one left on the lava lake, the originally tumbling huge bubble, like the boiling lava lake, suddenly sank rapidly. In just a short span of a dozen breaths, the lava lake that had trapped Wei Guchang and the others for a month strangely disappeared from everyone's sight. All that was left was a tortoise shell with many cracks, which had been roasted red, and the dark red ground that could be seen everywhere. It was as if everything and all the tribulations that he had experienced before were just an illusion. This kind of barrier stunned even Yang Kai, thinking to himself that it was no wonder Wei Guchang and the others had been trapped there, unable to escape. If it had been him, he would definitely have been trapped there as well. However, Yang Kai was certain he wouldn't have been trapped there for so long. In terms of Saint Chi density, Wei Guchang and the others were inferior to him, so he could have taken the risk of using the Grand Heavenly Shield as a support point to break out of the lava lake. However, the Saint Chi in Wei Guchang and the others' bodies couldn't accomplish this. After the lava lake disappeared, the force that had been restraining the tortoise shell also disappeared, allowing Dai Yuan to easily drag it back from the distance. This tortoise shell aroused Yang Kai's great interest. He had personally experienced the lethality of lava, but this seemingly ordinary tortoise shell had actually been able to float above it for so long, so it was definitely not ordinary. While Wei Guchang and the others were restoring themselves, Yang Kai was studying this tortoise shell. The tortoise shell was full of crisscrossing ravines and was obviously quite old. Moreover, this tortoise was definitely a long-lived monster beast, having lived for at least several thousand years. The tortoise shell was full of traces left behind by the flowing time great emperor. This is the shell of a 10th-order monster beast, the black water tortoise. Just as Yang Kai was studying this thing, a pleasant voice suddenly reached his ear. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was Dai Yuan. You know? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Yes, I've seen it in some ancient books. Dai Yuan squatted down, stretched out her jade-white hand, and touched the patterns and grooves on the tortoise shell, a trace of sadness flashing across her face. I just don't know who killed it. This tortoise shell seems to have been refined by someone, otherwise Sister Xian'er and the others wouldn't have been able to display the water attribute power contained within it. I really didn't expect there to be a 10th grade monster beast in a place like this. Looks like I'll have to be more careful in the future. A 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. Forget about a 10th order, even a 9th order monster beast was a rare existence on Shadowed Star. If a 10th order monster beast were to appear in the outside world, it would definitely be an invincible existence that would bring a huge catastrophe to all of Shadowed Star. Maybe there isn't a 10th order monster beast here, or maybe it existed a long time ago and is gone now, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. How can you be so sure? Dai Yuan looked at him strangely. I'm just saying. Yang Kai chuckled but didn't explain. He had obtained the soul-cleansing divine water in Lu Yen's sand field, and knew that an Origin King Realm Master had died here before. Since an Origin King Realm Master had died here, it wasn't strange for a 10th order monster beast to die here as well. However, after experiencing so much, Yang Kai faintly felt that this Lu Yen sandfield was not simple and was definitely not an ordinary forbidden zone. There must be some kind of secret hidden inside it. This time, the threat to the third layer had been greatly reduced, allowing many elites to enter. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of accident had caused this. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't want to say more, Dai Yuan didn't continue to ask and simply smiled before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Dai Yuan, from Colored Glass Sect." Colored Glass Sect? Yang Kai was taken aback. Who is In Su Dai to you? Hearing Yang Kai mention In Su Dai, a trace of disgust flashed across Dai Yuan's brow, but she quickly recovered and said lightly, "She is my junior sister." For some unknown reason, her tone had become inexplicably cold, seemingly because Yang Kai's first reaction after hearing about Colored Glass Sect was In Su Dai. Yang Kai couldn't be blamed for this, as the only person he knew about Colored Glass Sect was In Su Dai. He hadn't been on Shadowed Star for long and wasn't a native cultivator, so how could he know anything about Colored Glass Sect? That woman is actually your junior sister? Yang Kai seemed to be re-examining Dai Yuan, looking her up and down with a strange expression. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of In Su Dai, but he also didn't have any ill feelings towards her. He just felt that this woman was a bit slick and charming, an existence on par with Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and Wei Guchang. Yang Kai didn't know how much real talent she possessed, but her beauty definitely added a lot to her fame. Now that Dai Yuan said that In Su Dai was actually her junior sister, Yang Kai was quite surprised. Dai Yuan was a good person and always kept a low profile, unlike In Su Dai, who was always the focus of attention wherever she went. On top of that, the two of them had very different appearances, so it was naturally strange that these two women were actually senior sister. The surprise only lasted for a moment before Yang Kai quickly realized that he had lost his composure and quickly smiled. "No wonder you're so strong. It turns out you're from Colored Glass Sect. You're also not bad." Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of his soul. This First Order Saint King young man's performance had always surprised her. What's wrong? Big brother Yang didn't know that little sister Dai Yuan was from Colored Glass Sect? Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer walked over together. Looking at their appearances, it seemed that they had recovered quite a bit. After all, Yang Kai had just given them some pills. These recovery pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, and their restorative effects were far superior to those sold on the market. "I didn't know. The two of us just happened to meet halfway and happened to receive a message from you, so we rushed over together." Yang Kai stood up and smiled at Wei Guchang. "On behalf of junior brother and junior sister, this way thanks the two of you for your great kindness." Wei Guchang walked over and immediately bowed to Dong Xianer respectfully. Yang Kai quickly helped them up, but before he could speak, Wei Guchang sternly said, "Big brother Yang, this time, if you and little sister Dai Yuan hadn't arrived in time, even if it had been just a quarter of an hour later, Xianer and I would have already gone to the Yellow Springs together. There's nothing else to say, but if there is anything this way can do for you in the future, feel free to ask. Even if there is a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, this way will not hesitate to help." It seemed that it wasn't until this moment that Wei Guchang really wanted to make friends with Yang Kai. Previously, he had gotten along well with Yang Kai largely because of Chen Tong's orders and also because he appreciated Yang Kai. But after this life-saving grace, Wei Guchang had lowered his posture. If it was only his life, it wouldn't be enough to make him lower his head. But Yang Kai had also saved Dong Xianer, a woman he regarded as more important than his own life. This was a great kindness. Glancing over at him, Yang Kai nodded gently. Wei Guchang then turned to Dai Yuan and said, "As for little sister Dai Yuan, I will arrange for Xianer to visit Colored Glass Sect some other day to express my gratitude. I hope little sister Dai Yuan won't drive us away." Dai Yuan snorted lightly and didn't pay him any attention, simply pulling Dong Xianer's hand and whispering something to her. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Glancing over at his junior brothers and junior sisters who were still recovering, he wasn't in a hurry and simply began chatting with Yang Kai. Through his narration, Yang Kai learned about the hardships they had experienced in Shadow Moon Hall. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be that their luck wasn't good enough. A total of more than 70 people had come to Shadow Moon Hall this time, of which nearly 50 remained in the first layer flame area, while the remaining 20 entered the second layer treasure area and split up into several teams to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Through communication artifacts, they were able to communicate with one another peacefully and had a bountiful harvest. When news of the weakening of the third layer spread, Wei Guchang immediately gathered some of the most elite members, gathering a total of 7 people, and rushed to the third layer. However, as soon as they entered the third layer flame area, they were surrounded by a group of fire spirit beasts. After a long battle, 2 of them fell. Wei Guchang brought up the rear, saving the lives of the others. Without waiting for them to recover from the grief of losing their companions, he stepped into the ancient restriction. They had been trapped for more than a month and were only rescued today. When Wei Guchang spoke of this, his face was full of annoyance. Of course, bad luck played a part in this, but it was also because they were not strong enough. Forget about this ancient barrier. Even if an origin-returning realm master came here, they wouldn't be able to see through it and would be trapped inside. However, the group of fire spirit beasts they encountered was really because they weren't strong enough, resulting in the loss of their companions. Compared to these encounters, Yang Kai found that his luck was simply off the charts. Huge fire crystal stones, brilliant fire crystal essence, map fragments, soul-cleansing divine water, 9-branch jade crystal tree, suspected dragon bones and dragon beads, saint crystal loads, various spirit grasses, spirit fruits and spirit medicines, and that strange and dignified space. Yang Kai's harvest along the way was simply unimaginable. If Wei Guchang knew about these things, what would he think? He would probably be so depressed that he would vomit blood. In short, since entering the third layer, Wei Guchang and the others had obtained nothing else except for a few fire crystal stones. They had wasted more than a month here. Fortunately, they didn't suffer any losses in the end. If 5 of them had died here, it would have been really bad news. If Shadow Moon Hall lost so many elites at once, there would be a huge gap in the number of people below. It wouldn't be obvious in a short time, but once the Saint Kings of other forces grew, the decline of Shadow Moon Hall would be exposed. No one could bear such a result. Chapter 12:19. Brother Yang, are you interested in this tortoise shell? Wei Guchang complained for a while before suddenly asking a random question. If you're interested, feel free to take it. Although this thing is unusual, it's cracked a lot, so I don't know if it has any use. He knew that Yang Kai had a powerful artifact refiner behind him, and this kind of 10th order monster beast material was the favorite of those skilled artifact refiners. Even if he brought this tortoise shell back, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable person to refine it into an artifact. Grandmaster Gulin was already very old and hadn't refined an artifact for many years. Elder Qian had also been trying to extend Grandmaster Gulin's lifespan over the years, but the results had been minimal. Grandmaster Gulin's condition was getting worse and worse, causing Elder Qian's heart to ache. What's more, with Grandmaster Gulin's level of artifact refiner, he might not be able to refine this tortoise shell, so it was better to give it to Yang Kai now. Perhaps this kind of useless material would be able to play its greatest role in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse, simply nodding and putting away the 10th order monster beast's tortoise shell in front of Wei Guchang. While the 2 of them were talking, Dong Shener and Dai Yuan were also whispering to each other in the distance. However, at this moment, Dai Yuan was holding a jade bottle in her hand as well as a pill in her palm. This pill was round and light blue in color, exuding a delicate fragrance that made one feel relaxed and refreshed upon smelling it. When Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes stared at this pill, a trace of imperceptible excitement and expectation flashed across them, followed by a look of admiration. Dong Shener didn't say anything to disturb her. She knew why her close friend was showing such an expression, so she simply stood quietly to the side. This pill wasn't a rare treasure, just an ordinary recovery pill used to restore one's strength, but its grade wasn't low, Saint King grade high rank. It was one of the pills Yang Kai had just given to Dong Shener. Dong Shener hadn't finished using it yet, but Dai Yuan took it and carefully inspected it. After a long time, Dai Yuan placed the pill back into the jade bottle and handed it back to Dong Xianer before taking a deep breath. "How is it?" Dong Xianer asked. "What an amazing alchemy technique. I can't do it. This pill's medicinal properties have already been refined to the pinnacle. If my luck is a bit better, I'll be able to form pill veins. On the surface of the pill, there are faint traces of pill veins. Unfortunately, I don't know why it failed at the last moment." Dai Yuan showed a look of regret and shock. "It's not just this one. All the others are like this. This alchemist's skill in alchemy has already reached the limit." "So powerful?" Dong Xianer was taken aback, her apricot mouth opening slightly. "Being able to cause so many St. King grade pills to almost form pill veins, doesn't that mean the one who refined this pill was an origin grade alchemist? And it should be an origin grade alchemist." When Dai Yuan said this, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yang Kai, a look of expectation flashing across her beautiful eyes. Seeing this look, Dong Xianer didn't know what she was thinking and quickly said, "Elder sister Dai Yuan, don't worry. This matter will eventually be resolved." Dai Yuan reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear before saying lightly, "I know. I'm not in a hurry. It's been so many years already. By the way, little sister Xianer, what is the origin of that Yang Kai?" She seemed to suddenly become interested in Yang Kai and began inquiring about Yang Kai. Dong Xianer didn't hide anything and immediately told Dai Yuan everything she knew. When she heard that Yang Kai had come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up and her tender body couldn't help trembling, the look of expectation in her eyes becoming more and more obvious. Since others could come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, why couldn't she leave Shadowed Star and go to the outside world? Like Wu Yi, Dai Yuan also wanted to leave Shadowed Star, but their starting points were different. Wu Yi wanted to experience the wonders of the outside world, while Dai Yuan had other reasons. Although she really wanted to ask Yang Kai which alchemy grandmaster had refined that bottle of vitality restoration pills, Dai Yuan still restrained herself. She wasn't familiar with Yang Kai and had only met by chance, so if she rashly asked him these questions now, if it involved someone else, it would only annoy him. How could she do such a stupid thing? However, she was already considering whether she should improve her relationship with Yang Kai and wait until the time was right before asking him. Time passed by little by little. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had not seen each other for a long time, so naturally, they had a lot to say to one another. Yang Kai and Wei Guchang were also chatting happily, constantly chatting about various things. From Wei Guchang, Yang Kai learned many interesting stories and secrets about Shadowed Star. Yang Kai had no intention of staying behind to act with them, but now that they had just escaped danger, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to leave them alone, so he decided to wait for everyone to recover. When the time came, he would say goodbye and continue deeper into the third layer to find a suitable place to refine the profound in sunflower water. A day later, the remaining 3 people in Shadow Moon Hall finally recovered and came to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan to sincerely thank them. This time, the 3 of them didn't dare to underestimate Kai Yang anymore. When Lu Yen opened the sand field, these 3 people had been waiting in line behind Wei Guchang. At that time, Wei Guchang proposed that Yang Kai act with them, but the 3 of them were very reluctant, secretly feeling that bringing Yang Kai along would definitely be a burden and would only drag them down. If they found any benefits, they would have to share some with him. Never had they thought that this young man, who they considered a burden, would actually save their lives in the third layer flame area. Recalling the thoughts that flashed through their minds at that time, the 3 of them couldn't help feeling ashamed and wished they could find a hole to crawl into. The 3 of you returned to the second floor the way you came from. Fortunately, we haven't gone too far. If you return the way you came from, with your strength and means, you should be able to protect yourselves. Don't take any risks in the third floor. This is not a place you should be able to enter. Wei Guchang waited for the 3 of them to finish thanking him before directly speaking. The 3 of them froze for a moment before immediately understanding why Wei Guchang had made such a decision. Back at the lava lake, the performance of the 3 of them was really inconsistent with their status as elite disciples. So now that Wei Guchang had ordered them to return to the second layer, they didn't dare disobey and all of them nodded in shame, warning Big Brother Wei and Senior Sister Dong to be careful. Wei Guchang gently nodded. Although he was a little disappointed with the performance of his junior brother and junior sister, in the end, they were still fellow disciples and he still remembered their friendship. Before they left, he gave them all the pills he and Dong Xian'er hadn't used. The three of them said their goodbyes with tears in their eyes, but before they could set off, the sky above Lu Yen sand fields suddenly became much brighter. This kind of abnormality was naturally noticed by everyone. Everyone looked around suspiciously, but they didn't find anything wrong. Just as they were puzzled, the tall female disciple pointed in a certain direction in astonishment. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The sun! Looking in the direction she was pointing, everyone was stunned when they saw the strange phenomenon. At the edge of the sky, a red sun was rising. The bright red light almost dyed the entire sky into a gorgeous color. It was because of the rise of this red sun that everyone felt that their field of vision was much brighter. But no one thought this was really the sun. It had been a few months since they entered the Lu Yen sand field, but in this strange space, there was no sun, no moon, no stars, not even the sky. Looking up, all they could see was a red space, the dark red cracks on the ground, giving off a feeling that it was the end of the world. How could there be a sun in such a forbidden zone? Yang Kai's first reaction was that someone was fighting, and that someone was using some kind of powerful artifact. However, after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that this was impossible. The red sun was clearly far away, at least a few hundred kilometers away from here, yet even at such a distance, the red sun was still able to affect his vision. Only an Origin King-grade artifact could achieve such an effect. Which great force would allow their disciples to bring an Origin King-grade artifact into the Lu Yen sandfield? There were so many dangers here that no one could guarantee their own survival. Even Wei Guchang had almost died here, unless the elders of that great sect were stupid enough to allow their disciples to bring an Origin King-grade artifact into this place. Each of these artifacts was a hallowed treasure of their respective sect and could not be used easily. What's more, even if this was the case, with the strength of a Saint King Realm cultivator here, they would not be able to use an Origin King-grade artifact. Forcibly using it would only cause a backlash. What is this thing? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. Even though he had seen all kinds of incredible things in the Lu Yen sand field, he still could not understand the scene in front of him. However, faintly, he felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, he could not figure it out, causing him to frown secretly. How can there be a sun here? Could it be that the barrier around the Lu Yen sand field has been broken? A male disciple of Shadow Moon Hall exclaimed in surprise. What he said made sense. The barrier around the Lu Yen sand field had been broken, so naturally, one could see the scene outside. If the sun happened to rise from the east at this time, one could indeed see such a scene. Wei Guchang shook his head. It's not the sun. His thoughts were the same as Yang Kai's. Then what is it? Brother, have you ever seen such a scene? Dong Xian'er leaned her tender body slightly towards Wei Guchang, a faint uneasiness and tension spreading from the depths of her heart. I've never seen it before. After Wei Guchang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai, wanting to hear his opinion. But how could he have known that Yang Kai had a thoughtful expression on his face at this moment, apparently having no time to pay attention to him? With no other choice, Yang Kai turned his gaze to Dai Yuan. Although he did not think that Dai Yuan was more knowledgeable than him, perhaps she knew something. To Wei Guchang's surprise, Dai Yuan showed the same expression as Yang Kai. What are these two doing? Wei Guchang muttered to himself. Chapter 12:20. The rising of the red sun shocked all the cultivator in the third layer of the Lu Yen sandfield. On a hill, 5 or 6 Saint King Realm cultivator wearing golden robes stood behind Chu Chong Foam, their eyes filled with shock as they stared towards the place where the red sun was rising. After recovering from their shock, these Saint King Realm cultivators began whispering to each other about what this red sun was. Chu Chongfeng's face, on the other hand, was extremely gloomy. On this trip to the Lu Yen sand field, he had indeed seen a lot of good things, but it seemed that he hadn't obtained any substantial benefits, especially the soul-cleansing divine water, which had become a thorn in his heart. Now that such a phenomenon had appeared, it immediately attracted his attention. After a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go take a look!" Immediately leading his fellow disciples, he quickly rushed towards the direction where the red sun was rising. On another plane, there were also 4 cultivators with pure and vigorous Saint Qi. All of these cultivators had arcs of lightning visible to the naked eye flashing around their bodies, and the artifacts they used were also capable of releasing bolts of lightning, giving them an extraordinary display of power. When the red sun rose, these cultivators had just finished encircling a group of fire spirit beasts that had come to harass them. One of them collected the scattered fire crystal stones on the ground and slowly gathered with his companions around a young man with a steady appearance and simple clothes. "Brother Fong, what is that?" someone asked. The young man in simple clothes slowly shook his head and said lightly, "Let's go take a look. Such a phenomenon appearing in the Luoyan sandfield is very likely the birth of some kind of treasure." Saying so, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked straight in the direction of the rising red sun. His pace seemed to be neither fast nor slow, but lightning flashed under his feet as his figure floated forward like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of several hundred feet. On a towering rock, a man with an indifferent expression was meditating and adjusting his breathing. At this moment, he also looked towards the red sun and after a moment of contemplation, immediately got up. In the depths of the 3rd layer of the flame area, a man who looked to be in his 30s was struggling to resist the heat waves and fire poison. It seemed that he wanted to go deeper, but when the red sun rose, he turned around and glanced at it. Immediately, his face was filled with shock and ecstasy. He muttered, "It's actually this kind of thing that matured. Ha ha ha." After saying that, he immediately turned around and impatiently rushed in the direction of the red sun, as if he was afraid that the benefits would be taken away if he was late. Many similar situations were occurring everywhere in the 3rd layer. The elite disciples of the major forces who had broken into the 3rd layer were all rushing towards red sun at this moment. Everyone was guessing what had caused such a phenomenon and whether it was the birth of some kind of precious treasure. But before they could reach the red sun, a fiery red gust of wind suddenly swept towards them. This gust of wind contained an extremely hot aura, causing all the cultivators' expressions to change drastically as they hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to defend themselves. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly fierce gust of wind did not cause any damage to anyone. Instead, a strange fragrance wafted throughout the entire 3rd layer of the Luoyan sandfield. This was a kind of fruity fragrance that made one's spirit soar 100 times over. It even contained some very strange power that was difficult to describe, making one want to immerse themselves in it and comprehend it. But no one stopped to try and comprehend it. Just smelling this fragrance had such an effect, so if they could snatch this unknown treasure, what kind of shocking wealth would they obtain? When this fruity fragrance filled the air, everyone's expression became even more excited and their speed increased. Beside the dried-up lava lake, Yang Kai and the others were also hit by the fiery red gust of wind. After smelling the magical fruity fragrance lingering at the tip of their noses, Yang Kai trembled and shouted, "The spirit fruit has matured." Only now did he finally determine that the rising sun was not caused by some kind of artifact, nor was it the birth of some kind of precious treasure, but rather the maturing of some kind of spirit fruit. The pervasive fruity fragrance in the air was the best evidence. Immediately, the name of a nearly extinct spirit fruit popped up in his mind, causing him to shout almost at the same time as Yang Kai. On the other side, Dai Yuan also exclaimed, "Red candle fruit?" Yang Kai glanced at Dai Yuan in surprise, not having expected that a disciple from Colored Glass sect would actually know about a heaven-defying treasure like the red candle fruit. As far as he knew, this kind of spirit fruit had almost disappeared, not even appearing in the outside world. It was the same as the soul-warming lotus and the 9-branched jade crystal tree, all of which had only been passed down through legend and no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. But this Dai Yuan had actually pointed it out, surprising Yang Kai. "Red candle fruit?" Dong Xianer had the best relationship with Dai Yuan, so she asked bluntly, "What's that?" "An Origin King grade high-rank spirit fruit." Dai Yuan grit her teeth and spat out. Except for Yang Kai, who had guessed the truth, everyone else was shocked. It wasn't that there were no Origin King grade spirit grasses or spirit medicines on Shadowed Star, but they were extremely rare. Only one or two would occasionally appear every few decades, and even if they did appear, 90% of them would be Origin King grade low rank. Even mid-rank ones were extremely rare. But now, in the third layer of the Luyen Sandfield, an Origin King grade high-rank spirit fruit had actually appeared. What's its use? Although Dong Xianer forced herself to remain calm, her voice still trembled slightly. The words Origin King grade high rank hit her heart like a heavy sledgehammer. It has many uses. While it is maturing, any cultivator can use its fruity fragrance to comprehend some mysterious principles and enhance their own cultivation. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, it is said that swallowing this fruit will give a cultivator a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. What? This time, even Wei Guchang could not remain calm. There had never been an Origin King realm master on Shadowed Star, so if some great force obtained the spirit fruit called the Red Candle Fruit at this time and allowed an Origin King to appear in their sect, wouldn't they be able to unify the entire Starry Stars? As a core disciple, how could Wei Guchang not understand the implications of this? If it were something else, he wouldn't have cared, but his Shadow Moon Hall had suffered heavy losses this time, so Wei Guchang didn't want to get involved in any more muddy waters. Originally, he planned to have his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters return to the second layer while he and Dong Xianer wandered around the third layer to see if they could find any opportunities. But if the Red Candle Fruit really had such a magical effect, even if he had to risk his life, he had to snatch it, and he had to get his hands on it. Once this thing fell into the hands of others, especially their enemies, it would be a disaster for Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang could not sit back and watch this happen. "Brother!" Dong Xianer bit her red lips as she looked at Wei Guchang with worry in her beautiful eyes. The latter's expression was gloomy, but he soon made a decision and turned to his junior brothers and junior sisters. "You should return to the second layer. Don't interfere with the Red Candle Fruit. This time it will definitely be very chaotic." "What about you, Brother Wei?" the tall woman asked. "I'll go with Xianer." After Wei Guchang finished speaking, he glanced over at Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan chuckled lightly. "This kind of rare event, I naturally have to go and take a look. What's more, it's still some time away from ripening, so I can use its fruit fragrance to fuse with my own cultivation." Wei Guchang seemed to have known she would say this and nodded before turning his eyes to Yang Kai and asking, "What does Brother Yang think?" "I'll also go and take a look," Yang Kai said faintly. "Good. Then let's go." Wei Guchang no longer hesitated. After a day of recovery, he had mostly recovered, so if he rushed over, he would definitely be able to restore himself to his peak. Even if he had to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. The 4 of them quickly flew towards the Red Candle Fruit. On the way, Yang Kai glanced over at Dai Yuan thoughtfully and said with a smile, "Sister Dai Yuan seems to be quite proficient in medicinal principles. If she hadn't been immersed in silver herb all year round, it would have been impossible for her to recognize the Red Candle Fruit so quickly." Looking at Dai Yuan's appearance, it was obvious she had read a lot and was very knowledgeable about all kinds of rare and precious spirit grasses and spirit fruits. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Wei Guchang laughed. "Brother Yang, I'm afraid you don't know, but Sister Dai Yuan not only possesses amazing strength but is also a Saint King grade alchemist." "Oh?" This time, Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Dai Yuan to actually be a fellow alchemist like him, but he was an Origin grade alchemist while she was just a Saint King grade alchemist. The gap between them was quite big. Dai Yuan said softly, "I'm just a Saint King grade low-rank alchemist. Nothing special. My aptitude in the alchemic Tao isn't very good, but Junior Brother Yang, there must be many Origin grade and Origin King grade alchemists out there, right?" Yang Kai chuckled, knowing that she should have asked Dong Xianer about his details, but he didn't mind, just slowly shaking his head and saying, "There are indeed many Origin grade alchemists out there, but Origin King grade alchemists are rare. I've never seen one. So Origin King grade alchemists are rare existences in the outside world, Dai Yuan showed a surprised expression. Naturally, there aren't many Origin King grade masters out there either. Dai Yuan heard this and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to ask something, but hesitated. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to ask, causing Yang Kai to frown. However, since the other party didn't ask, he didn't need to take the initiative to inquire. If he ended up causing some unnecessary trouble, the gains would not make up for the losses. A few hundred kilometers was a distance the group of 4 could cover in a moment, but in the Luyen Desert such a distance would take a lot of time. However, the further they went, the stronger the fruity fragrance that permeated the air became. On top of that, the rising red sun was gradually rising higher, reaching a height of several hundred meters. We need to pick up our pace. When the red candle fruit ripens, the 3 suns rising sun phenomenon will appear. Only after the 3 suns rising sun phenomenon will it truly ripen. So before that happens, every bit of time is precious. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we can comprehend the benefits. Dai Yuan urged softly. Chapter 12:21. Hearing what Dai Yuan said, the other 3 couldn't help speeding up their pace. Wei Guchang and Dong Shen'er asked about the 3 Suns' grand opening wonder, while Yang Kai also pretended to be very interested and listened attentively. After Dai Yuan's explanation, Wei Guchang and Dong Shen'er finally understood what the 3 Suns' grand opening wonder was, but Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that although Dai Yuan recognized the red candle fruit and knew about the 3 Suns' grand opening wonder, she didn't seem to understand everything. Yang Kai didn't know if the others were the same, but Yang Kai was sure that it wasn't just him and Dai Yuan who recognized the red candle fruit. The most elite cultivators on Shadowed Star were all gathered in the 3rd layer, so there would definitely be others who recognized it. After a full 4 hours, the group of 4 rushed to a valley. This valley wasn't large, and it occupied an area of around 300 meters. Below the valley, there was a dark red ground that could be seen everywhere. There were countless cracks and ravines, but surprisingly, there were some withered trees growing in this valley. The trees were also red in color, and they looked as if they didn't have any vitality. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these trees were clearly not dead, and there was a strange energy that allowed them to survive in this cruel environment. On all sides of the mountain valley, there were at least 20 large and small hills. By the time Kai Yang's group of 4 arrived, about half of these hills had already been occupied. These people were all from their respective sects, occupying these small hills as footholds. Most of the cultivators' eyes lingered on the withered trees in the mountain valley, a look of longing and desire flashing across their eyes, but strangely, no one ventured deep into the mountain valley, making it impossible to tell what everyone was avoiding. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, countless eyes swept over them, many of them showing vigilance and disgust. After all, this heaven-defying spirit fruit was about to ripen, so the fewer people there, the better. However, everyone knew that this was unrealistic. Before the red candle fruit ripened, the rising red sun had already caused the entire 3rd layer to boil, so it was likely that everyone was rushing over. So even if they were vigilant and disgusted, there was nothing they could do, only glancing over at Yang Kai and the others before withdrawing their gazes. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and couldn't help feeling shocked. The scene this time was truly magnificent. There was no need to mention the number of people who had come, all of them elites from great sects. Yang Kai saw people from Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Colored Glass Sect, as well as other young talents he didn't recognize. Altogether, there were at least 70 or 80 people here. Yang Kai's group of 4 had arrived relatively late, so there were definitely more people on the way. Presumably, this place would become even more chaotic. Yang Kai also saw the indifferent cultivator who had previously occupied the center of the soul-cleansing divine water. This guy occupied a small hill all to himself, his hands behind his back, his expression as indifferent as ever, his figure as straight as a sword as he stood there proudly, but no one dared to come up and find trouble with him. Everyone who came here could more or less guess the identity of this guy, so no one dared to provoke him, so even if they didn't like his behavior, no one dared to say anything. On the side of Colored Glass Sect, Yin Sudai's expression became a little strange after seeing Dong Shen'er. as if she hadn't expected that her senior sister would be traveling with someone else. But after recognizing her, a look of relief appeared on her face and she didn't ask anything, nor did she show any intention of greeting Dong Xianer. Wei Guchang swept his eyes around before pointing to a small hill that no one was paying attention to and saying, "Let's go there." After a while, the four of them arrived at the top of this hill and, like everyone else, turned their eyes to the mountain valley below and observed. "Where's the red candle fruit?" Wei Guchang swept his eyes around but didn't find any trace of a spirit fruit. All he could see was countless dead trees, causing him to be stunned. "The red candle fruit can't be seen before it matures." Dai Xianer slowly shook her head. Dai Yuan slowly shook her head. "But it is definitely somewhere in this mountain valley. Once it matures, it will naturally surface." "So that's how it is." Wei Guchang gently nodded. "Oh, Brother Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect is coming over. I wonder what he wants to do." Dong Xianer let out a light cry of surprise and turned her gaze to a spot not too far away. Over there, a middle-aged, scholarly-looking cultivator wearing blue robes and a jade belt was galloping towards them. Before this person had even arrived, he had already waved his hand towards them with a smile. Medicine Pill Sect, Yang Kai had heard of it before. In any place, there were sects or forces that specialized in alchemy. The central capital had Medicine King's Valley, Tongshen Realm had the Alchemist Guild, and on Shadowed Star, Medicine Pill Sect was the most famous. Such an existence was not one that ordinary people would easily offend, because there was no telling when they would have to beg for their help. In Medicine Pill Sect, there were as many as 5 origin-grade low-rank alchemists, a number that far surpassed all of Shadowed Star. Each of these 5 was a famous grandmaster on Shadowed Star and was respected by all. No matter where they went, they would be treated as honored guests. Since this guy named Li Yunan could penetrate deep into the 3rd layer of Luyen Sandfield, he must also be an elite of Medicine Pill Sect. It seemed that he also knew Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, and the others, but Yang Kai didn't know what their relationship was. After a while, the middle-aged scholar named Li Yunan arrived at the mountain where the 4 of them were standing and cupped his fists to Wei Guchang with a smile. "Brother Wei, you really came." Wei Guchang returned the courtesy and laughed. "Of course I'm here to join in on the fun." To the side, Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan also greeted Li Yunan. Li Yunan responded with a smile, appearing very gentle and refined. He then asked about Yang Kai's origins and name, but Wei Guchang simply brushed it off. Although Li Yunan was a little curious as to why a first-order Saint King like Yang Kai would come here, since he was brought here by Wei Guchang, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. "Brother Li, why have you come looking for this way?" Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and asked straightforwardly. Li Yunan smiled lightly and pretended to be mysterious. "Brother Wei, since you came here because you saw a vision, do you know what is about to appear here?" "I heard it's the red candle fruit," Wei Guchang replied. Li Yunan raised his brow, seemingly a little surprised, but after looking at Dai Yuan, he suddenly realized something and patted his forehead. This Li asked a stupid question. "Since Sister Dai Yuan is here, then Brother Wei must know something about it. I'm afraid there is no exotic grass or exotic fruit in this world that Sister Dai Yuan doesn't know about." "Brother Li is too kind. Dai Yuan has only studied it a little." Dai Yuan responded lightly. "Haha, Sister Dai Yuan doesn't need to be modest. There aren't many people who can recognize the red candle fruit. Brother Chu of Heaven Battling Union, Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Sister Een of Colored Glass Sect didn't recognize it. It was this Li who told them. Otherwise, why do you think they've been biding their time? With their tempers, I'm afraid they would have already scoured the entire mountain valley." Wei Guchang suddenly understood why everyone was standing on the surrounding hills and not making a move. It turned out that Li Yunan had notified every force that had arrived. Obviously, he wasn't doing this out of good intentions. With such a precious treasure in front of him, who wouldn't want to take it for themselves? Li Yunan was no exception. Him notifying others was obviously because he didn't want them to act rashly and interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit. If the red candle fruit was disturbed by someone who didn't know about it and caused it to disappear, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, even though he was somewhat unwilling, Li Yunan still worked hard to travel to each mountain. informing the cultivators who came here of the situation. Brother Li really cares about the world. This Wei admires him greatly. Wei Guchang put on a sincere look and cupped his fists again and again. This hat was a bit too big, so Li Yunan didn't dare, quickly changing the subject and revealing his true intentions. I wonder if Brother Wei is interested in joining forces with my medicine pill sect? Join forces? Wei Guchang's eyes narrowed even more as he grinned meaningfully. Brother Li, although this Wei is not very proficient in alchemy, this Wei knows that there should only be one red candle fruit, so how should we join forces? If we really obtain the red candle fruit, how should it be distributed? Brother Wei, please listen to this one first. Li Yunan seemed to have known he would say this and wasn't in a hurry, his expression calm and collected. Please speak, Brother Li. This one is listening. Although Wei Guchang knew what the other party was up to, he couldn't refuse. After all, there was no benefit in offending medicine pill sect. What I mean is to first obtain the red candle fruit. Although there is only one of the spirit fruit, if it is used in alchemy, it should produce more than one pill. Li Yunan said as he observed Wei Guchang's reaction. Li Yunan observed Wei Guchang's expression as he spoke, but seeing no reaction from him, he continued, as far as I know, your Shadow Moon Hall only has one origin grade low-rank alchemist. Right? On top of that, that alchemist has only been promoted for a few years, so his success rate in refining origin grade pills is not high. If Brother Wei obtains the red candle fruit, he can only bring it back to the sect and give it to his elders, which will greatly reduce its medicinal properties. After a pause, a proud look appeared on Li Yunan's face. This situation is not only limited to your Shadow Moon Hall, but also to all the other great sects. However, my medicine pill sect is different. My medicine pill sect has a total of 5 origin grade low-rank alchemists. Although the grade of this red candle fruit is very high, if my medicine pill sect's elders work together, they may be able to refine more than a dozen pills. Hearing this, Wei Guchang finally understood what the other party was trying to say and squinted towards Li Yunan. What Brother Li means is that your medicine pill sect will take the red candle fruit, refine it into pills, and give my Shadow Moon Hall a share? And this Li thinks so. Li Yunan nodded repeatedly. I have not only said this to Brother Wei, but also to Brother Chu of Heaven Battling Union, Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Sister Een of Colored Glass Sect, Brother Chu of Twin Heart Valley, and Brother Tang of Floating Mist Palace. What do they think? Wei Guchang raised his straight eyebrows. Haha, although none of them have expressed their views yet, this Li believes he should be able to convince them. Li Yunan put on a confident look. Chapter 12:22. Everyone knew that Li Yunan was spouting nonsense. If he really had the confidence to convince all the great forces to give up on the red candle fruit and hand it over to medicine pill sect, it would have been strange indeed. Only when it was in one's own hands did it truly belong to them. Li Yunan's words were completely insincere and could not be trusted. What's more, how could such an important matter be decided by these juniors? If Li Yunan took the red candle fruit back, and the elders of medicine pill sect refused to recognize the decision of these juniors, what could the other sects do? Even if they joined forces to destroy medicine pill sect, the red candle fruit would still be lost. Wei Guchang knew better than anyone else that once he agreed, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Chu Chongfeng, Fang Tianzhong, Yin Su Dai, Chu Minghai of Twin Heart Valley, and Tang Yongyi of Floating Mist Palace would not rashly agree to such an unreasonable proposal. However, Wei Guchang was not stupid enough to offend medicine pill sect directly, so he pretended to think seriously for a while before nodding lightly. If Brother Chu and Brother Fong agree, then my Shadow Moon Hall's share is fine, but Brother Li have you talked to that guy yet? Saying so, he quietly gestured towards a nearby mountain. Li Yunan's face twitched slightly. Of course he knew who the guy Wei Guchang was talking about was, but he still forced a smile and said, This Li wants to communicate with all of you first before discussing with him in detail. Wei Guchang curled his lips and shook his head, sighing as he said, This matter is not easy to handle. If there were only a few of us, then there would be no harm in joining forces, but now that such a variable has appeared, This way feels that Brother Li should first finalize what that guy's intentions are before coming to discuss it with us. Li Yunan was startled, but his expression remained calm as he cupped his fists and said, "What Brother Wei says makes sense. Then this Li will go back and think about it." Saying so, he flew down the mountain and returned to his own side. After he left, Wei Guchang snorted coldly. "Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Dai Yuan chuckled to the side and said, "It's not like Brother Wei doesn't know what kind of people medicine pill sect are, so why bother arguing with them? Not agreeing this time was the right thing to do. If he had, it would have been more troublesome." "Of course, I know that." Wei Guchang's expression was solemn. "Let's not talk about this for now. Now that such a spirit fruit has ripened, I don't know if it's an opportunity or a calamity." He looked at the elites on the various hills, wondering how many of them would die from fighting when the red candle fruit matured. "Let's not talk about that for now. I feel like cultivating here is very beneficial. In any case, there's still some time before the Three Sons' grand opening wonder that elder sister Dai Yuan mentioned, so we might as well cultivate here," Dong Shen'er suggested. The other three nodded and immediately found a place to sit down cross-legged on one of the hills, carefully savoring the various mysteries contained in the fragrance of the fruit. Yang Kai soon became aware of the heaven-defying nature of this red candle fruit. Indeed, just as recorded in the ancient records, in the days before it matured, it would constantly exude a fruity fragrance. When this fragrance entered one's nose, it would blend into one's flesh and bones, promoting one's mastery of their own strength and the integration of their cultivation. Only a single red sun had appeared, yet it had such a miraculous effect, so if all three suns gathered together, the effect would definitely be multiplied several times. Because he was with Wei Guchang and the others, Yang Kai wasn't worried about being ambushed here, so he only spared a small part of his consciousness to monitor his surroundings before quickly immersing himself in this wonderful feeling. Yang Kai was an alchemist, so when performing alchemy, he needed to have an extremely high level of control over his Saint Qi, so in this regard he was better than most cultivators. Stimulated by the fragrance of the red candle fruit, Yang Kai's control over his Saint Qi became more and more exquisite. Yang Kai soon immersed himself in this feeling, as if he had entered a new world where he could perfectly communicate with the power in his body and control it to its peak. While Yang Kai was immersed in his comprehension of Saint Qi control, Wei Guchang, Dong Shen'er, and Dai Yuan were also immersed in a deeper understanding of the different strengths in their respective territories. The other cultivators on the various hills, after the initial observation, also sat down cross-legged and began inhaling the fragrance of the red candle fruit, no longer wasting any time. About half a day after Yang Kai arrived, a strange tranquility had appeared as everyone was savoring the benefits brought to them by the red candle fruit's fragrance. More and more people continued to come to this hill, and although most of them were confused, seeing the people who had come before them meditating, they also began looking for suitable positions. In an instant, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces as they immersed themselves in the fragrance, unable to extricate themselves. At a certain moment, a young cultivator in blue robes arrived here alone. This person was the one who had tried to go deeper into the third layer, but he had come a little too late. The hills near the valley had already been occupied by everyone else. Sweeping his eyes around coldly, he secretly considered whether he should seize a territory, but soon dispelled this idea. He had just seized this body and had seen the light of day again, so for the time being, he did not want to attract too much attention. However, when his eyes swept over Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged, his eyes suddenly narrowed as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He had not expected to see Yang Kai in this place. But soon he frowned, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He was certain that it was this first-order Saint King cultivator who had taken away his precious treasure, but he still could not sense any aura from the other party. Did the other party really fuse with it? That was impossible. He knew better than anyone just how powerful that thing was. Let alone a first-order Saint King, even an Origin King would not be able to fuse with it in a day or two, and there was a great chance that they would suffer a backlash if they attempted to do so. However, the strange thing was that after the first-order Saint King youth obtained what Yang Kai wanted and left the stalactite cave, less than an hour later, the aura of the stalactite disappeared without a trace. No matter how Yang Kai tried to use his secret technique to track it, he was unable to find any clues. Besides, if it was really him who had fused with it, it was impossible for him to still be alive. He would definitely be dead by now. Such a strange thing annoyed him greatly. He could never have imagined that it was not Yang Kai himself who had fused with that treasure, but rather a supreme treasure that had already grown to 6 colors, the soul-warming lotus. Just as he was feeling bewildered and puzzled, on the opposite hill, the First Order Saint King youth suddenly opened his eyes and locked his gaze onto him from a distance. This man's heart trembled and he quickly turned his gaze away as if nothing had happened, looking for a spot that was not too good and sitting down to meditate like everyone else. Atop the hill, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He had been immersed in a deep state of enlightenment when he suddenly discovered that someone was spying on him, and this person had a trace of hostility and murderous intent. At first, Yang Kai thought it was Chu Chong Fong, but after seeing this person's face, he couldn't help feeling stunned. This person was not Chu Chong Fong, but Yang Kai had seen him before. It was one of the people who had entered the stalactite cave with him to soak in the soul-cleansing divine water. Being interrupted while he was meditating naturally made Yang Kai a little unhappy. This person's strength was not bad. A Third Order Saint King. Yang Kai vaguely remembered that this person belonged to a force called Flowing Cloud Valley. However, at that time there was an old man and another man with him, but now he was the only one left. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened, nor did he know whether the old man from Flowing Cloud Valley and the other man were dead or alive. Why was this person so hostile and murderous towards him? Yang Kai had never provoked this other party, nor had he exposed too many of his secrets in front of him. Now that he was suddenly targeted, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. Junior brother Yang, did you discover something? Dai Yuan seemed to notice that Yang Kai's aura had changed and opened her eyes, only to see his contemplative expression and quickly ask, "No." Yang Kai shook his head before turning his gaze towards a certain spot and asking, "Do you recognize that man?" Dai Yuan followed his gaze and actually recognized the other party's identity. That man is Flowing Cloud Valley's core disciple, Lu Yi. What's wrong? Does Brother Yang have some kind of grudge with him? Lu Yi. Yang Kai secretly remembered this name before shaking his head and saying, "No, I've only met him once, but I don't know why this Lu Yi has some hostility towards me. It's really strange." Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked curiously, "This Lu Yi doesn't seem to be the type to provoke others. Although I don't have a deep friendship with him, we've still spoken a few times. His reputation in Flowing Cloud Valley is also very good, so why would he be hostile to you? I also want to know." Yang Kai grinned. Dai Yuan seemed to have misunderstood something and thought that Yang Kai really had some kind of grudge with Lu Yi, so she frowned and whispered, "Lu Yi is the son of Flowing Cloud Valley's Valley Master, Lu Xiangdong. Although Flowing Cloud Valley isn't a top force, it's not bad either. If it's not a big deal, I can help you speak to Lu Yi and mediate. With his temperament, he should be fine." "There's no need." Yang Kai shook his head. Not to mention that he had no grudge with this Lu Yi. Even if he did, he didn't need others to resolve it for him. If the other party didn't come looking for trouble with him, Yang Kai wouldn't mind cutting off the weeds and eliminating the roots. Seeing Yang Kai refuse her proposal, Dai Yuan naturally didn't say anything more and was about to continue meditating when Yang Kai suddenly gestured to the side and asked, "What about that person?" Dai Yuan followed his gaze and saw an indifferent man occupying a small hill by himself. Her expression couldn't help changing slightly as she immediately withdrew her gaze and warned, "Junior brother Yang, don't ask others about this person. I only know that he should be from Star Emperor sect, but I don't know his name." Chapter 12:23. Sure enough, it's Star Emperor sect. Since seeing Chu Chong Fong treat this person so cautiously in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai had faintly guessed that only someone from Star Emperor sect could make the arrogant and despotic Chu Chong Fong act so restrained in front of him, to the point that even after suffering a loss, he could only pinch his nose and admit defeat, not daring to retaliate. Dai Yuan seemed to be afraid that Yang Kai didn't know how powerful Star Emperor sect was, so she said with a serious expression, On the entire Shadowed Star, the three most powerful forces are Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect, but in reality, every great force knows that the gap between Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect is not small. I heard that there are over 100 powerful peak Third-Order Origin returning Realm Cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain. A terrifying number that Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect cannot compare to. What's more, I heard that they also possess several powerful Origin King-grade artifacts. Are they that powerful? Yang Kai was shocked. A single sect having over 100 peak Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters was truly astonishing. And it's just that their total number is relatively small and they never recruit disciples from the outside, so they aren't very famous. Then how long has their inheritance lasted? Yang Kai frowned. I'm not too sure. However, over the past countless years, there have been rumors that some lucky individuals had met some powerful cultivators who had come down from the Star King Mountain and were brought back to cultivate. However, there aren't many of them, only 4 or 5 of them. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. The people on Star Emperor Mountain rarely come out, so although they have many masters, as long as other great forces don't provoke them, they won't bully the weak. But if someone provokes them... Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he noticed Dai Yuan's tender body tremble slightly just now. His heart clenched as he thought to himself that if someone really dared to provoke such a terrifying existence, their end would definitely be miserable. Dai Yuan's voice dropped even lower as she continued. Generally speaking, every 10 or 20 to 30 years, Star Emperor Mountain will send one or several young disciples out for life experience. These disciples also don't reveal themselves, keeping a very low profile. I'm afraid that even after they return to Star Emperor Mountain, no one knows their origins. I once read in one of Colored Glass Sect's ancient books that 2,000 years ago, there was a sect on Shadowed Star that was as famous as Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, one called the Ancient Yang Sect. At that time, a young cultivator who had come down from Star Emperor Mountain had accidentally obtained a precious treasure which was discovered by some people from the Ancient Yang Sect. These people had set up an ambush for him, killed him on the spot, and robbed him of his treasure. A month later, the Ancient Yang Sect was uprooted overnight and suffered a tragic extermination. Yang Kai's face paled. Needless to say, it was Star Emperor Sect that destroyed the Ancient Yang Sect. Being able to destroy an existence on par with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect overnight, it was easy to imagine how powerful the Star Emperor Sect was. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, smiled and brushed her hair back behind her ear. But that was more than 2,000 years ago, so whether it's true or false is impossible to say. The elders of the sect are also wary of this matter and have never mentioned it, so it's impossible to ask them about it. However, on Shadowed Star there was a place called Grand Hidden Valley. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, not even a blade of grass grew. It was completely desolate and filled with dense qi. It was rumored that the Ancient Yang Sect used to be located here. In the past, there were many cultivators who went to Grand Hidden Valley in search of opportunities, saying that the Ancient Yang Sect had a hidden cave that contained many precious treasures and a great deal of wealth. Unfortunately, no one ever found it and many of them even died. You've been there? Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a smile. Although she had used the words hearsay and rumors several times, Yang Kai could tell from her tone that she was certain these rumors were true and that she had been to Grand Hidden Valley before. Naturally, Dai Yuan nodded lightly. However, I didn't gain anything, only a wisp of qi lingering around my body. After returning to Colored Glass Sect, it took me a few days to resolve it. If Junior Brother Yang is interested, you can go take a look, but you must be careful. And if there is a chance, we'll talk about it again. Yang Kai nodded casually, but in his heart he disagreed. Even if the Ancient Yang Sect really had some kind of hidden cave, 2,000 years had already passed, so it should have been discovered long ago. Yang Kai didn't think that such a thing would have been left behind for so long. Rushing over to find it would only be a waste of time and energy, something he wasn't willing to do. Haha. Dai Yuan also saw Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude and didn't continue on this topic, simply saying, in the past, those who came out of Star Emperor Mountain generally wouldn't be discovered, but this time it was different. It just so happened that Lu Yan's sand field opened, so before I came in, Honored master told me to be careful of any strange cultivator who came out alone, because there was a chance he was a disciple of Star Emperor sect. To be honest, when I first met junior brother Yang, I thought you were from Star Emperor sect. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected her to have such a misunderstanding, but it wasn't surprising. He was indeed an unfamiliar face to the people of Shadowed Star, and being able to break into the third layer with just a first-order Saint King cultivation, his methods were definitely extraordinary, so it was inevitable that Dai Yuan would have such a misunderstanding. Considering all this, Yang Kai's brow rose as he realized why Imperial City sects Menghong Liang and Extreme Path sects Huang Shiran seemed to have misunderstood him after he displayed some of his methods. It turned out that they thought he was from Star Emperor Mountain, which was why Menghong Liang was so cautious. Dai Yuan also had such a misunderstanding, but after learning that Yang Kai and Wei Guchang were friends, she immediately denied this conjecture in her heart because people from Star Emperor sect generally didn't make friends with others. After arriving here and seeing the indifferent man, Dai Yuan instantly understood that he was a true disciple of Star Emperor sect. After talking for a while, the two of them didn't say anything else. They closed their eyes and continued to meditate. The red sun rose higher and higher until it reached the middle of the sky. The fruity fragrance floating in the air became stronger and stronger, and the various insights one could obtain from this fragrance naturally became more and more profound, causing every cultivator to feel excited and overjoyed. Suddenly, the earth seemed to tremble, and immediately after, an earth-shattering energy erupted. Such a change caused all the cultivator present to pale, and in an instant, all of them awoke from their deep meditation and stared at the mountain valley in front of them in amazement. There seemed to be a layer of red mist in the mountain valley, and this red mist contained a terrifying power. The appearance of this red mist was extremely strange. There was no sign of it before, but when the cultivator looked over, it had already filled the mountain valley, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire mountain valley. Immediately, an astonishing amount of heat spread in all directions, forming a hot wind that blew towards every corner of the Lu Yen sand field's third layer. Everyone had experienced this kind of thing once before, so seeing it again at this moment, the horror in their hearts immediately eased a lot. They knew that although this hot wind looked terrifying, it wouldn't cause any harm to them. Sure enough, when the hot wind swept past everyone's bodies and spread further away, no one suffered any kind of accident. However, in the very center of the mountain valley, another red sun was born and was slowly rising from the bottom of the mountain valley. This red sun was not big, only about the size of a bamboo hat, so one's divine sense could not penetrate it, and if one stared at it for too long, they would immediately feel dizzy. An even stronger fruity fragrance spread out, and intense heartbeats rang out from the chests of the cultivator. A second red sun had appeared. This also meant that the red candle fruit was one step closer to true maturity. The various sects who had learned the truth about this place from medicine pill sects Liu Nan couldn't help feeling restless, and a tense and hostile atmosphere quickly spread around the mountain valley. Everyone stared at each other as if they were all irreconcilable enemies and couldn't wait to rush over and kill them all. Those sect cultivator who didn't know the truth and didn't know about the wonders that would occur when the red candle fruit ripened were also affected by this atmosphere. While carefully monitoring the movements of others, not willing to let go of any clues, they also sent people to inquire about information from the sects they were familiar with. Soon, all kinds of secrets about the red candle fruit spread, allowing every cultivator here to understand the reason behind it, calming the restless atmosphere considerably. Since the three suns rising sun phenomenon had appeared, there was no need to rush into action now that only two red suns had appeared. What's more, before it truly matured, the red candle fruit would not appear at all. So even if someone wanted to snatch it, they wouldn't know where to begin and could only give up. After the appearance of the second red sun, the mountain valley only trembled for a moment before everyone fell silent again and continued to absorb the fruit fragrance, comprehend its mysteries, and integrate them with their cultivations. Yang Kai was also immersed in this process. He felt that through this enlightenment, his understanding of Saint Chi control seemed to have risen to a whole new level, and a vague idea began to form in his heart. Although he had grasped some traces of it, he was unable to fully integrate them. This situation was like dozens of cats scratching an itch, causing Yang Kai to become restless and immerse himself in his thoughts. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity before the red candle fruit ripened to clarify this vague idea. Once he could realize it, his combat power would increase greatly. Time passed by little, and just as everyone was trying to figure out what to do, a roar suddenly rang out from a nearby mountain. "Bastard! You dare secretly arrange a spirit array!" This roar awakened many cultivators who were meditating and comprehending. Looking towards the source of the roar, they saw a man from Heaven Battling Union waving a huge fan angrily. The energy contained within this fan wasn't low, so it was obvious at first glance that it was a good artifact. Chapter 12:24. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator waved the fan in his hand and summoned an imposing wind dragon. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, this wind dragon instantly crossed a distance of several hundred meters and rushed towards the other cultivator who was standing foolishly in a corner of the mountain valley. His face flushed red. It was unknown which great force this cultivator came from, but he seemed to have been sneakily doing something. Originally, this cultivator thought that everyone was immersed in their own comprehension, so it was a good opportunity to sneak in and attack. On top of that, he had some knowledge of spirit arrays, so he had been wondering if he could arrange a spirit array near this mountain valley so that when the red candle fruit matured, he would have a layer of protection. But how could he have known that there were still people here who were not comprehending their own spirit array and were constantly on guard? As soon as he took action, he was immediately seen through by one of the Heaven Battling Union cultivators. This roar awakened most of the cultivator, and in front of everyone's eyes, the cultivator who had been trying to sneak and blushed. But before he had time to explain himself, the huge wind dragon had already arrived in front of him. This wind dragon's body was completely composed of sharp wind blades, and it opened its mouth, releasing a murderous aura as it attempted to swallow him whole. This cultivator was not a mediocre cultivator. If he had not used enough means, it would have been impossible for him to break into the third layer. Raising his hand, he sent out a red beam of light that poured into the wind dragon's mouth, and at the same time flew backwards in horror. With a bang, the crimson light directly exploded in the belly of the wind dragon, bursting out with unimaginable power. The crimson light sputtered in all directions, and the wind dragon's seemingly corporeal body blurred for a moment before collapsing. "You dare fight back!" On the Heaven Battling Union side, Chu Changfeng stood up and grinned as he stretched out his hand to grab the cultivator from afar. An invisible force suddenly bound the cultivator, making it impossible for him to retreat. Seeing this, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator controlling the wind dragon artifact grinned meaningfully and waved his fan again, summoning another wind dragon that rushed towards the cultivator who was arranging the spirit array and swallowed him whole. Pitiful scream rang out. Although the person who had set up the spirit array was also a third-order Saint King, under the joint attack of Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect master, he was unable to put up any resistance. After struggling for a moment, he was cut to pieces by the countless wind blades from the wind dragon. The smell of blood filled the air, and severed limbs and flesh were all over the ground. After Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect brothers killed one of them, they immediately turned their gazes towards a certain mountain, their eyes filled with malice. At the top of the mountain, 3 Saint King realm cultivators stood there with ugly expressions. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward and shouted, "Chu Changfeng, what are you doing? Even if my Flame Shield Union's disciple did something wrong, it's not up to you to kill him. Do you want to provoke a dispute between Heaven Battling Union and Flame Shield Union?" "Heh, provoke a dispute?" Chu Changfeng sneered. "Don't try to accuse this young master. You're not worthy. Why don't you ask if the others will agree to this junior brother of yours secretly setting up a formation here?" The man who spoke turned his head and looked around, only to find that all the cultivators on the mountain were glaring at him, clearly not wanting to see him. His heart sank as he knew that his fellow sect master's actions had angered everyone. The red candle fruit was about to ripen, Yet someone dared to secretly arrange a spirit array in order to gain the upper hand. How could they tolerate this? So even if Chu Chongfeng's reputation was not good and his character was not good, at this moment, everyone was standing on his side. In other words, everyone was defending their own interests. After Chu Chongfeng shouted, many of the cultivators on the mountain peaks stood up, seemingly wanting to continue attacking. The faces of the three Flame Shield Union cultivators changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything, knowing that there was no place for them here. While hating Chu Chongfeng's ruthlessness, they were also extremely annoyed. Just now, their fellow sect master had wanted to go out and arrange a spirit array after everyone had discussed and agreed. They all felt that this was a good opportunity to arrange a spirit array, but they hadn't expected to be seen through so quickly, causing them to be forced into a passive position. If they didn't leave now, they were likely to be killed. Thinking so, the Flame Shield Union disciple nodded and said, "Good, Chu Chongfeng. I'll remember you. Killing my fellow sect master. I'll definitely get my revenge in the future. As for you accomplices, I'm afraid you'll suffer the same fate as us. Heh. I hope you'll take care of yourselves. Let's go." As he said this, he simply took his other two fellow disciples and left quickly without looking back. Seeing the other party act so decisively, Chu Chongfeng was also a little surprised, but he wasn't stupid enough to chase after them. Leaving at this time wasn't a good opportunity. Just now, he and his junior brother had been able to instantly kill the other party's cultivators, but there were still 3 of them left. Wanting to kill all of them was a bit unrealistic. All of them were third-order Saint Kings, so even if there was a gap in strength between them, they weren't soft persimmons that could be easily pinched. With a sullen expression, Chu Chongfeng swept his eyes around and declared proudly, "If anyone else dares to secretly play tricks, don't blame this Chu for being impolite. A precious treasure is about to appear. I hope everyone can abide by the rules and compete for it with their own strength. Otherwise, don't blame this Chu for being ruthless." Just as he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, "Young Master Chu, I just saw that guy secretly let something out. It seems like he's up to no good." "Who?" Chu Chongfeng's expression went cold as he stared at the speaker. "Myriad Beast Mountains people." The speaker didn't show the slightest fear as he pointed to the 5 cultivator atop one of the hills. The faces of these 5 people changed dramatically as they glared at the speaker with resentment. But this person clearly wanted to curry favor with Chu Chongfeng, so how could he care about their threats? Instead, he shouted, "Although I didn't see what it was, it should be some kind of monster beast that specializes in concealment. Heh, Myriad Beast Mountains people are all good at controlling monster beasts. Everyone knows that. So that's how it is." Chu Chongfeng nodded naturally before turning to the 5 Myriad Beast Mountain disciples and coldly asking, "What else do you have to say?" The leader of this group, a burly man, frowned and pondered for a while before suddenly laughing. "Young Master Chu, words alone are useless. Don't tell me you really believe this guy's words?" Obviously, he was confident in his methods and felt it was impossible for anyone to see through them, so he wasn't afraid of anything. As long as there was no evidence, how could Chu Chongfeng force them to leave? However, now that things had developed to this point, everyone could see that Heaven Battling Union was planning to act ahead of schedule. Since they couldn't force people to kill for no reason, naturally they had to find some excuse. The Flame Shield Union disciple who had been killed before had deserved it, who told him to run over and arrange a spirit array, causing him to lose his life. Even the other Flame Shield Union disciples had been implicated and driven away. Now, it was unknown whether these Myriad Beast Mountain disciples had really done something or if they had been framed, but no one spoke up for them. In this situation, the fewer people who remained here, the better. Most people held an attitude of indifference, allowing Chu Chongfeng to act as he pleased, hoping he would drive more people out. Once there were fewer people here, it would be easier to compete for the red candle fruit. Listening to the burly man's words, Chu Chongfeng frowned. Although he wanted to drive away these Myriad Beast Mountain disciples at all costs, without any evidence, acting rashly wasn't a good idea. Does young Master Chu think that just because Heaven Battling Union is strong, you can disregard the other great forces? If that's the case, this Hai will not agree. My myriad beast mountain is not a place anyone can bully. As the burly man said this, his expression turned ruthless. Suddenly, fist-sized, pitch-black giant bees emerged from his body. The giant bees spread their wings and hummed incessantly. There were more than 30 of them, and each of them had a cold light flashing on their tails. The stingers on their tails were a few inches long, and they were pitch-black. At first glance, one could tell that they were highly toxic, causing one's hair to stand on end. Not only that, the several cultivators around Hai Surnamed also released their own monster beast. Each of these monster beasts was a rare species, each of them an 8th-order monster beast. Each of them was born with some kind of mysterious killing technique. Circling or crawling, they gathered around the 5 myriad beast mountain disciples, their scarlet eyes staring around maliciously, waiting for their masters to give the order to attack. Bitter monarch bees. After seeing the 30 or so giant bees, Chu Chongfeng's face changed dramatically, revealing a look of dread as he grit his teeth and said, "Good, good, good. No wonder you're so confident. It turns out you've brought a lot of Myriad Beast Mountain's giant bees with you. It seems Myriad Beast Mountain has put in a lot of effort this time." The burly man surnamed Hai heard this and grinned. "We've let young Master Chu see a joke. Myriad Beast Mountain disciples only know how to control monster beast. Entering this Lu Yen desert, how could they not bring some life-saving treasures? This Hai doesn't want to make things difficult for young Master Chu, but if young Master Chu doesn't have conclusive evidence, please don't embarrass this Hai any further. This Hai will be grateful." Although the bitter monarch bee had given Hai Shan some confidence, he didn't want to tear down all pretense of cordiality with Chu Chong Feng here. At this time, he wanted to use some soft words to give both sides a way out of this situation, turning big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Chu Chong Feng's brow furrowed. It seemed he didn't want to look for trouble anymore. There were more than 30 bitter monarch bees. If they really attacked, they would definitely suffer losses. But before he could speak, a chuckle suddenly rang out. "If you want evidence, it's very simple. Just let me see it." Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice and saw Yin Su Dai standing up from the hill occupied by colored glass sect, her charming face filled with a soul-stirring smile, her slender waist seemingly boneless, her jade-white hand holding a small gray bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead looked ordinary, not at all precious. But when Chu Chong Feng saw this bead, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 12:25. On the other hand, the big man surnamed Hai from Myriad Beast Mountain exclaimed, "Form illuminating bead. Yin Su Dai, you crazy woman, you actually brought this thing here. Did you specifically target my Myriad Beast Mountain?" Yin Su Dai giggled again and said, "What is Big Brother Hai saying? Your Myriad Beast Mountain and my colored glass sect are close neighbors. We live in harmony and are as close as brothers and sisters. How could I possibly target you? It's just that there are various barriers in this Lu Yen sandfield, so I brought this bead here just in case. What's wrong? Why is Big Brother Hai so nervous? Could it be you really have some kind of secret?" Her voice was sweet and clear, but when it reached the ears of the big man surnamed Hai, it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. Yin Su Dai didn't wait for the big man surnamed Hai to say anything and simply spat out a mouthful of fragrance onto the gray bead. The gray bead immediately burst into a dazzling light, and wherever this light shone, it seemed to contain some kind of incredible divine technique. Everyone couldn't help feeling as if they were unable to conceal their auras, causing them to feel a sense of dread. Under the valley full of dead trees, a centipede-like figure several meters long appeared, quietly lurking a few dozen meters below the ground, wriggling about, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. As the light shone down on the valley, even though this centipede-like monster beast had been hiding perfectly, it couldn't help revealing some flaws at this moment. Seeing this, Chu Chong Feng shouted, "Red line iron centipede. What else do you have to say now?" After recognizing the gray bead in Yin Su Dai's hand, the burly man surnamed Hai knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. With a quick thought, He took back the red-line iron puppet he had hidden underground, his face flushing red as he ignored Chu Changfeng and glared towards Yin Su Dai with a venomous look. The scene instantly became tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Kacha. The sound of electric arcs flashing was extremely ear-piercing in this tense atmosphere. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, Hai felt a chill in his heart. He had originally planned to rely on the powerful monster beast brought by his brother and the others to forcefully stay here. But now he had no choice but to dispel this idea. Because the one who made the sound of lightning arcs exploding was actually Fang Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. He slowly got up and looked towards Myriad Beast Mountain indifferently. Although he didn't say anything, everyone understood what he meant. Fang Tianzhong was obviously quite dissatisfied with the other party's sneaky tricks, so he joined forces with Chu Changfeng this time. Yin Su Dai had already made her attitude clear, so Hai Shan knew that if he insisted on remaining, he would become enemies with these three powerful sect elites. The monster beast he had brought with him was definitely not enough to cope with such a situation. His face becoming gloomy to the extreme, Hai Shan didn't say anything, simply taking a deep breath and taking back the 30 or so bitter monarch bees that had been flying around him. He then led his fellow sect members down the mountain and quickly left. After the people from Flame Shield Union were driven away, the 5 people from Myriad Beast Mountain also suffered the same fate. Sure enough, the words of the Flame Shield Union cultivator before he left were confirmed. Neither of these two forces was weak, but after committing such an outrageous act, they didn't dare remain. The red candle fruit was indeed precious, but their lives were naturally more important. After forcing the people from Myriad Beast Mountain to retreat, Yin Su Dai's mood was the most wonderful. Her charming smile was like a blooming peony, exuding a soul-sucking power, causing many male cultivator who caught a glimpse of her to feel greatly moved, all of them wishing they could rush forward to embrace her in their arms and savor her beauty. Myriad Beast Mountain and Colored Glass Sect were close neighbors, so naturally, there was no shortage of battles between them. This time, Yin Su Dai had brought the form-revealing bead because she was worried that the people from Myriad Beast Mountain would use the monster beast to conceal themselves, but she hadn't used it until now it had come in handy. After reporting this matter to her honored master, she should be able to receive praise, right? Yin Su Dai thought so, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Dai Yuan, but seeing that the other party had not opened her eyes and was immersed in her own comprehension, Yin Su Dai couldn't help feeling a bit bored. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan and his face turned pale, as if he had suffered some kind of injury. Around the mountain valley, all was quiet, with many cultivators' eyes darting left and right, and some of them even holding their breaths. None of them dared to speak loudly. Even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the extreme, so Yang Kai's groan was extremely abrupt and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Wei Guchang, on the other hand, asked with concern, "Brother Yang, what happened?" Yang Kai's pale face gradually returned to normal as he smiled lightly. "It's nothing. I just made a small mistake in my comprehension and was almost injured." Oh. Although Wei Guchang still felt a little strange after hearing this, he didn't ask any more questions. Even if he made a mistake in his comprehension, he shouldn't have been injured. Not only was Wei Guchang puzzled, but even Dong Shener and Dai Yuan were also puzzled. Dai Yuan, who had not opened her eyes all this time, even turned to look at Yang Kai. "Brother Wei, is everything all right on your side?" Chu Changfeng asked coldly. Just now he had been showing off his strength, but Yang Kai's groan had interrupted him. Whether this first-order Saint King cultivator had done so intentionally or not, Chu Changfeng was still very unhappy, so naturally his tone wasn't very good. What's more, he didn't like Yang Kai to begin with. He didn't know why, but every time he saw this guy, Chu Changfeng would feel a belly full of anger. It just so happened that Yang Kai often ran into him, and Chu Changfeng couldn't help wondering what kind of skill this guy possessed to be able to break into the 3rd layer with such a low cultivation. "It's nothing, Brother Chu can continue," Wei Guchang grinned and said meaningfully. Chu Changfeng's face sank as he shot a deep look towards Wei Guchang, but tactfully didn't try to find trouble with him. Instead, he crossed his arms behind his back and stood atop his own mountain, loudly declaring, "Fire Shield Union and Myriad Beast Mountain only have themselves to blame." This Chu just said that he hopes everyone will abide by the rules and not try to tamper with the red candle fruit before it fully matures. Once the red candle fruit is ripe, everyone can compete for it. This Chu also believes that those two forces aren't the only ones who have tried to tamper with the red candle fruit. Heh, if any of you want to do so, please leave now, otherwise when this Chu finds out who you are, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed, realizing that they had underestimated Chu Changfeng's appetite. Previously, when he chased away the people from the Fire Shield Union and the 10,000 Beast Mountain, there was more or less a reason. He stood on everyone's side, and could be considered to be working for everyone's benefit. But now, when he said these words, there was something wrong. This guy clearly wanted to chase them away boldly. Thinking so, many of the forces who didn't have the confidence to remain turned their eyes to Thunder Typhoon Sect, wanting to see how Fang Tianzhong would react. Everyone knew that Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng didn't get along. Every time the two of them met, they were like fire and water. Just now, Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had joined forces once, but that didn't mean they would do so again. Perhaps Fang Tianzhong would put on a show against Chu Changfeng this time, and if that happened, they could fish in troubled waters. However, after seeing this scene, everyone's heart sank. Fang Tianzhong was actually sitting there with his eyes closed, completely ignoring Chu Changfeng's domineering and arrogant actions. What did this mean? This clearly meant that Fang Tianzhong had secretly reached an agreement with Chu Changfeng, so he was simply ignoring the current situation. On second thought, many people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. There really was no such thing as an eternal enemy in this world, only eternal interests. For the red candle fruit, even Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had temporarily joined forces, so how could there be room for them to survive? For a time, several forces with only 2 or 3 cultivators left the mountain with gloomy looks on their faces. They believed that even if they insisted on staying, Chu Changfeng would find an excuse to drive them away. When that time came, there would be absolutely no benefit to them, so it was better to leave now and at least escape unscathed. Sure enough, some great forces couldn't stand Chu Changfeng's approach and insisted on staying, but they were all framed and slandered. This time, Chu Changfeng didn't ask any questions and simply took action, expelling several more great forces in a fit of murderous intent. When he dealt with Myriad Beast Mountain before, he had to look for evidence because he was afraid of the bitter monarch bees, but against others he didn't have such scruples. Since his fists were bigger, he had reason. When Chu Changfeng showed his power, only the cultivators from the dozen or so forces remained calm, not showing the slightest concern, simply watching the scene in front of them with indifferent eyes, neither showing any intention of intervening, nor trying to stop it. Because everyone knew that if Chu Changfeng did this, he would more or less gain some benefits while Heaven Battling Union would have to bear the bad reputation. In any case, Heaven Battling Union had too many debts to worry about, so why not do it? Chu Changfeng cut the Gordian knot and drove away the originally bustling mountain valley. At least 70% of the forces who had come here were driven away by him. The remaining dozen or so forces each occupied a mountain. It wasn't that Chu Changfeng didn't want to drive them away, but because these forces weren't weak, he didn't dare to frame them casually. After some commotion, the scene quieted down again as the second red sun gradually approached its zenith. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the back of a figure walking away with a cold expression. The cultivator who was walking away was the one Dai Yuan had just mentioned, Lu Yi of Flowing Cloud Valley. Yang Kai had long felt murderous intent and malice from the other party, but he had never expected that the other party would dare to attack him in front of so many people. What's more, the other party's methods were so profound that even he had failed to notice. When Yin Su Dai had used the form illumination bead before, Yang Kai had opened his eyes out of curiosity, wanting to see what was so special about this form illumination bead that even the big man from Myriad Beast Mountain was so afraid of it. But unexpectedly, when the light from the form illumination bead was released, He vaguely saw an abnormal energy not far in front of him that was spreading towards him. The source of this energy was none other than Lu Yi. Chapter 12:26. This was a wisp of spiritual energy that had been perfectly concealed. Even with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he hadn't been able to detect it when it approached him. If it weren't for a freak combination of factors and the help of the form-revealing bead, Yang Kai would likely have been ambushed. The moment he detected this spiritual energy, Yang Kai immediately counterattacked. What surprised him, though, was that his opponent's divine sense cultivation was not inferior to his own. After the invisible collision between their divine senses, Yang Kai suffered a slight loss while his opponent didn't fare much better. However, after this incident, Lu Yi immediately withdrew his divine sense and pretended that nothing had happened. On the other hand, Yang Kai's grunt attracted everyone's attention. After Chu Changfeng began driving people away, Lu Ye's expression became gloomy. After many cultivators from other forces were driven away, he had no choice but to take the initiative to leave. After all, he was the only cultivator from Flowing Cloud Valley who had come here. Chu Changfeng didn't put Flowing Cloud Valley in his eyes, so if he didn't leave, he would only be asking for trouble. There's something wrong with this Lu Yi. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that if he hadn't obtained the soul-warming lotus by chance a few years ago, it would have been impossible for him to possess such a powerful spiritual energy. But how many supreme treasures like the soul-warming lotus could there be in this world? Even if there were other soul-warming lotuses, it would be impossible for them to be in the hands of a cultivator like Lu Yi. Lu Ye's divine sense cultivation was actually not inferior to his own, which was quite strange. Flowing Cloud Valley's forces weren't very strong and could only be considered mid-tier on Shadowed Star. It was impossible for the sect to possess a secret art that could temper one's soul. So how did this Lu Yi cultivate his spiritual energy to such a degree? Back in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything special about this Lu Yi. He was just an ordinary third-order Saint King cultivator. Later, when he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, Lu Yi had also entered, but the benefits he obtained weren't enough to cause such a drastic change. Such a powerful enemy had appeared out of nowhere, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely depressed. He didn't even know how he had provoked the other party. Yang Kai had to find an opportunity to kill him. Regardless of whether the other party's targeting him was a misunderstanding or not, being targeted by such a person was unsettling. With all kinds of thoughts intertwining in his mind, Yang Kai quickly made up his mind and let out a sigh of relief, no longer thinking about Lu Yi, instead closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. The second of the red sun rose up the divine waterflower red's fruit's fragrances, and the various mysteries of this fruit fragrance. To Yang Kai, Yang Kai was still immersed in his own comprehension of Saint Chi control. He knew that using the fragrance of a world treasure like the red candle fruit would only allow him to comprehend it for a short period of time, so he didn't plan on comprehending the space principles at all. As long as he could comprehend how to control his Saint Chi in just 2 or 3 days, it would definitely be worth it. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of choice the others would make, but he believed he had made the right choice. When the second red sun rose to the middle of the sky and stopped moving, a layer of dark red energy spread out in the valley. The many masters who had experienced this situation twice naturally didn't care about it, but they still couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts and expressions. The appearance of this dark red energy meant that the third red sun was about to rise, creating a spectacle of 3 suns, which also meant that the red candle fruit was about to truly mature. Many impatient and unstable cultivators were disturbed by this and were no longer able to meditate calmly or comprehend anything. Instead, they opened their eyes one after another and stared at all the movements in the mountain valley, unwilling to miss a single thing. The dark red energy suddenly appeared and the earth trembled slightly. Soon, this energy erupted and spread out in all directions, causing the fruit fragrance in the air to become even stronger. The third red sun slowly rose in front of everyone's eyes, living up to expectations. A slight uproar sounded as traces of Saint Chi surged, some people seemingly unable to wait to rush down. Seeing this, Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect kept wiping the sweat from his forehead and shouted, "Everyone, don't be impulsive. The three suns rising spectacle has not yet formed and the red candle fruit has not yet surfaced. Now is not the time to fight. Once we interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, even 10,000 deaths won't be enough to atone for our sins." Li Yunan knew the secrets of the red candle fruit and the signs before it matured better than anyone present. So naturally, he was duty-bound to warn everyone. At the same time, Li Yunan cursed in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried these people wouldn't be able to hold themselves back and would really interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, Li Yunan wouldn't have bothered to say such things. What did these people fighting to the death have to do with him? If they all died, his medicine pill sect would be able to monopolize this heaven-defying spirit fruit. After listening to Li Yunan's words, many people glanced at him coldly, remaining indifferent. Those who needed to be vigilant still remained vigilant, and those who needed to condense their Saint Qi continued to do so. On the other side of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and secretly felt that there was still some time before he closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the red candle fruit, not acting too aggressively. As time passed, the atmosphere near the small mountain valley became more and more tense. When the third red sun rose halfway, many of the cultivator who had been meditating finally couldn't hold back and stood up to pay close attention to the movement of the red sun. Not only the ordinary cultivator, but also the famous rising stars such as Wei Guchang, Chu Changfeng, Fang Tianzhong, Yin Sudai, Tang Yongyi, Chu Minghai. No one could continue to maintain their previous indifference. While paying attention to the height of the red sun, these people whispered to the people around them, their expressions solemn. Junior brother Yang is still trying to comprehend. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed a look of surprise as she stared at Yang Kai, who was sitting motionless but whose Saint Qi was surging fiercely. Yang Kai was clearly at the most critical juncture of his comprehension and didn't even bother to pay attention to the ripening of the red candle fruit. It seems that Big Brother Yang's harvest this time is not small. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly, feeling a little envious of Yang Kai. He had also been meditating for a day or two, but because he had to check the situation of the red candle fruit from time to time, he hadn't been able to comprehend anything substantial. Although there were some benefits, they were still far from what Yang Kai was experiencing. There's another person who is also comprehending. Dong Xianer cast her beautiful eyes towards another mountain. Atop it, the indifferent young man from Star Emperor sect was in the same situation as Yang Kai, both of them sitting cross-legged with calm expressions, but the Saint Qi in their bodies was surging fiercely. "I'm afraid this is the gap between us and them," Wei Guchang muttered to himself. Wei Guchang muttered to himself. He was a heaven-defying genius who had become famous early on and was known as the most dazzling star of Shadow Moon Hall, sharing the same fame as Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, so he had never felt he was worse than others. But after seeing the various methods Yang Kai displayed, he faintly realized his shortcomings. Now, in addition to Yang Kai, another disciple from Star Emperor sect had appeared, causing Wei Guchang to inexplicably feel a sense of crisis. He knew that if he didn't work hard, there would be no place for him on Shadowed Star in the future. Throughout the mountain valley, dozens of cultivator were standing on top of the mountain, paying close attention to the third red sun. As a result, the actions of Yang Kai and the Star Emperor sect disciple were very eye-catching. Yang Kai wasn't a big deal as no one knew his origins, but a mere first-order Saint King cultivator wasn't worthy of these elites' attention. On the other hand, the indifferent young man from Star Emperor sect continued meditating, causing everyone to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but hope that the other party would continue meditating until the ownership of the red candle fruit was decided. Everyone truly understood what it meant to live like a year. Ever since the third red sun appeared, it had been as slow as a turtle crawling, slowly rising into the sky. Everyone wanted to rush forward and push the red sun to the top. This situation lasted for a full day, and when the third red sun rose to the sky and merged with the first two, forming a three-sun spectacle, the three red suns seemed to resonate with each other and suddenly released a brilliant red light that illuminated the entire third-layer territory of the Lu Yen sand field, causing all the cultivator on the third layer to lose sight of the light in front of them and involuntarily close their eyes. A shocking wave of energy fluctuations spread out from the sky, and when everyone opened their eyes to look, all of them couldn't help feeling shocked. This was because the three red suns had actually merged together and completely turned into an even larger red sun. That red sun was like a top, spinning and spinning. Every time it spun, it brought about an incomparably huge suction force. The world energy aura in the air suddenly became abnormal. The dense spiritual chi condensed into a solid substance, forming a gust of wind that madly poured into the red sun. The red sun was like a bottomless pit, swallowing all the spiritual chi. Over on medicine pill sect's side, Li Yunan's body trembled as he stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, unable to contain his excitement. It was exactly the same as recorded in the ancient book, without the slightest difference. Sure enough, the red candle fruit had matured. After a stick of incense worth of time, the world energy aura in the third layer of the Luyen sand field had been completely depleted, and the surrounding several hundred kilometers had suddenly become a dead land. The red sun seemed to become more and more solid, like a real sun hanging in the sky. Suddenly, it stopped rotating, going from extreme motion to extreme stillness in an instant. Not good. Seeing this, Li Yunan immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly summoned a shield-like artifact. This shield transformed into a stream of light and directly formed a protective barrier around the mountain where the medicine pill sect disciples were standing, protecting them from all harm. Chapter 12:27. The moment Li Yunan took action, the other medicine pill sect disciples also took out their own defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Obviously, they had already discussed this beforehand. Otherwise, their actions wouldn't have been so orderly. This bizarre action of medicine pill sect's disciples stunned all the other cultivator present, none of them understanding why they were acting like they were facing a great enemy. Although they didn't understand, everyone knew that the situation wasn't good. Li Yunan clearly had something he hadn't told them, so there was likely going to be some danger ahead. Otherwise, why would they act like this? There was no need for anyone to remind them, as all the other cultivators who saw Li Yunan and the others also summoned their own defensive artifacts. Over at Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang coldly snorted as a surge of Saint Qi burst out from his body, creating a black light curtain that wrapped around the entire hill. Inside this light curtain, red lightning and fire flickered. Dong Xin'er took out a token-like object and poured her Saint Qi into it, causing it to suddenly turn into a stream of light and fly around everyone. Dai Yuan also summoned her colored handkerchief artifact and sent out a cloud of pink mist to surround the hill. The only one who didn't move was Yang Kai, seemingly still immersed in his own enlightenment. He didn't need to take any action, as Wei Guchang and the other two were more than enough to protect him. The disciple from Star Emperor sect, on the other hand, didn't receive such good treatment. He had always been alone, dominating this hill, so after noticing everyone's strange actions, he immediately opened his eyes and stared at the red sun in the sky indifferently. Right at this moment, tens of thousands of rays of red light burst forth from the red sun, attacking in all directions. The red lights were extremely powerful and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of everyone. The guards that the cultivators had summoned shook and clanged incessantly. Only now did everyone understand why the people from Medicine Pill sect had taken defensive actions in advance. When the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor sect saw this, his face couldn't help but turn solemn as he sent out a punch. This punch seemed to be able to stir up some kind of world principle, and wherever it touched, all the red rays of light disappeared. This made the expressions of Wei Guchang and the others, who were secretly observing him, change. Such a punch might seem casual, but anyone could see how tyrannical this Star Emperor sect cultivator was. The tens of thousands of red lights came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Because everyone was prepared, other than a few people who were unprepared and injured, everyone else was safe and sound. Seeing this, Li Yunan couldn't help showing a trace of disappointment. He knew that his actions just now had been too big, which had caused everyone to be on guard. If it weren't for that, the number of people injured definitely wouldn't have been limited to just these few people. But soon, Li Yunan smiled bitterly, because all the cultivators present were glaring at him angrily, obviously blaming him for not making things clear. He had actually wanted to take advantage of this situation to scheme against others. He really had ulterior motives. Li Yunan didn't bother trying to discern the various phenomena occurring before the red candle fruit ripened, so he had no need to tell others about them. Revealing the three suns rising sun phenomenon was only for his own benefit, so it was normal to conceal some information. He believed that these people wouldn't be stupid enough to blame him for such a trivial matter. Sure enough, everyone just glared at him and didn't say anything more. In fact, no one had time to bother with him because after the tens of thousands of red lights shot out, the only red sun in the sky suddenly fell rapidly towards the mountain valley. In just a few breaths of time, the red sun fell somewhere in the mountain valley and disappeared without a trace. "Get ready!" Dai Yuan suddenly shouted and waved her hand, causing the pink cloud to transform back into her colored handkerchief again. At the same time, her beautiful eyes stared towards the bottom of the mountain valley. "Should we wake up Brother Yang?" Dong Xian'er bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai with some hesitation. The Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body had been tumbling all this time. They hadn't disturbed him before for fear of disrupting his comprehension, but now that the red candle fruit was about to emerge, Dong Xian'er didn't know if she should remind Yang Kai not to miss such a grand event. Wei Guchang frowned slightly and shook his head. "No, Brother Yang must know about the situation outside. If he is willing to participate in the competition, he will definitely take action. We shouldn't disturb him." Dong Xian'er nodded gently. As soon as Wei Guchang's words fell, a series of cracking sounds rang out from the bottom of the mountain valley, as if the earth was splitting open. Everyone was unable to stand still, and the small hill they were on began to crumble. An extremely rich red energy spread out from the cracks in the mountain valley and filled the entire mountain valley, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. But faintly, at the position where the red candle fruit had originally fallen, something was slowly rising and emitting a faint red light. This light was like a candle flame in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any time. But no matter how strong the outside wind or rain was, it always flickered and remained firm. After a while, under the watchful eyes of everyone, this candle-like light finally surfaced. It was a fist-sized dark red spirit fruit. The skin was thin and tender, and it tasted extremely delicious. The shape was very strange. It looked like a lit candle flame, and it was sparkling and translucent. One could vaguely see traces of pure energy swimming inside it like small snakes. The red candle fruit. Li Yunan saw this and couldn't help shouting. As soon as his voice fell, a ribbon-like artifact flew out from a nearby hill. This ribbon-like artifact was extremely flexible, like a woman's arm, and quickly spread out several dozen meters before wrapping around the red candle fruit and wrapping it up. In Su Dai had taken action. After waiting for several days, the spirit fruit had finally ripened and appeared, so she could no longer hold back and was the first to act. Almost at the same time, a lightning arc suddenly shot out from the side and with a cracking sound, struck the ribbon-like artifact and knocked it to the side, causing it to miss. Su Dai cried out as she bit her red lips and glared at Fang Tianzhong with a look of resentment, stomping her foot as she called out, "Brother Fang!" Fang Tianzhong's expression remained indifferent as he waved his hands, sending out bolts of lightning to block all the methods used by those who tried to snatch the red candle fruit, completely ignoring Su Dai's coquettish actions. A trace of annoyance flashed across the pretty face of this colored glass sex proud daughter as she secretly cursed in her heart. Not bothering to continue entangling with Fang Tianzhong, she continued to urge her ribbon-like artifact to join in the scramble. From more than a dozen peaks, several dozen cultivators took action almost instantly, all of them aiming for the ripe red candle fruit. At this moment, almost all of these rising stars of Shadowed Star were bringing out their best skills. In an instant, the light of martial skills and artifacts burst forth, illuminating half the sky as if it were daytime, causing the battle in the mountain valley to instantly turn into an abyss of suffering. However, no matter who it was, All of them were extremely careful when taking action, not daring to damage the red candle fruit in the slightest, all of them doing their best to keep the battle within a few meters of the red candle fruit. On one hand, they had to prevent others from snatching the red candle fruit, while on the other hand, they had to work hard to snatch it themselves. The cultivators of each force seemed to have discussed this in advance and divided into two groups. The force with fewer people would undoubtedly suffer a lot, and Shadow Moon Hall's side was no exception. Although Dai Yuan had come with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, she was acting alone and had no intention of joining forces with Wei Guchang because everyone knew that this heaven-defying spirit fruit was not something they could possess. Even if they managed to snatch it back, they would have to hand it over to their sect, and its ownership would be determined by their sect. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had a very good personal relationship, but when it came to the interests of their sect, neither of them dared to overstep their boundaries and could only refrain from becoming enemies. This was the limit of what they could do. After removing Dai Yuan, only Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer remained on Shadow Moon Hall's side. With one blocking and the other snatching the fruit, it was quite difficult for them to cope. On the contrary, the indifferent man from the Star Emperor sect, every time he made a move, it was earth-shattering and full of momentum, causing everyone to be secretly shocked and couldn't help but focus their attention on him. This was probably the first time this guy had left Star Emperor Mountain for life experience and didn't understand what it meant to be the tallest tree in the forest. Soon, his brow furrowed because every time he made a move, there would be at least a dozen attacks coming from all directions to stop him. On the other hand, the others didn't receive this kind of treatment at all. It seemed that everyone had reached an unspoken consensus that this guy must be stopped while the rest of them could do whatever they wanted. This time, the pressure on the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor sect doubled. No matter how amazing his strength was, he was unable to compete with so many elites present and was forced into a difficult situation. Becoming angry out of shame, the indifferent man coldly snorted and stomped his feet on the ground. The fierce force behind his stomp seemed to cause the earth to tremble slightly as an astonishing energy fluctuation burst from his body. The remaining cultivators from the dozen or so forces all turned to look at this indifferent man in shock. What they saw was this indifferent man slowly throwing a punch, but in front of that punch, a huge column of energy visible to the naked eye shot out. "Not good. Quickly stop this guy, he's crazy," Li Yunen shouted in horror again. His clothes instantly drenched in sweat and his face pale. The other party's punch was actually aimed straight at the red candle fruit. If such an attack really hit the red candle fruit, this heaven-defying spirit fruit would instantly be pulverized and disappear. How could Li Yunan not be anxious? Saying so, he immediately launched a fierce attack to block the huge column of energy from the Star Emperor sect disciple. The others didn't need him to remind them and quickly took action. Hong hong hong. A violent explosion rang out as the huge column of energy was blocked and weakened by one attack after another on its way forward. But what shocked everyone was that the column of energy didn't disappear and instead continued to bombard the red candle fruit. Chapter 12:28. Li Yunan's face went ashen and he almost fell to the ground. He thought that the red candle fruit was doomed and would definitely be poisoned. At that moment, though, a bolt of lightning struck and the power of the energy column weakened significantly, but it was still not completely eliminated. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the energy column slammed into the red candle fruit, causing everyone's soul to fly out of their bodies. Show. The red candle fruit, which had not been affected by the battle, was sent flying straight out of the mountain valley under the impact of the energy column. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly fragile and delicate heaven-defying spirit fruit was actually unscathed under that blow. Everyone was overjoyed and used their movement skills to rush out of the mountain valley. An even more dangerous battle was about to begin. Just now, when the red candle fruit was in the mountain valley, the red energy had filled the air. Everyone had simply stood on top of the mountain and used various methods to collect the spirit fruit. But now that the red candle fruit had left the mountain valley, the scene had become more and more chaotic. With so many sect elites colliding, there was bound to be a fierce battle. Over at the Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang glanced over at Yang Kai hesitantly. Yang Kai still hadn't opened his eyes, making him feel quite depressed. Just as he was wondering if he should let Dong Shinner stay behind to protect him, Yang Kai suddenly said, "The three of you can go. Don't worry about me." Hearing this, Wei Guchang smiled happily and nodded slightly before also flying out with Dong Shinner and Dai Yuan. As long as Yang Kai wasn't immersed in a deep state of enlightenment, there was no need to worry about him being ambushed or suffering an accident. After Wei Guchang and the others left, Yang Kai opened his eyes, a light flashing across them as a hint of joy flashed across them. He had finally managed to clear up his fuzzy thoughts at the last moment before the red candle fruit ripened. Although he felt that his control over his Saint Chi had reached a new height, now was not a good time to test it. Turning his head to look a few dozen meters away, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown at the scene before him, even though he had experienced great storms and waves. Several dozen elite third-order Saint King cultivator were desperately using their martial skills and artifacts, fighting in groups of 3 or 5, each of them ruthless and showing no mercy. Although the scene was extremely intense, almost every force had 1 or 2 people paying attention to the situation of the red candle fruit. Strangely enough, after the red candle fruit was blasted out of the mountain valley by the Star Emperor Sex cultivator, it had yet to fall. Every time it was about to land on a certain cultivator, some subtle energy fluctuation would sweep it aside at the right moment, allowing it to continue flying through the air. The performance of the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor Sect was particularly eye-catching. Fang Tianzhong, Wei Guchang, and Chu Changfeng formed a 3-pronged formation and completely restrained him, not allowing him to intervene in the red candle fruit's matter. This guy was also displaying great strength, not falling into a disadvantageous position even when fighting 1 against 3. Although this was not a life-or-death battle, being able to single-handedly fight against 3 rising stars was still amazing. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and immediately understood that this guy from Star Emperor Sect was definitely not someone to be trifled with. After watching for a moment, Yang Kai knew that if nothing unexpected happened, this red candle fruit's ownership would not be decided in a short time. At the very least, a few people would have to die before everyone's strength could be fully unleashed. Only then would it be possible to settle this matter. But in the end, it was hard to say who would obtain it. It wasn't that Yang Kai wasn't interested in the red candle fruit. After all, this heaven-defying spirit fruit was an Origin King grade high rank that even he had never seen before. If he used it in alchemy, it would definitely be of great benefit to his alchemy skills. On top of that, after being refined into a pill, it could help a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator break through to the Origin King realm. Such a spirit fruit in the right hands could create at least 4 or 5 Origin Kings. However, the scene of the battle was simply too chaotic. Yang Kai knew that even if he broke in, his chances of snatching the red candle fruit were less than 10%, so it was not worth it if he didn't get to eat the lamb meat and ended up getting scratched instead. What's more, this thing was also a hot potato. Only a few dozen elites would be able to obtain it, but if the red candle fruit fell into the hands of Yang Kai, who did not have a huge backer, it would only lead to disaster. As such, Yang Kai had long since made up his mind to not get involved in the struggle for the red candle fruit. It was precisely because he had such an idea that he had chosen to remain here and comprehend the situation, not showing the slightest interest. However, although he didn't want to get involved in the struggle for the red candle fruit, that did not mean Yang Kai had no other plans. Glancing around the mountain valley filled with red energy, Yang Kai grinned silently and mysteriously. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being attracted by the red candle fruit, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he slipped directly into the mountain valley, disappearing into the red energy. The red candle fruit was indeed precious and rare, but the rhizome that grew from it was also a rare treasure. The rhizome of the red candle fruit was called the red candle stalk. If it was placed in a place with rich world energy, it could absorb this world energy and then bear spirit fruit similar to the red candle fruit. Of course, the fruit born in this way was not a real red candle fruit, nor did it have the effect of helping an origin returning realm cultivator break through to the next realm, but it had the ability to help a cultivator temper their physique. What Yang Kai was interested in was precisely this ability of this spirit fruit. The benefits of having a powerful physique were self-evident. Yang Kai's physique was countless times stronger than that of a cultivator in the same realm. Even an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator could not compare with him in terms of physical strength. As his strength improved, and as the level of the cultivator he came into contact with increased, Yang Kai found that his physique was faintly holding him back. Over the past few days, he had been injured many times, which was enough to make him vigilant. Moreover, after using the power to tear space, Yang Kai needed an extremely strong physique to support him, otherwise, he would not be able to resist the strangling power of the void crack. If he could obtain the red candle stalk and take one of those spirit fruits from time to temper his physique, it would be perfect. As long as he was given enough time, he could improve the strength of his physique again. At that time, whether it was fighting or tearing space, it would be extremely convenient. The red candle fruit was not of any use to him for the time being, and Yang Kai believed that with his ability and everything he had now, breaking through to the Origin King realm should not be a problem. All he lacked was the accumulation of time. However, the red candle stalk was what he needed right now, so Yang Kai did not want to participate in the competition for the red candle fruit and instead planned to secretly take away the red candle stalk. Yang Kai's wishful thinking had never crossed his mind before, but unexpectedly, someone else had the same idea as him. When he sneaked into the mountain valley and searched for the red candle stalk in the red aura, he saw a vague figure happily putting something into his space ring. As for who this person was, Yang Kai did not know, but he knew that what this person was taking away was definitely the red candle stalk. Being able to stay behind and collect the red candle stalk at this time showed that this person had a very deep understanding of the red candle fruit. Dai Yuan was fighting outside while Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect was also fighting outside, so it couldn't have been these two. Therefore, the person who stayed here was most likely a member of Medicine Pill Sect who had received instructions from Li Yunan long ago, so he deliberately stayed behind. When Yang Kai discovered him, this person obviously also noticed Yang Kai. Shocked, he pushed his Saint Chi violently, but before he could use any kind of killing move, a puffing sound rang out and the man let out a brief scream before falling silent. A bloody smell filled the air, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Activating his wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai flew over to the person who took away the red candle fruit, snatched the other party's space ring, and quickly retreated. Kai Yang's movements were incomparably fast. Taking advantage of the moment he closed in, he saw a scene that made his blood run cold. The one who took away the red candle stalk was indeed a disciple from Medicine Pill Sect, something Yang Kai had guessed correctly. However, from this disciple's chest, an arm was protruding out, and this arm was holding the Medicine Pill Sect disciple's heart, which was beating powerfully. Moreover, this arm was very unusual. It looked extremely withered, like a piece of dead wood, but it was actually able to absorb the blood essence of this Medicine Pill Sect disciple. Before Yang Kai retreated, he clearly saw the body of this Medicine Pill Sect disciple rapidly wither and turn into a dried corpse. There was a third person. No matter who this third person was, being able to kill a third-order Saint King cultivator in an instant using such a strange method was absolutely extraordinary. Almost at the same moment he snatched the space ring. Another hand also reached out, but after grabbing empty air, a light gasp rang out. Asterisk poo. Asterisk the sound of something exploding rang out, and in front of Yang Kai, the corpse of the Medicine Pill Sect disciple scattered, but there was no one behind him. The third person who had killed him before had strangely disappeared, as if he had completely blended into the surrounding environment. In this mountain valley filled with red energy, one's line of sight was blocked, making it impossible to see anything more than 3 meters away. Yang Kai released his divine sense without hesitation, sending out countless threads of divine sense to form an inescapable net around him, not letting go of a single inch of space or corner. However, to his surprise, the third person had really disappeared, and even his powerful divine sense was unable to detect the slightest trace of this person. However, Yang Kai knew that the other party had definitely not left. Since they had stayed here, they must be after the red candle stalk. The red candle stalk was now in Yang Kai's hands, so if the other party wanted it, they would definitely come looking for him. Suddenly, one of the threads of divine sense scattered around Yang Kai's body sent out some subtle movements. Normally, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid attention to it, but at this moment, all his hair stood on end. Quickly turning around, he condensed a ball of demonic flame around his fist and punched out. Inside the red mist, a vague figure strangely appeared, and a giant hand that resembled a dead tree secretly stabbed towards Yang Kai like a sharp sword. A long sword covered in demonic flames appeared, and Yang Kai slashed out with his profound heavenly sword. When the sword wave collided with the giant dead tree hand shattered and the vague figure disappeared, but the profound heavenly sword wave also collapsed. Your Saint Chi is quite interesting, actually possessing such power. I really didn't expect there to be a Saint King realm cultivator like you in this world. Lu Ye's voice came from behind again with a hint of mockery. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he turned around again, only to see that the other party was actually standing there without moving, as if the giant hand and the vague figure that had just attacked him weren't him at all. What kind of method is this? Yang Kai was shocked and no longer dared to act carelessly. Just as he was about to take the initiative to launch an attack, countless vague figures he had seen before suddenly appeared from all directions. These figures were all identical, as if they had been cast from the same mold, and all of them rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions, unleashing a series of powerful martial skills towards Yang Kai. Each of these martial skills was a real attack, without the slightest bit of illusory feeling. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he directly summoned his purple shield and placed it beside him to protect himself. At the same time, he sent out a series of shocking sword waves to form an impenetrable defense around himself. Asterisk chi chi chi. Star. Wherever the sword wave passed, the blurry figures were reduced to nothingness one by one, and all of their attacks were blocked. However, there seemed to be no end to the blurry figures around Yang Kai, as if there was no end to them, constantly attacking him one after another, causing Yang Kai to feel a headache coming on. Yang Kai had never seen such a strange method before, so he couldn't find a way to break it for a while. But after exchanging blows with his opponent for a while, Kai Yang also faintly felt that something was wrong. Each of these vague figures had Lu Ye's aura, making them seem like afterimages of Lu Ye's body, but at the same time, they also seemed like Lu Ye's, both real and illusory, making them difficult to grasp. Sending out another sword wave to stop these blurry figures from approaching, Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to bite his index finger and drip a drop of golden blood, which Yang Kai quickly smeared onto his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation reappeared, and an invisible majesty spread out from it. Yang Kai's left eye was no longer as hazy as before, instantly piercing through the red mist and allowing him to see everything clearly. The blurry figures around him also became clear at this moment. They were indeed Lu Yi. Each of them was Lu Yi, but under the divine technique of the demon eye of annihilation, which could see through all illusions, these figures all gave off an abnormal faint red glow. Only one figure in the distance remained the same from beginning to end. Yang Kai's eyes instantly locked onto this figure, and if he wasn't mistaken, this was Lu Ye's real body. The previous figures were all created by him through some special method. Oh, a heavenly talent? A look of shock and anger appeared on Lu Ye's face as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai's left eye, as if he had discovered something incredible, a look of greed appearing on his face. With his knowledge and experience, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai's left eye was not a result of some kind of secret technique, but rather an innate divine technique. This kind of innate divine technique was extremely rare, and even he had never possessed one before. The golden pupil was narrow and slender, and at first glance, it was obvious it was a precious treasure. After staring at it for a moment, Lu Yi actually felt his soul become turbulent in his knowledge sea, as if it was about to be sucked away. Panicking, he hurriedly stabilized his mind and calmed the tumbling of his knowledge sea. While feeling great fear in his heart, Lu Ye's expression also became excited. If he could seize Yang Kai's left eye, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger for him. He really hadn't expected that this first-order Saint King cultivator would give him so many pleasant surprises. Moreover, the other parties I seemed to be able to see through illusions, so Lu Ye's original plan could not be carried out. With a single thought, all the scattered illusory figures shook and transformed into streams of light that returned to his body. The next moment, a shocking burst of spiritual energy erupted from Lu Ye's body, transforming into a sharp spike that pierced towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai only felt that the defenses of his knowledge sea were about to be broken at this moment, and in a great shock, he didn't dare to hold back, pushing his spiritual energy to the limit to block the other party's attack. Although he had managed to block it, Yang Kai still felt a little dizzy, and his divine sense had been slightly damaged in that instant. It seemed that before the red candle fruit ripened, Lu Yi had not used his full strength when he attacked him. This guy's soul cultivation was even higher than his own. The moment he felt dizzy, Yang Kai knew that the situation wasn't good and quickly waved his sword, sending out a burst of demonic flames that broke through the red fog and shot towards the void. A red curtain of light covered Yang Kai's head, one that was filled with a thick evil aura. Lu Ye's strange laughter rang in his ears, causing his blood to boil. He wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai's unguarded state to capture Yang Kai in one fell swoop, so he could unearth all the secrets hidden on Yang Kai's body. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? With a single thought, the demonic flames he had sent out before suddenly transformed into pitch-black beams of light that shot towards a certain point on the red light curtain like arrows released from a bow. Yuan control technique. Lu Ye's face sank as his expression became gloomy. Yang Kai's performance had always amazed him. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent, but his Saint Qi, spiritual energy, and spiritual energy were all different from ordinary people. Now, he was actually able to display Yuan control technique, which was far beyond Lu Ye's expectations. Although the other party's Yuan control technique seemed a bit crude, as if he had just comprehended it, this was not a skill that a Saint King realm cultivator could master. Only after reaching the origin returning realm and gaining a certain degree of understanding of Shi would it be possible to achieve this. Even so, there were very few origin returning realm masters who could control their Saint Qi outside their body, and each one of them was a shocking genius who would have great prospects in the future. The Yuan control technique that Lu Yi spoke of was something Yang Kai had painstakingly comprehended over the past few days. Before, Yang Kai's use of his Saint Qi was based on the foundation of some martial skills. Sometimes, Yang Kai would simply throw out his Saint Qi, but whether or not he could hit his target depended on both sides' reactions and their defensive abilities. But in the days before the red candle fruit ripened, Yang Kai had comprehended a deeper level of control over his Saint Qi. This not only required a deep understanding of Saint Qi but also a powerful spiritual energy to support it, otherwise Yuan control technique would be a joke. Chapter 1230. One of the foundations of Yuan control technique's use of divine sense was naturally not difficult for Yang Kai. Now that he was facing Lu Yi, Yang Kai intended to test the fruits of his comprehension over the past few days, and as a result, he was pleasantly surprised. Under Yang Kai's control, the burning black fireballs turned into sharp arrows that directly pierced a hole in the red curtain and shot up into the sky. At the same time, the evil Qi and demonic Qi which had been soaring to the sky seemed to have been greatly reduced due to the appearance of this hole. Yang Kai grinned as the sound of wind and thunder erupted from behind him. Without waiting for Lu Yi to react, Yang Kai appeared in front of him and swung his demonic flame sword in a beautiful arc towards Lu Ye's body. Lu Yi had already experienced the terrifying power of the demonic flame, so although he wouldn't be burned to death by it, it was best to avoid contact with it as much as possible. Lu Ye's cackling came to an abrupt end and he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he began forming a series of inexplicable seals with his hands, causing the red curtain to squirm and transform into a giant red hand that slammed down towards Yang Kai. Unexpectedly, he also understood Yuan control technique, and the degree to which he was able to control it was not inferior to Yang Kai, who had just comprehended this divine ability. In fact, it was even superior. The moment the red hand slammed down, it was as if the world itself had been sealed, making it difficult to breathe. Yang Kai's movements even paused slightly. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he madly pushed the Saint Chi in his body, breaking free from this quagmire, not even bothering to look back as he sent out a palm strike. Similarly, a giant hand appeared. The Nine Heavens Divine Skills heaven-covering hand met Lu Ye's red hand. When the two palms collided, the world energy around them shook violently, causing the entire mountain valley to crack and crumble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai leapt forward and swung his demonic flame sword. Under the influence of his Yuan control technique, the black flames transformed into a variety of attacks that madly shot towards Lu Yi. Yang Kai could see that this Lu Ye's divine sense was stronger than his own, but there was a limit to it. As long as Yang Kai was vigilant enough, this Lu Yi wouldn't be able to pose much of a threat to his divine sense. However, Lu Ye's Saint Chi wasn't as pure and vigorous as his own, and his physical strength was far inferior. This was why Yang Kai chose to engage in melee combat, as it was his greatest strength. Not only that, but in order to prevent Lu Yi from escaping, Yang Kai also poured his Saint Chi into his purple shield. After absorbing enough Saint Chi, the purple shield immediately released a yellow aura, Yang Kai's hand's Chi, and a massive sandstorm in the mountain valley. This was one of the powers contained within the purple shield that Yang Kai was using for the first time. The purple shield was refined from the shell of the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion. Yang Kai had deliberately integrated the monster core of this ninth-order monster beast into the purple shield, giving it one of the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's abilities when it was alive. The sandstorm was one of the purple shield's abilities. As the sand and dust swirled around, Yang Kai's figure became more and more unpredictable. Under this violent sandstorm, Lu Yi had no choice but to divert a part of his attention to resist the strange attack, allowing Yang Kai to take the initiative and suppress him. Lu Yi was annoyed. He had never expected that after regaining his freedom after tens of thousands of years, the first enemy he would encounter would be so powerful. This wasn't an existence he could easily deal with. This made him feel like he had lost a great deal of face, causing him to become angry out of shame. The Yuan control technique of the two was almost the same. Yang Kai had only just comprehended it and was unable to control it to perfection, while Lu Ye's Saint Chi wasn't pure enough, so he couldn't display his full strength. As a result, the Saint Chi he used to control was always at a disadvantage when fighting against Yang Kai's demonic flame. His Saint Chi was at a disadvantage, his spiritual energy was unable to suppress his opponent, and his physical body wasn't as strong as his opponent's. After only a short exchange, Lu Yi was already riddled with scars and was on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply continued to frantically suppress his opponent, the demonic flame sword in his hand causing some damage to his opponent from time to time. However, what made Yang Kai extremely depressed was that even when his demonic flames touched his opponent's body, they would be extinguished by a flash of blue light. Yang Kai didn't know what this blue light was, but it was actually able to restrain his demonic flames and only caused him superficial injuries. Since he had made up his mind to kill this inexplicable enemy, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't hold back. Yang Kai didn't use his space force. His self-created space blade had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage, so it was best to use it for a surprise attack. If he missed and allowed his opponent to be on guard, it would no longer be effective. Yang Kai was looking for the right opportunity to give Lu Yi a big surprise. As long as Lu Yi was hit by his space blade once, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's frantic suppression also aroused Lu Ye's anger. After being wounded again, Lu Yi roared, "Junior, you court death." Saying so, Lu Yi suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. The smell of this blood was extremely pungent and nauseating, and it seemed to contain a terrifying amount of power. It seemed to be his blood essence. This blood essence turned into a blood mist that suddenly condensed into a single point and burst open. Immediately after, Lu Yi raised his hand and summoned a short black ruler into his grasp. This short ruler was only about the length of 2 palms and was about as thick as a fist. It seemed inconspicuous, But when it appeared, Yang Kai's heart jumped as an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He rarely felt this way, but every time this feeling appeared, it meant that an unimaginable danger was approaching. A fierce grin appeared on Lu Ye's face as he madly poured his Saint Qi into the short black ruler, causing the world around him to dim. It was as if all the light in the world was being absorbed by this short ruler, making it impossible for Yang Kai to see anything around him. Even with his demon eye of annihilation, he was unable to see anything. The sandstorm that had been filling the mountain valley was suddenly cut off and the sound of the wind came to an abrupt end. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. At this moment, he noticed that the Saint Qi in his body was unable to circulate freely. No matter how he tried, he couldn't use much strength and even his knowledge sea was blocked. In the darkness, something seemed to be smashing towards him and a deathly aura rushed towards him, one that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. I can't catch it. I can't block it. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind flashed with all kinds of methods and ideas, realizing that whether he used his Saint Qi or spiritual energy, he would not be able to block this shocking blow. Even if he wanted to escape, with both his Saint Qi and spiritual energy completely suppressed, he couldn't move or tear space. In the blink of an eye, a drop of golden blood condensed at Yang Kai's fingertip and a shocking vitality aura spread out. Immediately after, the drop of golden blood turned into a streak of golden light and pierced into the darkness. The aura of vitality and world annihilation collided with each other, but unexpectedly, there was no sound at all. Only the golden light and the black light collided in the mountain valley, seemingly evenly matched. How is this possible? Lu Ye's complexion finally changed. Although he had been suppressed by Yang Kai before, he hadn't used all of his means and hadn't panicked. But now that he had used such a powerful artifact, he was determined to kill Yang Kai and believed that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to block his blow. To Lu Ye's surprise, though, the scene of flesh and blood being splattered did not appear as he had imagined. Instead, Yang Kai's blood force surged like a sea and blocked his attack. This boy must be killed as soon as possible, Lu Ye thought to himself, and his face became extremely fierce. This boy was just a first-order Saint King cultivator, yet he was already able to compete with him. If he was allowed to grow, wouldn't he be invincible in this world? Nipping all dangers in the bud was Lu Ye's experience over the past 10,000 years and his code of conduct. At this moment, he really regarded Yang Kai as a thorn in his side, a thorn in his flesh that he had to get rid of. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Lu Ye's eyes as he spat out another mouthful of blood essence to contend with the golden light. The black light, which had been evenly matched with the golden light for a while, suddenly soared and overshadowed the golden light. It seemed like this black light was about to sweep towards Yang Kai and swallow him whole. Yang Kai flicked his finger and another drop of golden blood sputtered out. The golden light once again shone fiercely and pierced through the black light's blockade. Ah! Lu Ye cried out in surprise as the black light collapsed inch by inch and light reappeared. Inside the mountain valley, both Yang Kai and Lu Ye stood in place. But at this moment, Lu Ye's body was swaying and his face was extremely pale, as if his Yuan Qi had been greatly injured. Yang Kai's expression, on the other hand, was quite ugly, but he was unscathed and still full of energy. Through the red mist, Yang Kai stared at Lu Ye, a cold light flashing across his eyes, like the cold wind blowing from a snowy mountain. Lu Ye couldn't help but shiver. A dark blade-like attack suddenly struck from the front, and before Lu Ye could react, it had already reached him. Lu Ye panicked and hurriedly twisted his body to avoid being hit, but at the same time, a slight tingling pain suddenly came from his left arm. Turning his head to look, Lu Ye's soul nearly left his body as he discovered that one of his arms had been cut off by the attack just now. What kind of attack was this? Even he hadn't noticed it or felt any aura at all. Yet how could it be so powerful? What frightened Lu Ye even more was that his severed arm, which had fallen to the ground, was obviously missing a bit and couldn't fit perfectly with his wound. He didn't know what was going on. While he was still in shock, Yang Kai's murderous intent surged like a tide and was about to take advantage of his heavy injuries to kill him when Lu Ye's figure flickered, and he suddenly turned into a red light and sped away. Lu Ye didn't know what kind of secret technique he used, but by the time Yang Kai's divine sense detected him, the other party was already 35 kilometers away. Chapter 12:31. In the sandy Luyan Desert, where flight was impossible, Lu Yi was able to run 3 to 5 kilometers in an instant. This secret technique was quite impressive, but it wasn't over yet. Lu Ye's aura flashed as he ran another 3 kilometers. Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he was shocked by the other party's endless methods. But at the same time, he also felt a great sense of dread. Yang Kai had even used his space blade but had failed to cut the other party in half and had instead allowed him to escape with his life. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact this black ruler was, but just a casual wave of it had required 2 drops of his golden blood to resist. Origin-grade artifacts didn't have such power, so the only explanation was that the black ruler in Lu Ye's hand was an Origin King-grade artifact. Flowing Cloud Valley actually had an Origin King-grade artifact. And why was it being carried by Lu Yi? Although Yang Kai didn't understand why Flowing Cloud Valley would make such a choice, he had already made up his mind to kill Lu Yi while he was seriously injured. Otherwise, once Lu Yi recovered, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was about to use his wind and thunder wings to pursue when he suddenly heard the shouts of countless people. All of them filled with panic and inexplicable panic. These shouts were coming from the group of elites who were competing for the red candle fruit. Chu Chongfeng's angry shout, Fang Tianzhong's attempt to stop him, Wei Guchang's scream, Yin Su Dai's cry, all sounded almost at the same time. Obviously, something terrible had happened. Immediately after, Yang Kai heard a soft sound, as if something had broken. Then, a red light flew straight from the battlefield towards the mountain valley, and the direction it was flying towards was Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't think much about it and directly reached out to grab it because he could feel that the energy contained in this red light was amazing, but it wasn't some kind of attack. As soon as he touched it, a rich fruity fragrance immediately filled his nose. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked carefully at the object in his hand before exclaiming, "The red candle fruit?" Yang Kai hadn't expected that the red candle fruit, which he hadn't even tried to snatch, would actually end up in his hands while everyone was fighting over it. But now this red candle fruit was incomplete, as if it had been cut open by a sharp weapon. The one in Yang Kai's hand was only 1/6 the size of a whole red candle fruit. The fresh and tender flesh of the fruit was exposed, and a rich fruity aroma filled the air. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Yang Kai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense to perceive the movements of others. Soon, Yang Kai's mood relaxed as he found that the elites who had been competing for the red candle fruit were still fighting over it, but they were no longer able to obtain the whole spirit fruit and were instead divided into groups of a dozen or so, each of them staring at a portion of the fruit. "You dare!" Chu Chongfeng shouted angrily, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped shut by an attack. Immediately after, the indifferent man from Star Emperor sect made a feint and retreated, under everyone's shocked and angry gazes, calmly leaving and quickly disappearing. No one had any intention of stopping him. Firstly, there were still a few pieces of the fruit that had yet to be determined, and secondly, this man was too strong. 1 or 2 people wouldn't be able to stop him. At this time, who would bother with such a thankless task? Everyone turned their eyes to the few pieces of the fruit that had been cut open. Once again, a chaotic scramble ensued. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's heart relaxed, and while feeling distressed over the loss of the red candle fruit's medicinal efficacies, he quickly rummaged through his space ring. This kind of heaven-defying spirit fruit couldn't be stored in an ordinary jade box. If he wanted to maintain its medicinal efficacies, he had to use a wood attribute box. Fortunately, Yang Kai had such a wood attribute material in his space ring, so after a while, he found a piece of azure spirit wood and used his Saint Chi to create a simple wooden box. Placing the red candle fruit inside, he closed the lid and breathed a sigh of relief. If he had known that such a situation would occur, he would have prepared a wooden box a long time ago and would not have panicked so much. Although the wooden box made of azure spirit wood was quite good, if it was left like this for a long time, the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit would inevitably disappear. Yang Kai needed to find some time to deal with it to prevent this from happening. But right now he didn't have the time to do such a thing, so he could only wait until he had time. Moreover, after being delayed like this, Yang Kai had to give up on his plan to hunt down Lu Yi. The other party had long since escaped the range of his divine sense and was now hiding somewhere. Outside the mountain valley, the pieces of red candle fruit that did not belong to anyone eventually fell into the hands of several forces after a chaotic scramble. The elites who managed to snatch the red candle fruit were all overjoyed, while those who failed to do so thumped their chests and sighed, a fierce light flashing in their eyes. On the battlefield where the red candle fruit had originally been, 7 or 8 corpses were left behind, each of them in an incomparably miserable state. It was impossible to tell who had killed them in the process of snatching the fruit. The scene just now was so chaotic, with all kinds of artifacts and martial skills being used. Everyone was using their full strength and no one had the time to pay attention to the situation of others, so even though the forces that had just lost a few people knew that their enemy was right in front of them, they couldn't determine their target, so they didn't dare act rashly and could only grit their teeth and swallow the bitter pill in their hearts. After the pieces of red candle fruit were taken into their space rings, everyone rushed over to the mountain valley at the same time. It seemed that they had all seen the piece of red candle fruit that had just flown over, and only now did they find the time to continue scrambling. However, the mountain valley was filled with red mist, making it impossible to see anything with the naked eye. After releasing their divine senses, all kinds of divine senses intersected with one another, and from time to time, muffled groans could be heard, making it difficult for everyone to release their divine senses too far. After searching for more than half a day, until the red mist in the mountain valley gradually dissipated, no one had found the last piece of red candle fruit that had flown in, so they could only look at the others suspiciously, secretly feeling that every force other than themselves might have obtained the last piece of red candle fruit, but none of them dared to say anything. Yang Kai was secretly pleased. He had been considering how to escape after obtaining the piece of red candle fruit, but he hadn't expected that the red mist in this mountain valley would help him so much. Now that everyone who was still alive had gathered here, he could naturally fish in troubled waters. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, secretly glanced at Yang Kai and frowned secretly. She remembered that when they were fighting for the red candle fruit, Yang Kai had still been in the process of comprehending it, so if the red candle fruit had flown over here, the one most likely to obtain it would undoubtedly be Yang Kai. However, she didn't have any conclusive evidence, so it was impossible for her to betray Yang Kai, so she only glanced at him for a moment before withdrawing her gaze and standing there calmly. Dai Yuan wasn't the only one who had such suspicions, but like Dai Yuan, none of them could determine the truth of the matter. Although some of them wanted to inquire about Yang Kai, in the end, Yang Kai was with Wei Guchang, so none of them dared to act rashly. Everyone. Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect smiled bitterly and suddenly stood up, cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, please listen to this Li's words." Everyone looked at him indifferently. Those who had obtained the red candle fruit wore vigilant looks, while those who hadn't obtained any benefits remained indifferent. But they all wanted to know what Li Yunan was going to say now, so the scene remained silent. "Everyone, the red candle fruit is different from other spirit fruits in that it cannot be placed in a jade box, and now that the red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces by that bastard, it can't be placed in a jade box. Once it is placed in this jade box, its medicinal efficacies will quickly dissipate. I'm afraid that before you can leave the Lu Yen desert, this heaven-defying spirit fruit will lose its effect and become a pile of waste. It can't be placed in a jade box." Chu Chongfeng's face changed slightly as he quickly took out a jade box from his ring. As soon as this jade box appeared, many people immediately showed greedy eyes as they stared at Chu Chongfeng. It seemed that this heaven's pride of heaven battling union really had some skill. Even with so many people fighting over it, he was still able to grab one of the pieces. Fong Tianzhong, Yin Su Dai, and a burly man with a rough appearance but an astonishing aura also heard this and stared at Li Yunan intently. "If it can't be placed in a jade box, then what should be used? You should know, right? Chu Chong Fong asked bluntly. Li Yunan showed a complacent expression and nodded lightly. Naturally, this Li knows. Please enlighten us, Brother Li. Fong Tianzhong cupped his fists slightly. Li Yunan grinned meaningfully and returned the courtesy. This Li wouldn't dare. It's just that this Li has studied alchemy since childhood and knows more about alchemy than any of you here. Although I can tell you how to store it, in the battle just now, this Li's junior brother was seriously injured and almost lost his life. As for who was behind this Li knows in his heart, so I won't point it out here. Saying so, Li Yunan swept his eyes around, his posture clear and confident. Only then did everyone understand what he was up to. The several elites of Medicine Pill Sect hadn't obtained anything in this competition, so Li Yunan clearly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to fish for some benefits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss about his junior brother being injured. Normally, no one would injure an elite disciple of Medicine Pill Sect for no reason, but that was then and this was now. When they were fighting for the red candle fruit just now, who cared if you were a disciple of Medicine Pill Sect? Not killing you was already being lenient, so it was only a minor injury. It wasn't as if you would lose your life. What's more, there really were 7 or 8 elites who had died in the battle. In comparison, the cultivator from Medicine Pill Sect was much luckier. Although they all snorted in their hearts, no one said anything at this time. Fong Tianzhong frowned slightly, but his heart was clear as he quickly said, "If Brother Li is willing to tell this Fong the method to store it, after leaving the Lu Yen sand field, Thunder Typhoon Sect is willing to pay 1,000,000 Saint Crystals as a reward." Chapter 1232. 1,000,000. Heh. Li Yunan chuckled lightly before turning to Fong Tianzhong and saying, "Does Brother Fong think this red candle fruit is only worth 1,000,000? If that's the case, this Li will take his leave." 5,000,000. Fong Tianzhong's expression remained unchanged, but the price he offered directly increased 5-fold. Li Yunan's raised foot fell as he revealed a look of excitement. Although his Medicine Pill Sect failed to grab the red candle fruit this time, if every great force that managed to grab the red candle fruit offered him 5,000,000, the harvest from this trip would not be small. What's more, the value of the red candle fruit that had been cut open was no longer as heaven-defying. As such, Fong Tianzhong hesitated for a while, wondering if he should continue to raise the price. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, Yin Su Dai suddenly turned her beautiful eyes towards Dai Yuan from Colored Glass Sect's side, her red lips moving slightly as if she was sending a message to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan's brow furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on her face, but she still sent a message back. The next moment, Yin Su Dai's charming face filled with a happy expression as she giggled and said, "Several brothers, please continue your discussion. This junior sister will take her leave first." Saying so, he quickly left with several of Colored Glass Sect's elites. Everyone was extremely surprised because just now, Yin Su Dai had also used her ribbon-like artifact to snatch a piece of the red candle fruit, so no one had expected that she would actually leave without obtaining a method to preserve it. But soon everyone felt relieved. In terms of proficiency in the Tao of Alchemy, besides Li Yunan, an elite disciple of Medicine Pill Sect, there was also Dai Yuan. It seemed that Yin Su Dai had learned some information from Dai Yuan, which was why she had simply retreated. With such a precious treasure in hand, Yin Su Dai naturally did not want to remain in this dangerous place. For a time, several people cast burning gazes towards Dai Yuan, seemingly wanting to learn from her how to properly preserve the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit. Seeing this, Li Yunan knew that if he didn't agree now, he wouldn't get his share of the 5,000,000. He had been so depressed before that he had completely forgotten about Dai Yuan's existence. Although this woman was from Colored Glass Sect for some special reason, she had been studying medicinal herbs, so she definitely knew how to preserve the red candle fruit. Feeling annoyed, Li Yunan quickly nodded to Fong Tianzhong. "Good, 5,000,000 it is. We'll do as Brother Fong says." Fong Tianzhong gently nodded, not showing any intention of going back on his word. Li Yunan quickly sent a few words to Fong Tianzhong. causing him to ponder for a moment before silently leading Thunder Typhoon Sect's group away. On the other side, Chu Chong Fong and the burly man with an astonishing aura hesitated for a while before also sending Liu Nan a message, both of them contentedly leaving. "Let's go too." Wei Guchang grinned. He had also obtained a piece of the red candle fruit. Although very few people had come to Shadow Moon Hall this time, only he and Dong Xianer had come. His luck was simply unstoppable. Originally, he didn't have much hope, but when the Star Emperor sect disciple cut open the red candle fruit, a piece of fruit flew over to him and he immediately collected it. Could be said that this was an extremely simple and easy process. Compared to the others who had to fight for a piece of the red candle fruit, Wei Guchang's luck was simply off the charts. It was as if the bad luck he had felt since entering Lu Yen Sandfield's third layer had suddenly dissipated. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had a close relationship, so naturally, she wouldn't be stingy with telling him how to preserve this fruit, so there was no need for him to make any kind of deal with Liu Nan. "Brother Wei, please wait." Liu Nan saw that he was about to leave and quickly stopped him. "What's wrong? Does Brother Li have something to say?" Wei Guchang's footsteps paused as he suddenly turned around, his expression becoming cold as he secretly condensed his strength, preparing to attack at a moment's notice. Seeing him act like he was facing a great enemy, Liu Nan immediately knew that the other party had misunderstood him and waved his hand. "Brother Wei doesn't need to be so nervous. Although this Li and Brother Wei haven't had many dealings, this Li is not a scheming person. Brother Wei should be clear about this." Wei Guchang heard this and the vigilance on his face relaxed slightly as he gently nodded. This Wei naturally understands Brother Li's character. But, this place is not a good place to stay for long. Saying so, he swept his eyes around. All around, the many cultivator who had failed to obtain anything from the red candle fruit this time were all staring at Wei Guchang, seemingly considering whether they should make a move to keep him here. Seeing this, Liu Nan raised his voice and said, "Everyone, please calm down. If it was a complete red candle fruit, it would be worth fighting over, but now that the red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces, and Brother Wei has only obtained a single piece, it is unknown how much medicinal efficacy it will have. Don't tell me you want to provoke a powerful enemy over something so uncertain?" Liu Nan actually spoke up for Wei Guchang, pulling him out of this whirlpool of right and wrong, causing Wei Guchang's expression to become extremely strange. "Brother Li, I just want to ask, can a cut red candle fruit have the effect of allowing an origin-returning realm master to break through their shackles?" A young man in white robes frowned and asked. On the chest of this young man's white robes was embroidered a white cloud. This was the symbol of Floating Mist Palace. "Good question, Brother Tang." Liu Nan nodded. "However, I cannot answer this question because this Li has only heard of the red candle fruit and has never seen it before. I believe that even my master cannot give an exact answer to this question. But the medicinal efficacy of the red candle fruit itself is enough to allow an origin-returning realm master to break through their shackles. It is only a possibility, but now that it has been cut into several pieces, this possibility, I don't think this Li needs to explain, but Brother Tang should be clear about it." The Floating Mist Palace youth, surnamed Tang, frowned and pondered for a while before nodding. "I understand. Farewell." Saying so, he immediately left with the disciples of Floating Mist Palace. The cultivator from the other forces saw that Tang Yong of Floating Mist Palace no longer had any ideas about the red candle fruit and could not help sighing in their hearts before leaving one after another. Soon, only the people from Medicine Pill Sect remained in the mountain valley. Wei Guchang looked at Liu Nan with a faint smile. From beginning to end, he did not say anything, but his smile was full of meaning. He did not believe that Liu Nan would help him for no reason. The other party obviously had some ulterior motive, but since the other party did not say anything, Wei Guchang was not stupid enough to ask. "Now can Brother Wei have a good talk with this one?" Liu Nan looked at Wei Guchang with a smug look on his face, as if he felt that his ability to send everyone away with just a few words was quite amazing. "If Brother Li has something to say, please speak." Wei Guchang nodded slightly. "This one would like to ask if Brother Wei has any intention of selling that piece of red candle fruit?" Li Yunan did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Sell? Wei Guchang's eyes narrowed. Brother Li wants to buy it? And Li Yunan nodded seriously. Wei Guchang grinned meaningfully and said, Didn't Brother Li just say that the value of this piece of red candle fruit is not as good as before? Why does Brother Li want to buy it? Li Yunan shook his head and said solemnly, Even if the value of this piece of red candle fruit is not as good as before, it is still a heaven-defying spirit fruit that only appears once every 10,000 years. My medicine pill sect has always been dedicated to the research of various spirit grasses and spirit medicines as well as the refinement of pills. Now that such an opportunity has presented itself before this Li, if this Li doesn't do something, I'm afraid he will be punished by the elders of medicine pill sect after returning to medicine pill sect. After buying this piece of red candle fruit, perhaps the elders of medicine pill sect will be able to research something that will greatly improve my alchemy skills. Of course, if Brother Wei is willing to sell that piece of red candle fruit to this Li can guarantee that not only will medicine pill sect provide sufficient compensation to Shadow Moon Hall, but also that the 5 elders of medicine pill sect will agree to Brother Wei's request to refine pills 5 times for free. Wei Guchang originally had a disapproving look on his face, but after hearing the last condition, his expression changed immediately and he couldn't bring himself to refuse. After all, the efficacy of the red candle fruit was only rumored, and no one knew what its true value was. Perhaps it was worthless after being cut open, but an opportunity for the 5 elders of medicine pill sect to refine pills for free was extremely rare. Over the years, the 5 elders had rarely acted in alchemy, and every time they did, other great forces would have to pay a huge price to invite them to do so. Comparing the 2 of them, Wei Guchang found it a little difficult to choose. But soon, he said, Brother Li, even if this Wei doesn't say it, presumably you know that this is not a decision I can make. If you really want to buy this piece of red candle fruit on behalf of medicine pill sect, you might as well wait until we leave the Luyen Desert and let the elders of medicine pill sect come to Shadow Moon Hall in person to discuss the matter. Whatever the 2 of us say here is useless. Naturally, this Li understands. Li Yunan saw that Wei Guchang didn't immediately refuse and seemed to have a lot of room for negotiation, so he couldn't help smiling and saying, Since that's the case, this matter will wait until the Luyen Desert closes and the elders of our sects can discuss it. That would be best. Wei Guchang nodded with satisfaction. If Brother Li has nothing else to say, this one will take his leave first. Brother Wei, please. Li Yunan smiled warmly, naturally not stopping him. After there was no one else in the mountain valley, Li Yunan's expression gradually became dignified as he stared towards a certain spot in the mountain valley. There, he saw a withered corpse that seemed to have died many years ago. This was the junior brother he had sent to secretly collect the red candle stalk. But at this moment, this junior brother seemed to have suffered some kind of vicious attack and died so miserably that even his space ring had disappeared. Li Yunan's face became extremely gloomy, but he didn't mention this junior brother and instead just stomped his foot and said, Let's go back to the sect. Ah, Brother Li, we're going back now? There are still 2 to 3 months before the Luyen Desert closes. One of the women looked at Li Yunan in surprise. There's no need to stay, the 2nd layer's treasure area has been rummaged through countless times by those people, and the 3rd layer is filled with danger. I'm afraid all the good things have already been taken. We should go back now and report the matter of the red candle fruit. Let's see if our martial uncles can go to those great forces to discuss the purchase of the red candle fruit. Li Yunan sneered softly. Even if the red candle fruit is taken away by them, in the end, I'm afraid they will ask our medicine pill sect for it. Besides our medicine pill sect, no one else knows much about this kind of treasure, so they won't dare use it rashly, so we still have the advantage. Hearing what he said, the disciples of medicine pill sect who had failed to grab any benefits from the red candle fruit all wore looks of shock, all of their previous frustration and gloominess thrown away, all of them smiling happily, as if they had suddenly found the great value of their sect's existence. Chapter 1233. About 100 kilometers away from the mountain valley, in a desolate and secluded place, a group of 4 came to a stop. It was none other than Wei Guchang, Yang Kai, and the others. After walking out of the gorge, Wei Guchang had his divine perception enveloped the surroundings at all times, and he was extremely vigilant. But after walking for over 50 kilometers, he didn't see any ignorant person come looking for trouble with them, and it allowed him to finally heave a sigh of relief. From beginning to end, Dong Shener, Dai Yuan, and Yang Kai did not say a single word as they continued onwards in silence. Only after arriving here did Wei Guchang stop, touch his space ring, and turn around. "Brother Yang, what do you plan to do next?" He did not ask Dai Yuan but instead asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately understood that Wei Guchang suspected that he had also obtained a piece of the red candle fruit. Because the two of them were now in the same situation, Wei Guchang had asked him this question. Yang Kai naturally would not reveal anything through his words. Although he still appreciated Wei Guchang, the red candle fruit was of great importance, so it was best to be careful. Hearing this, Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "I don't have any plans. I'm just going to explore the third layer and see if I can find anything good." Brother Yang still wants to go deeper? Wei Guchang's complexion changed slightly as he felt quite strange. It stood to reason that if Yang Kai really obtained the last piece of the red candle fruit, he should be extremely cautious and not take any risks to explore any deeper, but Yang Kai actually wanted to continue exploring. Not only did Wei Guchang feel strange, but even Dong Shener showed a strange expression. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew what they were thinking, but on the surface, he remained calm and simply said, "No one has ever entered the third layer flame area before, and even a heaven-defying spirit fruit like the red candle fruit has appeared. Perhaps there will be even better things beyond this layer." When Wei Guchang heard this, most of the suspicions in his heart disappeared, thinking that perhaps Yang Kai really did not obtain any pieces of the red candle fruit, which was why he was acting so unscrupulously. Nodding slightly, he said, "Since Brother Yang has made such a choice, this way will not say anything more. I only hope that Brother Yang remains cautious in all matters and returns with a full harvest. Shener and I will not stay here for long. We will be leaving Lu Yen Sandfield soon." Wei Guchang's choice did not surprise Yang Kai at all. The red candle fruit was too important, and anyone who carried such a spirit fruit with them at all times would feel uneasy. Wei Guchang definitely wanted to bring the piece of red candle fruit out of Lu Yen Sandfield as soon as possible. It wasn't just Wei Guchang who thought so. Yang Kai estimated that Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, Yin Sudai, and even the burly man would all think so. Moreover, they would not let others handle this matter and would definitely take the piece of red candle fruit themselves and leave Lu Yen Sandfield directly. This was good news for Yang Kai. With so many of the sect's elites leaving at once, there would naturally be fewer people remaining. With fewer people, there would be less competition. Brother Wei and Sister Shener should also be careful. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Guchang then turned his eyes to Dai Yuan and asked, "What about you, little sister Dai Yuan?" "Me?" Dai Yuan smiled. "I didn't get anything good this time, so I'm not in a hurry to leave. Naturally, I'll stay and see if some good luck happens in the next few days." "In that case, you should also be careful." Wei Guchang naturally would not persuade Dai Yuan to leave with him. Dong Shener stepped forward and said a few words to Dai Yuan before bidding farewell to Wei Guchang and Shener and hurrying back. After Lu Yen Sandfield opened, it wasn't impossible to leave, but no one had done so before. After all, even if one's strength was low, they could still hunt for fire spirit beasts in the first layer flame area and harvest some fire crystal stones. However, the appearance of the red candle fruit this time had caused several of Shadowed Star's most powerful sect elites to leave early. This was something that had only happened once in 10,000 years. After the figures of Wei Guchang and Dong Shener disappeared from sight, Dai Yuan quietly glanced over at Yang Kai. Just like Wei Guchang, she had suspected that Yang Kai had obtained the red candle fruit. But now that Yang Kai had chosen to stay and even continued to explore deeper, she was no longer sure of her guess. Just as she was contemplating, though, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at her and said, "Since this matter is over, I will take my leave. I hope Sister Dai Yuan will have good luck in the next few days." "Wait." Dai Yuan felt anxious and immediately called out, She had never expected that Yang Kai would actually want to part ways with her so directly. What's wrong? Yang Kai didn't have any malice towards Dai Yuan. Although the other party was congenitally deficient, she had a pure heart. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai had a good impression of her. But he didn't understand why she had still called out to him after he had made himself so clear. Dai Yuan bit her red lips as a trace of hesitation flashed across her face, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Junior brother Yang, I also want to continue exploring. I wonder if I can accompany you?" "With me?" Yang Kai was stunned. Although he didn't know much about Dai Yuan, from the first time he met her, Yang Kai felt that she was a woman who liked to travel alone. This may have something to do with her appearance, so Yang Kai had never thought that she would actually ask to accompany him. This made Yang Kai feel a little awkward. He wanted to continue exploring the third layer because he wanted to find a suitable place to refine the profound in sunflower water. But if he were to travel with Dai Yuan, it would inevitably interfere with his plans. Seeing Yang Kai frown, Dai Yuan also seemed a little embarrassed, knowing that her proposal had made things difficult for him. But for some reason, she really didn't want to give up this opportunity to be alone with Yang Kai. What's more, she really did want to explore the third layer. The third layer was very different from the first layer, so Dai Yuan wasn't confident that she would be able to survive alone. If she could accompany Yang Kai, they would be able to take care of each other even if they encountered danger. So even if she felt embarrassed, Dai Yuan still looked at Yang Kai with sincere eyes, secretly praying that he wouldn't be unreasonable and refuse her. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had been so worried. Since a long time ago, she had never forced anyone to do anything, nor had she begged anyone. She had made up her mind to only rely on herself, but this time, she had broken her own perseverance. After a while, Yang Kai's brow relaxed and he grinned. "Good." Hearing this, Dai Yuan's face filled with joy and a look of gratitude flashed across her beautiful eyes. "But there are some things I need to make clear." Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "I presume Sister Dai Yuan is aware of the situation in the third layer. If we really encounter some kind of barrier or danger that even I can't deal with, you and I will have to find our own ways to deal with it. If Sister Dai Yuan dies here, don't blame me for not lending a helping hand." "Of course." Dai Yuan gently nodded. If we really encounter that kind of fatal danger, it can only be said that Dai Yuan's fate is not good. Seeing her agree so readily, Yang Kai was satisfied and said, "There is one more thing I need to do in the third layer. When I do that, I will have to separate from you. I can't stay with you until the Lu Yen sandfield closes." Dai Yuan showed a look of surprise, but she quickly reacted and smiled. What kind of secret technique does Junior Brother want to use here to practice? She took it for granted that this was an environment that couldn't be found outside, so if Yang Kai had to come here to do something, it was naturally related to this. "You can say that." Yang Kai didn't comment. "If you don't have any problems with this, we can travel together." Naturally, Dai Yuan readily agreed. The 2 points Yang Kai raised weren't really requests, so there was no reason for her to refuse. "In that case, I'll have to trouble Sister Dai Yuan to take care of me for the next few days." Yang Kai grinned. It's Dai Yuan who is bothering Junior Brother Yang. After making this decision, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass, checked the direction, and together with Dai Yuan, they headed deeper into the third layer. The heat of the third layer was so fierce that Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Saint Qi to resist the invasion of the fire poison. But Dai Yuan's situation was much simpler. She seemed to be wearing an artifact armor underneath her clothes, and all she needed to do was slightly push the power of this artifact armor to release a faint blue halo around her body. This halo gave off an icy aura that prevented the fire poison from getting within 3 meters of her. Along the way, Dai Yuan was secretly shocked. Although from the first time she saw Yang Kai, she knew that he had been using his Saint Qi to resist the fire poison and wasn't wearing an artifact armor like the elites of other sects, she still couldn't help feeling shocked. She didn't know how much consumption Yang Kai had to consume from using his Saint Qi so recklessly. But even now, he didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. Dai Yuan really wanted to know how much Saint Qi Yang Kai had stored in his body for him to be able to squander like this. Fortunately, after walking for a day, Yang Kai proposed that they meditate to restore themselves, allowing Dai Yuan to feel much better. Using Saint Qi like this, it would be strange if they didn't need to restore themselves. Even if Yang Kai hadn't suggested it, she would have taken the initiative to ask. So, the two of them found a secluded place and each found a suitable place to meditate. Of course, Yang Kai didn't need to meditate to restore himself. The small amount of Saint Qi he consumed to resist the fire poison was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for him. He just wanted to find an opportunity to deal with the red candle fruit he had obtained. Although he had hurriedly made a spirit wood box to store the red candle fruit in the mountain valley, time was of the essence at the time and the crafting was a bit rough, so he couldn't completely guarantee that the medicinal efficacies would not dissipate. 2 hours later, Yang Kai finished processing the red candle fruit and threw it into the black book space before leisurely getting up and walking over to where Dai Yuan was meditating. Chapter 1234. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of her. After adjusting her breathing, Dai Yuan's spirit had improved significantly. When Yang Kai walked over, she happened to open her eyes, obviously sensing his presence, but she showed a hesitant look on her face, making Yang Kai very curious. "Junior brother Yang, I've used up all of my recovery pills. Do you have any extra? I can buy some for St. Crystals." When Dai Yuan opened her mouth to speak, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Yang Kai didn't care about this point, although it was strange that this woman had actually used up all of her recovery pills. Thinking about it for a moment, he figured that she probably hadn't expected him to enter the third layer, so it was reasonable for her to consume so many pills. So without any suspicion, Yang Kai took out a bottle of pills from his space ring and tossed it over, smiling lightly as he said, "There's no need for St. Crystals, it's just a bottle of pills. They aren't worth much." Dai Yuan caught the bottle and showed a look of gratitude. Nodding, "Then Dai Yuan will thank junior brother Yang." "Good. Let's continue on our way," Yang Kai said before leading the way. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan opened the bottle of pills and swept her gaze over them. After seeing the appearance of the pills inside clearly, her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. When she raised her head and stared at Yang Kai's back again, her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with excitement and fanaticism, and she immediately put away the pills without saying a word before hurriedly following after him. The third layer flame area was indeed countless times more dangerous than the first layer. Although the environments of the two layers were similar, the dangers lurking inside were completely different. When Yang Kai walked through the first layer, with the exception of encountering a large number of fire spirit beasts in the strange mountain valley where he had to spend some effort to resolve the situation, he was basically taking a leisurely stroll through the second layer without any burden, not even needing to circulate his Saint Qi to protect himself. However, in the third layer, Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Saint Qi to resist the heat waves and fire toxins. Not only that, but the fire spirit beasts here weren't low in grade, all of them being 7th order or 8th order existences. In addition to these fire spirit beasts that could emerge from underground cracks, there were also various strange barriers. These fire spirit beasts didn't pose much of a threat to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan. As long as there weren't too many of them, the two of them could easily kill them and harvest some fire crystal stones. However, after witnessing Wei Guchang's group fall, Yang Kai had become more vigilant towards some seemingly dangerous places. Once he discovered such places, he would avoid them as far as he could, and if he couldn't, he would secretly use his demons of annihilation to see if there was any danger. Along the way, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If it weren't for his demon eye of annihilation, a divine technique that allowed him to see through illusions, he and Dai Yuan would have fallen into at least 5 different barriers over the past few days. These barriers were extremely well hidden and weren't something a Saint King realm cultivator could discover. Once these barriers were triggered, Yang Kai estimated that his end wouldn't have been any better. Because Yang Kai had been secretly using his demon eye of annihilation to lead Dai Yuan through these dangerous places. This woman from Colored Glass sect didn't notice anything, but she secretly felt that the third layer flame area didn't live up to its name. She didn't understand the dangers here at all and simply followed behind Yang Kai with ease. However, although the demon eye of annihilation was great demon god's divine technique, Yang Kai had only obtained it later and refined it for his own use, so it wasn't omnipotent. The two of them eventually fell into a barrier that even Yang Kai hadn't noticed. As soon as this barrier was triggered, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The originally extremely hot territory of the flame area suddenly became bitterly cold, and howling winds blew past them while large snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The environment suddenly became completely different from before. Inexplicably formed icicles attacked from all directions. There were also wind dragons gathered in the surroundings. They spat out cold chi that could freeze one's entire body. They hid the cold chi in their wind blades, making it very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan were both alchemists, one of whom cultivated a yang attribute secret art while the other cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so their Saint Chi was able to restrain the barriers here. However, it still took them 2 to 3 days to forcefully break the restriction and escape from it. During this process, Dai Yuan suffered some injuries, and if it weren't for Yang Kai saving her at a critical moment, her injuries would have been much more serious. Being injured in this place, unable to advance or retreat, was basically no different from waiting for death. After this incident, Dai Yuan no longer dared to underestimate the mysteries and dangers of this third layer and carefully followed behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also injured, but compared to his restorative ability, these injuries were not worth mentioning. After leaving this barrier, Yang Kai immediately took Dai Yuan to a nearby mountain wall and opened up a cave. Inside this cave, the two of them silently licked their wounds like wounded beasts. It wasn't until 3 days later that Dai Yuan's injuries were completely healed that the two of them continued their journey. The various methods Yang Kai displayed and the combat effectiveness he displayed made Dai Yuan finally understand that this First-Order Saint King was indeed different from the ones she had met before. His true combat power was not below hers, and the various methods he had displayed were already not something she could contend with, so what was there to say about what he had yet to show? No wonder Wei Guchang, who was so proud and arrogant, was so polite to him. It was likely he already knew that Yang Kai was extraordinary. Along the way, Dai Yuan occasionally encountered a few rare fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Every time this happened, Dai Yuan would take the initiative to pick these spirit grasses and spirit medicines and store them with the most suitable materials. Yang Kai didn't know why, but he found that this woman seemed to be very interested in these herbs. Every time she came back from picking them, she would talk endlessly about them, from their medicinal properties, pill recipes, methods to condense medicinal liquids, and even the use of spirit arrays in alchemy. It was as if there was nothing she didn't know, and she didn't shy away from anything. It was as if she was a completely different person from her usual taciturn self. At this time, Yang Kai remained silent and listened quietly. If it were any other time, he would really be interested in discussing alchemy with Dai Yuan. He could also see that this woman was very skilled in the alchemic way, and although her alchemy level was not as high as his, there was no harm in communicating with her. Unfortunately, at this moment, his mind was focused on refining the profound in sunflower water, and he really wasn't in the mood to talk about these things. So he could only miss the opportunity to exchange alchemy with this woman. Yang Kai's silence made Dai Yuan feel a little disappointed. She secretly thought to herself, could it be that things weren't as she thought? Otherwise, how could Yang Kai not say a word to these spirit grasses and spirit medicines, or even show any signs of excitement? She even deliberately misstated some information about these herbs, but Yang Kai didn't show any intention of correcting her, causing her to hesitate. Dai Yuan naturally didn't monopolize the spirit grasses and spirit medicines she picked, and she was also very self-aware that if it weren't for Yang Kai, she wouldn't have been able to safely travel so far. So when distributing the herbs, she took the initiative to keep a small portion for herself while giving the majority to Yang Kai. In this regard, Yang Kai didn't refuse. He and Dai Yuan didn't have a deep friendship and had only cooperated on this trip to the third layer, so naturally, he would accept the benefits that were given to him with a clear conscience. The two of them traveled all the way to the third layer for about 10 days, and by this time, Dai Yuan was already struggling to move forward. The intense heat all around her was like someone was using a fire attribute attack, constantly bombarding her tender body. Even with the protection of her artifact armor and the pink veil she had formed around her body, Dai Yuan was still sweating profusely, her clothes sticking tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her exquisite figure. If it wasn't for the fact that she was using the Li Bai handkerchief to cover her figure, at this moment, she feared that her body would have already been exposed. Fortunately, there was only her and Kai Yang here, and Kai Yang was walking in front, so he didn't have any intention of looking back. With every step she took, she had to expend a huge amount of energy. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and there was a faint layer of black gas lingering around her. This was the unique fire poison of Lu Yan's desert, and Dai Yuan couldn't completely resist this fire poison. Now that some of it had already invaded her body, the situation would only worsen if she continued forward. After reaching this point, Dai Yuan already had thoughts of retreating, secretly regretting that she had come so far. However, she also had difficulties she couldn't voice out. She and Yang Kai had already been in the third layer for more than 10 days, and even if she wanted to retreat now, she didn't know if she could do so safely. In the current situation, she was riding a tiger. She could only stand strong and follow behind Kai Yang without saying a word. Although Yang Kai's situation wasn't as difficult as hers, he wasn't feeling very good either. His skin was burning as if it was on fire, and the heat and fire poison were pressing down on him from all directions, making him feel like his bones were being crushed. If it weren't for the massive amount of Saint Qi in his body, Yang Kai would have had to find a place to quickly restore himself. Walking in front, Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly monitoring Dai Yuan's movements. This woman's difficult appearance naturally couldn't escape his perception, so Yang Kai didn't rush to help her. The environment here was extremely harsh, but by walking in this harsh environment, one could temper the purity and density of one's Saint Qi, which was of great benefit to a cultivator. Helping her resist the heat and fire poison was only a small matter, but if he lost this opportunity to become stronger, the gains wouldn't be worth it. Moving forward bit by bit, the pair's speed was now as slow as a turtle's crawl compared to a few days ago, and the deeper they went, the harsher the environment became. Yang Kai's eyes gradually showed some excitement because he needed this kind of hot environment, so naturally, he couldn't wait for it to get worse. Yang Kai secretly thought to himself. According to his observations over the past few days and the changes in the environment, he should only need to walk forward for another 5 days to find a suitable location. At that time, he could begin refining the profound in sunflower water. The only problem was how to deal with the woman behind him. Chapter 1235. Yang Kai hadn't expected that after going so far, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable place to separate from Dai Yuan. Abandoning her now was tantamount to taking her life. It seemed that Yang Kai would have to find a suitable place for her to stay for a while. Taking advantage of this time, he would do his own thing. As long as that place was safe enough, it should be enough for her to wait until the Lu Yen sandfield closed. At that time, the world principles here would naturally teleport her out. Just as Yang Kai was thinking this though, Dai Yuan's tender cry suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and his expression changed slightly. His figure flashed over to Dai Yuan's side and caught her in his arms. This woman was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and the Saint Qi in her body had dried up to the point where it was almost completely depleted. The power of the artifact armor and artifact armor that had been guarding her could no longer be exerted. The moment the artifact armor and artifact armor lost their effectiveness, the scorching heat waves began pressing down on her from all directions. If Yang Kai hadn't taken action now, she would have been reduced to ashes in the next moment. Dai Yuan really couldn't hold on any longer. After being picked up by Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes blinked weakly as her face turned extremely pale and she fainted without a sound. She had actually overdrawn herself to this extent. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. He hadn't carefully examined the situation inside Dai Yuan's body before and thought that since she was able to hold on, she definitely hadn't been pushed to her limit, so he had taken the lead. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action long ago. Dai Yuan's body was soft and supple to the touch, and there was a seductive fragrance wafting from her body. What's more, after the colorful handkerchief disappeared, this woman's sweat-drenched body was suddenly exposed in front of Yang Kai, a sight that was somewhat breathtaking. This woman, if it weren't for her face, she would definitely be a femme fatale. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to form a protective shield around her before picking her up and carrying her towards the depths of the third layer. Oh! Dai Yuan woke up slowly, but before she even opened her eyes, she felt that she was immersed in an environment rich in world energy. The Saint Chi in her body, which had been depleted, seemed to have recovered significantly at this moment, and the air around her was fresh and pleasant. There was even a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. Violet fine jade fruit. Dai Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately determined the source of this medicinal fragrance. Quickly opening her eyes and looking around, her beautiful eyes were instantly attracted by a purple spirit tree that looked like a grapefruit not far away. The vine-like spirit tree was entwined in the middle of several large trees. Between the vines, there were a few strings of light purple, sparkling and translucent berries that were as fragrant as grapes. It's not ripe yet. Dai Yuan showed a slightly disappointed look. The purple fine jade fruit was a genuine origin king-grade low-rank spirit fruit, so if it was ripe, it should have been covered in a purple glow and looked like a piece of exquisite purple jade. Whether it was used for alchemy or directly consumed, it would be of great benefit to a cultivator. What was even rarer was that this kind of spirit fruit was similar to grapes and was produced in bunches. Once it appeared, there would be a large number of them. So, the moment Dai Yuan smelled the fragrance, she woke up. After all, this kind of thing was extremely rare. Taking a closer look, Dai Yuan found that there were clear signs that some of the vines had been recently harvested. Thinking about it for a moment, Dai Yuan immediately understood that it was Yang Kai who had harvested them. At the same time, she remembered what happened before she fell unconscious. Turning her head, Dai Yuan found Yang Kai standing not far away from her. Unfortunately, for some reason, Yang Kai's expression was a little gloomy at the moment, as if he was very unhappy. His brow was furrowed and he seemed to be lost in thought, not even noticing that she had woken up. Junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan slowly got up and greeted Yang Kai. You're awake. Yang Kai turned his head, the gloomy look on his face converging greatly, but there was still a trace of unhappiness on his brow. This place is... Dai Yuan looked around suspiciously. What she saw was a lush green landscape filled with the sound of birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. All around her were rolling mountains that towered into the clouds, with no end in sight. The rich world energy aura mixed with the clouds and covered the mountain peaks, making it seem as if this was the base of some great sect. Dai Yuan was secretly shocked. The place where Colored Glass Sect was located was also a treasure trove, but compared to the environment in front of her, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. If there really was a power that set up their foundation here, then what kind of heavenly and geographical advantages would their disciples have to cultivate in? How could there be such a treasure trove in this world? Moreover, looking at the mountains, there didn't seem to be any trace of human activity, as if this treasure trove had never been used before. However, when Dai Yuan looked up, she found that the sky was covered by a red curtain, making it impossible to see any stars, sun, or moon, making her a little confused. There's no need to doubt, this is still the Lu Yen Desert, Yang Kai said faintly. Dai Yuan frowned as she seemed to understand. Have we returned to the second layer? The second layer? Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before suddenly smiling and shaking his head. No, this is the fourth layer. What? Dai Yuan exclaimed. The fourth layer. And the fourth layer treasure area. Yang Kai's voice became much more serious. Ah! Dai Yuan couldn't help covering her mouth. After recovering from her shock, her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she couldn't help muttering. There really is a fourth layer treasure area? Yang Kai tilted his head and asked, Did you know there was such a place? Dai Yuan froze for a moment before shaking her head. I didn't know. I just had some speculations before. Since the first layer flame area leads to the second layer treasure area, after the third layer flame area, There may be another treasure area, but the current situation confirms my previous speculations. Yang Kai listened to her and nodded lightly. Not only did Dai Yuan have such suspicions before, he also had them, but when he really set foot in this place, his mood became extremely delicate. Unlike Dai Yuan's excitement and joy of discovering a new world, Yang Kai, after experiencing the initial surprise, felt more of a sense of loss than anything else, because he didn't get the environment he wanted the most. After Dai Yuan fainted a few days ago, Yang Kai had carried her deeper into this place and was just about to meet his requirements, but unexpectedly, they had passed through the third layer and rushed into the fourth layer. Originally, Yang Kai had some thoughts of taking things as they came, thinking that this place wasn't bad and that refining the profound in sunflower water wasn't something he was in a hurry to do. But to his great disappointment, the treasures of the heavens and earth contained in the fourth level were actually extremely scarce. He'd searched continuously for a few days, yet he'd only found a violet jade fruit tree 2 hours ago and plucked 2 strings of violet jade fruits. This made him very angry and vaguely made him feel like he had been deceived. Without finding a suitable environment and with so few precious treasures here, it would be strange if he felt happy. The only thing that made him feel gratified was that he could finally part ways with Dai Yuan. Making up his mind, Yang Kai said, "Sister Dai Yuan, I've been wandering around here for several days now and have investigated the environment slightly. I found no traces of any monster beast here, nor are there any barriers, so this place is very safe." Dai Yuan was taken aback, but after thinking about it for a moment, she smiled understandingly and asked, "Junior brother Yang, are you going to act alone?" Having his thoughts seen through by Dai Yuan, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything. "Is that so?" Dai Yuan gently nodded. "Good. I was just looking for a certain kind of spirit grass here. Since this place is so safe, Dai Yuan won't trouble junior brother any further. I've also wasted a lot of your time along the way. It's fine, then we'll part ways here. I hope Sister Dai Yuan can find what she's looking for," Yang Kai said before simply walking off into the distance. The day before Lu Yen's sand field closed was not far away, so he had to pick up his pace. After walking a short distance, Dai Yuan suddenly called out from behind, "Junior brother Yang, is there something else?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. Dai Yuan gently bit her red lips and smiled slightly. Dai Yuan would like to visit junior brother Yang to express her gratitude. I wonder if junior brother Yang would welcome me? Yang Kai's expression flashed for a moment before he quickly nodded. Naturally. As for where I live, you can ask Wei Guchang when you arrive. Good. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Dai Yuan smiled, seemingly relaxed. That's right. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. Although the elite disciples of the various great forces have all left early, and there may not be anyone else who will enter the fourth layer, you still need to be careful. I feel that guy from Star Emperor sect will also come here. That person. The image of the indifferent man suddenly appeared in Dai Yuan's mind and she lightly said, "If it's that person, then it's not a big deal. The people from Star Emperor sect never take the initiative to provoke others, so as long as I don't provoke him, I'll be fine." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more, his figure flickering a few times before disappearing from Dai Yuan's sight and plunging into the rolling mountain range ahead. He wants to go deeper? Dai Yuan waited until Yang Kai left before muttering to herself thoughtfully. It seems that the secret technique junior brother Yang wants to cultivate is extraordinary. He actually wants to go deeper. With her intelligence, she could naturally see at a glance that Yang Kai wanted to go deeper to see if there was a fifth layer flame area. Even the environment of the third layer couldn't meet his requirements, so he could only hope to enter the fifth layer. Standing in place and watching for a while, Dai Yuan's mouth curled into a wry smile. She had always felt that her strength was extraordinary, and even if she wasn't as strong as Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, she was still stronger than the average third-order Saint King. But now, compared with Yang Kai, she finally understood that she had been a frog in a well. In this world, there was actually such an amazing character. There was also that guy from Star Emperor sect who was a monstrous existence. When they were snatching the red candle fruit, Dai Yuan couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive every time she saw him take action. The combat power he displayed was simply terrifying. Dai Yuan didn't know who would be stronger and who would be weaker if these two met. Chapter 1236. Through the rolling mountain range, Yang Kai's figure moved like a bolt of lightning. Although he was still suppressed by some kind of inexplicable world principles and was unable to fly, without Dai Yuan holding him back, Yang Kai was able to use his wind and thunder wings to quickly move forward. Yang Kai had no intention of staying in the fourth layer for long. Although he knew that there were likely to be some rare spirit grasses and spirit medicines here, searching for them was simply a waste of time. Yang Kai wanted to see if there was a fifth layer flame area. If there was, the biggest purpose of this trip would be achieved. The mountain range was extremely large, and as soon as Yang Kai entered, he felt that the world energy aura here was incredibly rich. It was far better than any of the stars he had been to before, even faintly comparable to the mysterious floating continent. The mountain range was shrouded in clouds, and large clusters of snow-white clouds floated in the depths of the mountain range like cotton, leisurely drifting about halfway up the mountain. Compared to Dragon Cave Mountain, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. Yang Kai's eyes filled with shock and excitement as he secretly thought that if this was not the Luyen Desert, a restricted area on Shadowed Star, this rolling mountain range alone would be enough for all the great forces and great sects to fight over. Which of those great forces and great sects was not located in a place with rich world energy aura? Even the foundation of each of these great forces had a massive earth vein beneath it. Only the world energy emitted by these earth veins could allow a sect to last for thousands of years without collapsing, allowing its disciples to achieve twice the result with half the effort. For example, Tong Xian Realm's Nine Heavens Holy Land. As far as Yang Kai knew, Nine Heavens Holy Land had a large earth vein beneath its 9 peaks, which was why the world energy aura between its 9 peaks was so dense. Soaring Heaven Sect was the same. Soaring Heaven Sect also had earth veins beneath its 108 peaks. The ancestral founder of any sect would not choose to set up their sect in a place with barren world energy aura. The first condition for setting up a sect was that there must be an earth vein, and the larger and higher the quality, the better. And this continuous mountain range in front of him was definitely the best place to establish a sect. If he let his disciples cultivate here, they would have the best time and place, and they would grow faster than ordinary people. Yang Kai was certain that there must be at least one or more high-grade earth veins under this mountain range. Unfortunately, this was the Luyen Desert. It would only open once in a while, and it would close again in less than half a year. No one could build a sect here, and no one could stay here for long to cultivate. Yang Kai sighed again and again. Although he was alone now, he still had many relatives and friends left behind in Tongshen Realm. If he could go back one day and bring them to Tongshen territory, this mountain range would definitely be a good place to settle down. Of course, before that, he needed to have the strength to protect himself, otherwise it would only bring disaster to his family. Shaking his head and dispelling all the distracting thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai continued on his way. The mountain range was extremely quiet and elegant, with no birds or beasts in sight. It seemed that, in this fourth layer, Yang Kai was the only living person. As he expected, even if there were spirit grasses and spirit medicines in this place, they were extremely rare, because along the way, Yang Kai didn't encounter any more spirit grasses or spirit medicines, and there wasn't even the slightest medicinal fragrance in the air. 10 days after Yang Kai entered this mountain range, just as he was hurrying along, his expression suddenly changed and he came to a stop, frowning as he listened carefully, his expression changing greatly. He heard some violent sounds coming from somewhere in front of him. Was someone there? What's more, that person had actually arrived before him. A cold and indifferent face flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he secretly wondered if it was that person who had entered this place. Listening to the sounds, it didn't seem like there was any kind of battle taking place, but rather that the person in front of him was bombarding something. Violent energy fluctuations were coming from that direction, creating a huge commotion. Yang Kai suddenly became curious. He had entered this mountain range for 10 days and hadn't encountered anything. So now that someone had arrived before him and was making such a strange noise, it naturally attracted his attention. Holding his breath, Yang Kai quietly moved forward, wanting to see what was going on. Although Yang Kai hadn't cultivated any kind of chi concealment secret art, his divine sense was extremely powerful, so as long as he didn't make any obvious movements, as long as the other party's cultivation wasn't much higher than his, they shouldn't be able to detect him. Quietly approaching, the closer he got to the source of the sound, the more Yang Kai could feel how terrifying this person's methods were. After advancing a few dozen kilometers, Yang Kai stopped and looked forward. His heart couldn't help trembling as a look of horror appeared on his face. 1,000 meters in front of him, a man with a sword-like figure and a chiseled face appeared. It was none other than the man from Star Emperor sect who had cut the red candle fruit into several pieces in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, shocking Saint Chi fluctuations were pulsing from this man's body. Using some kind of unknown secret technique, this man was actually floating a meter above the ground, but his burly body was trembling slightly and his face was flushed red as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi. Holding an inconspicuous silver flood dragon spear in his hand, he sent out a barrage of spears towards the void in front of him. What made Yang Kai feel inexplicably horrified was not the shocking methods displayed by this man. This man's methods were truly extraordinary. The silver flood dragon spear he sent out transformed into giant silver flood dragons that madly rushed forward. Each of these silver flood dragons was so powerful that even Yang Kai would have to avoid them in the face of such a violent attack. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in the void in front of this man. All the silver dragons that pounced over were blocked by this barrier. In mid-air, there were only layers of ripples that constantly spread in all directions. The silver dragons returned again and again without any success. A barrier? No, it's a mountain defending array. Yang Kai's heart clenched. He had once served as the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, and when Nine Heavens Holy Land was besieged by powerful enemies, he had personally activated the mountain defending array to protect the 9 peaks, so at this moment he was naturally able to see through it. In such a desolate mountain range where not even insects or birds could be seen, there was actually a mountain defending array. What's more, this mountain defending array was extremely profound. No matter how the indifferent man from Star Emperor sect attacked, it remained motionless, showing no signs of damage. Yang Kai's face was filled with amazement. Lu Yen Sand Field had existed for at least 10,000 years, and from the 3rd layer onwards no one had ever set foot on it. The same was true for the 4th and 5th layers, which meant that this mountain defending array had existed for at least 10,000 years. Even after 10,000 years, it still had such a powerful defensive function, so one could only imagine how strong it must have been. Why was there a mountain defending array here? This kind of thing was generally arranged by a sect at great expense of manpower and financial resources. Yang Kai's eyes swept past the Star Emperor sect disciple and gazed further into the distance, his eyes narrowing in shock. In the distant mountain range, there were thick clouds and mist, and countless treasured lands were protected by the mountain defending array. Although he couldn't see how high these mountains were or what the situation inside was like, Yang Kai could vaguely see some vague traces of buildings in the clouds. There seemed to be jade palaces, pavilions, and waterside pavilions, giving off an otherworldly appearance. However, when Yang Kai took a closer look, he found that there was nothing there, only clouds drifting slowly through the clouds. Occasionally, a building would appear from the clouds. There really was a sect here. Although Yang Kai had always regretted that this place could not be used as the foundation for the establishment of a sect, when he confirmed that there really was a sect in this mountain range, he was shocked. Who could build a sect in such a place? What kind of people lived in it? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. That guy from Star Emperor sect had made such a big commotion, so if there really was someone inside, they would not have just stood by and watched and would have come out to teach him a lesson. It seemed that there was no one in this sect, just a ruin. After understanding this, Yang Kai's heart beat wildly. A sect ruin, and judging from the corner of the jade palaces that were occasionally exposed, this sect ruin seemed to be well preserved. If he could go inside, he might be able to find many good things. Being able to build a sect in such a place and arrange such a powerful mountain defending array This sect was definitely not an unknown existence tens of thousands of years ago. How could there not be many good things inside? Who is it? A low shout resounded in Yang Kai's ears, waking him from his shock. At the same time, his knowledge sea trembled, as if an invisible thorn had broken into it. Yang Kai's face became cold, and he quickly urged his spiritual energy to resist the attack that was trying to break through his knowledge sea's defense. At the same time, his figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing more than 100 meters away. Ha! The indifferent man from Star Emperor sect had at some point stopped what he was doing and landed on the ground, holding the silver flood dragon spear in his hand as he looked at Yang Kai with a slightly surprised expression. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that because he had discovered the sect ruin just now, he was a little excited, which was why he had been discovered by the other party. Since he had been discovered, Yang Kai simply showed up openly. In any case, he didn't have any evil intentions towards this guy, so naturally, there was no need to feel embarrassed. It's you. The cultivator from Star Emperor sect wore a strange expression. He had met Yang Kai twice, once in the stalactite cave and once when they were snatching the red candle fruit. But from beginning to end, he had not noticed that Yang Kai had hidden his strength so deeply. Just now, his soul attack had been silently resolved by the other party, which showed just how powerful he was. This made the indifferent man reevaluate Yang Kai, wanting to see if he was hiding his cultivation. Chapter 1237. However, to the indifferent man's disappointment, no matter how he observed, he couldn't see any trace of Yang Kai hiding his cultivation, as if he really was just a first-order Saint King cultivator. He didn't intend to delve deeper into this, though. He himself was from Star Emperor sect and was a peerless genius, so even if Yang Kai really was hiding his cultivation, he wouldn't be afraid of him. What's more, the other party might have cultivated some kind of secret technique or worn some kind of mysterious artifact that allowed him to display his cultivation as a first-order Saint King. He simply didn't want to believe that Yang Kai was only at this level. Friend, please don't misunderstand. Yang Kai frowned. I just heard some movement here, so I came over to take a look. He explained slightly, not because he was afraid of this person, but because the other party was obviously not someone to be trifled with. Yang Kai didn't want to fight with him in this damned place because of some small misunderstanding. To his surprise, the other party just gently nodded, the vigilance on his face greatly reducing, not showing any intention to attack, even taking back his silver flood dragon spear. Without asking anything, the indifferent man suddenly asked, "How should I address you?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before reporting his name. Lung Qing. The other party also reported his name. Yang Kai frowned inadvertently. He didn't believe this other party would come to get acquainted with him for no reason. This person had never said a word when facing Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, so he was obviously a proud and arrogant person who didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now that he had actually introduced himself here, Yang Kai couldn't help being vigilant. Glancing thoughtfully towards the looming jade palaces inside the mountain defending array, Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more. Sure enough, as he had worried, this man named Lung Qing said, "Are you interested in joining forces to break this mountain defending array?" "Sorry, not interested." Yang Kai didn't even think about it and immediately shook his head. Lung Qing was startled, as if he hadn't expected there would be someone in this world who would refuse his proposal. Moreover, in this situation, wasn't he interested in the sect ruins inside? Thinking quickly, Lung Qing said lightly, "Do you think we can't break this spirit array with our ability?" I don't think there's any hope, so I don't want to waste my energy." Yang Kai's calm and honest. When this guy had broken the mountain defending array, Yang Kai's efforts had been thoroughly examined, SSSSSSS, S's, and the outermost layers, SSS, was only the first layers. Yang Kai was Yang's efforts, SSS. Of course, if one wasn't stingy with the consumption of golden blood and directly used a dozen or so drops of golden blood, it was possible to achieve such a feat, but so what if he could break through the outer layer of the protective shield? Yang Kai didn't need to use his toes to think to know that there were many barriers and dangers lurking inside. There were definitely more powerful barriers waiting to be broken through, but Yang Kai didn't have that much confidence, nor did he have the time to waste here. The mountain defending array of a great sect from tens of thousands of years ago was best avoided. So, Yang Kai rejected Lung Qing's proposal without any hesitation, not even bothering to try. What makes you think I can't break it? What Yang Kai didn't expect was that this man, who had always had a cold expression, after hearing Yang Kai's frank admission, actually showed a fierce expression, as if he was annoyed that he had been underestimated, and a dangerous aura slowly exuded from his body. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently, "If you think you can break it, feel free to do so. I'll take my leave first." Saying so, he turned around and left, disappearing into the jungle with a few leaps. Lung Qing stared at Yang Kai's back as he disappeared, his expression uncertain. He didn't know why, but this cultivator called Yang Kai actually didn't panic when facing him, not even showing the slightest hint of fear. In fact, at that moment he even gave him a sense of danger. Although this feeling only appeared for a moment, it was enough for Lung Qing to be vigilant. This kind of feeling only appeared on extremely powerful people. Could it be that this Yang Kai had the ability to hurt him? Shaking his head, Lung Qing decided not to think too much about this matter. He decided to wait until he returned to Star King Mountain before he went to ask those old farts if there were any other hidden experts in this world who could nurture such a strange disciple. After Yang Kai ran for 30 kilometers, he once again heard a series of violent rumbling sounds behind him. Obviously, that guy called Lung Qing was attacking the mountain defending array again. Since others were willing to do such a thankless task, Yang Kai didn't care. As long as he didn't do it himself, it was fine. Originally, Yang Kai had warned Dai Yuan not to run into this cultivator called Lung Qing, but now it seemed that the two of them wouldn't meet face to face. As long as Lung Qing continued attacking the mountain defending array, it wouldn't be surprising if he ran out of time. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was looking for a certain kind of spirit grass, so she shouldn't foolishly run into Lung Qing. Because of the obstruction of the mountain guarding array, Kai Yang had no choice but to take a long detour. Occasionally, he would catch a glimpse of some buildings between the numerous peaks. 10 days later, Yang Kai could still feel the existence of the mountain defending array, causing his heart to become even more shocked. The mountain guarding formation covered an area of at least a few thousand miles, and the space within this range was filled with the ruins of the sect from tens of thousands of years ago. One could imagine how magnificent this sect was tens of thousands of years ago, and how many disciples there were in this sect. However, what was even more surprising was that such a huge sect was now completely empty. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't obtain any harvest, but after 10 days, he finally left the range of the mountain defending array. At the edge of the horizon, there was a faint trace of bright red light. When this ray of light entered his eyes, Kai Yang couldn't help but grin. His guess was right, there really was a fifth layer deeper into the fourth layer. And this fifth layer was the flame area. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on with this Lu Yen sand field, but counting the flame area he had yet to reach, Yang Kai had already passed through 2 similar layers of territory. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai discovered that if he were to look down at the Lu Yen sand field from a high altitude, he would definitely see it as a layered structure, as if someone had placed 3 extremely hot rings on the ground to separate it from the rest of the world. Thinking so, Yang Kai's heart clenched. Since this was the case, there should definitely be a 6th layer. After gawking for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. He hadn't even reached the 5th layer yet, so he didn't know if he could break through, so for the time being, he didn't want to think about the 6th layer. If possible, Yang Kai was willing to investigate, but time was of the essence. The deeper one went into the Lu Yen sand field, the less space one could move around. 2 days after Yang Kai discovered the red light, he arrived at the edge of the 5th layer. Before even entering, Yang Kai could feel the scorching heat radiating from the 5th layer. The power contained in the 5th layer was far from what the 3rd layer could compare to. While Yang Kai was overjoyed, his expression also became dignified. Pushing his Saint Chi to form a protective shield around himself, He cautiously took a step forward. With just a single step, Yang Kai seemed to have stepped into a completely different world. All around him was a sea of red, and from all directions, there was a violent heat wave. The extremely rich fire attribute aura had actually condensed into a tangible substance, like tiny snakes that wrapped around Yang Kai and attached themselves to his body. In an instant, Yang Kai felt pain all over his body, as if he was about to burst into flames. Even the Saint Chi flowing through his body showed signs of boiling. Yang Kai's face changed as he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi to release his demonic flame. However, his demonic flame was unable to resist the invasion of the heat wave. The tiny snakes of fire attribute aura and the demonic flame began fighting fiercely on Yang Kai's body, one side invading while the other obstructing, creating an extremely fierce scene. The Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body was like a broken dam, bursting out fiercely. Yang Kai was secretly shocked as he calmly took out 2 pieces of high-rank Saint Crystal, holding one in each hand as he madly absorbed the energy from them. At this level of consumption, if Yang Kai didn't supplement himself, the Saint Chi in his body would be exhausted sooner or later. Once it was exhausted, he would have to explode his golden blood and transform it into Saint Chi. On this trip to Lu Yen Sandfield, Yang Kai had used several drops of golden blood and had witnessed its power, so naturally, he didn't want to waste it. Step by step, Yang Kai had no choice but to increase the output of his Saint Chi every time he went deeper. The Saint Crystals he held in his hands were replaced one after another, and in just half a day, he had consumed more than 10,000 Saint Crystals and absorbed all of their energy, turning them into dust. Only Yang Kai's intrepid physique could support such an unscrupulous absorption of Saint Crystal's energy. If it were any other cultivator with a weaker physique or meridians, they would definitely explode and die. The restorative pills Yang Kai had prepared earlier finally came in handy at this moment. Yang Kai even used his myriad drug liquid, which he hadn't used for a long time. Although the consumption was terrifying, Yang Kai didn't panic at all, because even if his golden blood was exhausted, he could still borrow the power of the divine tree. However, the divine tree was still in a deep sleep and seemed to be on the verge of evolving. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to disturb it. After a day, Yang Kai had no choice but to stop. Although the further he went, the hotter the environment became and the more helpful it was for refining the profound in sunflower water, this was almost his limit. If he continued, even his life would be in danger. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, but just as he was about to find a place nearby to begin refining the profound in sunflower water, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out in his ears, and the earth began to tremble violently. Yang Kai's face sank as he stood motionless, releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Chapter 1238. As soon as his divine sense left his body, it was distorted by the scorching heat. Although Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, a small portion of his divine sense was still burned away. This caused him to let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, his divine sense was extremely powerful and he had the soul-warming lotus to nourish his soul, so he didn't take this loss seriously. In this moment of investigation, Yang Kai had already locked onto a certain location. Looking over a distance of several thousand meters, he saw a red heat wave erupting from a certain spot on the ground. This heat wave was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, spiraling straight up, as if it wanted to smash a hole in the red curtain covering the sky. However, Lu Yen Sandfield's barrier was not something this heat wave could resist. The heat wave simply rushed into the sky and merged with the red curtain before disappearing like a clay ox entering the sea. An extremely pure fire attribute aura slowly spread from the place where the heat wave appeared, sweeping past Yang Kai's position before continuing to spread out. In an instant, the sand and stones in the 5th layer of Lu Yen Sandfield were sent flying, as if doomsday had arrived. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he stood in place and waited for a long time, waiting for the movement to subside before he struggled to move forward. After a full 2 hours, Yang Kai arrived at a place a few thousand meters away and stared at the giant pit in front of him with a gloomy expression. This was a huge pit. Standing at the edge and looking down, one could only see red lava flowing like water. At this moment it looked extremely stable, and it was not as terrifying as before. Pure fire attribute spirit energy escaped from the bottom of the pit and merged into the environment of the fifth floor, strengthening the power of the fifth floor little by little. Occasionally, some gravel would fall into the pit and turn to ash as soon as they fell into the lava. The terrifying temperature inside could be imagined. This place looked like a volcanic crater, but in fact it wasn't a volcano because it was just a huge pit in the ground. There was no trace of lava erupting and forming a volcano. What's more, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the bottom of this pit extended in all directions. There seemed to be countless branching paths, and from time to time, he could hear a rhythmic breathing sound coming from the bottom of the pit. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply as he blurted out a name, Earth Lung Fire Pond? After saying this, Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, seemingly unable to believe his own ears. The Earth Lung Fire Pond was an extremely rare underground fire vein. It was the favorite of refiners because when refiners were refining, they could use the power of this underground fire vein to refine materials. It could save refiners a lot of energy and time. However, there were very few sects that had this kind of Earth Lung Fire Pond. Yang Kai hadn't come into contact with many great forces and didn't know much about the secrets of these sects, but he was certain that on all of Shadowed Star, there were no more than 3 sects that had Earth Lung Fire Ponds dedicated to artifact refining. One of the criteria for judging an Earth Lung Fire Pond was its breathing pattern, as if the lungs were expanding and contracting. It was very obvious, so Yang Kai was able to recognize it at once. Judging from the purity of the fire attribute aura emanating from this Earth Lung Fire Pond, this fire pond was the best of the best. Any artifact refiner here would be able to display their abilities to the fullest extent and refine artifacts that they would normally be unable to refine, allowing them to display the full potential of their artifacts. All kinds of thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. At first, it was a straight passage, but after 300 meters, Yang Kai immediately appeared in a spacious stone room. The surrounding stone walls were decorated with some strange stones used for illumination. Although countless years had passed, they still exuded a soft light, making this place not dim. With the help of this light, Yang Kai put away his shield and demonic flame and began to look around the stone room. The floor of the stone room was flat, and there was a huge spirit array engraved on the ground that seemed to still be working. Waves of extremely hot energy were being transported in from the outside by this spirit array and then converging towards the center of the room. At the center of this room was a huge furnace with 3 legs and 2 ears, carved with dragons and phoenixes. At first glance, it was obvious it had been there for many years. It seemed that because it had been baked by this heat for many years, its entire body was red and exuded an extremely high temperature. Yang Kai inspected this furnace and found that it was actually an origin-grade low-rank artifact refining furnace. Yang Yen had previously used this artifact refining furnace to quench materials, but since the stone mongoose had become her assistant, she no longer needed to use this artifact refining furnace. Only occasionally would she use it to refine high-grade artifacts. Sure enough, seeing this artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. When he saw so many stone walls on the opposite side just now, Yang Kai had a guess in his heart, and now that he saw the situation inside the stone room, he was able to confirm his thoughts. This Earth Lung Fire Pond was really a place used by the artifact refiners of that great sect to refine artifacts. This was not surprising, though. With such a treasure trove, the artifact refiners of that great sect would naturally make good use of it. The caves in the stone walls must have been specially carved out for the artifact refiners to use. The unknown ancient spirit array in the stone room was able to extract the scorching energy from the Earth Lung Fire Pond into these caves for the artifact refiners to use. What a grand design! Yang Kai was secretly stunned. Being able to arrange such a thing in the Earth Lung Fire Pond was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. At the very least, one had to be an Origin King Realm master. However, what made Yang Kai feel regretful was that the origin-grade low-rank artifact refining furnace in front of him had melted quite a bit and was not in its complete form. It seemed that, after so many years of baking, it could no longer bear the heat. The reason why the spirit array could continue to operate for tens of thousands of years was definitely because the earth-lung fire pond was constantly providing it with energy. Understanding this point, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. Soon, he spotted a towering stone block in a corner. Although Yang Kai still did not understand spirit arrays, after being together with Yang Yen for so long, he had some general knowledge. This stone block should be the control center of the spirit array in this stone room. Stepping forward, Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into the stone block, and sure enough, with a loud bang, the spirit array that had been operating automatically stopped, and the scorching heat that had been constantly being extracted from it was no longer being poured into it. Yang Kai waited for a long time, waiting for the artifact refining furnace to cool down slightly before walking up to inspect it. At first glance, Yang Kai was even more disappointed. After the temperature of this artifact refining furnace had cooled down, it had shattered at the first touch. Yang Kai had no idea what kind of material had been used to quench inside, but now it had been reduced to a pile of rubble, completely worthless. This was not surprising, though. After being burned for such a long time, even if it was a precious material, it would likely have been scrapped, let alone a material that had been quenched with an origin-grade low-rank artifact refining furnace. How high could its grade be? However, this was just one stone room. There were many more outside. Since he had entered a treasure mountain, he could not return empty-handed. So Yang Kai began to investigate the stone rooms one by one. After spending 2 full days and searching through at least 300 stone rooms, Yang Kai only managed to find some artifacts piled up in the stone rooms that hadn't been refined yet. However, he didn't find anything that made his eyes light up. The crafting furnaces were all damaged. Chapter 1239. However, he had collected a lot of artifact refining materials. Of the hundreds of stone chambers, not all were as empty as the first one Yang Kai had investigated. Some of the stone chambers were filled with a lot of artifact refining materials, most of which were ores and the like, but there were also some strange things that could be preserved all year round without being damaged. There were quite a lot of them. Of the hundreds of stone chambers, even if only a tenth of them contained something Yang Kai could collect, it was still not something to be underestimated. Yang Kai was not satisfied because the harvest was somewhat different from his expectations, not as rich as he had imagined. However, along the way, Yang Kai discovered something that interested him. The deeper he went, the denser and purer the fire attribute energy that gathered in the cave walls became. This was easy to understand. In the earth-lung fire pond, the deeper one went, the closer one would be to the fire pond origin. Once Yang Kai began refining the profound in sunflower water, he would have to find a cave at the bottom. 2 days later, Yang Kai had already reached the deepest part of the earth-lung fire pond. At this point, there were only 2 more caves he had yet to explore. These 2 caves were built very deep. At first glance, it was obvious that they had been used by the sect's best artifact refiners. One on the left and one on the right, they weren't too far apart. The entrances to these caves looked very ordinary, with nothing special about them, but ever since Yang Kai had seen what was inside these caves, he knew that if he didn't investigate them carefully, he would never know what was inside them. Hopefully, I'll be able to find something. Thinking this, Kai Yang casually found a cave on the left side of the wall. With a flash of his body, he shot towards that cave like an arrow. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared in the passage of the cave, and after standing firm, he continued to go deeper. This cave seemed to be several thousand meters deep, and even after walking for a while, Yang Kai still hadn't reached the end. He couldn't help but feel amazed, and at the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation. Sure enough, it was a cave for the most outstanding refiners in the sect. The depth of the construction seemed to be a little different. He just didn't know if there was anything good inside. After walking forward for another 1,000 feet or so, a white light suddenly appeared in front of him. This light was soft and not dazzling, and even had some soothing effects. When Yang Kai saw this white light, he felt his body relax, and inexplicably comfortable thoughts emerged in his mind. Increasing his speed, Yang Kai soon rushed into a huge stone room. This stone chamber was more than a dozen times larger than any of the hundreds of stone chambers he had explored in the past 2 days. The ceiling was even several hundred feet high. Yang Kai did not know what kind of ingenious method had been used, but even though the stone chamber was tens of thousands of feet underground, the air was still clear and there was not the slightest sense of turbidity. Just this point alone was not something the other stone chambers could compare with. The other stone chambers more or less gave off a suffocating feeling. Around the stone chamber, there were only 8 fist-sized white balls. The white light was emitted by these 8 balls, and wherever the light passed, it had a miraculous soothing effect. Yang Kai raised his brow, and after glancing at the 8 balls, he focused his attention on the entire stone chamber. However, after he finished inspecting the stone room, his originally somewhat expectant mood instantly turned into disappointment. He couldn't help but sigh. This stone room was built so magnificently and majestically that he thought there must be some good things stored inside. Unexpectedly, this stone chamber was the same as most stone chambers. Except for a huge artifact refining furnace in the middle, there was nothing else. The spirit array in the stone chamber was still operating, extracting the purest fire energy from the earth lung fire pond and roasting this huge furnace for tens of thousands of years without stopping. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over this artifact refining furnace, his eyes lit up and he grinned widely. He found that this artifact refining furnace was actually not damaged and was in fact very well preserved. He had found hundreds of artifact refining furnaces in the stone chambers before, but no matter how high grade or quality these artifact refining furnaces were, after tens of thousands of years, they had all become scrap and useless. Many of them were even Origin King grade furnaces, which made Yang Kai feel quite distressed. But now, he actually found an intact artifact refining furnace here. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the quality of this artifact refining furnace was definitely not low, definitely an Origin King grade artifact. Only an artifact refining furnace of this grade could possibly be preserved. While Yang Kai was overjoyed, he quickly began searching for the control center of the stone chamber's spirit array. Unlike the other stone chambers, which only had a single stone pier as the control center of the spirit array, there were a total of 4 stone piers in this stone chamber. Yang Kai had to expend a great deal of effort to completely stop the spirit array. Yang Kai did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, nor did he have an artifact with such an attribute, so he could only wait for the temperature inside the artifact refining furnace to slowly dissipate. After about a day, the crimson light on the artifact refining furnace gradually subsided. Although it still looked extremely hot, Yang Kai was confident in his strength, so he wasn't afraid. Quickly walking over to the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it and found that, as he had guessed, this artifact refining furnace was really Origin King grade, but as for its grade and quality, Yang Kai couldn't judge it for the time being. It should not be lower than Origin King grade mid-rank. The entire artifact refining furnace was about 15 meters tall and had the same 3-legged, 2-eared design. Unlike the artifact refining furnaces Yang Kai had seen before, this one did not have a dragon or phoenix pattern carved on it, but instead a strange bird. Yang Kai looked around the artifact refining furnace and found that he did not recognize the strange bird. It looked like a phoenix, but it also had some resemblance to a crane. Its beak was long and pointed, its claws were powerful, and it had 3 long tail feathers. Its body was elegant and slender, and its feathers were beautifully carved. It looked extremely lifelike, as if it would rush out of the artifact refining furnace at any moment. Looking at this strange bird carefully, Yang Kai secretly recalled the ancient book he had read from Zhong Ao. Just as he was thinking about what kind of monster beast this strange bird was, his expression suddenly changed as he narrowed his eyes and stared into the strange bird's eyes. At that moment, Yang Kai actually felt like he was being spied on by the other party. But when he looked carefully, he found that this strange bird was exactly the same as before, completely devoid of vitality, causing him to be stunned. However, with such a warning sign, Yang Kai didn't dare to take it lightly. Who knew if there was something strange inside this artifact refining furnace? Constantly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined the interior of the artifact refining furnace. After confirming that there was nothing inside except for a pile of burned materials, Yang Kai relaxed. This artifact refining furnace was a good thing and couldn't be missed. He didn't need such a huge furnace for alchemy. Since his Saint Chi had been transformed into his demonic flame, Yang Kai no longer used his Saint Chi for alchemy and instead used his conflagrated knowledge C. However, this artifact refining furnace could be brought back for Yang Yen to use. Although she had the stone mongoose to assist her and didn't need to worry about quenching materials, the final step of refining an artifact still required an artifact refining furnace. Yang Yen had helped him a lot. These days, she had done her best to arrange spirit arrays and refine artifacts for him. The two of them also shared the secrets of the stone mongoose and space spirit crystal. So even if this artifact refining furnace was an Origin King grade artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't be stingy in giving it away. After making this decision, Yang Kai released his divine sense and wrapped it around this huge artifact refining furnace, wanting to put it into his space ring. At that moment, though, a sudden change occurred. The artifact refining furnace, which had already cooled down, suddenly buzzed and a cluster of flames appeared around it. These flames seemed to have the power to set a prairie ablaze as they madly burned towards Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly withdrew his divine sense. But even so, he still suffered a loss as half of the divine sense threads he released were burned away. His face turning pale, Yang Kai was greatly shocked. His divine sense possessed the magical properties of a conflagrated knowledge sea and was incomparably hot. Even before discovering this earth lung fire pond, the heat of the fifth layer should not have been able to destroy his divine sense so quickly, but the flames bursting out from this furnace were actually so powerful. Didn't this mean that these flames were countless times more terrifying than the heat of the fifth layer? Moreover, these flames were faintly alive. After repelling Yang Kai's divine sense threads, they flickered and disappeared, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Yang Kai naturally knew that this was not an illusion. He had lost so many of his divine sense threads and had a splitting headache, so how could this be an illusion? Before he could figure out what was going on though, the strange bird carved on the surface of the artifact refining furnace suddenly came to life, its elegant body flying out from the artifact refining furnace and transforming into an exceptionally beautiful crimson firebird. An astonishing amount of firepower radiated from this strange bird, and after circling in the air for a moment, it shot directly towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly as he exclaimed, "An artifact spirit!" He immediately understood why these flames were so intelligent and understood that being spied on by the strange bird just now was not an illusion, but real. It was just that the other party wasn't made of flesh and blood, so Yang Kai hadn't been able to detect it. This was an artifact spirit born from this artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai didn't know whether this artifact spirit had existed since birth or had been slowly formed after being burned by the earth lung fire pond for tens of thousands of years. But when he remembered that this was the artifact spirit of an Origin King grade artifact, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He had fought with many people and had seen all kinds of artifacts, both high and low grade, but he had never seen an artifact with such a ferocious artifact spirit. Artifact spirits were extremely rare to begin with. Firstly, the conditions for their birth were very harsh and required a great deal of luck. Secondly, the time it took to create one was quite long. Any artifact with an artifact spirit would take at least 1,000 years to form. Yang Kai instantly decided to retreat. As the black fireballs were sent flying, Yang Kai released his divine sense and activated his Yuan control technique, transforming them into a series of fire snakes that shot towards the firebird. The two strange snakes quickly collided, one red and one black, constantly gnawing at each other, seemingly in a stalemate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai wanted to withdraw. He did not want to fight with such an artifact spirit here. However, the Firebird's mind was extremely flexible. As soon as it saw Yang Kai's movements, it understood what he wanted to do. Tilting its head, it spat out a washbasin-sized fireball from its mouth. The fire attribute aura contained in this fireball was extremely violent and fierce, causing Yang Kai to be startled. If he was hit by this thing, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured, so he hurriedly dodged to the side. The strange bird seemed to have known that Yang Kai would have such a reaction, and the ridicule in its eyes became even stronger. The fireball rushed into the passage Yang Kai had entered and exploded, but the fire attribute aura did not dissipate and instead turned into a bright red light curtain, sealing the passage. Yang Kai's face sank. This scarlet firebird actually wanted to trap him here, as if it wasn't willing to let him leave. If it were any other time, such a simple barrier would naturally not be able to stop Yang Kai, and he would only need to spend a little effort to break through it, but with an artifact spirit in front of him, how could Yang Kai have the time to break through this red light curtain? Once he did so, it would only give the artifact spirit an opportunity. Stupid bird! You're courting death. Yang Kai's face darkened and he no longer wanted to retreat. Demonic flames surged endlessly around his body, making him look like a raging black fireball. This black color seemed to be able to burn everything, even one's line of sight. No one here could see Yang Kai's true face. Seeing Yang Kai become angry, the look of ridicule on the strange crimson bird's face disappeared, seemingly understanding that it had done something wrong. The person in front of it was not some soft persimmon it could pinch at will. Forcing him to stay was not a wise move. However, it was just an artifact spirit, so although it had gained a lot of sentience, it did not consider this too much. With a sharp cry, an invisible shockwave tore through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea and rushed towards his soul. Inside his knowledge sea, the situation was chaotic. Yang Kai coldly snorted and suppressed the abnormalities in his knowledge sea before waving his hands, causing the entire stone room to fill with a black light. Streams of demonic flames continued to pour out from Yang Kai's body and soon occupied half of the room, competing with the pure fire aura of the scarlet firebird. The situation in the stone room suddenly became extremely strange. Half of the room near the entrance was pitch black, while the other half was blazing red, like a raging sea of fire. Under the urging of Yang Kai and the scarlet firebird, the two types of energy fiercely collided with each other. The entire stone room shook violently as the aftermath of the fierce collision of energy spread out in all directions. The stone walls flashed with the light of a series of barriers, intercepting these shockwaves. Fortunately, this was a place where the most outstanding artifact refiner of a great sect had set up a series of barriers. Otherwise, such a small stone room would not have been able to withstand the battle between Yang Kai and the artifact spirit. The black light and red light continued to collide, neither giving way to the other, melting away little by little. Yang Kai's expression became dignified while the elegant body of the scarlet firebird was constantly twisting and turning, letting out a series of strange cries, no longer as relaxed as before. After the collision lasted for a stick of incense worth of time, the stone room returned to its original appearance. Yang Kai and the artifact spirit stared at each other from a distance, both of them going all out. In that head-on collision just now, neither of them could do anything to the other. Yang Kai never thought that a mere artifact spirit would be able to fight him to a draw. He knew his own combat effectiveness better than anyone else. Even if he encountered a master from the First Order Origin returning realm now, as long as the other party was slightly careless, Yang Kai was confident that he could severely injure them. As for whether he could kill them or not, it would depend on the other party's means. However, this artifact spirit was not inferior to him at all. This was just an artifact spirit without a master and could not exert the full power of an artifact spirit. If it was taken and controlled by someone else, he would definitely not be their opponent. Because an artifact spirit was not a physical entity, the existence of an artifact spirit only enhanced the power of an artifact. He was fighting so hard just to fight the shadow of an artifact. Just as Yang Kai was thinking this, his face suddenly changed and his expression became much more dignified. Without thinking, hundreds of grand heavenly shields appeared in front of him in an instant, and at the same time he summoned the purple shield. Because the artifact spirit seemed to be abnormally violent, the artifact refining furnace, which was originally placed quietly in the center of the stone room, also began to hum because of its violence. Immediately, the artifact refining furnace flew into the air by itself and spun for a while. Clusters of incomparably agile flames flew out of the artifact refining furnace and drilled into the Firebird's body. In an instant, the Firebird's momentum soared, and a dignified feeling spread out leisurely. Yang Kai's face was full of excitement as he exclaimed, "Sure!" Such an artifact spirit actually knew how to use the power of Sure that only origin-returning realm masters could comprehend. Didn't Qiantong say that Sure could not exist in the Luyen Desert? Once a cultivator who had comprehended Sure entered, they would be eliminated in an instant. It was for this reason that origin-returning realm masters could not enter the Luyen Desert. Every time this forbidden zone opened, only a Saint King realm cultivator could enter. But this strange bird had actually used Sure's power, and it was completely fine. But soon, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. This kind of power was somewhat similar to Sure, but it was not Sure. Instead, it was a magical method the Firebird used to catalyze the rich fire energy in the stone room and borrow world energy for its own use. Worthy of a fire attribute artifact spirit, it was naturally proficient in these world principles. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This was the second time Yang Kai had fallen into this kind of power. The last time was outside Dragon Cave Mountain, when he fought with an origin-returning realm master who was with Xiahong Wen. However, compared to this one, his opponent's Sure could not withstand a single blow. Last time, when he was wrapped in Sure, although Yang Kai's actions were somewhat restricted, it was not a major hindrance. However, at this moment, Yang Kai felt his entire body become extremely heavy, his bones creaking and dislocating, his figure tottering, and even moving his fingers was extremely difficult. It was as if there was an invisible shackle all around him that firmly locked him in place, making it impossible for him to move. Even his divine sense and Saint Qi had been withdrawn into his knowledge sea and body, unable to be used at all. Chapter 1241. Seeing Yang Kai easily trapped, the Firebird once again showed a smug and disdainful look, opening its beak and spitting out a sharp flame sword that shot straight towards Yang Kai's face. Its speed was as fast as lightning and its power was unstoppable. It seemed that it wanted to take this opportunity to take Yang Kai's life. Kacha. The hundreds of grand heavenly shields in front of Yang Kai shattered in an instant, but the purple shield only managed to block for a moment before the purple glow on its surface suddenly dimmed, as if it had lost a great deal of its spirituality. It was directly knocked aside and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the flame sword arrived in front of Yang Kai, and Yang Kai's life was on the verge of being cut off. At that moment, a dark blade-like attack flew out from in front of Yang Kai. This blade seemed to tear space apart silently and without the slightest energy fluctuation, making it seem extremely mysterious. Space Blade. Yang Kai knew that with his spiritual energy and Saint Qi alone, there was no way he could compete with this artifact spirit, but it actually knew how to use the artifact refining furnace to fight, which was greatly beyond Yang Kai's expectations. The artifact spirit itself was extremely difficult to deal with, and now that it was using the furnace that gave birth to it, it was even more ferocious. Continuing to fight with it was tantamount to courting death. As such, Yang Kai did not hesitate to use his trump card. Yang Kai was quite confident in his Space Blade. Although the artifact spirit's methods were extraordinary and it was naturally proficient in fire attribute principles, the Tao of Space was an extremely powerful force. In terms of space principles, Yang Kai had a lot of experience, so although he had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage, dealing with this artifact spirit shouldn't be a problem. Sure enough, after the Space Blade collided with the flame sword, the blade-like crack distorted and was unable to stabilize itself due to the powerful fire attribute aura, quickly disappearing. However, before it disappeared, it swallowed the flame sword into the void. Yang Kai's crisis was resolved in an instant. Without waiting for the artifact spirit to make another move, the space blade leisurely formed, half of it flying towards the artifact spirit while the other half circled around Yang Kai. Suddenly, the power binding Yang Kai seemed to have been cut off. He had regained his freedom. The moment he could circulate his Saint Chi again, Yang Kai immediately retreated and waved his hands, sending out a meter-long space blade. It swallowed a hole in the red light screen that had been blocking the passage. Although the wound was small, but it was enough for Yang Kai to pass through safely. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure had already rushed into the several hundred feet long passage, and behind him came the angry cry of the artifact spirit. The other party was clearly flustered by the space blade. He had no time to care about the retreating Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't expect his space blade to be able to kill the artifact spirit. The fire attribute aura that the other party used was too pure and wasn't something that his space blade could completely devour. Catching the other party off guard and creating an opportunity to escape made Yang Kai very satisfied. What Yang Kai needed to do now was to leave this earth-lung fire pond quickly and find another place to refine the profound in sunflower water. After his strength improved, if he still had time, he would come back to find trouble with this artifact spirit. Just as Yang Kai expected, he had only covered a distance of less than 1,000 meters when the firebird seemed to have intercepted all of his space blades and immediately felt a scorching aura behind him. Yang Kai took a moment to look back and suddenly felt his soul fly out of his body. In the distance of the passage, the artifact spirit had transformed into a mass of red light and was chasing after him, unwilling to let him leave. The entire passage was extremely hot, and before the firebird's main body had even arrived, the rich fire attribute aura had already filled the air and melted the stone walls around the passage. Yang Kai didn't stop and even sped up a little, but compared with this artifact spirit that was born without a physical body, his speed was still somewhat lacking. Seeing the exit of the passage in sight and the distance between him and the artifact spirit growing closer and closer, Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely, and just as he was about to turn around and attack the artifact spirit, a strange cry came from the firebird behind him. This cry contained unwillingness and anger, and at the same time, the fire attribute aura that filled the entire passage quickly receded like a receding tide. Yang Kai was surprised and turned around again, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his face. Not only did he stop running, but he also stopped and stared at the firebird with great interest. About 500 feet away from him, the firebird was fluttering in the air. However, at this moment, chain-like energy strips appeared on its body. The runes on the chains flowed. At first glance, one could tell that it was a kind of restriction technique. It wrapped around the firebird's body and tightly bound it. The firebird only let out a few cries before the chains tightened and tightened around the firebird's body. The unwillingness in the firebird's eyes became even stronger, but with a loud bang, its body burst open, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. Was it destroyed? Yang Kai frowned, but after thinking about it, he quickly released his divine sense and probed the stone room. Inside the stone room, the artifact refining furnace, which had been suspended in the air, fell back down again and returned to the state it was in when Yang Kai first entered. However, the strange bird pattern on the artifact refining furnace was still there, but unlike before, the strange bird pattern seemed to be irritable and restless, constantly flying around the surface of the artifact refining furnace, refusing to leave. Yang Kai's heart relaxed and he grinned. It turned out that this thing couldn't leave the artifact refining furnace too far. Once it was too far away, it would definitely be taken back by the artifact refining furnace. This was not surprising though. After all, the firebird was the artifact spirit of the artifact refining furnace, so there was naturally some connection between the two. After determining that the artifact spirit couldn't do anything to him, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The battle just now was really the most dangerous one he had ever encountered. Even when he fought with the origin-returning Realm Master brought by Xiahong when last time, Yang Kai was able to cope with them with ease and there was no danger to his life. After all, he had the support of Yang Yan's spirit array at that time. But this time, being forced by the artifact spirit to fight him in the stone room, Yang Kai had used almost all of his means except for his demon eye of annihilation, but in the end, he had still been forced to flee in embarrassment. Only Yang Kai had been able to escape with his life from the artifact spirit. If it had been any other Saint King, they would have died on the spot. Standing in the corridor and adjusting his breathing for a moment, Yang Kai thought to himself, since the artifact spirit couldn't chase him out of the stone room, there was no need for him to leave the earth lung fire pond. This was a rare treasure trove. Although the environment outside the fifth layer was good, compared to this place it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. There was no comparison at all. However, Yang Kai didn't dare enter this stone room, but he could check out the other stone room at the bottom. Yang Kai didn't believe that there would be an artifact spirit there. It was already a great fortune for such a thing to be born. It was absolutely impossible for a second one to appear. If it really did appear, Yang Kai could only go to the top layer and give up on the bottom layer. Thinking like this, Kai Yang turned around and walked out of the passage. Not long after, he left the passage and stepped into the cave on the right. Like the previous cave, the passage in this cave was also a few thousand meters long. After passing through this passage, Yang Kai arrived at a magnificent stone room. Although he didn't think there would be a second artifact spirit, Yang Kai still didn't dare act carelessly. Standing at the entrance of the passage, he carefully examined the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace in the center of this stone room had been destroyed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Even the artifact refining furnace had been destroyed, so it was naturally impossible for an artifact spirit to be born. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over some ores and artifact refining materials piled up nearby, his eyes lit up and he hurried over to inspect them one by one. Sure enough, after surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune. Yang Kai hadn't expected that there would be so many artifact refining materials piled up in this last stone room. What's more, the grade of these treasures was very high, at least Origin grade, with most of them Origin King grade. There was also a variety of rare ores, metals of the 5 elements, and monster beast body materials, creating a dazzling sight. Although there were many materials, some of them could no longer be used because they had been stored for too long. Yang Kai picked and collected all the materials that could still be used and discarded the ones that couldn't be used before clapping his hands in satisfaction and continuing to look around this stone room. The layout of this stone room was almost the same as the one on the left, with a several-meter-tall artifact refining furnace at its center and a few white balls inlaid around the stone walls that exuded a soft glow. However, there seemed to be fewer light balls here, only 4 instead of 8. It seemed that the owner of the stone room was somewhat inferior to the owner of the stone room on the left. Yang Kai didn't think too much about this though, and simply went to the 4 stone benches and poured his Saint Chi into them to close the spirit arrays of the stone rooms. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai came to the destroyed artifact refining furnace and unceremoniously put it into his space ring. Although this artifact refining furnace was damaged, it was still an Origin King grade artifact, so Yang Kai decided to take it back and let Yang Yan take a look at it to see if she could repair it. If she could, he could use it, but if she couldn't, it didn't matter. Yang Kai had already collected several damaged Origin King grade artifact refining furnaces before this. After collecting the artifact refining furnace, an open space appeared in the center of the stone room. This open space was also engraved with an independent spirit array. Although this spirit array was small in size, it was extremely complex. Although Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, after entering and exiting hundreds of stone rooms and closing so many spirit arrays, he could understand that this spirit array was one of the ways in which the pure fire energy from the Earth Lung Fire Pond was transformed into an artifact refining furnace. Moreover, the 4 stone benches around the stone benches also played a big role. Depending on the number of spirit arrays activated, the speed and power of extracting Earth Lung Fire would vary greatly, with the two having a proportional relationship. In other words, activating the spirit arrays on 4 stone benches was completely different from activating a single one. This design made Yang Kai very satisfied and secretly felt that the master who had arranged this method was truly extraordinary. Having been delayed long enough, Yang Kai didn't intend to delay any longer. His figure flickered and he arrived at the original location of the artifact refining furnace and sat down cross-legged. Chapter 1242. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes. The day's meditation allowed him to adjust his body's condition to its peak. Shortly after, he waved his hands unceasingly. One after another, exquisite jade bottles and stalks of precious medicinal herbs were quickly scattered around him. Every single one of them had an oppressive spiritual energy. These things were the auxiliary materials that Yang Kai needed to refine the profound in sunflower water. Zhong Ao had told him that he had collected all of these things when he was on Rainfall Star. After all, although these materials were rare and precious, Yang Kai had collected a lot of them on the floating continent and then on Rainfall Star, where he had plundered the storehouse of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce branch, so it hadn't taken him much effort to gather these things. Zhong Ao had said that it was best to refine the profound in sunflower water when one was at the origin returning realm because only a cultivator who had reached this level of cultivation would be able to withstand the pain of the refinement process. The reason why Yang Kai chose to begin refining the profound in sunflower water while still in the Saint King realm was entirely because he was confident in his own strength. Whether it was the strength of his physique, the strength of his soul, or the purity of his Saint Qi, Yang Kai was confident that he was not inferior to any origin returning realm master. Apart from the fact that he had yet to comprehend Sure, he was not much worse than an origin returning realm master. What's more, Yang Kai's tenacity and endurance were also incomparable, otherwise, he would not have been able to fuse with great demon god's unyielding golden skeleton when he was still very weak and comprehend the strange martial skill unyielding will from it. As such, Yang Kai wasn't worried about his cultivation at all. The only thing he needed to consider now was how to maximize the magical effects of the profound in sunflower water. Zhong Ao had said that this thing could greatly improve a cultivator's cultivation without any worries. Yang Kai already felt that his current first-order Saint King cultivation was too low. If he could improve his cultivation in a short time, he would have more capital. He was not worried about his foundation, state of mind, or comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly Tao. His foundation was already extremely solid. Even if his cultivation had soared this time, it would not shake his foundation and cause difficulties in his future cultivation. He also had nothing to worry about in terms of his state of mind. After absorbing so much spiritual energy from a cultivator, Yang Kai's state of mind was no longer at the level of a Saint King cultivator. Similarly, his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao was far ahead of any other cultivator at the same level. Now that everything was ready, he naturally wouldn't be willing to be lonely. Although his preparations were very thorough, Yang Kai still checked the various materials placed beside him one by one. After making sure that nothing was left out, he nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, he took out a few golden sun fruits and placed them aside. These golden sun fruits were obtained by him and Dai Yuan in Lu Yan's desert. They contained extremely powerful yang attribute energy and were most suitable for consumption at this time. When everything was ready, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he stretched out his Saint Qi and poured it into a nearby stone platform. After absorbing his Saint Qi, the stone platform's surface flashed and the spirit array inside the stone room, which had been stopped for a long time, began operating again. A moment later, a stream of pure fire attribute energy was drawn out from the earth lung fire pond and poured into the place where Yang Kai was sitting. The condensed fire attribute energy instantly spread out and wrapped Yang Kai's body before rushing into it unscrupulously. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he endured the excruciating pain. Not only did he not try to stop this, he even opened his body and mind wide, allowing the fire attribute energy to enter his body. Soon, all of Yang Kai's clothes were burned away, revealing his strong physique. His muscles were clearly defined and his skin was glowing with a golden light. The surface of his skin had already begun to crack and golden blood was flowing out. Under the restorative power of his golden blood, the damaged areas were constantly being repaired, repeating the process over and over. Yang Kai clenched his hand and took out a jade bottle from the ground. Immediately opening the bottle, he poured out a crimson pill from it, threw it directly into his mouth, closed his eyes, and began to refine its medicinal efficacies. After an hour, the medicinal efficacies had fully dispersed and filled every inch of Yang Kai's physique. He then took out a dark red spirit grass and swallowed it directly. Different pills, different herbs, and even the few golden sun fruits that Yang Kai had taken out at the last moment were all taken by him in batches. The whole process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Every time Yang Kai took a different type of material, the fire around his body would become stronger, and the terrifying heat he exuded would cause anyone who smelled it to pale. Every inch of his muscles was twitching, and his face had become extremely ferocious. His eyes were red, as if he wanted to swallow someone whole. Although he looked extremely miserable, Yang Kai's powerful divine sense and cultivation were still able to keep him sober. Yang Kai didn't know whether he should rejoice or feel bitter about this. In a sober state, Yang Kai clearly felt that the pills and herbs he had taken were transforming into waves of medicinal efficacies that rushed through his meridians and physique, causing some subtle and incredible changes. It was as if there were hundreds of millions of ants running around inside his body. This kind of unbearable torment was not something a Saint King realm cultivator could bear. No wonder Zhong Ao had repeatedly warned Yang Kai not to act rashly and try to obtain the profound in sunflower water before breaking through to the origin returning realm. Sure enough, the old man hadn't been talking nonsense. Yang Kai thought to himself. The pain he was experiencing now was enough to make an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator unbearable, and this was just the beginning. If it weren't for the powerful restorative ability of his golden blood, Yang Kai would likely have been interrupted at this moment. If this had continued, his body would have exploded and he would have died. The materials Yang Kai had taken were all Yang attribute and fire attribute herbs and pills. Coupled with the earth core fire here, an unimaginable amount of heat had accumulated in his body, so the torment he was enduring could be imagined. Yang Kai opened his eyes again and waved his trembling hand, pouring his Saint Chi into the second stone pillar. **** with a bang. The spirit array in the stone room began to rotate faster, and the amount of earth core fire being drawn from the earth lung fire pond increased exponentially. At this time, Yang Kai could no longer bear it and let out a miserable howl, feeling much better, not daring to be negligent. Yang Kai constantly pushed his Saint Chi to fuse with the chaotic medicinal efficacies in his body, allowing them to seep into his physique. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally managed to integrate all the various medicinal efficacies in his body and suppress them in his meridians. Immediately, Yang Kai took out a jade bottle with a dignified expression and stared at it for a moment before opening it with a firm look in his eyes. Shaking it slightly, a drop of crystal-clear liquid flew out from it. The moment this drop of liquid flew out, the stone room, which had been as hot as a furnace, suddenly felt a chill. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fire attribute aura in the space around this drop of liquid retreated as if it was a snake or scorpion, unable to approach within 3 meters of this drop of liquid. However, this drop of liquid was also quite strange. After being shaken out by Yang Kai, it did not fall to the ground and instead floated quietly in front of Yang Kai like a feather. Profound in sunflower water. This was a treasure that even origin kings coveted. Yet Yang Kai had 20 drops of it in his hands. Seeing this drop of profound in sunflower water, Yang Kai could not help thinking of Shui Yu's dragon lady. At that time, this beautiful woman had been frostbitten by the profound in sunflower water, and it had taken Yang Kai a great deal of effort to wake her up. However, if not for the soul chains restraining him, Yang Kai would not have cared about her life or death. After all, the two of them were enemies at that time. Finally, when Yang Kai left Rainfall Star, he was chased down by people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Slowly shaking his head and dispelling these distracting thoughts from his mind, Yang Kai did not hesitate, opened his mouth, and swallowed this drop of profound in sunflower water. A bone-chilling sensation spread from his mouth, and not only did it try to freeze Yang Kai's body, but even his knowledge sea began to fill with a frigid aura. At that moment, Yang Kai's body erupted with a scorching heat that instantly dispelled the chill. However, the energy contained in this profound sunflower water was extremely terrifying. So when the cold aura disappeared, even more of it spread throughout Yang Kai's body. In the next moment, an endless amount of scorching power erupted. Hot and cold, using Yang Kai's body as a battlefield, collided with each other. But instead of disappearing, a mysterious change occurred. Yang Kai's expression instantly changed as he let out a series of muffled groans and roars from the depths of his throat, the veins on his forehead bulging, giving him a terrifying appearance. Back on Rainfall Star, Hali Ka, who was a third-order origin returning realm master, had been injured by this profound sunflower water and had been forced to cut off one of his arms to save his life. If Yang Kai had not taken so many Yang and fire attribute spirit pills and spirit grasses to suppress the burning force in his body, this drop of profound sunflower water alone would have killed him instantly. The first difficulty in refining this profound sunflower water was suppressing the burning power of these herbs and pills. If one's physique was not strong enough and their soul was not tough enough, it would be impossible to store such a huge amount of burning force in their body temporarily, making it impossible for them to take the next step. The second difficulty was Yang Kai's current situation. He had to maintain his consciousness at all times and integrate the power of ice and fire into his body as much as possible. If he couldn't break through, at best he would be severely injured, but at worst his body would be destroyed. The consequences would be extremely serious. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai's roars, like that of a wounded beast, constantly resounded. His situation was also extremely strange. Sometimes, his whole body would shiver from the cold, and his lips would turn blue. Sometimes, he would sweat profusely, and his whole body would turn red like a roasted crab. In this alternating cold and heat, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation was growing at a terrifying rate. Not only was his cultivation increasing, but the demonic flame in his body also seemed to be undergoing some subtle changes. The demonic flame itself was a variant of both hot and cold energy, and it was a manifestation of Yang Kai's unique Saint Qi. The environment created by refining the profound sunflower water happened to coincide with the properties of the demonic flame, stimulating the Saint Qi in his body to gradually change. This was something not only Yang Kai had not anticipated, but also something that Zhong Ao had not anticipated. Chapter 1243. In the fifth layer of the Lu Yen sand field, in a stone room at the bottom of an unknown earth lung fire pond, Yang Kai sat quietly with a strange expression on his face. Although he looked exhausted and on the verge of collapse, Yang Kai still had an unconcealable look of excitement and joy on his face. Moreover, the Saint Qi fluctuations slowly pulsing from his body were clearly a sign that his cultivation had greatly improved. It had been more than a month since he began refining the profound sunflower water, and it wasn't until yesterday that he finally finished refining it. Yang Kai hadn't expected it to take so long, and during the process of refining, many unexpected things had happened. The power of extreme cold contained in the profound sunflower water was simply too strong. The various spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had taken before, coupled with the earth core fire drawn in by the barriers of the two stone stools, were unable to suppress the chill of the profound sunflower water, causing the hot and cold forces in his body to become unbalanced. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only open the barriers of the third stone stool in order to strengthen the power of the earth core fire. Yang Kai originally wanted to use the power of the earth core fire to balance the profound sunflower water, but how could he have known that after the barriers of the third stone stool were opened, the power of the profound sunflower water was completely suppressed and the burning force in his body became more vigorous? Yang Kai steeled himself and took a second drop of profound sunflower water, only to find that the initial situation repeated itself. As a result, in the end, the barriers of the four-stone stool were all opened by him and the earth core fire fiercely poured in, barely managing to maintain a balance between the hot and cold forces in his body. But because of this, the The risk and suffering Kai Yang had to bear increased exponentially over the course of this long month. During this month, he had wandered back and forth between the gates of hell several times and had almost failed. His powerful physique and resilient spiritual energy played a crucial role at critical moments. Yang Kai had to use a few drops of the golden blood he had accumulated in his body to repair his injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to persist and would have been killed by the profound in sunflower water and the earth core fire long ago. Although good things were difficult to achieve, the final result was far beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Zhong Ao had praised the profound in sunflower water to the heavens at that time. Since it wasn't on the ground, Yang Kai had thought it would have some kind of powerful effect and had hoped that this time's refinement would allow him to directly break through to the Third Order Saint King realm or even touch the threshold of the Origin Returning realm. But now his cultivation was only at the peak of the Second Order Saint King realm. 2 drops of profound in sunflower water, so many precious spiritual herbs and pills, plus the power of the earth core fire. Yang Kai's face. Although his cultivations face. Yang's face's face. He pondered for a while. Of Yang Kai's, S's soul's, S of his of a fire flame water, this of his heaven of essences of divine chi of essence of earth aura, and flames aura off its appearance. It's of auras and chi aura of chi's of earth of his of this of his's of the this of it. But with a single thought from Yang Kai, this mass of demonic flame began exuding a bone-chilling aura, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds as a layer of frost instantly filled the stone room. Even the stone walls were frozen solid and began to creak. The barriers arranged in this stone room spontaneously played a protective role, releasing layers of light that prevented the spread of this cold aura. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed again and the bone-chilling aura disappeared, replaced by an endless heat from the demonic flame. The frost that had filled the air before was instantly melted away. The power of this heat was unstoppable, and before the stone room's protective barrier could react, it suddenly cracked and shattered. Yang Kai showed a satisfied look and gently clenched his fist, causing the black ball of demonic flame to disappear. He also noticed that after refining the 2 drops of profound in sunflower water, the main reason why his cultivation hadn't improved much was that his demonic flame had absorbed most of the energy. When the profound in sunflower water and the various types of heat reached a balance in his body, it was reasonable to say that these 2 conflicting forces should stimulate his cultivation to grow wildly, but the demonic flame inside his body was also a mixture of heat and cold, so it was able to absorb the efficacies of the profound in sunflower water and the various herbs and pills, making his demonic flame even more powerful. When the demonic flame was first born until more than a month ago, it had always been a mixture of heat and cold, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. Although it was strange and unpredictable, as its master, Yang Kai couldn't control its state at all. But now Yang Kai was able to do this. While the power of his demonic flame had greatly increased, its compatibility with his body had also increased greatly. In the future, when he faced an enemy, he would be able to control his demonic flame to be cold or hot. This kind of demonic flame that could be controlled was far more lethal and threatening than its own transformation. Overall, Yang Kai was very satisfied with this time's refinement. As early as when the demonic flame was born, Yang Kai knew that this strange power had a strong ability to shape and grow. Unfortunately, he hadn't figured out how to make his demonic flame grow, and no one could tell him this. This time, by chance, he had found a way. As long as he could make the heat and cold reach a balance, forming an external force, and then fuse with the demonic flame, he could promote its growth. It seems that the remaining profound in sunflower water is not useless, Yang Kai thought to himself. He was still thinking about how to deal with the profound in sunflower water he still had. Selling it was definitely not a good idea. Everyone knew that it was a crime to possess a jade ring, and it would be a waste to leave it lying around. But now Yang Kai had a good idea. As long as he collected a large number of yang and fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines, he could even refine the profound in sunflower water a second time, making the power of his demonic flame even stronger. The crimson firebird cried out angrily, seemingly annoyed that it had been underestimated. Opening its sharp beak, it spat out a large wave of flames towards Yang Kai with monstrous momentum. Yang Kai sneered. He had no intention of dodging at all. The heaven-punishing spear that he threw out directly tore a hole in the wave of fire. At the same time, the spear twisted and transformed into a pitch-black dragon. It opened its black mouth and spat out a large amount of demonic fire, blocking the heat wave in an instant. After several battles, Yang Kai had gained some experience in using Yuan control techniques and could now easily control the Saint Chi he shot out and transform it into a variety of attacks. It had to be said that the Yuan control technique he had comprehended with the help of the red candle fruits ripening was of great help to him in battle. This move alone had increased Yang Kai's combat power by at least 20%. Chapter 1244. Although Yuan control was a good technique, it placed a heavy burden on one's divine sense, so not every cultivator could comprehend and use it. Only those cultivators with stronger divine senses than the average person could comprehend such a mysterious technique. The heaven-punishing spear's sudden change obviously surprised the firebird, and when it saw that the black flood dragon's cold flames were actually able to block its own wave of fire, it became even more furious. It spread its wings, causing a gust of wind to rise as clusters of flames rushed out from its wings, bypassing the black flood dragon and the fire dragon, heading straight for where Yang Kai was standing. Behind Yang Kai, the power of wind and thunder surged, and a pair of exquisite transparent wings suddenly appeared. These wings flashed with the agility of wind and the violence of thunder, and with a flicker, Yang Kai disappeared from where he stood, causing the clusters of flames to hit nothing but air. Without waiting for the firebird to launch another attack, Yang Kai had already waved his hand and released more than a dozen space blades. Since he intended to end this battle quickly, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of dealing with it any longer and immediately used his trump card. The space blades, which seemed capable of swallowing everything, rapidly shot out, causing the human-like eyes of the firebird to reveal a trace of fear. Last time, it had suffered a small loss under these space blades and knew just how strange and ferocious these things were. Naturally, it did not dare to stay in place, and with a flap of its wings, it turned into a streak of flames and flew to the side. Before it could reappear, Yang Kai had already closed in and reached out to grab it. Now that he had the cold flames protecting his body, Yang Kai was not afraid of the heat of the artifact spirit. After all, the artifact spirit was only born after being burned by the Earth's core fire for tens of thousands of years, and it was not as if Yang Kai had never experienced the torment of the Earth's core fire before. The artifact spirit's reaction was extremely fast, and the moment it sensed that something was wrong, a feeling of solidification suddenly spread out as Yang Kai's big hand suddenly froze half a foot away from the artifact spirit, unable to advance any further. It was the same kind of power that was similar to Sure, but this was not the cultivator's Sure, but the artifact spirit's innate mastery of the fire principle. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk, there was a burst of explosive sounds in the air as the fire attribute aura in the stone room instantly increased by several levels. Yang Kai had to circulate his Saint Chi to push the power of the cold flames to the maximum, causing an icy aura to spread out from his body. Suddenly, he broke through the artifact spirit's principal blockade. Freedom again. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai took advantage of the fact that the artifact spirit had yet to fully materialize to send out a series of pitch-black spears towards it. After being pierced by a few spears, a sharp cry rang out again. The two small eyes were immediately filled with rage and fear. It seemed that it couldn't understand why in just a short period of a month, this person who had been defeated by it the last time actually had the qualifications to compete with it. The artifact spirit did not have a physical body, so even if it was pierced by the heaven-punishing spear, its life would not be in danger. But the cold aura contained in the heaven-punishing spear made the artifact spirit extremely uncomfortable, causing its body to fluctuate and squirm for a while before it was restored to its original state. Yang Kai's actions completely angered the artifact spirit. Its figure flickered as its feathers condensed from pure fire principle turned into red lights and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's leisurely expression instantly became serious as he noticed the terrifying killing intent contained in these fire feathers. He did not dare hesitate in the slightest, condensing a grand heavenly shield to protect himself while summoning the 100 Mountains picture, sending a dozen peaks towards the artifact spirit. With a loud rumble, the grand heavenly shield was shattered and the mountain phantoms that flew out from the 100 Mountains picture also suffered heavy losses, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai hurriedly put away the 100 Mountains picture and with the help of his wind and thunder wings, hurriedly dodged to the side. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. The stone chamber shook. The spells all around activated once more, protecting the stone chamber from destruction. Even so, 2 layers of spells were destroyed by Huayu. After shooting out the fire feathers, the artifact spirit's body suddenly shrank and it looked a little tired. These fire feathers were obviously not an ordinary attack and were very likely closely related to its existence. Moreover, the fire feathers did not disappear after failing to hit their target. Instead, they turned into a series of dense red lights and chased after Yang Kai, seemingly intent on killing him. Yang Kai saw that he could not avoid them and a fierce look flashed across his face, but he remained motionless as he quietly stared at the fire feathers rushing towards him. When they were only 10 meters away, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hands, as if trying to tear something apart, and fiercely parted them. A large void crack was suddenly torn open by Yang Kai, like the maw of a beast, and welcomed the numerous fire feathers flying towards him. Seeing this, the artifact spirit let out a cry and the fire feathers that were flying towards him quickly changed directions and hurriedly returned to the artifact spirit's location. It seemed that the artifact spirit also knew that it could not allow its fire feathers to enter the void crack. Once they entered, it would be impossible to find them again. In the blink of an eye, the fire feathers returned to the artifact spirit's body and its originally small body was restored to its original size. However, a figure flashed beside it and Yang Kai appeared like a ghost, slowly stretching out his hand. Suddenly, a giant dark palm appeared above the stone room, as if it wanted to cover the entire heaven and earth. Heaven-covering hand. The artifact spirit really could not avoid this attack, so it could only stimulate the heat waves in its body and stare at the giant palm with its 2 small eyes, trying to resist this blow. In a flash, the heaven-covering hand struck the artifact spirit. With a loud bang, the power of extreme cold and extreme heat rolled and collided in the stone room like a landslide or a tsunami. The sound was astonishing. The fire wave and the black flood dragon that were fighting not far away immediately turned into fluorescent light and disappeared after being hit by the impact. After everything calmed down, the artifact spirit floated in the air awkwardly, while Yang Kai stood more than 10 meters away, coldly looking at it. The artifact spirit seemed to be fine, but the red light on its body was obviously dimmer than before. Obviously, it had suffered a loss under Yang Kai's successive attacks just now. I don't know how much of your intelligence has been opened, nor do I know if you can understand my words, but if you are willing to surrender, I can let you go. If you don't, I can only use force. You will have to suffer a little, and perhaps your Yuan Qi will be greatly damaged. Yang Kai looked at it indifferently. This artifact spirit was indeed intelligent, but Yang Kai was not sure whether it could understand his words. After all, this guy had stayed in the artifact refining furnace for tens of thousands of years and may not have come into contact with other living creatures. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, after he finished speaking, the artifact spirit's small eyes immediately flashed with anger. It could actually understand him. The next moment, it let out an angry cry and the artifact refining furnace, which had been placed peacefully in the center of the stone room, buzzed at the same time. In an instant, the artifact refining furnace became red hot and a wave of fire suddenly flew out from the furnace and poured into the firebird's body. The artifact spirit, which had suffered some minor injuries, suddenly became full of vigor after being replenished by the furnace that gave birth to it. Even its body grew larger as it hovered above Yang Kai's head and spread its wings, covering most of the cave's ceiling. During this process, Yang Kai just watched quietly, without any intention of stopping it. Not only did he not stop it, but he also revealed a trace of ridicule in his eyes. After all, an artifact spirit was still an artifact spirit. Although it had gained intelligence, it still lacked experience in fighting against him. Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. After fighting with the artifact spirit last time, Yang Kai knew that the artifact refining furnace was not an ordinary object. By relying on it, the artifact refining furnace could greatly supplement the artifact spirit. However, there was definitely a limit to how much energy it could replenish the artifact spirit's consumption endlessly. Therefore, Yang Kai had used forceful means at the beginning to force the artifact spirit to use the stored firepower in the artifact refining furnace. If it didn't use the scorching fire attribute energy in the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai really wouldn't be able to carry out his next plan. Now, there probably wasn't much fire attribute energy left in this artifact refining furnace, right? Yang Kai secretly paid attention to the huge Origin King grade furnace from the corner of his eye. After its body became extremely huge, the artifact spirit once again restored its arrogant and proud expression, its small eyes filled with disdain. However, before it could show its might, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When his figure reappeared, he was already standing next to the artifact refining furnace. Immediately, under the horrified gaze of the artifact spirit, Yang Kai sent out a mass of demonic flame from his palm and slammed it into the artifact refining furnace. In an instant, the artifact refining furnace was wrapped in demonic flame as Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi fiercely and poured it into the artifact refining furnace. At this moment, the icy cold flames displayed their full power. In the blink of an eye, the surface of this huge furnace began to freeze. Moreover, what was frozen was black ice, which continued to spread towards the inside. The artifact spirit, who had always been aloof and arrogant, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as its huge crimson body began to tremble violently. Only now did it understand what Yang Kai was planning. The artifact refining furnace was the vessel that gave birth to it, so it was the artifact spirit of this artifact refining furnace. Once the artifact refining furnace was damaged or attacked, as an artifact spirit, it would not be able to remain unscathed. Could be said that Yang Kai did not need to fight it head-on at all. All he needed to do was deal with this inanimate artifact refining furnace. This may be the tragedy of being an artifact spirit, having great strength but not being able to use it. The artifact spirit's body twisted and distorted for a while. Yang Kai's actions had angered it to the extreme, but the chill that spread from its body terrified it greatly. Not daring to hesitate any longer, the artifact spirit opened its mouth and sent out a wave of heat towards Yang Kai. It did not expect to kill Yang Kai, only to force Yang Kai away from its vessel so he would not attack the artifact refining furnace again. Chapter 1245. Yang Kai was also secretly shocked at this moment. He discovered that this artifact refining furnace actually contained a ferocious amount of spiritual energy, making it impossible for him to seal it in ice for some time. When the heat wave hit him, Yang Kai didn't dare to move. After all, his intentions had been exposed and this artifact spirit's sentience wasn't shallow. Once he left the artifact refining furnace, it would be extremely difficult for him to attack again. Staring at the monstrous heat wave, Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he stretched out his hands again, grasped at the void, and spread them apart. A dark crack twice the size of the previous void crack appeared in front of Yang Kai. The heat wave arrived right in front of Yang Kai at that moment, pouring into the void crack and being exiled to an unknown part of the void, unable to hurt Yang Kai at all. However, this void crack also seemed to be a little unstable. Although Yang Kai's understanding of space force and principles had improved greatly, he still hadn't reached the grand accomplishment stage. Forcibly tearing open this void crack was already extremely difficult for him, so when it was hit by the pure fire energy contained in the artifact spirit's heat wave, it immediately began to distort, as if it would collapse and disappear at any moment. Yang Kai's face sank as he placed one hand on the void crack, trying to maintain its stability and buy as much time as possible while placing his other hand on the artifact refining furnace and desperately pouring his Saint Chi into it. In an instant, Yang Kai's Saint Chi was drained like a dam breaking, causing more and more black flames to appear on the surface of the artifact refining furnace, while the black ice it formed grew thicker and thicker. When the artifact spirit saw the void crack on the verge of collapse, its small eyes showed a look of joy, but when it saw Yang Kai desperately trying to seal the artifact refining furnace in ice, it suddenly panicked and spat out more heat waves from its mouth, as if it wanted to fight to the death with Yang Kai. It seemed that it also knew that after this battle, either it would be frozen or the Yang Kai would be destroyed, so it didn't hold back at all. The battle in the stone room instantly came to a stalemate. The artifact spirit continued to spray out heat waves from its mouth, causing the space it was in to become extremely hot. But Yang Kai's position was blocked by an unstable void crack that swallowed up the heat waves. Behind him, the artifact refining furnace began to emit a crackling sound as layers of thin black ice began to spread from the outside to the inside, from top to bottom. Although the speed of this process was not fast, it was definitely not slow either. As time passed, the spatial crack became more and more illusory and unstable. In the end, under the pressure of the artifact spirit's heat wave, it suddenly collapsed, exposing Yang Kai behind it. Seeing this, the artifact spirit's small eyes showed a look of surprise. Without this strange spatial crack that could swallow the heat waves, it had full confidence that it would be able to melt Yang Kai in one breath. A cruel and violent look appeared in its eyes as the artifact spirit opened its mouth and a red light quickly formed in its mouth. A shocking fluctuation of fire attribute energy spread out, shaking the entire stone room. Seeing that it was about to spit out this shocking attack, Yang Kai's serious face suddenly showed a strange smile as he glanced at the artifact spirit and immediately laughed. Along with his laughter, the huge artifact refining furnace suddenly emitted a crackling sound as it was completely sealed in black ice. Not even a trace of world energy could be released. The artifact spirit was stunned for a moment. Then, as if it had been struck by lightning, its huge body suddenly seemed to have lost its strength and fell from the sky. Before it hit the ground, the huge amount of fire spirit chi in its mouth had already exploded with a loud bang, causing its entire head to explode. However, this was not enough to take the artifact spirit's life. It was not a physical entity and was naturally proficient in fire attribute principles, so the backlash just now was not enough to kill it. Even so, its huge body quickly shrank, and after falling to the ground, it once again returned to its original size when Yang Kai first saw it. Its newly grown head was also much dimmer and it stood up shakily, looking very weak. It stood there quietly, looking at Yang Kai with fear and resentment, its two small eyes rolling around, not knowing what it was thinking. Suddenly, it spread its wings, turned into a flame, and rushed towards the artifact refining furnace. It actually wanted to return to the vessel that gave birth to it. How could Yang Kai allow it to do as it wished? After this battle of wits and courage, he had finally managed to force the artifact spirit into a disadvantageous position. If he could not subdue it now, then everything he had done before would have been in vain. Black demonic flames gushed out from Yang Kai's body, one after another, floating in front of Yang Kai. These seemingly inconspicuous black fireballs were just a little strange in color, but under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, they all exuded an astonishing chill. Looking at the incoming red light, Yang Kai flicked his finger towards one of the black fireballs. The black fireballs immediately flew towards the red light with a chilly aura. Whether it was because the artifact spirit had not yet recovered or because its Yuan Qi had been seriously injured, the red light transformed from the artifact spirit did not dodge and was directly hit by the cold flames. With a loud bang, the collision of cold and hot fiercely spread out, and the artifact spirit's body once again appeared, constantly tumbling in midair before it was directly knocked into the cave wall, and the red light outside its body dimmed a lot. Staggering to its feet, the artifact spirit once again turned into a red light and rushed forward. Yang Kai coldly snorted and once again controlled a mass of cold flames to meet it. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk inside the stone room. the artifact spirit was suffering inhumane torture. Every time it was hit by the cold flames, its body would dim a little. After 7 or 8 times, it was barely able to maintain its complete form. Its 2 wings had shrunk a lot, and the 3 long feathers on its tail had disappeared. Its vessel had been frozen, and it had suffered the backlash of the world Yuan Qi. So under its anxiety, the originally majestic and insufferably arrogant artifact spirit could no longer compete with Yang Kai and had completely become a punching bag. However, this guy was really amazing. After being eroded by the cold flames so many times, its body still did not dissipate and its spirituality was not lost. This made Yang Kai secretly shocked and at the same time made him even more determined to subdue it. This time, if he had not directly attacked the artifact refining furnace, with the strength and spirituality displayed by this artifact spirit, he would not have been able to do anything to it. However, its vessel was placed right here, so if Yang Kai did not attack it, he would really be stupid. After being easily knocked away again, the artifact spirit stubbornly stood up and let out a low cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, sounding extremely miserable. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his expression neither happy nor sad, simply looking at it indifferently. Feeling that it was about time, he opened his mouth and said, "Since you have sentience, let's discuss it. I won't destroy you, and I can even let you live, but you must submit to me." The artifact spirit let out a cry and stared at Yang Kai with its 2 small eyes, obviously quite angry. Yang Kai chuckled. "You'd better think it over carefully. In any case, I don't have to subdue you. I can also destroy you here, erase your existence, and make you disappear from this world. And it wasn't easy for you to be born, and I'm afraid only you know the hardships and time it took. So how about you obediently agree to my conditions? Of course, submitting to me is not without benefits. As far as I know, an artifact spirit like you should have a very strong growth potential. If I take you out, perhaps I can find something that will be of great help to your growth." Yang Kai was well aware of the principle of using both hard and soft methods. When dealing with a race with high sentience, using a stick and a date would work every time, let alone dealing with an artifact spirit. Sure enough, the artifact spirit was indifferent at the beginning, but when it heard Yang Kai's last words, its small eyes rolled and it tilted its small head, as if it was contemplating the gains and losses, which gave it a very cunning feeling. Yang Kai saw that there was hope, so he immediately struck while the iron was hot and said in a flat voice, "You have been here for tens of thousands of years. The Earth Lung Fire Pond is the source of your birth, so presumably this place will not be of much use to your growth. If you don't come with me, you will be trapped here forever. Next time, who knows who will break in at that time? Heh, those people won't be as easy to talk to as I am." After saying this, Yang Kai's expression sank. "I've said enough. Whether you submit or perish, it's your choice. I don't have much patience and I don't have much time. When I get up again, if you still haven't made a decision, then you don't need to answer." Saying so, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged next to the artifact refining furnace. Pressing forward step by step, Yang Kai felt that it should be enough, so now he just had to wait for the artifact spirit to make a decision. The artifact spirit stood in the corner of the stone room and stared at Yang Kai, then at the artifact refining furnace sealed in black flames behind him, a human-like look of hesitation flashing across its eyes. The stone room suddenly became quiet. Yang Kai didn't urge the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit had suffered so many hardships, and with Yuan Qi's heavy injuries, it didn't dare to rush over rashly, so it just stood there motionless. Half a day passed in a flash. Half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and coldly looked at the artifact spirit before standing up. This time, without waiting for Yang Kai to say anything, the artifact spirit suddenly let out a clear cry. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what it meant, he could still figure it out. So he nodded and said, "I keep my word. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will try my best to help you grow and evolve. Right, I forgot to tell you, you are not the only one who has gained sentience by my side. There is also a divine tree, but it is currently evolving and sleeping. You will meet in the future, so communicate with it more often and you will understand what kind of person I am." The artifact spirit let out another cry, but this time, there was a hint of docility in it. Yang Kai grinned and nodded. "Good. If you are willing, you can release your spiritual energy defenses. I will place a few barriers on your body first, but you can rest assured that it won't harm you. It's just a precaution." The artifact spirit hesitated for a long time before reluctantly releasing its spiritual energy defenses. Yang Kai immediately burst out with his spiritual energy, invaded its spiritual energy, and used some small tricks. Chapter 1246. One of the 9 heavens divine skills was called Great Heavenly Attraction, a soul skill specifically used to control others with one's divine sense. Although the 9 heavens divine skills only existed in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that he didn't need to fear the artifact spirit's backlash. Soon, everything was ready and Yang Kai extracted a wisp of the artifact spirit's soul source from its body and sealed it in his knowledge sea. This way, he could control the artifact spirit's survival at any time. Once it showed any malicious intent, Yang Kai could immediately make it disappear. After losing a wisp of its soul source, the artifact spirit seemed to be very unhappy, flapping its wings and chirping at Yang Kai. Yang Kai knew that it was in a bad mood and didn't bother arguing with it, simply waving his hand to remove the layers of cold flames covering the artifact refining furnace. Now that he had subdued the artifact spirit, naturally there was no need to freeze its vessel. Although freezing the artifact refining furnace wouldn't cause too much damage to the artifact spirit, it would still have some impact. Seeing that its vessel was fine, the artifact spirit's annoyance and anger calmed down a lot, but it still looked somewhat unruly. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before stretching out his finger and forcing out a drop of golden blood from his fingertip, turning to the artifact spirit and asking, "Do you want this?" Last time, the divine tree had swallowed 2 drops of his golden blood and immediately fell into a deep sleep to evolve, not waking up even now. Yang Kai could understand why his golden blood would be helpful to the divine tree. After all, this drop of golden blood contained a huge amount of vitality. He just didn't know if it would be attractive to the artifact spirit, but if it was, it would be much easier to control it in the future. To Yang Kai's surprise, he thought that the golden blood, which was rich in vitality, wouldn't be of much use to the artifact spirit. However, after seeing this drop of golden blood, the artifact spirit's eyes immediately lit up and it turned into a streak of fire that rushed over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively pushed his Saint Chi, but after realizing that it had no malicious intent, he lowered his vigilance. The streak of fire wrapped around Yang Kai's hand and the drop of golden blood disappeared without a trace. Not far away, the artifact spirit's body reappeared, its originally dim and heavily injured body Yuan Qi. He was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a short while, he recovered a lot. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Yang Kai had forced out a drop of golden blood because it was the most precious thing to him right now, and he had wanted to give it a try, but he hadn't expected it to actually help the artifact spirit. On second thought, Yang Kai suddenly understood. Although the artifact spirit did not have a physical body, the vessel that gave birth to it was also a dead object, but since it had gained sentience, it meant that it was no longer an ordinary artifact spirit. As long as it severed its relationship with the vessel and found a suitable body to possess, it could completely become a special existence. It had its own vitality, so the golden blood would naturally have an effect on it. After swallowing a drop of golden blood, the artifact spirit didn't change much except for recovering some of its Yuan Qi, nor did it show any signs of becoming stronger. Instead, it tilted its head and walked around Yang Kai, trying to flatter him, seemingly wanting to obtain another drop of golden blood from Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he discovered that the artifact spirit he had subdued this time was quite intelligent. This was not surprising though, as artifact spirits had existed for at least 10,000 years, so it wasn't strange for them to have such sentience. If they didn't have such intelligence, Yang Kai wouldn't have spent so much effort to fight it. I don't have golden blood, but I do have this. Yang Kai casually tossed out an object, a bean-sized fire crystal stone. Golden blood was too precious, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't satisfy the artifact spirit's appetite. As for this fire crystal stone, it should have been obtained from a 6th-order fire spirit beast. Now that Yang Kai had so many of these things in his space ring, he didn't feel too distressed. As soon as the artifact spirit saw the fire crystal stone appear, it transformed into a streak of flame and swept it away. When it reappeared, the fire crystal stone had disappeared without a trace. Smacking its lips, the artifact spirit seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Anyone who had eaten a sumptuous meal and then had to eat a simple meal would have the same reaction. All right, go back to your vessel. It's time for me to leave. Yang Kai wasn't prepared to give it any more benefits. He hadn't completely subdued this artifact spirit yet, but because of the soul seal, it had no choice but to obey him. Unlike the divine tree, Yang Kai wasn't stingy with it. Hearing Yang Kai's order, the artifact spirit didn't immediately obey, and instead quickly let out a cry before transforming into a streak of flame and flying around the 4 stone benches in the stone room. Yang Kai frowned, but through the special connection he had with the artifact spirit, he finally understood what it meant, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Extract more earth core fire?" The artifact spirit circled around for a moment before landing. Obviously, Yang Kai was right. Okay. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, pouring his Saint Chi into the 4 stone benches and opening the giant spirit array in the stone room. In an instant, a steady stream of earth core fire was extracted from the earth lung fire pond and poured into the artifact refining furnace. The artifact spirit's figure flickered before it transformed into a streak of flame and drilled into the ground. Yang Kai wasn't worried that it would run away. Without even mentioning the soul seal, its vessel was still here. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared towards the artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai didn't know what the artifact spirit had done, but the earth core fire it extracted had suddenly become several times fiercer, causing the spirit array in the stone room to show signs of being unable to withstand it. The earth core fire was all absorbed by the artifact refining furnace, causing it to vibrate unsteadily, as if it might explode at any moment. At the same time, on the artifact refining furnace, a series of runes began to flow and chains of energy began to appear. Yang Kai was taken aback by this. He had seen this kind of energy chain before. It was the same kind of energy chain that had appeared when the artifact spirit was chasing him outside the stone room more than a month ago. At that time, these energy chains had shredded the artifact spirit's body, allowing it to escape. Now that they had appeared in front of him again, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that this artifact refining furnace had been sealed and locked in this stone room. Didn't that mean that the artifact spirit had been born tens of thousands of years ago? The original owner of this artifact refining furnace had used this method to seal it and prevent the artifact spirit from escaping. Otherwise, with the artifact spirit's ability, it could have taken the artifact refining furnace out of the earth-lung fire pond. There was no need for it to remain here alone for tens of thousands of years. After understanding this matter, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It seemed that if he wanted to take the artifact refining furnace away, he would first have to break through this layer of spirit array. The artifact spirit certainly had no way to remove it, otherwise it would have already escaped and would not have been trapped here. He hadn't received any help from the artifact spirit yet, but now he had to work for it, causing Yang Kai to secretly curse his bad luck. A red light flashed from the ground and the artifact spirit appeared again, screaming at the layers of spirit array around the artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai was well aware of this, so he didn't hesitate and rushed forward, constantly bombarding the energy chains with cold flames. Although this kind of spirit array was arranged very well and was quite strong, it was still a dead object after all. Yang Kai's cold flames restrained it, so it wasn't difficult to break it. Half a day later, under the constant freezing of the cold flames, the chain-like energy chains finally broke apart inch by inch. Seeing this, the artifact spirit, who had been waiting nearby, let out a clear cry, its voice filled with infinite joy and plunged into the artifact refining furnace. The container and artifact spirit merged into one in an instant, and a burst of fire attribute energy burst out, causing Yang Kai's face to pale. Only now did he understand that the artifact spirit should have been unable to display its full strength because of this spirit array. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would have won at that time. Fortunately, this spirit array gave him the opportunity to subdue the artifact spirit. For this, he had to properly thank the original owner of this artifact refining furnace. Just as he was bewildered, the huge crafting furnace slowly rose into the air, and then, as it rotated, it quickly became smaller. Soon, the huge artifact refining furnace shrank to the size of a palm. With a flash of light, the artifact refining furnace flew in front of Yang Kai, and from it, a crimson figure appeared and disappeared. Yang Kai took a deep breath and put away the small furnace in front of him into his space ring. He didn't put the artifact refining furnace into the black book space. After all, there were too many precious things inside the black book space, and the artifact spirit wasn't an honest fellow. If he really left it in the black book space, Yang Kai wouldn't feel at ease, fearing it would lose something. After putting away the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai took out the 8 glowing balls embedded in the stone wall and threw them into his space ring before walking out of the stone room. There was no need to stay here any longer. The entire stone room under the Earth Lung Fire Pond had been swept clean by Yang Kai, and everything of value now belonged to him. Staying here would only be a waste of time. Soon, Yang Kai arrived at the entrance to the stone wall and looked up at the almost bottomless exit, secretly feeling a bit troubled. The distance from here to the exit was at least a few thousand meters, and the magma inside the Earth Lung Fire Pond would erupt from time to time, so climbing up like this would be a bit troublesome. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he took out the artifact refining furnace again. He remembered that the artifact spirit could fly just now, and although it was only flying around the stone room, it didn't seem to be bound by the world principles of this place. After communicating with it, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The artifact spirit could really fly out, so he didn't hesitate and allowed it to carry him. A moment later, somewhere in the 5th layer, a red light shot up into the sky. Below this red light, Yang Kai's hands were covered in cold flames as he grabbed the artifact spirit's claws and rushed out. As soon as it rushed out of the Earth Lung Fire Pond, the artifact spirit let out a high-pitched cry, as if it had been reborn and was about to spread its wings and fly away. How could it have known that after only flying 100 meters, its body would come to a halt and it would crash to the ground, its face covered in dust? Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that the artifact spirit wasn't unbound by the world principles here. It was just that its restrictions were much smaller than his own, but it still couldn't fly too high. Chapter 1247. Yang Kai originally wanted to put the artifact spirit back into his space ring, but after regaining its freedom, it was unwilling to be bound by any restrictions. Instead, it turned into a miniature firebird and stood on Yang Kai's shoulder, combing Yang Kai's hair with its sharp beak. No matter how Yang Kai tried to persuade it, it refused to return to the artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai didn't want to force it too much, so he could only let it be. However, the artifact refining furnace couldn't be put back into his space ring, otherwise the artifact spirit would be forced back into its container. Yang Kai could only stuff the small artifact refining furnace into his arms and look around. The 5th layer was still the same as it was a month ago. Scorching heat waves and unbearable fire toxins were everywhere, and everything was a bright red color. However, Yang Kai found that it was much easier for him to resist the harsh environment of the 5th layer than before. Of course, this was partly because his strength had improved and his cultivation realm had risen by a minor realm, but the biggest reason was the increase in the power of his demonic flames and the change in his control over them. More than a month ago, Yang Kai's demonic flames could not be completely controlled, and although they were vigorous and pure enough, it was still a little difficult for him to resist the environment of the 5th layer. Now, however, the characteristics of his demonic flames allowed him to switch between hot and cold with a single thought. With his cold flames protecting his body, Yang Kai had no need to fear the fierce heat waves and fire toxins. The heat waves visible to the naked eye were blocked when they came within half a meter of his body. Yang Kai stood in place, stroking his chin and pondering for a while. After understanding the whole story, he was in a good mood. Moreover, Yang Kai had been worried that he wouldn't have enough time, but even after refining the profound in sunflower water, the Lu Yen sandfield still hadn't closed. Calculating the time, however, it should be within the next few days. After a few days, Yang Kai naturally had no interest in returning to the fourth layer, but he could continue to explore deeper and see if there was a sixth layer like he had guessed. If there was, what kind of scene would it be like? If the power of his demonic flames hadn't increased, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't have gone to the sixth floor. When he had come here before, he had already found it difficult to even take a single step forward, so it was simply impossible for him to go any further. But now, with the protection of the cold flames, he was confident that he could continue to investigate. Starting from the third layer of the Lu Yen desert, no one had entered it for tens of thousands of years. Each layer contained amazing wealth and opportunities. The red candle fruit had appeared in the third layer, and the huge sect ruins had appeared in the fourth layer. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not have the ability to break into them and could only sigh. The fifth layer had an earth lung fire pond and an origin king-grade artifact refining furnace that had given birth to an artifact spirit. If there really was a sixth layer, there would definitely be some good things inside. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. Time was of the essence right now, and Lu Yen sand field might close at any moment. Taking out a Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring, Yang Kai determined the direction he was heading in before heading off in a certain direction. With the protection of the cold flames, it was indeed much more convenient for Yang Kai to walk around the fifth layer. Besides consuming a large amount of Saint Qi, there was no longer a problem like before. Yang Kai was also constantly using the divine technique of his demon eye of annihilation to avoid some obvious barriers and places that seemed dangerous. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't encounter the slightest danger. Even the artifact spirit was extremely stable and well-behaved, occasionally flying out for a moment before quickly returning and continuing to squat on Yang Kai's shoulder. It seemed that the artifact spirit also knew the dangers of this place and didn't dare to wander around at will. For 3 days, Yang Kai walked around the fifth layer. If it weren't for the Yuan magnetic compass, he would have definitely lost his way in this red world. On this day, as Yang Kai was walking, the artifact spirit squatting on his shoulder suddenly stood up and let out a low cry as its 2 small eyes stared forward vigilantly. Yang Kai's heart clenched and he quickly stopped. Sweeping the area with his demon eye of annihilation, he didn't find anything wrong, causing his expression to sink. He knew that there were some exquisite barriers in Lu Yen sand field that even his demon eye of annihilation couldn't see through, but now it seemed that there was one in front of him. However, this barrier was actually discovered by the artifact spirit first, which was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. The artifact spirit was only born from the artifact refining furnace, so logically speaking, it shouldn't have much understanding of barriers, so how had it discovered it? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at it suspiciously, but the artifact spirit still kept letting out low cries, as if it wanted to convey some kind of message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, and after a moment, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. "You mean, we've already fallen into a barrier?" The artifact spirit no longer made any sound, obviously meaning this. "That can't be." Yang Kai's expression changed. He had been extremely cautious along the way, never going to any of those seemingly strange places, only taking routes that he believed to be incomparably safe. But if what the artifact spirit said was true, then it was very likely that he had already triggered some kind of barrier and was now trapped inside without even knowing it. Looking around, Yang Kai didn't find anything special. This place was still the same as the other places, a fiery red and extremely harsh environment. There wasn't even a single dangerous aura. This was probably a bewildering array or an illusion array. Yang Kai knew that the artifact spirit wouldn't speak without thinking, so this was the only explanation. Where had he triggered this barrier? Yang Kai was puzzled. Moreover, even the demon eye of annihilation couldn't see any clues, so it seemed that there was no way for him to crack it. As such, he could only wait for Lu Yan's desert to close and for the world principles here to teleport him out. Fortunately, the time limit was only a few days away, so Yang Kai wasn't worried about anything. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged and rest, the artifact spirit on his shoulder suddenly let out a cry and immediately turned into a red streak of light and shot out. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't force it to return because Yang Kai faintly perceived that the artifact spirit seemed to have discovered something. So he waited in place. Strangely enough, after the red streak of light transformed by the artifact spirit rushed out 1,000 meters, it strangely disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision, but he could still hear the artifact spirit's cries from time to time. Judging from the cries, it wasn't too far away from him. Yang Kai felt even more relieved. After a while, there seemed to be a violent burst of fire attribute aura, causing the entire world to shake and distort. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Kai finally saw some traces of a barrier through the demon eye of annihilation. Sure enough, the artifact spirit wasn't talking nonsense. He had indeed stepped into an illusory array, but he didn't know when he had stepped in. The distortion of heaven and earth was obviously not normal. It was a kind of visual confusion which was obviously the result of an illusory array. The fire attribute aura fluctuations were becoming more and more violent, and the distortions in the world were becoming more and more severe. The surrounding environment had become like a ghost town, causing one's hair to stand on end. The earth and sky were all cracked, and even the surrounding space was tilted upside down like a mirror. At a certain moment, accompanied by a slight noise, the world around Yang Kai suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of fluorescent light. At the same time, the surrounding heat and harsh environment disappeared, replaced by an incomparably rich world energy aura. What entered Yang Kai's eyes was a beautiful lush landscape. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling stunned, subconsciously thinking that this might be another illusion array. But when he turned around, a strange expression appeared on his face. About a dozen kilometers behind him, a red light curtain stood tall, connecting the heavens and the earth. The earth was scorched red, and countless fire attribute aura swam around like small snakes. This was clearly the 5th layer of the Lu Yen sand field. After frowning for a while, Yang Kai's spirit shook. Had he actually passed through the 5th layer and arrived in the 6th layer? The place he was currently in was clearly the 6th layer he had guessed. The world energy here was even richer than the mountain range where the sect was located in the 4th layer. Yang Kai didn't know when he had set foot in the 6th layer, but the moment he set foot in the 6th layer, he might have been wrapped up by the illusion array, so he hadn't noticed it and mistakenly thought he was walking through the 5th layer. Now that the illusion had disappeared, it was clear that the illusion array had been broken. Yang Kai turned his head again and saw a red light fly towards him. A moment later, the artifact spirit's body appeared, but at this moment, it was holding a fist-sized, hexagonal crystal in its mouth. At first glance, Yang Kai realized that this crystal was somewhat abnormal, because he couldn't tell what color this crystal was. It could be said to be pure and colorless, but it could also be said to be a brilliant purple or brilliant red. It was simply too strange, Just as Yang Kai was about to take a closer look at this crystal though, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. A burst of black chi gushed out from the crystal and immediately transformed into countless ferocious-looking Yin souls. These Yin souls stirred up a gust of cold wind as they rushed towards him. Yang Kai was shocked, and with a wave of his hand, shot out countless demonic flames. Strangely, these seemingly incomparably powerful Yin souls were like the moon in a mirror or flowers in the water, unable to withstand a single blow. As the demonic flames passed through them, they howled miserably and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. At the same time, a series of anxious and angry cries rang out in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai froze for a moment, and when he looked up again, he saw the artifact spirit still holding the crystal in its mouth, its wings flapping rapidly as it flew, crying out incessantly, seemingly cursing at Yang Kai. Just now, Yang Kai's sudden attack had given it a fright. Ignoring it, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. At this moment, he also realized that those Yin souls just now weren't real at all. In other words, they were his own illusions. Because when those Yin souls appeared, the demon eye of annihilation had broken through some illusions, allowing him to see through them. That crystal can actually make me hallucinate? Yang Kai was shocked. Chapter 1248. Yang Kai's divine sense was now extremely powerful, so a crystal that could cause him to hallucinate was naturally not something ordinary. It was very likely that it was related to the previous illusion array. Perhaps this thing was the array core of that spirit array. Since the artifact spirit had brought this crystal back, the previous illusion array had broken by itself. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt it made sense, and suddenly developed a strong interest in this crystal. After calming his mind, he stared at it with great vigilance. This time, however, there was no black qi gushing out from it. Instead, after looking at it, Yang Kai suddenly felt his knowledge sea churn and immediately became dizzy. It was as if his entire body had become weightless, floating lightly as if the world around him had been turned upside down. Yang Kai was startled and quickly withdrew his gaze, closing his eyes and recovering only after a while. Not daring to spy on the strange crystal at will, Yang Kai beckoned to the artifact spirit and asked it to bring the crystal over, tossing it into his space ring so he could study it carefully after returning. Seeing him finally return to normal, the artifact spirit no longer made any noise and continued to fly back to Yang Kai's shoulder, combing its feathers in an elegant manner. Yang Kai then began to carefully examine the sixth layer. At first glance, he could not help feeling surprised, because he found that the space in the sixth layer was actually quite small, only a few dozen kilometers in diameter. The fifth layer's flame area surrounded it, allowing Yang Kai to see the entire sixth layer at a glance. The world energy aura in the sixth layer was extremely rich, and a few kilometers in front of him, there was a green bamboo forest. The green bamboo was not thick, but instead extremely slender, rising and falling with the wind. In the middle of the green bamboo forest, there seemed to be a loft that had existed here for countless years. Even after experiencing the erosion of the flowing time Great Emperor, it still stood tall. The entire sixth layer was wrapped in the middle of the fifth layer, but it was not affected by the heat waves of the fifth layer at all, as if it was a world of its own. Yang Kai stared at the green bamboo forest and the exquisite loft in the middle of it, his mood fluctuating. Although he had seen the ruins of a huge sect on the fourth layer and knew that this Luyen desert had been inhabited a long time ago, encountering such a loft here still surprised Yang Kai. The world energy here was even richer than that of the sect ruins, so the loft built here was obviously not something an ordinary person could live in. It was very likely that it was built by a high-level figure of that sect. And it was very likely that this person was a high-level female because the environment here was elegant. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai maintained his demon eye of annihilation and slowly walked over. Since he had already come here, there was naturally no reason to retreat. Yang Kai wanted to see if there was anything good in this loft, as well as the green bamboo forest. Bamboo that could grow here was definitely not ordinary. Originally, Yang Kai was worried that there would be various barriers and spirit arrays hidden here, but after easily walking a few laps around the green bamboo forest, he did not encounter any danger, which surprised him greatly and made him wonder if he had been too cautious. However, Yang Kai did not lower his guard because of this. Standing in the middle of the green bamboo forest, Yang Kai condensed a demonic flame sword in his hand and stared at a few dozen meters tall bamboo in front of him, swinging his sword down. Each of these bamboos was an emerald green and filled with rich world energy. Obviously, they were not ordinary bamboos and could definitely be used as good artifact refining materials. In this bamboo forest, there were at least a few thousand of them, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to cut some down and bring them back for Yang Yen to refine into some artifacts. After swinging his sword down, something unexpected happened to Yang Kai. The place where the bamboo had been cut was actually unscathed, not even leaving behind a single mark. Yang Kai was startled and realized that he had underestimated these green bamboos, but at the same time he was overjoyed. These bamboos were actually so tough, presumably they were indeed good materials for artifact refining. Immediately, Yang Kai began swinging his sword down. After half an hour, Yang Kai stood in place with a dark expression, staring at the green bamboo in front of him with an ugly expression. During this half an hour, he had used almost all the means at his disposal but still had not been able to cut down a single bamboo. Even after using his space blade several dozen times, he had only been able to leave a small, almost negligible cut at the base of the bamboo. At this rate, it would be impossible to cut down a single bamboo without at least 10 days of effort. How could Yang Kai have so much time to waste here? Finally, Yang Kai reluctantly glanced at the green bamboo in front of him and sighed, having no choice but to give up on his previous idea and walk towards the loft. Yang Kai decided to first see if he could gain anything from the loft. After a while, Yang Kai arrived in front of the loft, but he did not rush in and instead stood there, looking up at the building in front of him that was tens of thousands of years old. The style of the loft was indeed somewhat different from today's lofts, but overall it was not much different. It was very well preserved, and Yang Kai did not know what materials were used to build it. The door was closed and there was not the slightest speck of dust on it. The loft was divided into 3 floors, each of which was 20 to 30 meters high with a semicircle at the top. Yang Kai hesitated for a while before turning his head to look at the artifact spirit who had been standing on his shoulder. The artifact spirit was also staring at the loft with its pair of small eyes, as if it was trying to see some clues. Seeing Yang Kai turn his head, the artifact spirit realized something was wrong and its figure flickered, transforming into a streak of flame that flew back into the artifact refining furnace in Yang Kai's arms, no longer willing to emerge. He really couldn't be put to use. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He originally wanted to let the artifact spirit go in first to investigate, but how could he have known that this thing would be so cunning? After understanding Yang Kai's intentions, it immediately shrank back into its own container. However, Yang Kai did not intend to force it. After all, breaking the illusion array before was entirely thanks to the artifact spirit and allowing him to obtain an unknown crystal. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai strode out, arrived in front of the loft, and pushed open the door. With a creaking sound, the door opened. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he secretly pushed his Saint Chi, remaining extremely vigilant. But even after the door was completely pushed open, there was still no sense of danger. Instead, a clear and calming fragrance wafted out from the loft. Smelling it, Yang Kai suddenly felt refreshed and refreshed. Looking towards the source of this fragrance, Yang Kai raised his brow and quickly walked over to a small platform, surrounding a small incense burner in amazement. This incense burner was similar to a miniature artifact refining furnace, and its grade was not low. The world energy fluctuations it exuded were not weak, so it was obviously an Origin King grade low-rank incense burner. However, this kind of thing was generally not refined to be used against enemies and was simply used as a decoration. Just a simple decoration was actually Origin King grade low rank. This loft was truly extraordinary. What surprised Yang Kai was not the small incense burner, but the thumb-sized piece of sandalwood burning inside it. This sandalwood was quite extraordinary, and the faint fragrance that drifted out from it was invisible to the naked eye, but Yang Kai could perceive it. This kind of fragrance was of great help to a cultivator's cultivation, allowing any cultivator to quickly enter the most perfect state of cultivation. 10,000-year incense? Yang Kai thought for a while and blurted out this name, looking overjoyed. Although he did not recognize the origin of this purple sandalwood at first, after observing it for a while, Yang Kai guessed it. If it was really 10,000-year incense, then this thing was a treasure. 10,000-year incense could burn for 10,000 years without extinguishing, and this thumb-sized piece of 10,000-year incense in front of him had been burning for tens of thousands of years, but there was still such a large piece left. Could be imagined how high its quality was. It was very likely to be the highest grade of 10,000-year incense. 10,000-year incense was not naturally produced, but artificially refined. Just the raw materials needed to refine it required a dozen kinds of materials from the body of a 10th-order monster beast. Among these materials, the rarest was a sachet called the Seven-Colored Elk. The Seven-Colored Elk was a descendant of an ancient monster beast. It was born as an 8th-order monster beast, and when it reached adulthood, it would reach the 10th order. Not only was it rare, but it was also very powerful. The seven-colored glow it emitted had the ability to ignore all defenses. Even if an Origin King Realm Master encountered a seven-colored elk, they would have no choice but to retreat. If one wanted to kill a seven-colored elk, it would take at least 3 to 5 second-order Origin Kings, or even more powerful cultivator, to do so. After taking the sachet, one would have to refine it within 10 days, otherwise the fragrance in the sachet would dissipate. It was because of this that the 10,000-year incense was so rare. This thing was not only able to help a cultivator quickly enter the best state of cultivation as Yang Kai had originally guessed. While cultivating by smelling this fragrance, it could also increase a cultivator's chances of epiphany. At the same time, it could also clear one's mind and reduce heart demons. When a martial artist broke through a great boundary, not only did they need to have a certain degree of comprehension of the heavenly way in martial Tao, but they also needed to have a certain level of mental cultivation to keep up. There was also the possibility that they would encounter unexpected heart demons. These heart demons were the pain and regret that a martial artist normally hid in the depths of their hearts. Chapter 1249. When he raised his head again, he was surprised to find that above the platform where the incense burner was placed, there was actually a portrait of a figure. In the portrait, there was only a back, and it could be clearly seen that it was the back of a woman. Her figure was slender and exquisite, and she was wearing a white dress. She looked like a goddess, awe-inspiring and inviolable. Yang Kai only glanced at it once, but he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable urge to kneel down and worship her. In a panic, he immediately circulated his secret art to resist the urge in his heart. When he looked carefully again, Yang Kai frowned. He found that the back of the woman in the portrait was vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Moreover, after dispelling the thoughts of worship, the picture scroll seemed to have become dull and ordinary. It was just a picture of an ordinary person without any novelty. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai carefully examined the portrait with his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing hidden inside, he withdrew his gaze. It was certain that the woman in the portrait was either the owner of this loft, or had a great relationship with the owner of this loft. Otherwise, her back would not have been placed here. Yang Kai did not intend to take the portrait away. He was already very satisfied with being able to obtain the 10,000-year incense, so there was no need to take the portrait of someone else's back. Looking around again, Yang Kai found nothing. On the first floor of the loft, it seemed that besides the 10,000-year incense in the incense burner, there was only the ordinary portrait and nothing else. Next to it was a staircase leading to the second floor. Yang Kai strode up the stairs. After turning a corner, he easily arrived at the second floor. What he saw, Yang Kai was stunned. On the second floor of the loft, there was actually a woman's boudoir. Although there was not much in the room, Yang Kai could still infer from the furnishings that this was indeed a woman's residence. A bed, a table, a chair, a futon on the bed, and nothing else. The layout was very simple. Yang Kai's gaze swept over the table and chairs, and he quickly took a fancy to the praying mat. The owner of this loft obviously lived and cultivated here, so the praying mat she used should not be ordinary. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai stepped forward and reached out to pick up the futon. But to his surprise, as soon as his fingers touched the futon, this thing actually turned into a pile of fine powder. This was actually just an ordinary praying mat. It couldn't withstand the corrosion of the flowing time Great Emperor and had long since become unusable. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then he laughed involuntarily. From the looks of it, he had gained something in succession. He was still a little too greedy. He didn't even want to let go of the praying mat that others used for meditation and cultivation. Even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore. After searching around the second floor for a while, Yang Kai confirmed that there was nothing good here. Then, he turned around and walked towards the stairs leading to the third floor. During this trip to Lu Yan's desert, Yang Kai had already gained a lot. After experiencing the incident with the praying mat just now, he had immediately calmed down. Even if the third floor was empty, he wouldn't care too much. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly passed through the stairs and arrived at the third floor. Contrary to his expectations, there really was something on the third level. Moreover, it was a token that was floating in the air. Yang Kai glanced at this token and his heart shook, quickly rummaging through his black book space to look for it. A moment later, another token appeared in his hand. This one was almost identical to the one floating in front of him. Pushing his Saint Chi, he quickly retreated, but even though he was fast, the halo spread even faster and swept across Yang Kai's body in an instant. Yang Kai's face went ashen. Even if this Star Emperor token had been used, it was not something he could casually violate. Just as he thought he was doomed, the intact Star Emperor token in his hand also released a halo of light, and as soon as the two halos touched, they both disappeared. The second Star Emperor token, which had been suspended in midair above the third floor of the palace, seemed to lose its support and fell to the ground, making a soft thud as it bounced a few times before finally coming to a stop. Yang Kai was still in shock as he gripped his token tightly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Yang Kai had not expected such a turn of events. If he hadn't coincidentally obtained a Star Emperor token, he would have been seriously injured just now. The strange power emanating from the halo was not something he could resist right now. After gasping for breath for a while, Yang Kai slowly walked forward. At that moment, the world around him shook, and Yang Kai suddenly felt some strange changes in the surrounding space. Faintly, a repulsive force came from all directions, seemingly trying to expel him. At the same time, the shadow of a slender jade hand stretched out from the sky and grabbed towards Yang Kai. That jade-like hand was clearly a woman's palm, but it was extraordinarily large, almost covering the entire top of the loft. Furthermore, it completely ignored the structure of the loft and directly descended on Kai Yang's head. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he understood that the time for Lu Yan's sand field to close had come, causing the surrounding space force to become turbulent. It was likely that the scene he encountered at this moment existed everywhere in the Lu Yan sand field. The cultivator who had broken into this place before should have been thrown out by this jade hand. Yang Kai's guess was not wrong at all. From the first to the fourth layer of the Lu Yan sand field, the shadows of jade hands stretched out from the void and easily grabbed the cultivator who was resting or fighting. Immediately after, these jade hands turned into fluorescent light and disappeared along with the cultivator's figures. The next moment, outside the Lu Yan sand field, a number of figures appeared strangely, causing the elders of the various sects who had been waiting outside to be overjoyed, and all of them rushed forward to greet them. Inside the loft, Yang Kai fiercely pushed his Saint Chi and sent out a palm towards the jade hand shadow. Using his heaven-covering hand, Yang Kai was unable to intercept the jade hand shadow at all. While rushing forward quickly, he rolled on the ground and sent out a dozen space blades, blocking the jade hand shadow for a moment. Taking advantage of this hard-won time, Yang Kai quickly grabbed the Star Emperor token on the ground and immediately relaxed, standing in place quietly, no longer preparing to resist. However, when the jade hand grabbed Yang Kai and the surrounding space force distorted and was about to teleport him out, the two Star Emperor tokens in Yang Kai's hands glowed at the same time, forming a light blue protective shield that enveloped him. The jade hand disappeared, but Yang Kai was still standing on the third floor of the loft, confused. Soon, the distorted space force around him disappeared, along with the feeling of rejection. Yang Kai seemed to have been forgotten as he stood there alone. After a while, Yang Kai reacted and was both surprised and overjoyed. He was certain that the situation just now was definitely because Lu Yan's sand field had closed and the teleportation force had been applied to him, but it had been inexplicably blocked by the 2-star Emperor tokens. In other words, he had been left here. Yang Kai was happy because he now had a lot of time to use, but he was also worried because he didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter when he left. After all, while Luyen Sandfield was open, the dangers of the flame area had been reduced countless times. But once it closed, the dangers of the flame area would increase exponentially. If Yang Kai wanted to leave, he would have to pass through the 6th floor by himself. Thinking about this now was useless as he had been left behind by a freak combination of factors, so Yang Kai had to think about how to take advantage of the situation in front of him. Yang Kai didn't dare to take back the 2-star Emperor tokens. Who knew what would happen once he took them back? He could only keep them close to him. Yang Kai had been using his wind and thunder wings all the way here, but it had still taken him an entire month to reach the outside from the innermost layer. Yang Kai estimated that the entire Luyen Desert covered an area of at least a few 100,000 kilometers. No one knew about it before because no one had been able to reach the 3rd layer and beyond, so it was impossible to guess. The moment he came out, Yang Kai put the 2-star Emperor tokens he had been hiding in his sleeve into the black book space for safekeeping. But in the next moment, Yang Kai felt a little awkward because he didn't know where he was now. Although he had the Yuan magnetic compass to determine his direction when he came out, it only pointed towards the center of Luyen Desert. As long as he walked in the opposite direction, he would be able to leave Luyen Desert. But now he couldn't tell where he was. After all, he was still on Shadowed Star, so Yang Kai felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to release his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, he suddenly frowned and looked to the side. Not far away, a figure was quickly flying over, and when their eyes met, this person showed a look of astonishment. Because it had been half a year since Luyen Desert closed and all the large and small sects had evacuated half a year ago, this man had not expected to meet someone alive here. However, at a glance, this man let out a soft cry of surprise, seemingly recognizing Yang Kai's appearance. Yang Kai was also speechless. This person had recognized him, but how could he not recognize him? Although he didn't know this guy's name, Yang Kai had indeed met him once. It was the cultivator who had invited Yang Kai to cooperate with him when Luyen Desert had just opened. At that time, 2 people had been sent to Yang Kai's vicinity. One was a disciple of Dawning Moon Hall and the other was this cultivator. However, at that time, Yang Kai had flatly refused this man's invitation. The moment he saw Yang Kai, a look of joy appeared on this man's face. He immediately turned around and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. But before he could get close, his face changed and he hurriedly came to a halt. Another figure quickly passed by this cultivator and intercepted him. Immediately after, another figure appeared behind him and formed a pincer attack with the cultivator in front of him, trapping him in the middle. This man's face couldn't help but sink as he glanced over at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't. The 2 people who were blocking this cultivator saw that he had finally been intercepted and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They secretly used their divine senses to investigate Yang Kai not far away and found that he was just a second-order Saint King, so they didn't take him too seriously. One of the cultivators, who looked like a tall man, chuckled meaningfully as he looked at the person who had been stopped and said, "Junior Brother Deng, I was wondering why you had come to the periphery of Luyen Desert, but it turns out you had a helper lying in ambush here. What, do you think a second-order Saint King cultivator can eat us 2 brothers?" The other cultivator, who was wearing a purple robe, sneered and mocked. It seems that Junior Brother Deng Ning has been very favored recently and was confused for a moment. Otherwise, how could he have come to this kind of place? Brother Yi, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. Caught in the middle, Deng Ning's face sank, but he didn't try to defend himself, nor did he want to admit it. Instead, he quickly said, "Yi Yang Rong and Jigong, just for a mere blood fusion pill. You're willing to kill all of us without any regard for your brotherhood? The tall cultivator named Yi Yangrong laughed when he heard this. Brotherhood? In Demon Blood Temple, this kind of thing is very luxurious. Brother, I don't expect to have such a thing. As for the blood fusion pill, Junior Brother Deng, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently hand it over. Everyone here is from the same bloodline, so I don't want to be too ruthless. You don't want to? Deng Ning snickered and sneered. You're afraid I'll fight back before I die, right? Don't think the two of you can eat me. Even if I have to drag one of you down with me, I can still do it. Hearing this, both Yi Yangrong and Enji's faces changed, revealing a look of dread. Obviously, they knew the other party wasn't lying. Enji frowned, suppressing some of his murderous intent as he tried to persuade Deng Ning. Junior Brother Deng, you obtained a lot of good things in Luyan's desert last time. It was because of this great harvest that the elders decided to reward you with this blood fusion pill. And as far as I know, you received more than just this blood fusion pill, right? The sect's secret scriptures are much more open to you, and you were even given a powerful artifact, so why bother arguing with us over a single pill? We don't want anything else from you, just that pill. If we can't, Brother Yi and I will each compensate you with 30,000 Saint Crystals. He thought that if he gave Deng Ning a way out, the other party would compromise. After all, it wasn't worth it to lose his life for a single pill, but how could he have imagined that Deng Ning would actually sneer? 30,000? As disciples of Demon Blood Temple, don't you know how precious this weapon fusion pill is? You want to make up for my loss with a trivial 30,000? Don't even think about it. Enji's face went cold and was about to say something when Deng Ning sneered. But Brotherin, don't blame me for not reminding you as a junior brother. What kind of person Brother Yi is, I'm sure you know better than anyone else. There is only one blood fusion pill, so even if I give it to you, how are you going to split it? Don't say something stupid like Brother Yi will give it to you. I don't think your future will be any better than mine. As soon as these words came out, Enji's expression immediately became complicated. How could he not have thought of this? But now that he was riding a tiger, he could only join forces with Yi Yangrong to obtain the blood fusion pill first. As for how they would distribute it after snatching it, that was another matter altogether. Seeing Enji's expression change slightly, Yi Yangrong quickly shouted, Junior Brotherin, don't be so gullible as to believe his words. Now that the two of us have joined forces, whoever grabs the blood fusion pill from him will get it. If Big Brother wins and obtains the divine pill, Big Brother promises to compensate you. Hearing what he said, Enji's expression relaxed slightly as he forced a smile and said, if Junior Brother is lucky enough to obtain it, he will do the same as Big Brother. Both of them had their own ulterior motives, but now they had reached an agreement. Seeing that his plan to sow discord had no effect, Deng Ning's expression became gloomy as he reached out and wiped his space ring, summoning a crimson pill that contained an astonishing amount of blood qi into his hand. Blood fusion pill. As soon as they saw this pill, Yi Yangrong and Enji both showed greedy looks as they stared at it, as if it was something extremely precious to them. Chapter 1251. N. This is the blood fusion pill given by the elders. It can help the disciples of Demon Blood Temple refine their blood and break through bottlenecks. Do you want it? A dangerous smile appeared on Deng Ning's face as he threw the blood fusion pill towards Lu Yan's sand and laughed wildly. If you want it, go in and pick it up. Let's see if you can come out alive. He knew that he couldn't keep the blood fusion pill under the joint attack of his two brothers, so he didn't want to give it away to others. Stop him! Yi Yangrong shouted, seemingly about to attack Deng Ning to stop him. But in the next instant, his figure flickered and he turned around to chase after the blood fusion pill. Enji also made a feint as he chased after the blood fusion pill, the two of them surprisingly having the same goal at this moment. However, Deng Ning had used all his strength to send the blood fusion pill flying extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had rushed into Lu Yan's dark red energy barrier and disappeared. By the time Yi Yangrong and Enji chased after it, they were already at their wits' end. For a time, both of their faces went pale as they turned their heads and glared at Deng Ning in anger, murderous intent bursting from their eyes. No longer were they trying to persuade him. The two of them now wished they could tear Deng Ning into 10,000 pieces. Once the blood fusion pill was thrown into Lu Yan's sand field, it was impossible to retrieve it. Neither of them had any confidence that with their third-order Saint King cultivation, they could enter this forbidden zone. On top of that, at this time, Lu Yan's sandfield was extremely dangerous. Entering it now meant certain death. The moment Deng Ning threw out the blood fusion pill, his figure had already fled in a hurry, wanting to leave this place. However, Yi Yangrong let out a fierce shout. His figure suddenly swayed and turned into a blood cloud. He flew above Deng Ning at an extremely fast speed and then wrapped around Deng Ning. Inside the blood cloud, an evil aura filled the air and a nauseating bloody smell filled the air. In an instant, Deng Ning's horrified voice rang out from the blood cloud, "Demon body blood transformation. When did you cultivate it?" He seemed to be shocked by the method Yi Yangrong had just displayed. His voice began to tremble. In the next moment, the sound of intense fighting and Deng Ning's muffled groans came from within the blood cloud. Yi Yangrong sneered, "Brother, I'm not that talented, but I've already started on the path 3 years ago." This was the first time he had used it against an enemy. "Junior brother Deng, let's see where you can run to this time." As he spoke, he instructed, "Junior brother, and kill that eyesore." Although the blood fusion pills are gone, as far as I know, Junior brother Deng still has the secret technique demonic blood thread in his hands. If you want it, then hurry up and do it. Originally, when Enji saw Yi Yangrong transform into a blood cloud and envelop Deng Ning, his expression sank. He never thought that his brother Yi would be so cunning. He had cultivated this secret technique 3 years ago but had never exposed it. Enji couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear on his face. Now that the blood fusion pills were gone, Enji had some thoughts of retreating. After all, even if he joined forces with Yi Yangrong to kill Deng Ning, he wouldn't be able to reap much benefits. But now that he heard Enji say that Deng Ning actually had the secret technique demonic blood thread, Enji was greatly tempted and hesitated. Didn't Yi Yangrong know what he was afraid of? Immediately, Enji shouted, "Junior brother's demon body blood transformation consumes a lot of Saint Qi. Using it to deal with junior brother Deng is already quite difficult. You don't need to worry about me attacking you afterwards." What's more, with junior brother N's means, big brother won't go looking for trouble. Enji pondered for a while with a gloomy expression, as if he had come to a decision, his expression immediately becoming firm as he nodded. "Good. Then junior brother will join forces with big brother once more." Saying so, he turned around and stared at Yang Kai coldly. At that moment, a flame rushed out from Lu Yen's sand and into Yang Kai's chest, causing Enji, who saw this scene, to frown and ask, "What was that?" "Nothing." Yang Kai sighed lightly, thought about it for a moment and said, "If I said that I had nothing to do with that junior brother of yours, and that I wasn't his helper, would you believe me? Do you think I wouldn't believe you?" And Ji coldly snorted. "If it were me, I wouldn't believe you either." Yang Kai said helplessly, without mentioning Deng Ning's happy expression when he saw him and the fact that the two of them seemed to know each other. This was the Lu Yen sandfield. Although it was still in the periphery, it was still extremely hot. For Yang Kai to appear here, if he wasn't Deng Ning's helper, how could he have come here to play? Except for when the Lu Yen sand field was open. No one was willing to approach this place at any other time. If Yi Yangrong and Enji weren't chasing Deng Ning this time, how could they have come to this place? As for Deng Ning, he was also at his wits' end. So he came here hoping to get away from his two senior brothers. How could he have known that the temptation of the blood fusion pill was too great for them to give up? By chance and coincidence, Kai Yang had been drawn into this dispute. "Do you want to end it yourself, or do you want me to do it for you?" And Ji didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all and glanced at the battle inside the blood cloud, not in a hurry to attack Yang Kai. On the contrary, the more intense the battle was, the better it would be for him. He couldn't wait for Deng Ning and Yi Rong to fight each other so that he could take advantage of the situation. What's the difference? Yang Kai grinned, not showing any fear. The difference is very big. If you end it yourself, you can die a quick death. But if you want me to do it, heh, I don't think there's any difference. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a trace of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, "You're going to die anyway." And Ji was startled, but after understanding what Yang Kai was saying, his expression suddenly became fierce. "You talk big? No wonder Deng Ning asked you for help. I want to see how you're going to kill me." As he spoke, a blood-red light burst from his body, and his originally ordinary aura began to fill with a bloody smell. Yang Kai frowned. Although he had never dealt with this demon blood temple cultivator before, judging from the Saint Chi fluctuations coming from Yi Rong and Ji, he could tell they both cultivated some kind of evil secret art, otherwise there wouldn't be such an astonishing amount of malevolent chi. When this kind of aura was cultivated to the extreme, once it was released against an enemy, it would cause one's soul to tremble. Those with weak minds were likely to be affected by this kind of malevolent chi, causing them to lose their will to fight. It could be said that this kind of aura was a great advantage when fighting. But at the same time, this kind of malevolent chi could be easily restrained, as long as one's Saint Chi was strong enough to suppress it. The unyielding golden skeleton in Yang Kai's body used to store this kind of evil chi, so he naturally had some understanding of this kind of thing. After Ji released his aura, he didn't attack and instead just stared at Yang Kai with interest, as if he wanted to see how frightened he would look under his own malevolent chi. The other party's cultivation was lower than his by a minor realm, so Ji was naturally confident he could suppress him. Once he made his opponent lose their will to fight, he could play with him like a cat playing with a mouse and kill some time. Contrary to his expectations, the young man's expression didn't change at all after he gathered his evil chi and blasted it at the young man opposite him. Instead, he revealed a disdainful expression. He didn't have the comical expression of those people he had met before. And Ji couldn't help but be surprised. He nodded and said, "Good, good, good. You really have some skills. I underestimated you." As he spoke, he withdrew his aura and a bloody light burst out from his body, as if blood was gushing out from his body. Soon, it condensed into a blood mist that twisted and transformed into a bloody hand that pushed straight towards Yang Kai. Azura Blood Hand, a secret technique of Demon Blood Temple that only disciples of Demon Blood Temple could cultivate. Although its power wasn't great, the malevolent chi contained in this bloody hand was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Once infected, one's blood would boil, making them suffer a fate worse than death. All the secret techniques of Demon Blood Temple generally had this kind of effect that was difficult to guard against, so on Shadowed Star, an average cultivator who encountered someone from Demon Blood Temple would either be too lazy or afraid to fight them, because there was no telling when they would suffer a big loss. At the same time as the Azura Blood Hand was pushed out, and Ji flicked his 10 fingers and sent out a red beam of light that transformed into a blood red all hidden behind the bloody hand, preparing to launch a sneak attack. And Ji didn't expect to be able to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. From the other party's performance just now, it was obvious he wasn't weak. So Ji's plan was to test Yang Kai's depths. As the bloody hand flew towards him, Yang Kai simply threw out a punch, the black flames surrounding his fist giving off a scorching aura. When the two collided, the bloody hand was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, instantly being broken apart by the black flames. Even the blood-red light was suppressed by the black flames. The blood-red alls that followed the bloody hand also failed to hurt Yang Kai and were easily blocked by the several grand heavenly shields he condensed. Seeing this situation, Ji's expression froze for a moment before he immediately realized that the combat power of this second-order Saint King was not inferior to his own. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately waved his hand and summoned out a blood-red short axe. This short axe had a strange shape, somewhat resembling an axe but more like a machete. It was red in color and gave off an astonishing murderous aura. With the short axe in hand, and Ji's aura soared as he swung the weapon in his hand forward fiercely. A blood-red light shot out from the short axe and transformed into a blood-red blade that rushed towards Yang Kai. Immediately, and Ji waved his short axe again and again, sending out blood-red blades one after another. In the blink of an eye, a large number of blood-red blades had gathered together and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he knew that his opponent was using his true strength. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, he directly took out his purple shield and placed it in front of him. Although the purple shield had lost a great deal of its spirituality when Yang Kai subdued the artifact spirit, its defensive capabilities were still there. It was just unable to use its sandstorm function. At the same time, Yang Rong's voice passed through the blood cloud. "Junior Brotherin, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that man and come help." Although he heard Ji's shouts, Yang Rong thought that Ji was deliberately stalling for time so that he and Deng Ning would both suffer heavy losses. What he didn't know was that Ji didn't even have time to answer his question at this moment. His face extremely pale as he was being beaten by Yang Kai. It was precisely because Yang Rong was so suspicious that he didn't use his full strength to deal with Deng Ning, instead saving some strength to compete with Ji for Deng Ning's inheritance. For a time, a strange atmosphere filled the two battlefields. One side was unwilling to use their full strength while the other side was sweating profusely. But soon the situation became clear. After Ji and Yang Kai fought for half a cup of tea's worth of time, Ji let out a pitiful cry and his figure was sent flying backwards as if he had suffered a heavy blow, vomiting a mouthful of blood mid-air, his face ashen as his eyes filled with horror. The moment Ji flew backwards, Yang Kai's figure also followed closely behind, not waiting for him to fall to the ground before punching him in the chest. Ji only had time to let out a heart-wrenching scream before his chest caved in and his eyes gradually lost their light. Soon after, his body exploded in mid-air. On the other side, after hearing Ji's scream, Yang Rong's heart skipped a beat and he looked over, just in time to see Ji's body explode, crying out in alarm, "How is this possible?" The moment of shock caused his blood cloud to tremble, but Deng Ning took this opportunity to escape, standing to the side in a sorry state, panting as he looked at the blood cloud and then at Yang Kai, who was drawing back his fist, with a touch of disbelief, joy, and fear in his eyes. Ji had died and Deng Ning had escaped, so Yang Rong also knew that something was wrong. The blood cloud he had transformed into wriggled and revealed his body, frowning as he looked at Yang Kai in silence. "If you dare move, I'll kill you." Yang Kai shook off the blood on his hand, raised his head, and glanced over at Yang Rong faintly, like a butcher staring at a lamb in a pen, causing Yang Rong to feel a chill run down his spine, as if he had been plunged into an ice cellar. Although the other party had only said a few threatening words, Yang Rong inexplicably felt that he really had the ability to do so he really didn't move. Opening his mouth, Yang Rong wanted to say something, but before he could, he was interrupted by Deng Ning. Deng Ning cupped his fists to Yang Kai and squeezed out a smile. "This friend, many thanks for saving me." His expression was sincere. Obviously he was sincerely thanking Yang Kai. After all, even if he was a disciple of Demon Blood Temple, having his life saved would still be grateful. "It's none of your business," Yang Kai replied indifferently. He didn't have much of a good impression of this Deng Ning. After all, when this guy was being chased by his two brothers, he had still flown over to him, obviously trying to drag him into this mess. Moreover, before, Yang Rong and Ji suspected that Yang Kai was a helper arranged by Deng Ning, and Yang Kai didn't deny it. If it had been any other second-order Saint King, how could they have survived? They would only have died unjustly. However, thinking about it from Deng Ning's perspective, Yang Kai would likely have done the same if he had been in Deng Ning's shoes. So although he didn't like Deng Ning's approach, he didn't intend to pursue it. The other party was only trying to save his own life, so how could he have cared so much at that time? Being choked by Yang Kai's words, Deng Ning's expression became somewhat awkward, but he didn't continue to dwell on this issue and instead said with a solemn expression, "Friend, can you help this Deng to the end? If you help this Deng kill this heartless and unscrupulous person, this Deng will definitely repay you generously." As soon as these words came out, Yi Yangrong's face changed greatly as he realized that this second-order Saint King really wasn't a helper arranged by Deng Ning, causing his intestines to turn green with regret. If he had known this would happen, how could he have asked Ji to use him to deal with Yang Kai? Yi Yangrong would have preferred to send him away sooner, but regretting it now was useless. And Ji had already been killed by him, and the other party was still glaring at him with a disgruntled look, clearly annoyed that he had been involved in this inexplicable dispute. Seeing how this young man was able to kill Ji in half a cup of tea's time, if he had really joined forces with Deng Ning, how could he have survived? Yi Yangrong's heart suddenly became uneasy as he stared nervously at Yang Kai, secretly worried about what kind of answer he would give him. To his pleasant surprise, though, Yang Kai just rolled his eyes and glanced at Deng Ning before shaking his head and saying, "I have no interest in intervening in the grievances between you brother and junior brother." Yi Yangrong's expression relaxed. Just as he thought he had escaped this disaster, Deng Ning suddenly said, "Friend, we are disciples of Demon Blood Temple. You killed my brother, and so if you let Yi Yangrong go back, this matter will inevitably be exposed. At that time, I'm afraid you will be in some trouble. Do you want me to kill you all to silence you?" Yang Kai grinned, his eyes sweeping over Deng Ning and Yi Yangrong a few times, a look of malicious intent appearing on his face, causing both of their hearts to beat wildly. At this moment, Yi Yangrong was already cursing Deng Ning in his heart, hating him for speaking without thinking, but hearing the other party say this made him happy. So he quickly said, "Junior brother Deng, this friend doesn't seem to be easy to talk to. How about we temporarily put aside our internal grievances and join forces to deal with him?" Deng Ning sneered and refused without even thinking about it. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in joining forces with people like you." After refusing Yi Yangrong, Deng Ning turned to Yang Kai and said solemnly, "It's not an exaggeration to say that you want to silence me, but if this friend wants to kill me as well, then I have nothing to say. After all, if you hadn't intervened, I would have died this time as well, but even if I die, I won't let this person off so easily." Deng Ning stared at Yi Yangrong with a ferocious grin, as if being forced to abandon the blood fusion pill had driven Deng Ning crazy. "You're crazy." Yi Yangrong was shocked and retreated again and again. But just as he took a step back, a divine sense pressure that caused him to pale suddenly descended from the sky. Chapter 1253. Yang Kai understood the principle of cutting weeds and pulling up roots better than anyone else. If possible, he wanted to kill this Deng Ning as well, but Deng Ning's declaration that even if he died, he would drag Yi Yangrong down with him had somewhat moved Yang Kai. A guy who didn't even care about his own life and death could be trusted. Asking Deng Ning for a reward was just an excuse. After all, Yang Kai didn't want to act for no reason. Just now, he had killed Ji because someone else had attacked first. As for what Deng Ning wanted to pay, whether it was expensive or cheap, Yang Kai didn't care. However, after hearing Yang Kai say this, Deng Ning's face lit up and he thought about it carefully for a moment before quickly saying, "Demon blood thread secret technique. I wonder if this friend is interested?" Deng Ning. Before Yang Kai could answer, Yi Yangrong roared like he had lost his mind, his face filled with disbelief. "You dare spread our temple's secret technique? Do you know what will happen to you if the elders learn of this?" Deng Ning turned his head and smiled coldly at him. "It's nothing more than refining one's soul. What's there to make such a fuss about?" Deng Ning's indifferent expression left Yi Yangrong speechless for a while. Deng Ning shook his head again and sneered. "Besides, as long as Brother Yi dies here, who will know I spread our temple's secret technique?" Yi Yangrong's face suddenly went pale as he realized how much Deng Ning hated him. even going so far as to violate Demon Blood Temple's rules and use his Demon Blood Thread secret technique to lure this person into helping him. If the other party really agreed, he wouldn't have any chance of survival. Thinking quickly, Yi Yangrong hurriedly turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, don't believe Deng Ning's words so easily. Although our temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique is extremely powerful and only core disciples can cultivate it, you have never cultivated our Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, so it is useless to you. Moreover, if you obtain this secret technique, our temple's elders will definitely not sit back and watch. Once news of this leaks out, at that time you will have no road to heaven or door to earth and will die." Saying so, Yi Yangrong's mind flashed. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His face became even paler. Looking at Deng Ning, he said in a trembling voice, "So this is what you were planning?" Deng Ning chuckled. When he saw that Yi Yangrong had finally understood, he no longer concealed it. Instead, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, I don't know your name, nor do I know your background, but I only want to kill this person right now. Although revealing the Demon Blood Thread secret technique is risky for you, it is also the same for me. Once this matter is exposed, I will only suffer thousands of times worse torture than you, so I will never betray you. Friend, can you rest assured now?" This Deng Ning's mind was extremely sharp, and he seemed to have long since seen through Yang Kai's evil intentions of killing them all. So he used the Demon Blood Thread secret technique to bind himself to Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai agreed, he wouldn't betray Yang Kai, because betraying Yang Kai was equivalent to courting death. This could be considered a disguised gesture of goodwill. As for the fact that the Demon Blood Thread secret technique had no effect on Yang Kai, how could he not have considered this? Seeing Yang Kai's hesitant look, Deng Ning steeled his heart and increased the price. "If friend is still not satisfied, I can—" "No need, the Demon Blood Thread secret technique is fine." Yang Kai interrupted him. He also saw through Deng Ning's intentions, but he didn't care about such a small trick. He didn't comment on Deng Ning's desperate approach. Seeing Yang Kai nod, Yi Yangrong's face instantly turned ashen while Deng Ning was overjoyed. "Go ahead," Yang Kai suddenly said to Deng Ning faintly. Deng Ning was startled, thinking that Yang Kai wanted to help him from the side, so he didn't ask any questions. Turning around, his blood chi surged madly as he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a blood mist. This blood mist seemed to have a life of its own, twisting and transforming into a short spear. Deng Ning grabbed the short spear in one hand and rushed in front of Yi Yangrong, stabbing it forward with a ferocious look on his face. What happened next shocked him greatly. He clearly saw that Yi Yangrong wanted to dodge, but for some unknown reason, a look of pain appeared on his senior brother's face and his Saint Chi stagnated for a moment before his figure froze in place, unable to move. Deng Ning's short spear easily pierced through Yi Yangrong's heart and came out of his body. Blood spurted out as a look of horror appeared on Yi Yangrong's face. Holding the blood-colored short spear in his hand, he seemed to want to pull it out of his body, but his strength was rapidly draining away and in the blink of an eye, his vitality was completely drained. Deng Ning was once again stunned on the spot until Yi Yangrong's body fell from the sky, making a loud noise as it hit the ground, waking him from his daze. Deng Ning was certain that the reason why his brother was unable to fight back when facing his blow just now was because the second-order Saint King young man had done something. Does he really have such ability? Deng Ning didn't think he was too weak, but he hadn't even figured out when this young man had done something, or what he had done, yet he had still managed to win this battle. Didn't this mean that if this young man wanted to kill him, he could kill him in the blink of an eye? Thinking so, Deng Ning couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat as his heart began to tremble. When he saw Yang Kai kill and Ji, Deng Ning understood that the other party was an elite from some great force, but it wasn't until now that he realized that this young man was simply a monster. All kinds of thoughts flashed across his mind, but after a moment, Deng Ning turned around, his face calm as usual, only his eyes revealing a deep sense of dread. Laughing heartily, Deng Ning flew down from the sky and took the initiative to arrive in front of Yang Kai, cupping his fists and saying, "Friend, Many thanks. When I saw you in Luyan's desert, I thought you were extraordinary, and now it seems I was right. Yang Kai nodded faintly but didn't say anything. Unable to see Yang Kai's mood, Deng Ning's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what this young man's temperament was like, but he was afraid that he would say something that would make him unhappy. Hurriedly remembering their previous agreement, Deng Ning quickly pulled out a secret tome made from animal hide from his space ring and politely handed it over with both hands. This secret tome records my religion's demon blood thread secret technique, but because this one's contributions are shallow, I wasn't able to obtain the complete secret technique, only the first half. What's more, this is a copy of the original secret tome, not the original. However, it's not the slightest bit different from the original. Saying so, Deng Ning carefully observed Yang Kai's expression. After all, the reward he was offering was somewhat different from what they had agreed on before, so Deng Ning was still a little worried. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at Deng Ning before silently taking the secret tome and throwing it into his space ring without even looking at it. For Yang Kai, there was no difference between half of the demon blood thread secret technique and the complete one. After all, he didn't really want to cultivate the secret tome, so he didn't care that Deng Ning had concealed something from him before. Seeing Yang Kai put away the secret tome and show no intention of pursuing the matter, Deng Ning couldn't help feeling relieved. Does your demon blood temple allow its disciples to copy this secret technique? Yang Kai looked at Deng Ning and asked with a smile. Deng Ning chuckled meaningfully. Of course not, but I've always had a photographic memory since I was a child. So, friend, you understand. Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of understanding. I haven't asked for friend's name yet? Deng Ning asked solemnly. Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, but still reported his name. Deng Ning nodded and said, This one is Deng Ning, a disciple of Demon Blood Temple. Presumably, Brother Yang already knows. And Brother Yang may rest assured that what happened here will only be known by the heavens, the earth, you, and I, absolutely no third person, otherwise this Deng will suffer a heart demon backlash and never be able to break through to the origin returning realm. Hearing him make such a vow, Yang Kai looked at him with some surprise. Although this kind of vow was only made casually, if he didn't abide by it, it would create a barrier in the depths of his heart and perhaps cause his heart demon to flare up just as he was about to break through. As such, Deng Ning believed him. I'm not worried, but two of your fellow disciples died here. I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome, right? Yang Kai glanced over at the two corpses. When Deng Ning heard this, his expression was extremely stunned as he looked at Yang Kai strangely before asking tentatively, Brother Yang, is this the first time you've heard of our demon blood temple? What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Deng Ning didn't dare to pretend to be mysterious and quickly said, It seems that this is really the first time Brother Yang has heard of our demon blood temple. No wonder. Brother Yang may rest assured. The death of two fellow disciples isn't a big deal. Our demon blood temple does not forbid internal strife. In fact, we even encourage it. On top of that, there are many disciples in our temple, so it doesn't matter if a few people die. Yang Kai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he heard this. Sure enough, this world was so big that there was nothing that couldn't be found. How could there be such a fickle sect? What's more, it was actually able to survive until now. Deng Ning's chatterbox seemed to have opened up. Our temple basically has a small disturbance every 5 years and a major one every 10 years. Each time, it is an internal dispute, and each time, blood flows like a river and many people die. This is a fact that is well known throughout Shadowed Star. Then why haven't you been annihilated yet? Yang Kai asked curiously. Brother Yang must be joking. Deng Ning's mouth twitched. Because our temple's secret art encourages more killing. Moreover, internal strife may greatly increase the strength of those who survive. After each internal strife, countless disciples of our temple will break through their shackles and break through to the next realm. So the annihilation of our temple has never happened before. Deng Ning smiled reluctantly as he patiently explained. Yang Kai was confused and didn't bother to continue asking, instead asking, So, this is your demon blood temple's territory? Yes. How far is it from Heavenly Fate City? Heavenly Fate City? Deng Ning was startled when he heard this but immediately understood. So Brother Yang is a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. No wonder your methods are so profound. This one admires you greatly. Chapter 1254. Hearing Yang Kai ask about Heavenly Fate City, Deng Ning obviously misunderstood and thought he was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai neither confirmed nor denied. After a few words of flattery, Deng Ning changed the subject. Heavenly Fate City is quite far from here. If we fly by star shuttle, it would take at least half a year to arrive. So far? Yang Kai frowned. He knew that Shadowed Star was quite large because when his golden blood had just formed, he had driven a drop of golden blood to fly around the entire Shadowed Star. Even with his golden blood, it had taken him a long time to make a round trip, but now it would take him half a year to fly back to Heavenly Fate City from here. With half a year's time, he could do a lot of things. Seeing Yang Kai's expression, Deng Ning immediately fell silent, but soon a trace of struggle flashed across his brow as he grit his teeth and said, "However, if we use the space array in Demon Blood City, which is 10,000 kilometers away, we can save a lot of time." Demon Blood City's space array is not directly connected to Heavenly Fate City, but it can be used to teleport to a place called Bluestone City, which is the territory of Grand Fire Temple. From Bluestone City to Heavenly Fate City, it would only take about a month. Of course, if Brother Yang knows a core disciple of Grand Fire Temple and can find a guarantor, you can directly use Bluestone City's space array to teleport to Heavenly Fate City. Demon Blood City's space array is connected to Bluestone City? Yang Kai raised his brow. Because our Demon Blood Temple and Grand Fire Temple have a lot of business dealings, the disciples of the two temples are usually quite close and often cooperate to go out for life experience. Deng Ning explained with a smile. Deng Ning then asked, "If it is convenient for Brother Yang, you might as well go to Demon Blood City with me. This one is also a core disciple of Demon Blood Temple, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to guarantee personal use of the space array." Hearing this, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, secretly thinking that sparing Deng Ning's life was still useful. But on the surface, he remained calm and asked lightly, "What is the price for using your space array?" Deng Ning quickly waved his hand. "Brother Yang must be joking. This time, I owe Brother Yang a life-saving grace." This Deng was worried about how to repay him, but now that this Deng has a use for him, this Deng is overjoyed. How could I ask Brother Yang to pay any price? What's more, it's only using the space array once. It's not a big deal. If Brother Yang, you can't, this Deng Ning will. Deng Ning patted his yangs. It seemed that Yang Kai killing Ji and helping him kill Yi Yang Rong had really made him want to make friends with him. So he didn't put on any pretentiousness when he spoke these words, instead seeming quite heroic. "You're too polite." Deng Ning saw that Yang Kai's attitude towards him had changed and was also in a good mood, secretly feeling that this transaction was not a loss. Not only had he repaid the other party's favor, but he had also profited somewhat. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment. I'll go deal with that shameless man's body," Deng Ning said before hurriedly rushing out. After killing someone, it was natural to destroy the body and all evidence. Yang Kai was familiar with this kind of thing, so of course he wouldn't say anything. However, after Deng Ning left, Yang Kai rubbed his chest with a strange look on his face. On his chest was the small artifact refining furnace, but now, inside the originally empty artifact refining furnace was a crimson pill that exuded a towering blood chi. This was the blood fusion pill that Deng Ning had thrown into Lu Yen's sand. These three Saint King Realm brothers from Demon Blood Temple had not hesitated to fight over this treasure. Yang Kai was naturally curious, so when Deng Ning threw out the blood fusion pill, Yang Kai immediately had the artifact spirit rush back and quietly wrap it up. Others couldn't enter the Lu Yen sand, but that didn't mean the artifact spirit couldn't. The artifact spirit itself was born from the Earth Lung Fire Pond's core fire attribute artifact spirit, and had been roasted in that stone room for tens of thousands of years. So how could it care about the heat of Lu Yen's sand? The streak of fire that Enji saw fly into Yang Kai's chest was the artifact spirit that had returned after successfully obtaining the blood fusion pill. Although Enji hadn't examined it carefully, from the towering blood chi contained in the blood fusion pill, it was obvious that refining this kind of thing was something similar to a blood sacrifice. On top of that, this pill also contained a great deal of malevolent chi, so it wasn't something just anyone could take. It was likely that only the disciples of Demon Blood Temple would be of great use to it. This kind of malevolent chi was not harmful to the disciples of Demon Blood Temple and could instead help them improve their cultivation. Yang Kai had asked the artifact spirit to take it back simply because he was an alchemist and wanted to study it out of curiosity, nothing else. Just as Yang Kai was contemplating this matter, Deng Ning had arrived in front of Yi Yang Rong's body. Unlike what Yang Kai had expected, Deng Ning didn't directly destroy the corpse. Instead, Deng Ning sat down cross-legged in front of the corpse and used some kind of secret technique to do so. Soon, a burst of wailing and howling filled the air as the blood chi around Yi Yang Rong's body soared. About half an hour later, Yi Yang Rong's body was reduced to a pile of bones while Deng Ning took out a crimson pill similar to the blood fusion pill. Deng Ning glanced at this pill with a satisfied expression before storing it into his space ring, as if he had gained a great harvest. Only then did he smash the pile of bones into smithereens. Taking the initiative to pick up the space rings that Yi Yang Rong and Enji had dropped on the ground, Deng Ning walked back. When he found that Yang Kai was looking at him with a strange expression, Deng Ning smiled awkwardly and explained, "Brother Yang must be joking. I won't hide it from Brother Yang. For Demon Blood Temple's disciples, their fellow sect members are all living human medicines that can help them improve their cultivation. That's why the sect doesn't prohibit infighting." Kai Yang rubbed his chin, sweating profusely. "So you're saying that I made you waste a pill like that?" He had smashed Enji's body into smithereens, so Deng Ning naturally couldn't use Enji's corpse to refine such a pill. It doesn't matter. This Deng is already very satisfied with the current harvest. After all, although the sect doesn't prohibit infighting, it's extremely difficult to kill a cultivator of the same level. Who knows when you'll fail miserably? There are countless people who have died from counterattacks by fellow disciples in the sect. Therefore, even if the sect doesn't prohibit it, if there isn't too much friction, we won't easily act. Deng Ning didn't dare to argue with Yang Kai and quickly changed the subject. "These are the space rings of my two brothers. There should be some good things inside. But these things are probably useless to Brother Yang. However, Yang Kai can use the saint crystals inside. They have a lot of saint crystals, at least a few 100,000. Yang Kai glanced at him and waved his hand. "No need. You can keep these two space rings for yourself. Consider it my payment for using your Demon Blood City's space array." Deng Ning had deliberately reminded his fellow sect brothers that these things were useless to Yang Kai. So how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? As for the hundreds of thousands of saint crystals, Yang Kai didn't put them in his eyes, so he simply generously gave them all to Deng Ning. Sure enough, Deng Ning was overjoyed and modestly refused a few times, but none of them were as good as Yang Kai's. In the end, he happily put them away and even wore the two space rings on his finger, as if he didn't mind others knowing that he had killed two of his fellow sect brothers. With this matter settled, Deng Ning and Yang Kai summoned their star shuttles and flew off towards Demon Blood City 10,000 kilometers away. Along the way, Deng Ning deliberately talked to Yang Kai, trying to inquire about his status in Shadow Moon Hall. But Yang Kai was very tight-lipped, so how could Deng Ning easily find out? However, the topic was quickly changed by Yang Kai. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai finally understood why he vaguely felt like he had heard his voice somewhere before when he saw him in Luyan's desert. It turned out that both of them had participated in the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction held in Heavenly Fate City before Luyan's desert opened. At that auction, Deng Ning had bid on behalf of the Demon Blood Sect's elders several times. The topic immediately shifted to the grandeur of that auction. Deng Ning greatly admired the endless treasures at that auction, a look of longing appearing on his face. Little did he know that the most valuable items were actually all auctioned off by Yang Kai. As the pair chatted along the way, time passed quickly and soon. A magnificent city appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. Deng Ning quickly took the initiative to introduce this place to Yang Kai, telling him that this was Demon Blood City and that Demon Blood Temple was located in a mountain range 1,000 kilometers outside the city. Although Demon Blood Temple itself was an evil sect, the cultivator who appeared in Demon Blood City came from all over Shadowed Star, so it was quite lively. On the surface, it didn't look much different from other cities. However, many of the cultivator who walked through the city had a gloomy and indifferent aura about them. Clearly, the secret arts they cultivated were extremely evil. Sure enough, after entering Demon Blood City, which had become the demon race, Yang Kai discovered many such people. Most of them had cold and indifferent looks on their faces and exuded an unpleasant aura. Obviously, they didn't like dealing with others, all of them in a hurry and seemed to be very busy. Inside Demon Blood City, there were many shops and business was booming. Many great forces would set up their businesses here, firstly to communicate with Demon Blood Temple and secondly to inquire about information from all sides. After Deng Ning led Yang Kai into Demon Blood City, he walked through the wide streets with great familiarity, constantly introducing him to the local customs of this place, appearing extremely enthusiastic. After walking for half a day in the city, the two arrived in front of a huge palace. "We're here. This is Demon Blood City's space array." Deng Ning stopped and pointed ahead to Yang Kai. Chapter 1255. Yang Kai looked up and found that the defensive power here was much tighter than the main hall where Heavenly Fate City's space array was located. Outside the hall, there were 7 or 8 Demon Blood Temple disciples wearing blue artifact armor standing guard, each of them a 2nd or 3rd order Saint King. Inside the hall, there were also some Origin returning realm masters. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment while this Deng goes in to inform them. When the discussion is complete, Brother Yang will be welcomed inside," Deng Ning said politely. Yang Kai nodded before walking straight into the hall under the gazes of the Demon Blood Temple disciples. The 7 or 8 Demon Blood Temple disciples guarding this place seemed to be very curious about the relationship between Deng Ning and Yang Kai, and after Deng Ning walked in, they kept glancing at Yang Kai, trying to guess his identity. But that was all. None of them had any intention of coming forward to ask. About half an hour later, Deng Ning's figure appeared from the main hall, but at this moment, his expression was one of extreme pain, and his expression was unreadable. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Guaranteeing a person's use of their sex space array was definitely not a simple matter. Deng Ning had obviously paid a great price for it. The other party being so dedicated made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. After all, just half a day ago, he had been considering whether or not to kill this man to silence him, but now this man had gone to such great lengths to ensure he could use the space array. It seemed that this person from Demon Blood Temple was worth making friends with. Yang Kai thought to himself. Walking out of the hall, Deng Ning's expression had returned to normal. Smiling to Yang Kai, he said, "I've made Brother Yang wait a long time. Please come with me. Everything has been taken care of." "Good." Yang Kai nodded warmly, his attitude this time really improving. Since someone had given him a peach, of course he would reciprocate. Yang Kai secretly decided that if he ever met this Deng Ning again in the future, he would help him if he could. Under Deng Ning's lead, the two of them entered the inner hall without any obstructions. Within the hall, a spatial array that was basically the same as the one in Tianyun City stood there quietly. Several grooves at the base of the array were inlaid with high-rank Saint crystals, waiting for someone to come and open them. Sure enough, everything was ready. Inside the palace, there were a total of 3 return to Void Stage powerhouses. There were more than a dozen other Saint King Realm Masters. The 3 return to Void Stage powerhouses standing on either side of him didn't look weak at all. 2 of them were sitting on both sides of the hall, meditating with their eyes closed. They didn't care about the arrival of Yang Kai and Deng Ning. A red-faced old man with silver-white hair stood at the edge of the spirit array. His eagle-like eyes swept over Yang Kai before he turned to Deng Ning and asked, "Martial Nephew Deng, Is this the person you want to vouch for? Yes, Marshal Uncle Lu. This is a good friend of mine. Deng Ning hurriedly replied respectfully. Good friend. Heh. The old man surnamed Lu smiled wryly, as if the word good friend had touched a nerve in him. From Shadow Moon Hall, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. He knew that this old man surnamed Lu had probably inquired about him from Deng Ning, so he didn't deny it and cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Lu. The old man surnamed Lu saw that Yang Kai understood etiquette and nodded slightly. Although my demon blood temple doesn't have much contact with Shadow Moon Hall, since Marshal Nephew Deng is acting as a guarantor, using our temple's space array isn't a big deal. However, Marshal Nephew, in order to vouch for this person in Bluestone City paying 30 contribution points, is that really worth it? Do you know that you may have to risk your life several times to earn back these 30 contribution points? Deng Ning's face changed slightly as he glanced over at Yang Kai. Seeing no reaction from him, he quickly smiled and said, Marshal Uncle Lu is wise, but Big Brother Yang has saved Marshal Nephew's life. So 30 contribution points are nothing. A life-saving grace? The old man surnamed Lu's eyes flashed and suddenly became cold as he shouted. A mere second-order Saint King saved your life? Could it be that your third-order Saint King realm is fake? Deng Ning's face went pale as sweat dripped from his forehead, not daring to say a word. And as far as I know, you haven't had the opportunity to make friends with any disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, except for that one time when you went to Heavenly Fate City to participate in the auction. Could it be because of that time? The old man surnamed Lu seemed to be very suspicious and asked several questions in succession. Deng Ning didn't know how to answer for a while. Yang Kai saw that Deng Ning was being embarrassed by his martial uncle, so he couldn't help but explain. Senior, please understand, Brother Deng and I didn't meet in Heavenly Fate City, but in Lu Yen's Sandfield. I just happened to save him once. It has nothing to do with strength. Junior greatly admires Brother Deng's strength. Lu Yen's Sandfield. You also went to Lu Yen's Sandfield? Why didn't you go back with Chen Tong and the others? Why did you stay here until now? The old man surnamed Lu was surprised. Junior had some reasons for not being able to return with Elder Chen and the others. Yang Kai replied faintly. Oh, the old man surnamed Lu smiled meaningfully and said, It seems you gained a lot in Lu Yen's Sandfield. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Although he was vigilant in his heart, he wasn't too nervous, thinking about it for a moment before saying, There were some gains, but I'm afraid they couldn't enter Senior's eyes. As he spoke, he waved his hand and 5 fire crystal stones the size of pigeon eggs appeared in his hand. He handed them over to the old man surnamed Lu. This is Junior's first time meeting Senior, so I didn't prepare anything. These are just a few trivial things. I hope Senior will kindly accept them. When the old man surnamed Lu saw the fire crystal stones, his eyes immediately lit up, thinking that Yang Kai was really smart. He had deliberately made things difficult in order to obtain some benefits from Yang Kai, and the other party had seen through him so quickly. His expression instantly became much more amiable, and with a wave of his sleeve, the 5 fire crystal stones disappeared. A warm smile appeared on his ruddy face as he nodded. Not bad. No wonder Marshal Nephew Deng would befriend you. It seems this boy is also a generous person, and will surely become a great person in the future. Alright, since you are a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, this old man won't say anything more. The reason why I asked you so many questions was because I was afraid that some spies would come here under false pretenses. You may leave now. After receiving the fire crystal stones, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly. On the other side, Deng Ning saw that the old man surnamed Lu had finally let him pass and couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief, cautiously reminding, Marshal Uncle Lu, shouldn't you give Brother Yang a temporary token? Otherwise, when he arrives at Bluestone City, the disciples of Grand Fire Temple won't let him pass. Do you think I need you to remind me of that? The old man surnamed Lu coldly snorted and waved his hand, sending a red token flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught this token and saw a ferocious ghost head engraved on it. The old man surnamed Lu said, "This is my Demon Blood Temple's temporary token. It can guarantee that after you pass through the space array, the people of Grand Fire Temple won't question you. Of course, this temporary token only lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, you can use the space array on their side and our temple side, which should be enough for you to use." Junior understands. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Stand on it, I'll open the space array." The old man surnamed Lu waved to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure immediately flickered and he stood in the center of the space array. Deng Ning stood to the side and cupped his fists to Yang Kai with a smile. "Brother Yang, I wish you a pleasant journey. If you have the opportunity to come to Demon Blood City again in the future, don't forget to find this Deng for a drink." "Good, if Brother Deng visits Heavenly Fate City, you can also come find this Yang. This Yang will definitely entertain Brother Deng as a good host," Yang Kai replied. Hearing this, Deng Ning's face lit up with joy, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. The 30 contribution points he had spent really made his heart ache, but being able to make friends with such a person was worth it, because there was no telling when he would need to ask for help again. As the two of them spoke, the space array released a dazzling light and the surrounding space force instantly distorted. In front of Yang Kai's eyes was a vast expanse of white, and after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, he appeared in another heavily guarded hall. In an instant, several tyrannical divine senses pressed down, causing the robes of many Saint King realm cultivators to flutter as they surrounded Yang Kai and stared at him vigilantly. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't panic and simply tossed the temporary token of Demon Blood Temple to one of the origin returning realm masters who seemed to be the strongest, standing in place without moving. The origin returning realm master caught the token and inspected it before frowning. "Demon Blood Temple cultivators." Saying so, he tossed the token back and said lightly, "This token only has a time limit of 3 days. If you don't arrive here in 3 days, the space array will not open to you." Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded. The origin returning realm master waved his hand and all the hostility disappeared, the Grand Fire Temple disciples returning to their posts one after another. For a time, no one paid any attention to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was happy to see this, and after leaving the hall, he poured into the crowd of Blue Stone City. He had no intention of staying here for long. An hour later, a blue streak of light flew up from outside Blue Stone City, rushed into the sky, and soon disappeared. As for how to get from Blue Stone City to Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai had some people inquire about the direction. After all, he didn't know anyone in Grand Fire Temple, so he couldn't find anyone to vouch for him to use the space array. Fortunately, he was only a month away from Heavenly Fate City, several times closer than Demon Blood City, so he could afford to delay his journey. The speed of the Star Shuttle was extremely fast. Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop the Star Shuttle, diverting some of his attention to control the Star Shuttle as he began to inspect his harvest from Lu Yen Sand Field. Since entering Lu Yen Sand Field, Yang Kai had encountered a lot of opportunities and had obtained a lot of good things on this trip, but as for how to use these things, he still had to think about it carefully. After inspecting his harvest, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he was secretly shocked by his harvest. After inspecting his harvest from Lu Yen Sand Field, Yang Kai began to investigate the blood fusion pill. Chapter 1256. After some investigation, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. This blood fusion pill was indeed as Yang Kai had expected. Although it contained an extremely strong vitality, it also contained a massive amount of evil qi. If an ordinary cultivator obtained this pill, they would simply abandon it like a worn-out shoe, not daring to take it. Only a cultivator from Demon Blood Temple would use the evil qi contained in this blood fusion pill to enhance their cultivation. Yang Kai naturally didn't put this kind of evil qi in his eyes. After all, he had also possessed this kind of energy before. After carefully inspecting the materials used to refine this blood fusion pill, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he couldn't identify all of the ingredients, only a general idea, the materials required to refine this pill were all extremely rare spirit grasses. No wonder Deng Ning and his brothers, who were already third-order Saint King cultivators, would still fight over this blood fusion pill. It was likely that even in Demon Blood Temple, there weren't many of these strange pills. Only when one made great contributions to the temple would they be rewarded. Deng Ning had obtained a lot of benefits from Luyan's desert and presented them to the elders of Demon Blood Temple in order to obtain this blood fusion pill. Yang Kai didn't know why this news had been leaked, and he had become the target of Yi Yangrong and Enji. Shaking his head, Kai Yang didn't think too deeply about their internal grievances. Instead, with a strange look on his face, he opened his mouth and threw the blood fusion pill into his mouth, swallowing it down. The demonic flame within his body instantly became a hot and yang existence. As soon as the blood fusion pill's medicinal efficacies dissolved in his abdomen, a cold and yin energy rushed to Yang Kai's limbs and bones. However, under the refinement of the hot and yang demonic flame, this cold and yin energy was forced out of his body. Wisps of black aura escaped from Yang Kai's pores and disappeared into the air. Only the massive amount of vitality contained in the blood fusion pill remained, circulating through Yang Kai's body and fusing into his physique. Ignoring the efficacy of the blood fusion pill, Yang Kai turned his attention to the demonic blood thread secret technique that Deng Ning had given him. Yang Kai investigating this wasn't because he wanted to learn Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, but rather because he was preparing for the future, because there was no telling when he would encounter the elders of Demon Blood Temple. If he fought with them and the other party used this secret technique, Yang Kai would be able to learn more about his enemy. But to his surprise, Yang Kai was immediately immersed in this secret technique, unable to extricate himself from it for a long time. As he continued to investigate, his expression gradually began to change, sometimes pleasantly surprised, sometimes frowning, and sometimes deep in thought. A month later, above Heavenly Fate City, a blue streak of light flashed and flew straight towards Dragon Cave Mountain 50 kilometers away. A moment later, this blue streak of light came to a stop at the foot of Dragon Cave Mountain, and Yang Kai's figure emerged from it. Looking up in the direction of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was taken aback, and for a moment, he forgot to continue onwards. It had only been a little over a year since Yang Kai left for the Luyan Sandfield and returned here, but during this time, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain had undergone earth-shaking changes. Looking from the foot of the mountain, the few peaks that originally existed were completely gone. All that could be seen was a beautiful scene surrounded by clouds and mist. Within the clouds and mist, there was an extraordinary fluctuation of world energy. Through the clouds and mist, one could vaguely see the cave that he used to meditate in. There were also some buildings that looked like pavilions. Although there weren't many of them, they were connected together to form a large expanse. There were also a few figures shuttling back and forth among these buildings. Is this really Dragon Cave Mountain? Yang Kai even suspected that he had gone in the wrong direction and ended up in front of some sect. But there was no doubt that Heavenly Fate City was just 50 kilometers away. When Yang Kai passed by this place just now, he had been considering whether he should go see Qian Tong and report his safety. Although the scene in front of him was still quite different from that of a great sect, Yang Kai still found it hard to believe that such earth-shaking changes could take place in just a year. Such a transformation was definitely due to yang inflammation. The spirit-gathering array she had arranged here earlier should have played a role, and under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that the entire Dragon Cave Mountain was surrounded by an inexplicable spirit array that blocked his divine sense from wandering around. There were even several hidden places that his divine sense could not explore, including the cave where he had been meditating. Yang Kai's current divine sense cultivation was no worse than a second-order origin returning realm master's, but even his divine sense was unable to explore this place. Yang Kai estimated that even if the top masters on Shadowed Star came here, they would have to expend a great deal of effort to see what was going on. Yang inflammation had really done it. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little absent-minded. Before he went to the Luyan Sandfield, Yang Inflammation had said that she wanted to arrange a massive spirit array across the entire Dragon Cave Mountain. So how could he have known that it would only take a short time for it to reach such a scale? Yang Kai did not know whether this project had been completed or not, but if it had not, it would have been a really big investment. However, there should not be many of the hundreds of millions of Saint crystals left, right? To arrange such a huge spirit array, the materials consumed must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face twitched slightly. While Yang Kai was investigating the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, a few weak divine senses rushed out and quickly returned after making contact with Yang Kai. Immediately after, a beam of light shot out from inside Dragon Cave Mountain and directly hit the void in front of Yang Kai. Strangely, it was as if an invisible door had opened in front of Yang Kai, and the omnipresent world energy around him parted on its own accord, forming a straight passage that was impossible to see with the naked eye. This passage led straight to the heart of Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai grinned, knowing that the other side must have discovered his figure, so without hesitation, he strode inside. While walking, Yang Kai examined the changes around him. After a while, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. The changes in Dragon Cave Mountain were simply too great, so great that he did not dare to recognize them. Not long after, a number of figures rushed over from the front, led by Yang Yen, who was wrapped in a black robe. Because she was running so fast, her chest heaved up and down, creating an extremely eye-catching sight. The hood of her black robe that was originally wrapped around her head was also lifted behind her back, and her face was filled with a smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Following closely behind Yang Yen were Wu Yi, Yufeng, and the others. Chang Qi and Haowen were also among them. Yang Kai even saw the figure of the First Order Origin returning realm cultivator Luoqing from the Shadow Moon Hall. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain their joy. Everyone seemed to have put down a huge rock in their hearts, revealing a trace of relaxation in their smiles. It seemed that Lu Yen Sandfield had been closed for half a year, yet Yang Kai had still not returned, a fact that had greatly worried them. Yang Yen was worried about Yang Kai, but that was because of their friendship. If not for Yang Kai, she would still be in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion, claiming that she was an origin-grade artifact refiner and then helping some cultivator refine some small items to make a living. How could she have had the opportunity to display her amazing talents? Could be said that Yang Kai had given her the space to display her talents and provided her with unimaginable funds. Wu Yi, Yufeng, and the others were the same. As for Luoqing, he should have been ordered by Chen Tong to stay here and inquire about Yang Kai. "You're back." Yang Yen ran over to Yang Kai with small steps, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over him to determine that Yang Kai was not missing an arm or a leg before patting him and calling out softly. Wu Yi, Yufeng, and the others came up one after another, all of them happily greeting Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart warmed as he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment from being relied on and trusted by others. Since he entered the star territory, he had always felt empty in his heart, because in this huge star territory, no one cared about his safety. Even if he died, no one would know, no one would care about him. It was completely different from Tongshen Realm. But at this moment, he felt this feeling again, as if he had returned to Tongshen Realm and was facing his little senior sister, Meng Wuya, Ling Taisu, Chu Lingxiao, and the others. "I'm back," Yang Kai said lightly, but his empty heart felt a lot more full. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Everyone was worried about you during this time. I really didn't know what kind of accident you had outside, but we couldn't even see you for so long." Wu Yi stepped forward and smiled, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Luoqing as she said, "You don't know, but after Lu Yen's Sandfield closed, Elder Qian ordered people to stand guard outside for half a year, but unfortunately, they never saw you come out. It wasn't until recently that you returned to Shadow Moon Hall." "Half a year?" Yang Kai's brow twitched. Didn't that mean he had come out of Shadow Moon Hall the moment he left? Seeing Chen Tong's concern, Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists to Luoqing and said, "Greetings, Brother Luo. I must trouble Elder Qian for his concern, but I encountered something in Lu Yen Sandfield." When I came out, I wasn't with anyone else and had to immediately find a place to enter retreat. So I was delayed for so long and didn't have the time to send a message back, causing Elder Chen to worry. Luo Qing laughed. Brother Yang, if Elder Chen knows you've returned safely, he will be very happy. You're safe. Everything is fine. Oh, Brother Yang actually broke through to the Second Order Saint King realm. Congratulations, congratulations. Luo Qing had been exchanging pleasantries with Yang Kai, but after discovering that Yang Kai's cultivation had advanced by a minor realm, he couldn't help congratulating him while showing an envious look. Because he was an origin-returning realm cultivator, he couldn't enter Lu Yen Sandfield, so he felt quite regretful. He had long heard that those who entered Lu Yen Sandfield and returned safely all reaped great harvests, some even breaking through their bottlenecks. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Hearing Luo Qing say this, everyone else also showed excited expressions. Strictly speaking, all of them had gathered together because of Yang Kai, so Yang Kai was the real leader here. Now that Yang Kai's cultivation had improved, they were naturally excited. After exchanging a few more words, Luo Qing said goodbye and left. Chapter 1257. Luo Qing had indeed been sent here by Qian Tong to inquire about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Now that Yang Kai had returned safely, Luo Qing naturally couldn't wait to pass this news to Qian Tong so Elder Qian could feel at ease. Yang Kai didn't try to keep him and after exchanging some pleasantries, politely sent him away. After Luo Qing left, Yang Kai said, "Let's go back as well. The changes here have been so great that you'll have to tell me about them, otherwise, I'll accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array in the future." Yang Inflammation smiled triumphantly. "Naturally, I'll tell you. But you can rest assured that the spirit array here won't affect you." The group chatted and laughed as they walked towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain. Outside the cave where Yang Kai used to meditate and cultivate, Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi, Yu Feng, Chang Qi, and Howen had gathered around a table upon which was placed a round disc. The scene displayed on this disc was a complete map of Dragon Cave Mountain, one so detailed that every tree and blade of grass could be seen. On this disc, there were also several dozen bright and dim points of light, some of which were constantly moving while others were stable, symbolizing the movements of living people inside Dragon Cave Mountain. This thing was the heavenly compass that Yang Inflammation had refined using his artifact refining techniques and spirit arrays. It was a special artifact that had no offensive or defensive capabilities and was only capable of monitoring the movements of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was by using this heavenly compass that Yang Inflammation was able to discover Yang Kai's return immediately. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city and was very curious about this heavenly compass. Constantly pointing at it and asking about the situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Inflammation and the others also explained to him. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had gained a comprehensive understanding of Dragon Cave Mountain. While feeling shocked, Yang Kai was also shocked by the tremendous changes that had taken place in Dragon Cave Mountain over the past year. Dragon Cave Mountain now had both offensive and defensive capabilities and contained countless amazing spirit arrays. Even if an origin-returning realm cultivator broke into these spirit arrays, they would not be able to easily escape. According to Yang Inflammation, if one wanted to break through Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays, without a dozen third-order origin-returning realm masters working together, it was absolutely impossible. Which third-order origin realm master would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to attack it? Furthermore, there were 7 to 8 of them at once. Only those who had nothing better to do would do that. Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays were only in their embryonic form. It wasn't perfect. If he had enough financial support, Yang Inflammation spirit arrays, he would be able to expand them again. After Yang Kai, Yang Yang's and Yang's Yang, bringing Yang Yen back from Heavenly Fate City was really a big gain. She had the ability to transform Dragon Cave Mountain, which no one cared about, into a place like this. If Yang Kai could bring his friends and family from Tongshan Realm here in the future and establish his own sect, wouldn't she be able to play an even greater role? However, arranging these things really consumed a lot of Saint crystals. Wu Yi frowned and complained to Yang Kai. The 100 million Saint crystals you left behind before you left have all been squandered away. Even the 30 million Saint crystals foreign Elder Chong brought back have been used up. We purchased a lot of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, so now our Dragon Cave Mountain is Shadow Moon Hall's biggest customer. Foreign Elder Chang's 30 million Saint crystals. Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at Chang Chi, immediately understanding that Chang Chi must have obtained so many Saint crystals from the underground lode in Lu Yen Sandfield. It seemed that Chang Chi had been mining there since Yang Kai left and had not come out until Lu Yen Sandfield closed. Otherwise, there would not be such an astonishing amount of Saint crystals. These Saint crystals are just a loan from foreign Elder Chong. I'll return them when I have more in the future. Chang Chi put on a stern face and pretended to be annoyed. Yang Kai, if you say such things, then you don't consider this Chong one of your own. Without even mentioning how I obtained these 30 million Saint crystals. If it weren't for you, how could this old master have found that Saint crystal lode and obtained so many Saint crystals? At least half of these Saint crystals belong to you, and if it weren't for you, this old master and old How would probably be homeless right now. Even if we had a huge amount of Saint crystals with our strength, we would only bring disaster to ourselves. There was no way we could protect so many Saint crystals. In the end, we could only rely on other great forces and offer them these Saint crystals for protection. Howen also echoed from the side. That's right, Yang Kai. You accepted me and old Chong before Lu Yen Sandfield opened, allowing us brothers to have a place to rely on and return to. That's more than enough. Being homeless is the saddest thing in the world. We two brothers are extremely grateful. These Saint crystals are just a small token of old Chang's appreciation, so please don't worry about it. We two brothers won't live for long and have no children, so what use is there for so many Saint crystals? Today, Dragon Cave Mountain has become a famous cultivation paradise in the nearby region. Many cultivators without a sect or family want to come here to seek refuge, but unfortunately, they have no way to do so. Old Chong and I are already satisfied with being able to enter this place. There's no need for you to say anything more. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that if he continued to speak, he would only be discouraging them. So he cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Many thanks for the two foreign elders' good intentions." Chang Chi laughed and said, "That's more like it. Us two brothers are looking forward to living out our old age here. It would be best if we could die of old age here." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid your wish won't be realized for the time being. After you break through to the Origin Returning Realm, your lifespan will naturally increase." Origin Returning Realm. Chang Chi's eyes lit up as he thought of the 9-branch jade crystal tree, but he soon sighed sadly. Even with that thing, old How and I may not be able to break through. Leave that to this junior. The two of you can rest in peace for the next few days and try to adjust your condition to its peak. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. But I kept a third of them, Yang Inflammation walked over with a grin and sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. What do you want these space spirit crystals for? Naturally, they have a great use. Yang Inflammation smiled sweetly, keeping Yang Kai in suspense. Yang Kai didn't pursue the matter. In any case, since he cultivated the Tao of space, these space spirit crystals should be enough for him. Why did you call me here? Is there something good you can't take out? Yang Inflammation's eyes flashed with a sly light as she asked directly. And there are indeed some, but I don't recognize many of them. Yang Kai nodded, but did not rush to take out his harvest. Instead, he stared at Yang Inflammation and asked solemnly, "Yang Inflammation, I want to ask you a question. Answer me honestly." Seeing Yang Kai so serious for the first time, Yang Inflammation couldn't help feeling a little dazed, but after thinking about it for a moment, she nodded, "Okay. Are you the owner of this body?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep, as if he wanted to look directly into Yang Inflammation's heart. Sometimes, when I see some rare artifact refining and spirit arrays, although I have never seen them before, I can recognize them and know their functions. Don't you think it's strange? Hearing this, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This wasn't just strange, it was simply inconceivable. No one was born proficient in artifact refining and the Tao of spirit arrays for no reason, so there had to be a reason for this, one that even Yang Yan herself couldn't figure out. It was probably because of this reason that Yang Inflammation sometimes felt panic. There was no need for Yang Inflammation to lie to him, and she shouldn't be lying. Yang Kai couldn't help her with this kind of thing. Although he had long known that Yang Inflammation was a bit strange, he hadn't expected her to be strange to this extent, so he didn't continue to force her on this issue. For Yang Kai, whether or not Yang Inflammation had been possessed, or whether or not she was born with some knowledge of the territory that others could never master, all he knew was the current Yang Inflammation, nothing more. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai asked, "What kind of artifacts can you refine now? Origin grade high rank shouldn't be a problem. As long as I have a lot of materials to practice with, sooner or later I will be able to refine Origin King grade artifacts." When it came to her territory, Yang Inflammation suddenly recovered a lot of spirit, her beautiful face filled with pride. "Good. Help me refine this." Yang Kai took out the purple shield with an embarrassed look on his face. The purple shield, which was originally flowing with purple light, was now dim and had lost a lot of its spirituality. When Yang Inflammation saw this, a look of worry appeared on her pretty face. Picking up the purple shield and gently stroking it, she asked, "Did you encounter some kind of fire attribute barrier? An origin grade mid-rank defensive artifact actually became like this with just a single blow." But at least I managed to turn danger into safety." Yang Kai grinned. "I know, with the materials you gave me, refining it into an origin grade high-rank artifact shouldn't be a problem." The space ring on Yang Yan's hand flashed and the purple shield was stored away. Brushing her hair back behind her ear, her expression restored to her usual vigor, her beautiful eyes flashing with joy as she asked, "What good things did you obtain this time? Quickly take them out and let me see." "Wait a moment." Yang Kai nodded and began rummaging through his space ring. He had obtained a lot of good things on this trip. He had called Yang Inflammation here because he wanted to show her some of these things, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were or what they were used for. Soon, Yang Kai waved his hand and a piece of red crystal, the size of a millstone, appeared in front of the two of them, exuding a scorching fire attribute aura. "This is..." Yang Yan's eyes immediately flashed a strange light as her attention was drawn to the fiery red crystal. "It should be a fire crystal stone." Yang Kai rubbed his chin. "It's just that I don't understand why it's so big, and my experience in obtaining it was also very strange. I didn't obtain it from a fire spirit beast." Immediately, Yang Kai gave a brief account of his experience in the strange mountain valley and how this huge fire crystal stone was his first harvest after entering the Lu Yen sandfield. While Yang Kai was talking, Yang Inflammation kept staring at the fire crystal stone, gently stroking it with one hand. After Yang Kai finished, Yang Inflammation nodded and said, "It should be a fire crystal stone, but this fire crystal stone has its own spirit array, which stimulates the fire essence aura and forms all kinds of fire spirit beasts to obstruct your progress." "An internal spirit array?" Yang Kai's expression changed. He hadn't noticed this before. "And it's natural, a very mysterious spirit array." Yang Inflammation smiled. "This thing has some uses, but using it for artifact refining is a bit of a waste. Give it to me, I can use it to arrange a spirit array. That spirit array needs something like this as its array core." "Good." Yang Kai nodded, not being stingy, readily handing over the fire crystal stone. In any case, Yang Inflammation arranged this spirit array to protect Dragon Cave Mountain so he could also benefit from it. What else? Yang Yen put the huge fire crystal stone into her space ring before her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, seemingly looking forward to his response. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a blood-red thing that looked a bit like a grass seed but exuded a strange bloody aura. A blood sword grass seed. Yang Inflammation saw this thing and her beautiful face suddenly went pale as she exclaimed. She was able to recognize the seed at first glance. Blood sword grass. It really does live up to its name. Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully, recalling what had happened after he fell into that strange, bewildering array. At that time, after breaking through the shackles of that spirit array and walking out of the tunnel, there were many red weeds on either side of him that seemed to have come to life, growing wildly and attacking him. Moreover, these blood-red weeds were extremely hard and sharp. Even with Yang Kai's powerful physique, he didn't dare allow them to cut him at will. Luyan's desert actually had such a thing. Yang Inflammation's face went pale. Is this thing very famous? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little strange when he saw her look like she was facing a great enemy. I don't know if it's famous or not, but I know how terrifying it is. It can grow indefinitely, and as long as there is enough flesh and blood for it to absorb, its power will continue to grow until it reaches its limit. Even an Origin King's body will be able to withstand its attacks. Is that terrifying? Yang Kai was taken aback, feeling both fear and relief at the same time. If what Yang Inflammation said was true, then the blood sword grass he encountered shouldn't have been able to grow, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so helpless against him. This thing was extremely famous in ancient times. Many great sects and restricted areas would plant some of them to protect themselves. Yang Inflammation gently pinched the blood-red seed with a cautious expression. It's a pity there was only one seed. If there were more. Yang Kai not only didn't feel fear, but also felt regret. A pity? Yang Inflammation sneered. Not at all, one seed is enough. Blood sword grass can reproduce and grow by itself. As long as there is a single seed, and given enough flesh and blood, it will be able to reproduce. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. What do you want to do? Yang Inflammation seemed to notice the dangerous aura flashing in Yang Kai's eyes and asked hurriedly. Nothing much. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before taking the blood sword grass seed back from Yang Inflammation's hand and carefully putting it away. I'll tell you first, if you want to plant it, you have to tell me in advance, but don't worry too much. As long as you don't provide it with flesh and blood, it won't grow, so it won't be harmful. I understand. Yang Kai nodded before taking out 2 more things from his space ring. Chapter 1259. One of them was a 3-meter-long bone as thick as a baby's arm, like a crystal-clear jade pillar. At first glance, one could tell it was an extraordinary treasure. The other was a round bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead was colorless, but inside it was a small green snake that seemed to be alive. As for the little green snake, it exuded an extremely weak soul fluctuation, but it contained a strong sense of majesty. As soon as this round bead appeared, a faint dragon roar came from Yang Kai's body, and at the same time, a different kind of pressure spread out from Yang Kai's body. Yang Inflammation raised her head in amazement and stared at Yang Kai in amazement. But soon, her attention was attracted by the white bone and bead in front of her. Observing carefully, her expression also changed, an extremely complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes, sometimes surprise, sometimes suspicion, sometimes shock. After a long time, she took a deep breath, raised her eyes, and stared straight at Yang Kai. Do you see what these 2 things are? Yang Kai felt his lips go a little dry. Even though he had obtained these 2 things and kept them in his space ring for so long, he was still inexplicably excited when he took them out. Your luck is really amazing. You were even able to obtain a dragon bone and dragon bead. I really don't know where you went in the Luyen desert. Yang Inflammation bit her red lips. It was obvious that she was also very excited now, but she had suppressed her emotions. Are they really Dragon Bone and Dragon Bead? Yang Kai looked overjoyed. Although Yang Kai had some doubts when he obtained them from the underground Saint Crystal Lode, when Yang Inflammation confirmed they were Dragon Bone and Dragon Bone, he still couldn't believe it. They are indeed Dragon Bone and Dragon Bead. Yang Kai couldn't help but grin. In a carefree mood, Yang Inflammation also seemed to be happy that Yang Kai had such a heaven-defying opportunity, giggling along with him. After a while, when Yang Kai's mood calmed down, Yang Inflammation's smile faded and she asked, "What are you going to do with them? Can it be refined into an artifact? I just happen to be lacking an offensive artifact." Yang Kai had already made up his mind and naturally asked immediately. Yang Kai didn't care about ordinary offensive artifacts. Even if it was an origin-grade high-rank artifact, it might not be as powerful as his own attack. As for an Origin King-grade artifact, Yang Kai was unable to display its full power with his current strength. But now there was such a Dragon Bone. If a Dragon Pearl could be refined into an offensive artifact, his combat effectiveness would rise again. Although the 100 Mountains picture was not bad, when Yang Kai used it, the 100 Mountains picture was not bad. Somehow, he felt that something was off. Difficult. This was beyond Yang Kai's expectation. Yang Inflammation, who seemed to be omnipotent, heard his question. He actually shook his head slowly. This made Yang Kai, who was full of expectations, suddenly reveal a disappointed expression. "I'm not saying that I can't refine it, but if I were to refine it, its value would be greatly reduced." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "This Dragon Bone is the bone of a true dragon. It contains incredible power and divine technique. Judging from the color of the dragon soul in this dragon pearl, it should be the bone of a wood attribute true dragon. I don't know what kind of power it contains, but it can be said that it is already an extraordinary artifact. If I were to refine it, it would inevitably be contaminated with my aura, and if you were to use it, you wouldn't be able to display its full power." Of course, if I were an Origin King grade high-rank artifact refiner now, I wouldn't have such concerns, but unfortunately, with my current level, it is still very difficult for me to refine it completely. Then what should I do? Yang Kai's fiery heart seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water and instantly calmed down. Wait until you grow to an Origin King grade high-rank artifact refiner before refining it? Yang Inflammation frowned and did not answer for a while, seemingly contemplating something. After a while, her beautiful eyes lit up and she looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "The Saint Chi in your body is also of the Yang attribute, right?" "Not really, but it used to be." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Now that his Saint Chi had been transformed, the attribute of his demonic flame was really difficult to determine. It was constantly changing and extremely strange, so this Yang Inflammation problem really stumped him. "Circulate your Saint Chi and let me see." Yang Inflammation ordered, her beautiful eyes staring at him intently. Yang Kai immediately pushed his Saint Chi and transformed his demonic flame into an extremely hot attribute. Yang Inflammation's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands with a smile. "No problem. It seems your luck is really good. If it were any other cultivator who obtained this Dragon Bone and Dragon Pearl, I may have had to wait until I became an Origin King grade high-rank artifact refiner before I could refine it, but if your Saint Chi is also so hot, you can refine it yourself." "Refine it myself?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Yes, you can refine it yourself, and there are also great benefits to doing so. With your current strength, although you can't completely refine it or display its full power, as time passes and your strength grows, the power this Dragon Bone can display will also become stronger and stronger. When the time comes, it can even become an artifact that connects your soul to your very being," Yang Inflammation explained excitedly. "But I'm not an artifact refiner. How can I refine it?" Yang Kai was still confused. "You don't need to be an artifact refiner because it is already an artifact by itself, so there's no need for you to refine anything. All you need to do is refine it. I'll teach you a set of secret arts to refine it. There won't be any problems." "This is also possible?" Kai Yang was overjoyed. and in an instant he was full of energy again. And you also obtained the dragon soul and dragon bead. If you can refine the dragon soul and dragon bead into this dragon bone, heh, I really can't imagine what this dragon bone will become. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes lit up, faintly revealing a hint of madness, as if she couldn't wait to see the scene of this dragon bone being refined. So no longer hesitating, she passed on the secret arts to Yang Kai. Yang Kai listened carefully, trying to figure out what was going on, and immediately asking if he didn't understand. Yang Inflammation patiently explained it to him. The secret arts to refine this dragon bone wasn't difficult, and it only took Yang Kai 2 hours to memorize it. Chapter 1260. As for the other spirit grasses and spirit medicines Yang Kai collected in Lu Yan's desert, he kept them for himself, such as the emerald silkgrass, purple fine jade fruit, golden sun fruit, and so on. These herbs could be used in alchemy, so naturally he wouldn't give them to Yang Inflammation. As for the red candle fruit, red candle stalk, 9-branched jade crystal tree, golden sun fruit tree, and 10,000-year incense, Yang Kai also kept them for himself. After obtaining these materials, Yang Inflammation naturally left in high spirits. With her talent and so many good things, she could naturally go all out. Before leaving, she also gave Yang Kai a palm-sized token. The seal script on the token flowed, looking very mysterious. With this token, Yang Kai could freely enter and exit his cave mansion and open the barriers around it. Once these barriers were opened, no one on Dragon Cave Mountain except for Yang Kai could enter. Even Yang Inflammation couldn't enter unless they forcibly broke the spirit array. Regarding this point, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Yang Yen had obviously taken his safety into consideration, which was why she had used this method to create a place where no one could intrude. Yang Kai wasn't planning to live in one of the newly built lofts outside, so this cave mansion was very much to his liking. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because he had carved his own cave mansion in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream a long time ago, but he had a special fondness for this kind of cave mansion. He felt that living here was very peaceful and was most suitable for him to meditate and cultivate. On top of that, Yang Yen had carefully arranged this cave mansion. This place had the most spirit arrays and was the most heavily guarded place on Dragon Cave Mountain. The world energy aura here was so rich that when Yang Kai first returned, he couldn't detect anything inside this cave mansion, even when he used his divine sense to investigate. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in place and fell into a daze for a while. He had faintly noticed that it wasn't just Yang Inflammation but also Wu Yi Yufeng, Changqi Haowen, and the several dozen Haiku family disciples. They had already treated this place as a place that they could rely on. Could even be said that they treated this place as their own home. Therefore, no matter which one of them it was, they were extremely attentive to the construction of this place. This was what Yang Kai was happy to see. After pondering for a while, he took out his alchemy furnace, emerald silk grass, and some other medicinal ingredients. He refined a few furnaces of origin condensing pills. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because Lu Yan's trip to the desert this time had allowed him to grow a lot, but this time, refining the origin condensing pill was much smoother than the last time. More than half of them had formed pill veins. These origin condensing pills were naturally for Changqi and Haowen. Both of them had been stuck at the Third Order St. King Realm bottleneck for so many years, so they should only need one origin condensing pill to break through to the origin returning realm. However, after the pills were refined, Yang Kai didn't rush to send them out and instead began to arrange them in his cave mansion. In one of the stone rooms, Yang Kai spent a lot of Saint crystals and even used his myriad drug liquid to create an extremely rich world energy aura. The cave mansion's world energy aura was already quite good, so with the addition of the Saint crystals and myriad drug liquid, the richness of the world energy immediately rose to a whole new level. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai opened up a small medicine garden and carefully took out the red candle stalk and placed it next to the pool formed by the diluted myriad drug liquid. He believed that, with so much world energy and spirit water, the red candle stalk shouldn't wither, not to mention, its vitality was already extremely tenacious. Next, Yang Kai took out the small piece of red candle fruit. Although he knew that this small piece of red candle fruit could not be restored after being cut, Yang Kai still placed it at the top of the red candle stalk, hoping that the roots of the red candle fruit would be able to maintain or even enhance its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai couldn't use the red candle fruit now, nor could he refine it into a pill, but perhaps he would need it in the future. After doing this, Yang Kai used the token in his hand to open all the barriers in this stone room. As soon as the light curtain flashed, a ripple spread out and everything in the stone room suddenly disappeared. Not only was it impossible to see the pool of diluted myriad drug liquid, the red candle stalk, and the red candle fruit with the naked eye, even when using one's divine sense, there was no trace of them. Except for the abnormal world energy aura, there was nothing else suspicious about this place. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, and after completely sealing off the stone room, he went to the next stone room. In the second stone room, Yang Kai took out the 10,000-year incense and the incense burner he obtained from the 6th layer of Lu Yen sand field and placed them inside. In an instant, the entire stone room was filled with a faint and clear fragrance. As soon as this fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai suddenly felt his mind become tranquil, as if all his worries and unhappiness had disappeared. Even his knowledge sea had become calm and tranquil. The effects of the 10,000-year incense were well-deserved. Meditating under this fragrance for a long time would be of great help to anyone. Using the token in his hand, Yang Kai also completely sealed off the second stone room. The fragrance of the 10,000-year incense could now only drift inside the cave mansion. But Yang Kai could think of a way to let this fragrance drift outside. This way, the cultivator living on Dragon Cave Mountain would be able to benefit from it. Secretly keeping this matter in mind, Yang Kai went to the third stone room. A moment later, Yang Kai placed the 9-branch jade crystal tree in the third stone room. This way, as long as someone entered retreat inside the cave mansion, they could use the 9-branch jade crystal tree to spy on the heavenly way and martial Dao, allowing them to break through bottlenecks. However, Changqi and Howen both had the assistance of origin condensing pills and the 10,000-year incense, so they probably wouldn't need to use the 9-branch jade crystal tree. After finishing this, Yang Kai walked to the side and looked at a strange stone full of holes. This strange stone was the profound insect stone that Yang Kai had spent a lot of Saint crystals to buy at the last auction. After buying it, Yang Kai had placed his soul-devouring insects inside it. Yang Yen had said that profound insect stones were the most suitable for growing exotic insects. Before Yang Kai went to Lu Yan's desert, he had told Yang Yen and the others not to touch this profound insect stone. Now it was lying quietly in a corner just like before. However, under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that there were thousands of tiny soul-devouring insects, invisible to the naked eye, sleeping quietly inside this profound insect stone. The interior of the profound insect stone seemed to be empty. The soul-devouring insects were still growing and evolving, so they couldn't be used for the time being. Only when the profound insect stone completely disappeared would they be able to fly out. Moreover, the 6-colored soul-warming lotus in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was also evolving, so the soul-devouring insects had no place to settle down. So Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to let them out. Yang Kai had great expectations for the evolving soul-devouring insects, wondering what kind of changes they would undergo after they finished evolving. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai put away the profound insect stone and placed it in the stone room where the 9-branch jade crystal tree was. Only then did Yang Kai walk out of the cave mansion and call Changqi and Howen in, giving each of them an origin condensing pill and telling them to choose an empty stone room to enter retreat. Yang Kai believed that it wouldn't be long before Dragon Cave Mountain would have its first 2 origin returning realm masters. Although they would only be first-order origin realm masters, in the end, there would still be origin returning realm masters here. In the future, when Yang Kai wasn't here, they would be able to cooperate with Dragon Cave Mountain's many amazing spirit arrays to protect this place. Over the next few days, Yang Kai was constantly busy. No one knew what he was busy with, but soon, everyone was surprised to find that a golden sun fruit tree had appeared somewhere on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the fruits on this tree had disappeared, this tree was still a spirit fruit tree. So in addition to being used to decorate the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain, it also gave everyone a sense of anticipation. When it came to transplanting the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai was severely reprimanded by Yang Yan. After listening to her ramble on and on, Yang Kai realized that he had been too naive before. The golden sun fruit tree's requirements for its environment were too harsh. If Yang Kai hadn't possessed a heaven-defying treasure like the Black Book space, it would have been impossible to bring it out of the Luoyang desert and would likely have died inside his space ring. Even if it was replanted here, the chances of the golden sun fruit tree surviving was less than 30%. Yang Yan had spent a great deal of effort to arrange a spirit array around it to gather world energy for it to use. But even so, no one could guarantee whether the golden sun fruit tree would survive or not. However, the blood sword grass seed had undergone a change that shocked both Yang Kai and Yang Yan. Originally, after Yang Yan took away the blood sword grass seed, she had simply found a random place to plant it. Because she hadn't provided it with any flesh, she hadn't expected the blood sword grass seed to sprout and grow at this moment. She had only intended to use it as a last resort. If anyone dared to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, as long as there were casualties near the blood sword grass seed, it would be able to absorb the energy from these corpses and break out of the ground, catching the enemy off guard. On a whim, Yang Kai dripped a drop of golden blood onto the spot where the blood sword grass seed had been planted. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the blood sword grass seed began to sprout and grow rapidly, only stopping after reaching a height of 10 meters or so. Chapter 1261. However, strangely enough, perhaps because of his golden blood, these blood sword grasses did not show any hostility towards Yang Kai. Even when Yang Kai passed through them, they did not react in the slightest. However, except for Yang Kai, any living thing that entered these blood sword grasses would be cut into pieces like a mad demon. The sharp blades of light golden grass exuded a chilling light that caused anyone who entered to shudder. After this incident, Yang Yan was both surprised and overjoyed. He immediately began arranging things around the blood sword grasses, preparing to turn this place into a restricted area and even use these blood sword grasses to create a large-scale trap. Even if an origin-returning realm master broke into this blood sword grasses, even if they didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. 3 days after Yang Kai's return, Shadow Moon Hall's Qian Tong personally brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer to Dragon Cave Mountain. After confirming that Yang Kai had really returned safely, the three of them felt relieved. Qian Tong also learned from Wei Guchang that Yang Kai had once saved his and Dong Xianer's lives in Luoyang desert. Without even mentioning his original intention of befriending Yang Kai, Qian Tong's assistance alone was enough to make Qian Tong deeply grateful. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were both Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciples, so if the two of them were to fall in Luoyang desert, the loss would be immeasurable. None of them asked Yang Kai why he had only appeared so long after Luoyang desert closed, but all of them vaguely guessed that Yang Kai must have encountered some other opportunity. As a result, Qian Tong became even more optimistic about Yang Kai and treated him as if he were a family elder. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall were cooperating closely. Yang Yan and the others continued to purchase a large number of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, allowing the Shadow Moon Hall to make a lot of money. For various reasons, Qian Tong had already regarded Dragon Cave Mountain as a partner and ally. After a long chat, Yang Kai learned about the gains and losses of the major forces after the opening of the Luoyang desert. The loss was not small. There were more than 10,000 cultivators who entered the Luoyang Sandy Land, but less than 70% of them could return safely. A total of 30% to 40% of the elite disciples of various forces had lost their lives. Could be said to be disastrous. Although this kind of loss made every force feel sad, the harvest brought back by the surviving disciples was enough to make up for the losses. Almost everyone had more or less gained something, especially the sect's disciples who had brought out the red candle fruit. All of them were rewarded handsomely by their respective sections. And the appearance of the red candle fruit. Similarly, it set off a wave of heat across Shadowed Star. Several alchemy grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect frequently went to the various great forces, trying to purchase this red candle fruit at a high price, but to no avail. In the end, they put forward a request for them to refine pills. However, no one felt comfortable handing over this heaven-defying spirit fruit to another great force, not even Medicine Pill sect, so after half a year, the alchemy grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect could only return angrily. This was probably the first time that the great forces on Shadowed Star had refused to give face to Medicine Pill sect. This matter had caused a lot of turmoil half a year ago. Several traders from Shadow Moon Hall had even appeared and tried to steal the red candle fruit. But as a result, their whereabouts were exposed and they were all eliminated on the spot. The situation of the other sects was roughly the same, but after half a year, the storm caused by the red candle fruit gradually subsided. However, no one knew what to do with the red candle fruit. After talking about this, Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask Qian Tong a lot of questions about the cultivation of the Saint King realm. Qian Tong didn't hold back and immediately shared his cultivation experiences. Yang Kai, Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, and the others listened attentively, and all of them gained a lot. Half a day later, Qian Tong and the others bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer told Yang Kai that after they returned, they would enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm. In Luyan's desert, both of them had made some progress, so now was the best time to break through to the origin returning realm. Yang Kai knew that if they hadn't been waiting for news from him, they would have entered retreat long ago. It was precisely because they couldn't determine whether he was dead or alive that they had delayed until now and missed the best opportunity to break through. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he didn't point it out. Before leaving, Dong Xianer suddenly approached Yang Kai mysteriously and whispered, "Brother Yang, elder sister Dai Yuan has sent me many messages over the past 6 months asking about your situation, but unfortunately, you never showed up, so I couldn't tell her the exact news. Now that you've returned safely, I believe elder sister Dai Yuan will feel much more at ease." Dai Yuan. Yang Kai froze as an ugly face appeared in front of him, causing his expression to become extremely strange. Why was she so concerned about him? Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Yang Kai felt that with Dai Yuan's personality, it was impossible for her to care about him so much for no reason. Moreover, when they parted ways in the 4th layer, Dai Yuan seemed to have said something that was quite intriguing. She said that she would pay him a visit to thank him in the future, so it seemed that she wasn't just saying it casually. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Wei Guchang chuckled meaningfully, obviously misunderstanding something and thinking that something had happened between Yang Kai and Dai Yuan in Luyan's desert. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain, not to mention that there really was nothing between him and Dai Yuan. Even if Dai Yuan was a beautiful woman, Yang Kai wouldn't be tempted. He had seen many beautiful women, and since entering Luyan's territory, he had always been thinking about the other 2 beauties in his heart. So how could he be in the mood to flirt with other women? Dong Xianer suddenly bit her lip and whispered, "Actually, elder sister Dai Yuan isn't what you think she is." After saying this, Dong Xianer quickly caught up with Wei Guchang and left with him. Yang Kai was left standing in place, completely confused. He had no idea what Dong Xianer was trying to say. After a moment of confusion, Yang Kai shook his head and returned to his stone room. After spending a month refining all the herbs he could refine into pills, he immediately called Yang Yen and Wu Yi over and told them that he was going into retreat for a while and that if there was nothing important, they shouldn't disturb him. As for Dragon Cave Mountain, they could handle it on their own. As for the pills he refined, they were naturally given to them to handle. There was a huge number of these pills, and most of them were used to increase one's cultivation. With the help of these pills, everyone's strength would improve rapidly. Yang Yan and Wu Yi naturally nodded. Immediately after, Yang Kai entered his cave mansion and began his retreat. There were too many things he needed to do. He wanted to see if Lu Yan's flying fire could enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge, refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, comprehend the demon blood thread secret technique, and consolidate his newly promoted second-order Saint King realm cultivation. All of these things took time and couldn't be accomplished in a day or two. However, in order to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, Yang Kai first had to refine the artifact refining furnace. Yang Yan was right. Sharpening a knife would not delay chopping wood. As long as he completely refined the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace, he could save a lot of time refining the dragon bone and dragon bead. Moreover, the artifact refining furnace had given birth to an artifact spirit and could be used as an offensive artifact. After carefully sorting out the things he needed to do, Yang Kai began to get busy. The first thing he did was to refine the artifact refining furnace. Although he had subdued an artifact spirit in the Earthlung fire pond, subduing an artifact spirit and refining an artifact refining furnace were two different things. However, subduing an artifact spirit would be of great help to him in refining the artifact refining furnace, allowing him to refine it more quickly and effectively. Taking out the artifact refining furnace and placing it in front of him, Yang Kai closed his eyes and pushed his Saint Qi, transforming it into demonic flames that wrapped around the artifact refining furnace in front of him and allowed his aura to penetrate into it. Time passed by little, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Yang Kai began cultivating the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Since Yang Kai entered the cave mansion, he had not come out, so no one knew what he was doing inside. Even Changqi and Haowen, who had successfully broken through to the Origin Returning Realm inside the cave mansion, had not seen Yang Kai in person. The two of them had taken Origin condensing pills and, with the help of the 10,000-year incense and 9-branch jade crystal tree in the stone room, broke through to the Origin Returning Realm without any suspense and emerged from the stone room in less than half a month. After breaking through to the Origin Returning Realm, the Shadow Moon Hall actually sent over some information about Origin Returning Realm cultivation, causing Changqi and Haowen to be overjoyed. Both of them were from small families and had never been able to obtain such precious information before, so Qian Tong gave them some face for Yang Kai's sake. Naturally, the two of them were extremely grateful. Immediately, the two of them entered their own lofts and entered retreat to comprehend Sure, which was something only an Origin Returning Realm cultivator could comprehend. For half a year, everything on Dragon Cave Mountain was in order. Wu Yi was in charge of managing the outside and cooperating with the Shadow Moon Hall, while Yang Yan was responsible for arranging the various spirit arrays. Dragon Cave Mountain's defensive capabilities had risen to a whole new level, and the cultivator who originally belonged to the Haiku family had also immersed themselves in cultivation diligently. If it weren't for Yang Yan needing to use artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays to comprehend the knowledge in his mind, with the current situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, there would be no need for him to arrange anything at all. During this half a year, Yang Kai had also thoroughly consolidated his cultivation. After refining the profound in sunflower water, his cultivation had risen to the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. Now that he had consolidated his cultivation, as long as the right time was right and he received some help, he would be able to break through to the third-order Saint King realm. The artifact refining furnace had also been completely refined into his body. After that, the Firebird artifact spirit could even freely enter and exit Yang Kai's body, no longer having to stand on Yang Kai's shoulder like before. This little thing and the stone mongoose seemed to have some natural disagreements and would often fight whenever they encountered each other. This was the first time Yang Kai realized that the stone mongoose's combat strength could not be underestimated. Its innate battle armor allowed it to withstand the artifact spirit's fire spirit's attacks. Although it looked simple and clumsy once it began fighting, its speed was incredibly fast. If it weren't for the artifact spirit's ability to fly, the stone mongoose would definitely not have suffered a loss. Even so, every time they fought, the stone mongoose and the artifact spirit would end up in a tie, neither able to do anything to the other. The divine tree's speech gradually became clearer, as if after speaking a few words, it had grasped the trick of communicating with others in this way. As it spoke, it began to slowly walk through the black book space. If there's anything wrong with this place, it's that I feel this place is no longer suitable for me to stay. It's too depressing and not conducive to my growth. Yang Kai was startled and immediately understood what was going on. Before the divine tree had evolved, it could only be regarded as a world spirit treasure that had gained sentience, so there was no problem with it being placed inside the black book space. But now it had become a strange creature, so staying inside the black book space was indeed a bit inappropriate. It might not be a problem for a short time, but if it stayed here for a long time, it would be unable to accept the world principles from the outside world, causing it to wither and die. If such a thing really happened, Yang Kai would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.